experience over there on Chatterbox.
Hours. Give us 2 minutes of their.
Yeah, a 2-minute breakdown of your experience.
They do
Please.
this stream thing, which I wish we did. Like, I don't know if we need like Nitro or something, but they can do this stream thing where they are showing people. So we were just debating the flat Earth, but
It's a new Discord thing called Stages.
Hey, we can make that happen. Doesn't matter.
can we do it? Because they have like a lot of people watching it. Sometimes like 400 people. Today was
Is it
only like
going
50.
live too?
Yeah, why
Is it
don't
going
we
live
do
on
our
YouTube?
Yeah.
own? I was about to ask that.
Oh, I don't know.
No,
Ooh.
they're not live on YouTube or
No, they're not. They record it and then put it up later. But anyway, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
so they
Doesn't
can
matter.
pick out
What
the best
were you
parts.
experiencing? What did you I'm just curious about.
Oh, they're just completely retarded. They don't know the difference between observation and experiment. They don't know the difference between oh well, what else was the problem that we had? Oh, they don't know how to cite stuff. They never cite anything. And yeah.
You mean citations of
Yeah, they
Because
don't. Yeah.
any evidence?
They can't.
They're
None
just
of it's
believe it, just like we were just talking about. We're talking about the believers.
Yeah,
instead
Django
of-
was there, so
Yeah.
he was witness to the shit show. It's so bad. And Carl, I think, is over there still like in the trenches.
Oh, he's still there, huh?
I think he's there still.
Should I go over there? Should I?
You should go over there, Leo.
Ooh.
Just rock their world.
So they're actually still there talking about Flat Earth now in Chatterbox? Because I'm a member there.
They switched to religious debate.
Because they couldn't handle
Yeah,
it.
I can talk about religion too, but
Not tonight, man. Not tonight. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Well, cool, man. That's amazing, man. You went out there. You gave it a go. Did you have fun? That's the most important thing, man. Did you have a good time in there, kicking some balls?
She wanted to kill herself, she said.
Oh, don't. That's
I
good.
literally wanted to kill myself. I shouldn't say that. But it's kind of bad.
Then don't go back there ever.
I know it's like self-harm,
Stop
guys.
it.
Like it's
Stop.
really weird. It's like freaky.
I'll tell you what, though. They ask us to come there, and then they treat us like shit. And,
Yeah.
it's kind of disgusting. So,
I think the best thing to do is give them the link to the live stream and have them come on in, voice chat, voice text, whatever. And yeah, they're welcome here anytime, man.
Anybody that's been involved in this conversation for more than a couple months and they don't realize that we're not in a spinning ball, I don't respect their intelligence or their common sense. It's just
That's it, man. You've lost all common
they're not
sense.
worth it.
You're not really worth my time. So
I know.
yeah, well, we're here, man. We're here to help. We're here to help you guys realize you're not spinning on a
hey,
shooting.
this is home base.
Home base.
It's all good.
This is home base. Come on back
People that
home.
really believe it are the interesting ones, though. Like, if they've really been around that long and they really believe it. I psychologically, I
Well, that's
want to
the
figure
whole.
out how they can sustain that. It's unbelievable. That's
Well, so, I mean, to be honest, what they have is some sort of level of belief, and then they'll throw that shit at you when they're intellectually dishonest when they don't actually know what they're talking about. And then when you throw some honesty, hey, I completely understand where you're coming from, but here is how I've broken down the idea of the globe versus flat thing. I know exactly what you're going to say before you say it. I'm not being dishonest. I'm actually just showing you how I came across the topic of flat Earth and why I was convinced that Earth cannot possibly be a globe. And then that's where they start to break down. Because they want to believe the Earth is a globe spinning freaking third rock from the sun, and then there's like, you're the one being dishonest. Like, dude, I used to think the Earth was a globe for the same goddamn reason you thought the Earth was a globe.
Fuckhead. Yeah, that's exactly what we thought. It was a fucking spinning shooting star through space, but they didn't tell us all the the physical.
Am I?
Magical
That's
fucking
the exact same thing we experience with a lot of people, right? Flat Earth dude and other people that are in here. We're not freaking being dishonest. We used to think the Earth was a globe too, for the same freaking reason that you thought the Earth was a globe.
Hey man, it's what they taught
Oh,
us
you
in
just
school.
don't understand.
They taught us in school that you're spinning and shooting, and no, they only taught us we were spinning. That spinny thing that we all had to make in fucking third grade was fucked up, man, because it didn't really show the rotation and the speeds.
The sun didn't move.
I know I'm being bombastic, but I mean that's bottom line shit right there. It's like everybody. It's easy it's easy for everyone to know that the Earth is a globe, right? Quote unquote. No. Everyone else knows that the Earth is a globe because we're the Earth, third rock from the sun, solar
It's
system, all that shit. Everybody knows that. So we're challenging that, and when they come at us, it's like, okay, here's how I know that Earth is a globe because I'm the third rock from the sun. Freaking eclipses and curvature and all that kind of stuff. So this is where we get the vitriol, right? The major claim is that we don't understand how we observe boats going over the horizon, or star trails and the sunset and all that kind of. That is not true about us, right? We've been in this game for a long time. It's not a game. It's actually what we observe about Earth. We've actually just seen and interpreted something different. I mean,
it's imperative.
It is imperative. Yes, exactly.
Imperative that you know this stuff, that you are spinning.
Yeah, if you're gonna argue with flat earthers, you better know that the Earth is a globe, or else you're just gonna be shut down. Because we used to believe that shit.
It's imperative that we believed it. It's imperative that you believed it, and now it's imperative that you understand.
Well, but they think that we don't understand it, and that's why we've changed our mind. But that's not true about us.
No, not at all. We looked and measured and calculated. Well, we didn't do too many calculations, but we just observed, man.
Well, I mean, calculations aren't necessary. I mean, especially if you're going to talk about Einstein.
Hey, how
far? Earth itself presents itself as a stationary plane.
How far? Yeah, fuck
off. Anything about calculations toward the horizon? I mean, what is the horizon? It's horizontal. Where did the name come from? Horizontal, right? So, I mean, is that horizon the curvature of the Earth? Of course, it's not.
93 million miles, man. Is that a measurement that's
yeah, I mean, they think that our claims are ridiculous. Look at the shit they say. 93 million miles away. I mean, give me a break. When you see the sun in the sky every day, 93 million miles, that's your claim, not mine.
That is an absurd fucking. Oh yeah. By the way, it's the same size as the moon. That round thing that gives us heat in the sky. I love that thing. It comes around every day. It's been very consistent. It's like a clock almost, and it gives warmth. That beautiful round circular heat object that we observe above our heads is absolutely amazing. I love that thing. I also love the moon too, man. That thing's kind of cool. Especially during the day, man, when you can see it during the day, man. That's a good one. Love the moon, the stars. Man, cool stuff. Very observable, cool stuff, man. I'll say that. Measurements, how far they are. Got a little question on that one, man. Let's work on that. Distance to the sun, moon, stars. That'd be good. Just a trifecta of measurements. If you can trifecta some measurements for me, man, good on you, as my friend in Australia would say. Good on you.
If they if they freak out that they think lasers bend, then how the heck are they like figuring out these distances to the stars? There's no way that the light wouldn't be like heavily warped through the multiple mediums it's in, or like refraction or something. Like, they get mad at us when looking at the horizon, but they will also at the same time use light to triangulate the distance, and they're thinking that there's no altercations happening to it whatsoever between us and the star.
Yeah,
It's
man.
so dumb. It's like literally so dumb.
Don't forget that light isn't even, that star's not there. It's light years away, so that star's not there.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that that's like the light you're seeing in your eyeball traveled 400 fucking years to get here. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm sorry, man. I'll tell you to fuck off. I don't care if you're a PhD or a fucking scholar or fucking whatever you are. That light didn't travel 400 years to meet my fucking eyeball, man. I got a problem with that one. Show me how you can prove that, and we'll have a decent conversation. I promise, man. I will be on my best behavior if you can demonstrate that the light that just hit my eyeball from Polaris is 433 years old.
Billion years old.
You can't prove that. I know you can't prove it, and you know you can't prove it. So fuck off.
It's so sad.
It's ridiculous.
It just gets sadder and sadder every day.
Fucking sad. I'm sorry, I have to fucking use my horrible on the other side of the railroad tracks language, but fuck off, man.
No, it's like needed. It's like an antecedent to talking to them, because they just like, they're lost hope.
You're lost hope, man. You're lost. You cannot. The light. Oh, by the way, the star next to it took 5,000 years to get here. Fuck off, man. Who's jerking are you gherkin, man? Piss off.
How can you triangulate? Whoever said that was so right.
Fuck off
How
that.
can you triangulate the distance to an object that's no longer there?
And it's 4 billion times the size of Earth, and it's huge. It's ginormous. It's amazing. You have to believe me because I tell you so. And if you don't continue with this experiment, that's imperative to the. It's
imperative to the narrative.
It's absolutely imperative that you continue with this experiment.
Okay, and also, don't they just look at the colors of the star, and that's how they figure out how far it is? Like, isn't it just that? Like, they just like blue shift and red
shit. Blue shit, red shit. It's actually called blue shift, red shift, and I call it blue.
Is that it?
Shit.
They just look at the shade.
Because it's red, it's farther. Blue, it's closer. I don't know, one or the other. Whatever, pick one.
Oh my gosh.
It's a blue light. It's closer. It's only trillions of billions of light years instead of 2 light years. What?
Color matching is an experiment.
Fuck off! Come on, man. Don't.
Yeah, and how can you measure something that's moving? Right, we're shooting through the galaxy at 1.2 million miles per hour.
Yes. How can you measure?
It's all moving.
It's 186,500 miles a second. Okay. That's the speed they say that light travels at, 186,500 miles an hour per second. Per second. So for the light from the moon to hit your eyeball, it takes 1 second. Yeah, but the light from Polaris is 433 years. Okay, you get that? That one's a little bit hard to swallow on that one, man. A little hard. It's like hot coffee, man. Hot coffee doesn't go down quickly, man. It's like
You cannot just walk over that burp. You are gonna have to address that burp, my dude.
it was coffee going down.
Excuse you.
And it burns. Excuse-moi.
Yeah, thank you. You can't just walk past that. Thanks.
Yes, damn. I thought this was late night fun hour. What happened? Oh, it is. My bad. But yeah, hey, I don't think I burped. I was using a sound effect as an example.
I don't think
Nice save.
It was
a little bit like
completely
Rick from Rick and Morty. It
experimental,
kind of comes out and he doesn't really realize it. You know, it's
yeah.
part of the rhetoric.
My
part of
I'm
the pattern.
piffing. You ever had a piff? True.
Yeah,
You ever had a piff? Anybody? You guys know what a piff is? You guys know what a piff is, right?
Yeah, man.
Epiphany. Hey, speaking of epiphanies, man, I gotta ask the wonderful, where'd he go, man? Shape investigator, man. How the fuck did you? What inspired you to be Brian Shape investigator?
Brain shape. Brain shape.
Brain shape. Shape investigator, man.
What is that
I
science
never
called? Where like they study the shape of the brain and it determines things. It's
Oh
no
my
longer-
god.
What's that
We're
word?
learning. What?
He's deafened right now, so there's no use trying to talk to him. Is
Uh,
Helio still here though? Helio. I found
Helio.
the perfect Nick Offerman clip if you want to play a little funny clip by him. This is who I picture Helio, what I picture Helio looks like and sounds like. Nick Offerman. I almost thought he was doing
Okay.
a Nick Offerman impression this whole time.
All right. Anyway, thank you, Julio, for running the stream, man, and putting up with our shit. I just have a nice place to come in the evening, take a piss, and talk about flat Earth or whatever, man. Music, cymatics, whatever it takes, man. But this place is one of the most interesting dichotomies I've ever seen, and it's a fabulous thing, man. And it probably will not last forever. You guys all know that, but it's been a hell of a ride.
They're using flat Earth, dude. They're gonna.
They're using it. I hope it sticks forever. I hope it does, man.
They can't stand on no legs forever.
I hope it sticks forever, man. I mean, I hope this at least
it's gonna stick, but then they're gonna offer us a whole bunch of fucking lies to go along with offering this
Dude,
to us.
dude,
As if
I
they
don't know, man.
were like, oh, you got us, okay, you got us, or blame us for some kind of a real structural economic damage or something. Oh, well, blame the flat earthers. They had to call out NASA.
Well,
You know
dude,
what's coming.
they're
You know what's
totally,
coming.
dude, they're totally electing us, man. They're dialecting the fuck out of us with this
Hegelian dialecting.
yes, I'm calling it dialecting.
They'll let
And
the fight continue forever. and
they
they'll-
will they have
wouldn't have mentioned Obama wouldn't have mentioned it. Nobody
what's
would have.
up
They
with
wouldn't have put anything on TV about it, even if they're making fun of it. They don't have to mention it. If they didn't want it out, they wouldn't even mention it.
That's true. They wouldn't even mention it.
No,
They wouldn't even
they're
mention it.
gaslighting. They're gaslighting.
Gaslight
large degree.
motherfuckers, man. Shout out to Black Sabbath. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Glat Flobe, man. Great name. All right. Shout out to Trillian. All right. You guys are out in the chat. I'd have to shout out somebody, man. But yeah, that they're playing this dialectic that's just off the charts, man. With the
I'm still here. I was smoking and taking a leak. But yeah, you guys are exactly right. Yes, they think they could take advantage of us because
they are.
Well, they are taking advantage of us because they can. But it's not because they have the truth on their side. They're actually trying to take advantage of us because they can't offer any truths whatsoever.
Oh, they're gonna give us the flat Earth truth as if they just figured it out themselves.
Oh yeah, eventually it probably
say,
will
we
come
knew
out
all
that the
along, we
Earth is
had to
flat.
lie to you.
Yeah,
They're gonna say it, but they're gonna use it to say, "Oh, now we're surrounded by outer ponders, and we've got those are the aliens. It has been the whole time. We had a treaty. We can't go back on that. But now we have to protect ourselves as one world." And
that's one possibility. Or they can continue the cartoon of what they claim is reality. Yeah, I mean, it's just
they could continue it on forever and just keep.
Dude, excuse me, I burped. My bad.
Hey, Helio, you know how you were trying to play that Nick
I
Offerman
did
that
chat.
I
I caught it
dropping
that
internet?
time. I caught it.
There's a clip. There's a 5-minute clip in the live stream I just put with the guy.
Oh, you want me to play it? Hold on.
I'm like,
yeah, I heard you.
play it?
I was taking a leak while I was listening. Let me check it.
Is it just audio, man? Are we gonna get in
I just want to know if
trouble?
you look anything like
How
this
long
guy.
is the clip? You say it's 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right.
Oh
It's
shit, man.
It's like deep shower thoughts, I guess.
Deep
Dude, don't deep shower me now, man.
Well,
Bro.
let's see what it's about. If it turns out to be nothing, then I'll stop it.
Hey,
Well, I just
Helio, I appreciate you
like
wanting to play
you
it.
sound a lot like the guy when he does.
Every restaurant is a drive-through with sufficient acceleration. To chairs, human beings are hats. Sex is just prostitution, where the payment is sex.
I think someone played this earlier.
Every bag of
Cool. I like that. Just freaking little shorts of like.
That was cherry, man. That was nice.
Helio, you should cover that. You could literally talk just like that guy.
Right?
Like, I thought that was you at first, actually.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not wrong.
No.
Yeah, I literally was like, wait, is this Helio?
Yeah, see? And when Nick Offerman does his deeper impressions, it sounds even more like Helio. But
Well,
do you look like that guy? Do you look like him, Helio?
I gotta.
I don't look like him, but I could do some of those little freaking shower thoughts.
Helio, that is you, man. Quit He's playing it off. He's
insane.
Playing it off, man.
And it's just like with stand-up comedians, I like the one-offs. I mean, I love like whole acts, stand-up comedy,
Stephen
but
Wright,
I also love. I also love like what the hell's his name? Shit. For some reason, I'm at a loss for.
All right, shout out to
Kendrick, Mick.
Mm.
I'm just at a loss for some of my favorite comedians for right now.
Well, George
I
Carlin.
bet Mitch Hedberg. I think you're thinking of
Mitch Hedberg, yes.
I knew it. I knew you were a Mitch Hedberg fan.
Yeah, it was a Mitch Hedberg thing. It's just like he's like
Be so nice.
Escalators.
Can't do it.
Escalators
don't do it.
Are never broken. They just become stairs.
I like to go down to the beach and put a bunch of messages in the bottles and throw them out in the water. And then when someone picks it up and reads it, it says, "I'm standing right behind you."
You already knew I was talking about Mitch Hedberg. Yeah, he's the greatest. He's the greatest. Well, him and what's the other guy? Guy with the curly hair?
Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright. Yeah. Those are the one-offs, man. And they're just sit there for an hour and just say they won't have a whole presentation necessarily. They just do the one-off freaking jokes. So fucking great. Yeah, Stephen Wright is brilliant.
The world's flat. You're not spinning. Okay? Sorry.
Oh, you sound like Stephen Wright there.
Sorry. Pay no attention to me. The earth is flat and you're not spinning.
Chini told me. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Guy told me earlier that the Fulcrum. I don't even know how to.
Foucault. You're talking about Foucault's pendulum.
Foucault's.
You mean the Foucault pendulum?
Yeah,
is that the one you were talking about?
Foucault.
Apparently, it doesn't work on the equator.
It doesn't. No, there's a problem on the equator with that. It doesn't work. That's fact.
But that's ridiculous. It works via a mechanical device. It uses magnets and it's a total fucking sham. The whole thing's a sham. Them claiming.
I love that he said it though, because I said, how did we measure that? I even said in the beginning that the equator is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and he said the pendulum. But then when he said that, I was like, well, if it doesn't work on the equator, then how did you measure the speed?
Here's the way that I think about the Foucault's pendulum idea, right? The entire pendulum is attached to the earth altogether. You can't have a free spinning freaking thing. You can build it as tall as you want to. If it's attached to the earth, it's still attached to the earth, right?
A tripod attached to the fucking.
Exactly. So if the earth was spinning and what they claim about it, you wouldn't even have to start it spinning. It would it would start moving by itself. Why do you have to pull it back?
Why do you have to have magnetic?
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. It's a stupid idea.
Exactly. It's called
it's called a fucking bunch of idiots believe that this is proof of the earth spinning. That's what it's called.
And then, so then I showed him pictures of like construction cranes, and I was like, well, why aren't these things moving? Why are the cables holding still? Why aren't they spinning and whacking throughout New York City? And he was like, well, I think it's because that in the crane there's an engine in the bottom, and because there's not an engine in the pendulum.
See all the bullshit that they come up with is just to explain some shit that's very obvious. It's insane.
I'm like, how are you? He's like 25 years old, and supposedly he's posted like a lot of academic papers or whatever. I'm like, how is that possible?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
The academic
they're just making shit up and sounding scholarly, and it's like, oh, you're not a scholar, so you don't just understand this. Well, I don't understand it because it makes no sense in reality.
Hey, man.
And I got a lot of C's in college, and I was able to get a paper posted with my group. It's not even that.
I was a C student
it's not
too,
even like a flex. Like it's like kind of easy. You just have to be willing to type enough, and you can get.
You actually have to be able to have a look at reality, and just like it's like all the A students are just like believing all the bullshit, everything they see, And the C students are going, no, this shit doesn't make any sense.
That's
You know,
perfect design.
it doesn't mean
Perfect
that
design.
I don't understand what you're trying to teach me. It just means that I'm just not buying into it.
Not buying what you're fucking selling, man. I'm not buying what you're selling.
Well, hey, like The Rock says, are you smelling what I'm stepping?
Smelling what I'm cooking up. What I'm cooking up.
Are you smelling what I'm
You smell
cooking?
what the Rock is cooking?
You smell what The Rock is cooking, or do you smelling what I'm stepping in? You know, it's like, okay, well, show me what you're stepping in. Let's go through details about what you're stepping in, and show us how the Earth could be this globe that you're, you know, trying to explain to me.
How do puddles work on a globe? I'd love to know.
Puddles.
Nothing works on a globe. Nothing.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth.
How about
Somebody made that
treadmills?
up. Treadmills.
Can you
The Earth
imagine?
is a treadmill. It's one big treadmill.
Yes,
basically.
yes.
But
seriously
it might
though.
as well be, right? It's gravity.
Oh man.
Gravity.
Is that how I'm able to run outside? It's because the Earth is
Yeah.
a treadmill.
Yes. It's gravity.
I see we have
Flat
Ethan
Earth too.
and Grace.
Is that the big G or little G, man? Which one we go with?
You can pick one if you want to, but neither one of them is true. So
I like the big G myself. Yeah, but
you prefer the big G. Okay.
I'm a retard. I like the big G.
I see that Ethan Brace has been server muted. Does anyone know why?
Because he's retarded. Hey,
Do we
man.
want to play Russian roulette?
Okay,
and
man. My
unmute him?
ex is a
Hey,
retard.
let's avoid the R word.
Oh, fuck. That's
I know, but let's do it.
Let's do it.
No, like one more beer, you're gonna be saying it like 5 times. Come on.
What, racist?
No.
Well, that one.
What about radius? What about the R word, man? The R
Ooh,
word?
there's several R words.
What about the radius?
All right, I take it back. You guys can say whatever the fuck you want to say.
Can I unmute Ethan Brace and just like see
Yes.
what
Yes, please.
implodes? Okay, all right, let's do it.
Hey, radius is a thing, man. Okay? Radius is a thing. That's all I'll say.
Hi,
is a
Ethan.
thing.
Are you there?
Has everybody got R laying on their pocket? Anybody? R. I need my R. Damn it. The R is everything.
Yo, Ethan. Ethan, man, you had a big mouth in the lobby. Come on.
Oh, we got Ethan. Oh, okay. Hello. Is he have a
Hi.
big microphone? Big microphone time.
Big microphone.
Mike.
Big mouth.
Question is, do you have big balls?
You got big
Gonna be able to-
round spinny
The
balls.
lady on the panel likes the big balls. Show your balls.
You the spinny balls. It would be good.
Dude, I have a video about big balls. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I got
So,
No personal videos tonight here, Helio. Come on.
Yes.
So,
please, no personal.
guys, so Ethan was in the lobby talking shit to Mrs. Gets It, and now he doesn't want to talk to her.
Oh, was he
Wow.
talking shit to me? I didn't
Manly
even
man.
remember that.
Yeah, it was in the lobby.
Oh man.
You
Are you
I
in
missed
Winston,
the
you
Mary?
hate
can
comment.
literally
Yeah,
use an
yo.
example. Yeah, you can literally use an example like the moon. Try to fly to the moon, or walk to the moon, or drive to the moon. It will literally take you. So you're talking shit to people, and then when it comes to play, you don't want to talk to them. I mean, manly man, manly man.
Fly me to the moon.
Oh, bro, I don't want to talk to you.
No.
Aw, so you're just gonna sit here on a flatter day night, you know, and just hate? How you gonna hate from outside the club when you can't even get in?
Hey, man.
Saturday night's all right.
Check his ID, man. Check his
You wish you could get in the Flat Earth Club. You wish.
Only
Mic
which.
check. Mic all right? Oh, hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Flat Earth dude. You want another tip?
you. Yep.
We never see the great attractor of the Milky Way.
I never seen the great refractor. What?
The great attractor of the Milky Way.
I've seen the
You know how
Milky
the galaxies always have the center mass of stars, or the large sun in the center? The Milky Way is supposed to have that center mass, that cluster of stars. Never see it.
That's a fact. I've never seen it, man. That's a fact.
You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because nobody else has
The
either.
Earth's flat, man.
Yeah, I was like, who's saying that? Says who? That's who's saying that. Yeah, nobody's seen that shit either. Yeah, you're exactly right. Says who? Nobody else has ever seen any of that.
Guaranteed.
He can embrace things. He can prove gravity.
Hey, man,
Come on, do it, dude. Let's go.
The little
I'm
G
such a
and the
dumb
big
bitch.
G, man. The little
Let's go.
what's up with the little G and the big G, man?
Oh,
Yeah. Come on,
So
be a
bad.
man and unmute yourself and
Little G.
intellectually debate with us.
Talk to me about the little
Get out
G.
the comments.
You got the little G in your pocket, do you? Really?
yeah, we're gonna have to write a song about the little G and the big G.
Yeah, man, we got to do that. I mean, dude, that's a great little G and the big G.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Which
What do you
one
think
is
the Freemasons decided that they would call it the G spot just to
The
own that
G
too?
spot.
Oh, so that's gonna be included in the song. We're gonna have the G spot, little G, big G. Like which one? Yeah.
Well,
all
they
the
should
G
call it
spots.
the G spot because Globers can't find either.
They can't even find it. Oh shit!
Oh. I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that experience, but
Once you go flat, you never go back.
oh, nice.
G,
oh my god, that's freaking brilliant. Yeah,
Once
we gotta.
G. I don't know.
All right, who's gonna write this? I'll feel like a pedophile when I write this shit. You're gonna have to write this one, Mrs. Musk.
I think Mrs. Musk, you should rewrite your song and make it. I'm sorry, the globe Earth made you stupid.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Oh my god.
The G made me stupid. I swear, it made me stupid.
I can't find the G spot.
Oh, you guys are awesome.
That's not right.
Hey, man, we have to take a piss on this shit occasionally, man. Late night.
No, I'll take the piss out of gravity all day long because there's no such thing.
But
so,
no,
yeah, I mean, I'm not even embarrassed about gravity. I mean, it's just like, call me anytime, show me gravity. Call me any time of the day. I might not answer, but when I do answer, I'm going to take the piss out of gravity because there's no such thing.
Hey, I think it's Newtonian gravity. I'm pretty sure because big things attract little things, and it's heavy versus light. That's the kind of G I'm talking about.
All right, so your G means that mass attracts mass. Larger masses attract.
My big balls, they attract my wee wee, and it's weird.
All right, let's not go too deep.
Dude, that is like Jerry Lewis and oh man, that was awesome.
Yeah, man. So
do we have comedy hours?
Woody Allen.
You got ladies' night. You got music night.
Dude,
we need
all I know is my
Hey, Flatter, dude, I think we should have like comedy hour. Like if anyone has a comedy sketch they want to do, like about Flat Earth or whatever,
It would be
please freaking just do it, man. I mean, just let me know. I'll put it out.
All right,
Guys,
flat
I was already doing my bit.
Yeah.
Hey, if you got your bit, let's do your bit.
No,
We'll
I already
promote
did
it.
mine. It was
No, that was freaking awesome, though, bro. Gee, that's freaking so amazing. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to. Maybe I should capture that. I don't know if I should or not.
I'll clip it and I'll put it at the beginning of my next rap song.
Do it. Freaking capture it right now. I can do it if you want.
All right, you guys got it, man.
That shit is so
three
funny.
flat earthers and a troll walk into a bar.
3 flat earthers and a troll.
Hold on. Wait, what?
3 flat earthers and a troll walk into a
That's
bar.
actually happened to me. What happened after the 3 flat earthers walked into the bar?
And the bartender says, hey, "What do you have?" And the first flat earther says, "Do you believe you live on a spinning ball?" Bartender says, "What kind of question is that?" The second flat earther says, "I'll have a glass of bendy water."
Bendy water.
And the bartender says, "What kind of drink is that?" And the third flat earther says, "Forgive us, sir, we've been going all around the bars for the last few years now, asking if anyone has solid proof of the earth we live on actually being a spinning ball." And it just doesn't seem that anyone can answer this question. There's no proof of it at all. And the bartender says, "Well, that's the most interesting thing I've heard in years. In fact, why don't you boys sit down and have a drink on me?" And the three of them respectfully decline and start to go walk out. And the bartender says, "What's this other guy with you for? How come you said the three of us?" And then the flat earther said, one of the flat earthers says, "We don't know and we don't care. He's just been following us around since we started, calling us stupid and trying to convince us that we're wasting our time." The bartender says, "Well, now that's the most ironic thing I've ever heard." And starts bursting out laughing, as do the 3 flat earthers. And then the troll can't contain himself any longer. He says, "Hey, just because I don't understand why you're laughing doesn't mean space is fake."
That's fun.
Sounds almost like exactly what we go through every day here. So
it's not even a joke. It's just exactly what we go through, right?
I know it's exactly the same thing that we go through. You know what? One night, me and a friend of mine who's a flat earther that I know locally went to a bar one night, and I was talking to the bartender, and me and him were talking to the bartender, talking about flat earth, right? And there was this dude, it was freaking hammered. We were having fun, whatever. This dude was hammered. He heard us. And his friend was right next to me one night. And I've told this story before. But anyway, his friend was like right next to me at the bar. And we were talking to the bartender about flat earth. This guy was like pushing up against me. It was like, "You're way..." I looked at him. I was like, "Dude, you're fucking close to me. Get the fuck off of me.
Back up."
And yeah, and then his buddy was like freaking hammered. And they just didn't apparently they didn't like that I was talking to the bartender. Me and my friend were talking about the bartender about flat earth. This dude, I mean, I felt bad for him because it's like he was so fucked up. I mean, it would have been easy to freaking kick his ass. I'm not going to
He
kick
sees it as you're messing with his paradigm.
I guess. But he was just so pissed. I mean, he just heard us talking. Him and his friend heard us talking to the bartender about flat earth.
Dude, it's a trigger, man. It's a
but I like it. I mean, it's just like, I'm not afraid of this motherfucker.
Dude, it's set up as a trigger. The whole fucking thing, man, is set up as a trigger.
It was like me and my buddy were just walking around town. I was like, "Hey, I know this bar. Let's go over there and get a couple drinks." And we're just sitting there, and the bartenders was like curious about what we're talking about. And when we're talking about flat, and these two guys are freaking like, "Don't come into our bar and talk about flat earth." It's like, motherfucker, you don't even know who you're fucking talking to, because I will fucking waste your ass. But anyway, it didn't end up into anything. We finished our drinks and left, but Yeah,
People,
dude, but there was a guy
People
like standing
triggered.
behind us, thought he was gonna do something, but he wasn't. He wasn't.
Don't get globies. Don't get triggered, man. We talk about flat Earth. Don't get triggered. Relax.
You know, that's why I say we've succeeded already, because basically the best we can do with this is to normalize the conversation to the point that now the people that were laughing at us to start with are avoiding us for a good reason. And that's that's as good as it's going to get. And they know we're right. They don't want to
I
admit
guess
it.
that's right.
And,
It's
and
like
for them to actually admit it might just ruin their lives in ways we don't want to be responsible
well,
for.
that's like someone in the YouTube chat said someone's going to sue somebody about flat Earth. Bro, I have no desire to get the legal system involved. We're here, you know, voluntarily.
That's right.
Giving our opinion.
That's right.
If you don't fucking like it,
move
get
along.
the fuck out.
It doesn't even have to be opinion. All the manuals say it's flat. It's a fact. I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Go ahead.
Even possibly sue against flat Earth, because that would require NASA to provide evidence, which they don't have.
There was three court cases that flat Earther won for that very reason. There's no evidence for a globe, so he won.
Really? Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Whoa, I didn't know
that.
Court case.
Yeah, that was.
That was what was his name? It'll come to me in a second.
Hey, man, don't have a brain fart now, man. No, I'm kidding. I had one earlier, man. Dude, totally fucking lost my train of thought, man. Dude.
No, he's on.
A burp
He's
is?
on.
Is a burp-
He's on TSR.
Is a burp a brain fart? Flat Earth dude?
Yeah,
What's going on earlier?
I fucking farted out, man. I don't know what happened. It happened.
Fart.
Hey, man, I've been drinking. I had a long day, man. Very weird. I buried a friend today.
Oh shit! I didn't even hear about who it was or any of that yet.
So you went to a funeral today?
Yeah, it took all day, man. It was.
But I hate funerals. I hate them
all day long, dude. Anyway, it took a
How
good
did you know him again?
It was 12-hour day.
How'd you know him?
Okay, sorry.
Anyway, no big deal, man. Hey, we're gonna bury a lot of friends in the future, man. So get used to it.
Maybe in the next 3 years, actually.
Maybe. I have a theory that potentially could. Hey, we'll see, man. It's just like anything, man. We got to measure it and see what's up. But so far, so good, man. Everything's working out for the disco pokers. Disco pokes.
Hey, speaking of which, Mrs. Gets It now, I guess. Did you send that video I sent you to some people about the poke and the whistleblower talking about all the graphene oxide and stuff?
Poco and
No, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I need to watch it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you need to watch it, man.
Which one are you talking
I'm
about?
gonna do
There's
it.
two of them. There's two of them.
Does anyone know about
Kathleen?
Watch them both.
Kingston is her name. Kathleen.
Who was the guy that was
Wasn't the one you're
challenged,
talking
like a $15,000 challenge? Zen Garcia. God damn! Now I just remembered it. Anyway, you know, he actually went to court.
And won.
Yeah, he did.
He fucking won, man.
Right,
Wait, what's the story? I want to hear
hold on. I just remember the name. I'm gonna send the information.
Okay.
Dave knows. Dave, man. Zen Garcia. You know the story.
I don't know as much about it as I think maybe Julio does, but
okay.
But I heard that there was 3 different. Actually, Witsit was talking about it earlier in the stream that there's been 3 court cases. One.
See, so what happened is like there was like a $15,000 prize if you could show that the Earth is globe, and he entered that challenge, and then this guy said, well, he actually took it to court against Zen Garcia, saying, I did prove the globe, And then the court said, you don't have evidence for the globe. And so Zen Garcia won that case because the guy that, all the evidence that Zen posted didn't actually prove the globe. So anyway, let me see if I can find
What I've said about this conversation for a long time is this is a battle between common sense and consensus.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, I mean, I'll post a Facebook link to it, but I know a lot of you guys don't use Facebook, so that's for the most part. That's where.
Yeah, because I don't enjoy communism.
I know, but god dang it, I use Facebook just because that's where I steal most of my. Hey, you guys love my memes. I get most of them from Facebook. So anyway.
Yeah,
but I'll try to find another source for Zen's
If you get really injured, you have to go to a doctor. You might as well go to him for vaccines too, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just kidding.
No, but Zen Garcia, whenever that court case was done, he posted the entire thing on his Facebook page, and he might have it on his website. I'm trying to remember. Well, like I said, I'll get back with you for all the information. Yes, Zen Garcia. Somebody challenged him on Flat Earth, and they actually went to court, and they couldn't prove that the Earth was a globe. Judge ruled that they had no proof of the globe. So,
remember, Jez and Pancho Pete tried to wager a bet about the Earth spinning, and they wouldn't let them. They wouldn't let them. You could bet anything.
They did it first. They said, "I will give you 200 to 1 odds," but later retracted that bet and said, "No, we're not taking your bet."
Yeah,
that's how it went down. And I was grilling Jazz and Pancho about that because I was like,
they would have cleaned up because most people assume it's a globe and would have bet on that.
Yeah, the betting. The gamblers, I don't know, what do you want to call them, man? The guys, the bookies said, no, fuck off.
After looking into it for a minute, they decided, no, it's not actually a good
bad idea, man. It's bad bet.
There's just like piles and piles of common sense evidence that, I mean,
hey, dude, here's
so
an
many
evidence
things about the
for
globe
you.
are impossible that
you guys can
it
check
doesn't make any sense that the conversation is still continuing, except for that they have the media that's just going to continue to say the opposite, no matter how ridiculous it is.
They got the media, man. They got the media. They got the media, man.
Oh, dude, I just found a YouTube video. It's blocked about Zen Garcia's case.
Yep. Of course it's blocked.
Yeah. God dang it.
They're good at blocking stuff, man. They're really good at it. And
they're really good at it. Hey, I mean, I have a video where YouTube admitted that they're going to block all this shit.
Oh yeah,
on my channel. It's the most popular video on my freaking channel.
They're gonna block this shit. Yeah, they're blocking.
They're gonna put notes under the video.
That's why they had to have like the QAnon stuff also be blocked and then be a troll, so that then they could then say, oh well, the reason we're blocking is because it's disinformation, so we're putting out real disinformation a lot of times just so that it can be seen as the same as other things we're also censoring and that are actually true. Although QAnon's getting ramping up again. They got all the typical actors on YouTube putting out Trump returns videos now. They seem to think that it's all going to turn around here in the next couple months. People are serious.
Well,
yeah.
Did you see the most recent Biden thing where he was just muttering?
You know, Zen Garcia has been here a couple times. We've had some specials with Zen Garcia.
Yeah,
he's one of the oldest school flat earthers, actually.
We've had a couple specials with him. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Mm-hmm.
Comedy night, man. Let's get the
Continue,
comedy
Sheriff.
night going. We got to get the comedy night going, man. We can sit around.
Okay, let's do it. How many Globers does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Takes
It
427.
takes 20. It takes 20. It takes 1 to hold the bulb, 2 more to hold the ladder, and then 18 more or 16 more to spin the platform they're on to make them so that
Wrong. It takes 1, and they just hold it, and they just wait for a day, and then it's screwed in.
Ah, nice.
Wait, is that one? Is that
Eric
is that
spinning
69
one
miles?
lap, and it's screwed in.
That's 69 miles per degree, right? 1 degree, 69 miles.
That's hilarious.
Just wait, 1 day,
a good one.
69 miles.
Write that
One
down.
day.
Hey, why are all flat earthers always so high?
Why?
Because they're anti-gravity.
Woo!
Yeah, it's a backdoor one. It's backdoor funny. Backdoor funny. I like
Backdoor
it.
funny. That's a nice way of putting it, I guess.
It's not bad. No, it's true. It's
Sounds
true.
like
It's
ass
true.
rape funny. That kind of sounds like ass rape funny. I don't know.
It's too funny, man. It's too funny, man. That's how good that was. That was too funny. That's over most heads, man. Believe me.
Why are all Globers always so depressed? Because gravity's got them down.
Because gravity's bringing them down. That's what's up.
There we go. All right, we're starting comedy night tonight. I appreciate
Might as well. I mean, what else you got?
When you fart in space.
Nothing like the present, you know.
Hold
Saturday
on, wait.
night.
She's got
and-
another one. Wait.
What happens when you fart in space?
Nothing.
You form a planet.
Oh, but you gotta have your mask on, man. Can you smell my fart through your mask? I was wondering, is that possible?
I think the fart would stick to the mask, and that would be most fucking. I couldn't imagine anything worse.
My fart is sticking to my mask.
Oh, I made a good meme earlier. That goes along with the mask. Did you see that one I made earlier? I put it in our hangout, our other hangout, Kenny. Here, I'll post it right now. This is a good one because Isa Mahalski had a live stream, and he was talking about how he's like, this is why spelling's important. I was looking on Facebook, and this woman had, watch out for the supper spreaders.
Supper spreaders.
The supper spreaders. He's like, supper spreaders. I'm down with that. People spreading supper. That's awesome. I'm cool with
hungry. Hey, I can go for some food, man. Okay. Give me some fried chicken. All right, I'm losing it, man. I'm completely off the reservation here, man. I'm done. You guys are awesome. Thank you, guys.
Don't
Later.
leave. Are you leaving?
I'm fucking racked, man. I'm fucking totally hammered.
I thought we were doing the comedy time.
Oh,
We just did.
hi, everybody. My name is Kenny. I drink some beers, eat flat earth. Yay!
Are you making
That's his
fun
impression
of me?
of a.
Are you
No,
making
remember
fun of
Sean?
me?
Do you remember Sean? Actually, not making fun of you. Another person that likes to drink a
No,
lot.
I'm talking about the other guy
Sean?
making fun of me. It doesn't matter. No, yeah, go ahead. Post it.
No. You don't remember Sean?
You don't remember Sean. You don't know. He had a channel called Space is Fake, man. And he's one of our friends. He got me into hanging out with you guys, man. Anyway, he was great. I loved his drunkenness. It was kind of funny, man. Because he would get totally hammered and he'd be like, "Hey, everybody, far out," and he was a little.
Well, what's
animated in his drunkenness. It was fun.
Yeah, it was beyond ridiculous. Oh, here's the meme I made. I'll post it right now. Check
But
it out.
he was just very animated with his drunkenness, and it was fun. It was just a good time. It was a good time. Damn it.
good goddamn time? Damn it! It's just it is what it is. It is what it is.
It is
God
fucking.
bless America. and the UK. It's everything.
Hey.
It might as well be.
Go take a fucking piss on this stuff from down.
I don't know what this buildup was about. If you're gonna post something, I was just like waiting for. All right, okay. You
Look
said
above the meme you posted.
Supper spreaders are everywhere. Make sure to wear a mask to protect yourself from eating.
Supper spreaders, man. Hey, yeah, man, they are shoving.
It's no more ridiculous than what they're telling us.
It might as well be. Yeah, of course.
Hey,
We're
Polaris is 433 light years away, man. Come on.
Hey, we might as well have a meme fest. I love posting memes. I have a shitload of them.
We could meme fest comedy night. Yeah, that'd be good.
Here's a good one.
We love a good meme fest.
Be like Toto. Be like Toto.
Be like Toto.
Toto. I have a
guys-
feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Pay no
The
attention.
man behind the curtain. Right?
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I'm the wonderful, all-powerful Oz. I'm the powerful.
Oh, by the
I
way,
like that you just like get into this Jersey character. I'm the all powerful.
Oh yeah.
All powerful. We should just do like 1 hour on the stream talking just like this to Globus.
I think
Yeah, we might as well. I mean, because
Well,
apparently all of the English people think they're more pompous than us, and when they use their vernacular.
Use your proper.
dialogue.
The only proper English is the way that the.
Let's ask the Jersey girl. Wait. She's got the accent going. Can we ask the Jersey girl, why is it that you think the Earth is flat?
I don't know.
Who's flat? What?
Jersey.
Because the news tells me it's flat. We should have a night. We should have a night and call it the Waxcent night, where everyone has to talk in a different accent than their own for like 1 hour and just like totally like.
That could be interesting.
It's amazing.
Where like it would be amazing.
It would be
my God.
fun. It would just be terrificalist. I tell you, it would be a terrificalist.
I was talking to this baller on Tinder.
And he was
such a dog. He was such a dog. I could not handle it.
It's such a
the perfect person to do the voice for. Okay, I rewrote this thing. I can't find what I wrote, but I'll find it. And it was that. Remember that?
It's a Globa. It's amazing.
Let me take a sec. Remember first. Let me take a sec.
I think it's spinning. It's amazing.
I had the beat, but first, let me take a selfie. Remember, she's in the bathroom. She's talking about the guy.
Yeah. First,
it was the guy. What this guy just called me a globy. What the hell's a globy?
What the hell's a globy? Helio, dude, I showed that footage to a physicist, man. He was like, "That's not real." I was like, "No, that's from NASA, bro."
Which one? The one that I just posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made that GIF. I put the text at the bottom. We'll be back for you, cameraman.
I love that, man.
It's fucking insane. Yeah, of course.
So
I mean, you know who Jim Panda is, right? He's like, well, they tested that over time, and they knew when to have their remote camera take the image.
Right.
Move the camera up. They tested. How the fuck did they test that on the moon? Are you fucking serious?
That's what drives me crazy about him. Well, you have no idea.
Yeah, I captured that image and then I made that GIF. We'll be back for you, cameraman. Promise.
Guys, I think next week I might try to go into the streets again and stream my flat Earth conversations with people.
Cool, do it.
Yes, that would be.
I want to try like one more time.
You're
Oh,
so
did you already try one? Do we have a video of that? Or
You
no?
put yourself in such
No,
pain.
I streamed it like 2 days ago in Learning Curve. I
Hold
didn't
on.
know how to like get it
We
on
have
YouTube though.
gravity. We have gravity.
Well, how did it go?
No
What
chance.
happened?
You have no chance. We have gravity. You have no chance.
It was good. I mean, I mostly just asked people if they think we went to the moon, and then based on what they said, I was either like,
Yeah.
you need to look into that then. If they said, yeah, they think we went, then I was like, just look into it. Like, if you're bored, watch the footage again. It's totally whack. And then the people that said, no, we didn't go, I was like, bro, you got to go to the next level. Which is flat Earth.
If they can't even question the moon landing, you might as well never even bring up flat Earth.
Exactly. That's why I kind of just asked them that. And then there was a couple dudes that actually let me like flat smack them. Like they were just like,
nice.
They were actually curious.
Of course they probably let you do anything, to be honest, right?
Well, I
mean,
did
you
have
probably
my
have an
cowgirl
easy end
boots
with the
on,
dudes
so that might have helped. I had my cowgirl.
You had
boots.
what? The
I had some
cowgirl boots?
cowgirl
Nice.
boots on, so I was pretty sassy.
Those white boots, nice. Of course, that's the thing. You're the perfect lead into this conversation. The guy's going to want to talk to you no matter what. So then you start flat smacking them. I would love to see that stream actually. If you get a good one of that, because they're expecting something totally different. They're not expecting to get flat smacked from this chick wearing the white boots. That's the last thing they'll ever expect going to happen, right?
No, it's true. And I only talked to guys. I didn't talk to girls. I didn't want to have to deal with the, oh my god, you think the earth is flat?
She's stupid. Yeah.
She's so stupid.
Right?
So I literally did not intentionally ask for the females.
So you totally emasculate them like completely, just like, oh shit. So now I want to impress this chick, but I'm gonna like actually try to argue with her about something I have no knowledge of, even though I'm totally confident it's true. I'm about to look stupid. Fuck. That's the last thing they want. Oh, that you could get some good fucking interviews. I would love to see their faces change. You know, you could even start it with like regular questions instead of right into the moon landing. You know, just kind of like surface conspiracy stuff that maybe they would actually know about, like even 9/11. If you went 9/11, I think pretty good percentage of people realize that wasn't what we were told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think someone brought that up. Yeah, but I need to figure out how to like do a setup because the other day I was just walking all around and I was out of breath. Well, I walked so much. I did it for like a couple hours. So, and I was walking.
Whitson has a good ploy to get them. Like, you don't have to offer $100, but just like, you know, offer something so that they can answer 3 questions or answer, you know, a couple of, you know, interview questions for to save the world. How about you put it like some kind of like, I want to try to save the world with a few questions, try and get people's response. You know, like something dramatic, but definitely have something that you're like calling them over for. Sorry, go ahead.
You should do it as with the Jersey Girl act. Like you should dress up like Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny and go out and just ask people about butter with the accent.
Oh, with the Jersey accent. Yeah.
Oh my god, what's your best glow? See, now that I'm thinking about it, I can't do the accent. Man.
That would be a fun.
If I think about it too hard, I can't do it.
Or like Valley Girl, Jersey Girl type chick that's got all the knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Take some free candy. Take some free candy. You know, say you're giving out candy for questions. They answer
like I only date astrophysicists, so you got to tell me 3 proofs of love.
or you know, Jenny and I talked about the reverse troll is even better. Like I think I put a sign up saying "Save NASA." You know, these flat earthers are threatening the continuation of the NASA program, and I can't. Maybe you could help me with some of these arguments. Okay, so and then you set them up to see if they can help you. But it's the
like a little reverse psychology.
Yeah, right. I can't argue with this. Okay, so the flat earthers are saying this, And, you know, what would be the best response to that? And then they'll be like, oh, the typical response. I'm like, no, but then they'll say this. And then they'll say this. So, I mean, how can you argue? I can't argue with that. Can you help me out here, please? And the flat earthers are totally threatening NASA. So if you want to save NASA, you can help us with the 2 questions.
Yeah, I'll have to think of something. Maybe I can dress up like Princess Leia.
There you go.
That might be funny.
Sure.
I could do that.
Do the side buns and all. Fuck yeah.
I actually want to do that. I should. I actually. Okay. I'm gonna do that. Or like a Star Wars outfit, because then it's funnier.
Right. Or NASA, you know, like just any kind of space gear.
Well, I just ordered like so many like Flat Earth t-shirts. I'm like, okay, I can't.
Did you get the one that says I only date flat earthers?
No. Where's that one?
I'll post it. That would be a good one to walk around in, right? I only date flat earthers.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, the fact that we need sex appeal in flat earth, that's for sure. There has to be some of that. And once the hot chicks go flat earth, it's over. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly, guys.
Yeah.
Exactly. Why do you think I'm here?
There you go. Yeah, you are the most valuable member on this whole thing for that reason. Sure.
I am your image consultant for the Flat Earth,
there you go.
Gentlemen.
Right?
We are going to get this
that.
rebranding campaign.
Right? Because flat earth is sexy. You know why? Because it's right.
I'm bringing sexy flat.
There you go. I'm bringing sexy flat. Ooh. I'm bringing flat earth back. Yeah, you should do a whole song on that for sure. Definitely something that would change the game if a bunch of babes and bikinis are talking about flat earth all of a sudden. Guys are just, okay, that's it. Fuck the globe. That's what it's all about. Sure that me, my phone's about to die. I can't find my finger.
These Globers just don't know how to act.
These stupid Glovers don't know how to act. Yeah. So don't be mad if we don't call you back. Yeah?
Yeah, just keep playing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good cover. That'd be awesome.
It's called Sexy Flat.
Yeah, there you go. I'm bringing.
Okay, next time I do it, I'm literally gonna dress up like Princess Leia. Okay, I'm looking at these outfits. I just don't like that her dress is long. That's annoying.
See, the thing is this is gonna have to it's gonna have to tip our way because all the people, like even Justin Timberlake, anybody that's paying attention on the internet, they know we're right. They know it's over. Anybody really paying attention to these things, and everyone's got lots of time to do.
Yeah, it's not very hard to take the piss out of the globe.
Yeah, it's easy to see.
It's not very hard.
And the respect eventually is going to be like, well, shit. If you think that you're on a spinning ball, and I don't respect any of your lyrics anymore, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, but you also want to present. You want to present. I mean, just because they've been duped, you don't want to call them, make them feel like a dumbass for believing it. When you
No,
first
of
meet
course
them.
not.
So when you take the piss out of the globe from the beginning, like if you're on the street and you say, hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth? Now, a lot of people in the flat Earth side would say, hey, I don't say I'm a flat earther. You can, I'll label myself as a flat earther, but go ahead, Ball.
Instead of making them feel like a dumbass, right? You do the opposite. You make it. I mean, you tell it how it is, right? It's not that we're
You want to
dumb.
make
It's
it.
just that
You want to make it
the
their
voodoo,
idea.
the voodoo, the propaganda, like the actual big like monster lurking behind all the conspiracies. Like you want to make it look so brilliantly orchestrated, right? Like you want to make them look like they're
Very
so
difficult.
evil that they would go to any lengths to make us, you know what I mean? They're
I wouldn't say
slaves,
that, right
right?
up
So
front.
that way people don't feel like we're calling them stupid. They know that, so that they know that what has duped us, me too, you as well,
But,
is a very
but
powerful
at the
magic
very
spell. Go
beginning,
ahead.
when you first start to talk to someone, you're not going to be able to tell them all that right up front.
Right. So you just ask basic things that they know that we are being lied to about. Like you start with what they already suspect or are suspicious of. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like other truths or
Well,
other research that
and
maybe
I'll tell you what, I mean, this has been going on. The flat Earth topic has been a thing for several years now. So most people have heard about the flat Earth, right? So if you're going to meet someone, say, hey, have you ever talked to anyone? That's the same way I do in check-in here when people are. I mean, sometimes we'll just the check-in will fill up, and we just check them in one at a time. This is what I ask them. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Get them talking first, right? It's like, why are you curious about the flat Earth topic? Well, I'm just curious because I'm just curious about why people think the Earth is flat. Boom. Okay, so you want
wait.
them to
It's
talk to
too
you. You don't
fast
want to. Go ahead.
because flat Earth is too already. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to present stuff. Like first you have to kind of set the stage. Like I liked JFK's speech. You remember JFK's speech when he was talking about these secret societies, that with the military industrial complex,
Very word
like
secrecy.
Most
the very
people don't even know
exactly
about that.
right,
That's
that
why
there is a
you want to
conspiracy
get them to
against
talk
us.
to let you
Right.
know where they're
Right.
coming from.
I mean,
Whether
like the moon landing, the Cold War, Kubrick, all these Disney, NASA, Project.
you think if you
You know
go
what I
out
mean? You
on the
build it
street
up
that people are going to know
because
anything
it
about that?
removes the doubt that they're lying to us, and it removes the why would they lie question. You
Oh,
are answering the
Actually, we
question
want to
before it can
introduce
be asked.
that.
Right. Go ahead. I just wanted to add.
We want to introduce that into their psyche because we have been lied to. We're convinced of that, but they're not. They're actually like general knowledge is everything's cool. Whatever they told
Because
me
they
on the
trust the
news
government.
is true.
Because they trust the government.
I know that.
of
That's why I'm
person that
saying
wants
you
to
get
know.
them talking about this first because for the most part, the people you're going to meet on the street, it's like, hey, I've heard about flat Earth, but do you have something to say about it that I don't already know? Okay. Yes, matter of fact, I do. But you want them to talk to you about what they know first.
But see, the inside information is what we're talking about. And that's basically anybody that goes on the internet wants to figure shit out because we're in the information age and information's valuable. And so figuring out whether one piece of information makes more sense than another is where most people are headed at some point. Not yet, not enough.
Yeah, but if you're on the street, I mean, like man on the street, just like
I went down
Mrs.
there
Musk was talking about earlier. I mean, you can't. There's a certain way you approach people when it's like if
that's
you
why I
have
think her
some
approach
flyers
of
and a
having
flat
asking
Earth,
for
you have a
help.
flat Earth T-shirt on. And
I think
it's
that
like, hey,
her approach of asking people for help defending the globe would be the perfect way to do it, because
yeah.
she'd be like a damsel in distress, and they'd be trying to help her with answers that she, but she's got all the answers that the flat earthers say, and she's not arguing them for the flat earth. She's saying, well, I'm trying to argue the other side, but these are all the good answers they have. How can you?
So you're saying that a lady doing the same thing we're doing would be in a better position if she,
No, she's trying to
because
do it. That would
she
be a
knows
good
the
approach for
same thing
her,
we know.
because then she doesn't have to like try to
Because
take the
guys are weak. Yes.
Yeah, they want to
No,
help.
guys
They
aren't
want to
weak.
help the girl.
I'm
They
not
want to
weak
feel like
as
they're
far as
helping
all
the
the
girl,
argument
but then they're
goes.
gonna get entrapped.
I don't know.
And
I guess that could be a good approach.
Just a
Yeah,
reverse.
most guys want to
woman.
hear her talk, so it's like,
Yeah.
yes, please say more.
Hell
Yeah, whatever you say.
And the curvature of the Earth doesn't exist. Yes, I'm listening.
Aw, you guys are gassing me up.
I was just still listening. It was okay. We're just chopping it
Y'all are
up.
gassing me up.
See,
gonna
Mrs. Moss, they're gonna try to save you from your flat Earth delusion. That was gonna happen.
Captain, save a globe.
I'm thinking about a career in astrophysics, and I'm trying to decide based on whether the flat earthers have a point or not. So if you can help me out, let's just see if they do.
Oh, that's actually great. Can you imagine me going up to people? So, like, I like talked to my psychic, and she told me I'm gonna be an astrophysicist, but like I'm running into this issue with the flat earthers, and I need some
Right?
help.
There you
Can you
go.
guys help
There you
me?
go. Yeah.
Earthers.
Right?
Not Earthers. What accent is that? Is that Jersey or is that New York? What? Jersey? Jersey?
That actually sounds like some Midwestern.
No, that one was Valley Girl. That one was very.
So I'd really like to know
maybe
the
it's
space
oh yeah,
real
maybe
before I
Southern
start
California.
studying it. So, okay, there's this thing called
I'm so infatuated with this flat Earth idea. So far I'm convinced that this is a possibility. Can you help me to not believe into the flat Earth thing? Do you have any information on this that could?
Oh my
save
God!
me?
Somebody save me!
trying to figure out if I'm gonna leave my boyfriend or not, and he's trying to tell me the Earth is flat.
My
Somebody help
boyfriend's
me
a
get
flat
back him.
earther, and I think he's totally wrong. Do you have
If
any
he's right,
reasons
then I'm like
that if he's right,
more
then
in love with him than ever.
exactly.
But
I
if
mean,
he's
it's just
wrong,
amazing.
I am totally gonna leave him.
So,
Can you help me out?
this is so amazing. I mean, listen. I mean, what he's saying makes sense, but I just don't know how it could possibly be true.
Sure, yeah, okay. So,
You should try it at a college or at a university or something. To a teacher, or some kind of geologist or math.
Hey, you guys like my gay voice?
People won't be wearing masks and running away from each other when you try to do this, Kai. It's going to get worse and worse from here on out. So.
It's going to get so bad. I mean, it's just going to be
farm, guys. I'm
no.
getting out, and I'm moving to the farm.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Get the fuck out.
Like, if a guy is gay and he sounds like this, it's better that he just keeps sounding like this instead of trying to change it to sound.
Hey, bro.
Because that's like, that's not gay, that's just feminine.
Well,
he's gonna do it again.
This is weird. I mean, it's like I shouldn't do my gay voice, but
Long cracks me up. You know what? You said something funny the other night that nobody else got, but I got it. I was laughing at it. You were saying you were like talking about not knowing a band. I think it was somebody you didn't know who Talking Heads were. Maybe no, it wasn't Talking Heads. Some band that I couldn't believe you didn't know. But you're like, I grew up on a rock instead of under a rock. But the whole concept of being on a rock, right?
That's what they used to tell me. It's like, what? What did you grow up under a rock? I was like, on a rock.
I grew up.
Nobody
on a
grows
rock.
up
That's
under
what they
a
told
rock.
Me.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm ignorant. They told me I lived on a rock. Right?
That's what I tell people right there. It's so small. I was like, literally, Oh,
Yeah, I
rock.
get that. I got you, man. I got the deeper the levels of that.
Hey, I've
Layers.
changed it. It has evolved so much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad someone got it. You get me.
I get it. I get it. Other
You
people
get
were
me,
like, he
bro.
doesn't understand the form of expression. It's
Hey,
unironic.
Bong. On that
Art.
point, whether or not this has anything to do with anything, you grew up in American Samoa, right?
Yes.
How
Not just
long?
American
How?
Samoa, right? On like in American Samoa, like on the rock. Okay, in American Samoa, I grew up in American Samoa's rock. So even inside American Samoa, there's an even more isolated place. So yeah,
Of course,
one
I
of
mean it's in the
those.
middle of the Pacific, of course.
Well, you got the mainland where all the cool stuff is, the movie theaters, the McDonald's, and then you have my island where there's only 3 villages and that's it. Not even
Well, I mean,
2,000 people.
what my initial question, is was like,
The most
when?
classmates
Well,
I ever had
hold
was
on,
25.
Bong, please let me ask my
Yeah,
question.
it's 20.
When did you join the Navy and leave there?
I left right
Did you
after
grow up
high
your
school.
entire life and then join the Navy, or like went to high school
Oh,
or
you know,
whatever?
I lived in LA for a year when I was 11 or something like that. I lived in
Oh,
Hawaii
so
for a
your
year
parents.
when I was 15. Yeah, and then I went back to the islands, and then that's it until I graduated, and I went to Long Beach City College for a year, and then I joined the Navy, and
Okay,
that's how it happened.
so you were born in American Samoa.
Yeah, they wanted me to join the American Samoa Army. I mean the U.S. Army, but I was like, nah, I'll go for the Navy because it's not a lot of Samoans.
But your parents moved to Southern California when you were young.
No, we grew. Oh, no, 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 no. They,
See,
they, they, we. They're in Samoa. No, you go live with my cousins and stuff like that. Dude, there's like heaps of Samoans in Southern California.
I mean,
Ever
you
heard
don't have
of
to say
SOS?
anything
Sons
that
of
you
Samoa
don't want
gang?
to say. I was just curious about that
What?
because
Crip
it's a
gang, bro.
very
Sons of
remote
Samoa
area.
gang
I was
in
just
LA. Like that's Long Beach. Rolling 60s.
yeah, I know about
Snoop
Long
Dogg.
Beach.
Yeah, those people. Yeah, in that area. That's like a lot of Samoans are there. Most of them are family. Most of us are family.
Okay,
Not all of us. Yeah, yeah, it's a big community, man. It's
so
like Puerto
after Long
Rico,
Beach, you went back
Cuba.
to Samoa and then joined the Navy.
Nah. I
Okay,
graduated in American Samoa. Okay, then I moved to Long Beach, and from there I joined the Navy. I didn't play football, but I didn't want to bang my head against other heads. Like
yeah, I
why?
get it. All right, cool,
I
cool.
was like, nah.
I ain't trying to pull
I
stuff
had
that
the
you don't
speed
want to
and
say.
the power. You know what I mean? I was gonna play. Troy Polamalu. That's my generation.
How long
One of
were
my classmates from on my rock played with Troy Polamalu in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I was gonna go to Cal State and all those
Oh, you're a
guys
Steelers
coming out of
fan?
Cal. Well, when Troy was playing, yeah. Like what I'm saying was, if I didn't join the Navy, I probably would have been drafted to the NFL. But one
Well,
of my classmates actually played
oh, you
on the
played
Steelers as a
football.
defensive
Which
lineman.
position? Which position?
Defensive lineman. His name is last name is Nua Nua. Just look him up.
No,
You'll
I'm
see.
talking about you. Which position
Running
did
back.
you?
Running back.
Running back? Oh,
Yeah, running back.
nice.
A spear. Here's the
You
tip.
were the
There's
tip
a
of the spear.
spear behind it.
Give me the ball, motherfucker. I'm gonna break some yards, man. I'm gonna bring the
Just
yardage.
watch these dudes go flying on it.
So you
Yeah,
did that for a while. You were running back?
yeah, I would have been, one of those. My dad really was looking forward to it. I was like, no, father, I am destined for greater things like flat earth.
Hey, well, like flat Earth. No, but on that point, I didn't know this so far about you. That's why I'm asking you. So
Yes,
you were a
Samoan
running back.
Polynesians are very athletic.
Tell me about your experience
Wolves
being a running back, like
on
uh, on the field. Like how many yards?
Can I I don't know, 20 yards, 15 yards average, yeah, per
Well, I
run.
mean,
That
at
was
a
awesome,
time,
bro.
dude, 15 yards at a time. That was fucking crazy. But
Yes. Yeah, everybody
so you
wanted to
were
draft
pretty good
me,
at
and I
it.
was like, Yeah, look, this is why I thought about it. Do I want to spend my whole life? Is this the legacy I want to leave myself, my kids? Like, what did you do with your life, Dad? I play with the ball. That really hit me,
No,
and that
come
that
on,
really.
Bong. There's more to
No, I've been
football
thinking
than
about it since
that.
high school. No, no, no. Look, listen. Every day after school, all the boys and everybody come over to my house to watch the games, and whether it's NFL basketball. I was so frustrated with my dad, being caught up. My dad loves it. He's like a big fan. Had big plans for me and everything, and I let him down. So it's not something I just
Oh, you didn't let
decided.
him down.
It
If
was
you're getting
something. It
15
was something I
yards,
wanted to. It was something I've always hated about sports. That's how it made my dad. First I hated that he drank, right, and then he stopped, and he became a pastor. But it seemed that sports was his god, his idol, not God. So it was
oh,
like this thing.
but
I
you grew
always
up to
took
be your
personally
own man.
with
That's what I mean.
sports.
Do you
Sports
still?
is not for men. Oh my gosh, it's the conspiracy against men. You gotta look into it, man. It was created specifically for the purpose of distracting the minds of men away from what was important, like
Bro,
rule, like the laws that are
I
passed, like
know that
politics,
it's
like all
like the
these things that we should be
Coliseum, right?
taught.
I know this, Bong.
Exactly.
Wrong, bro.
So
When
it's
did
just
you
like
figure this out?
charismatic.
When did you figure it
Well, no,
out?
I didn't figure it out, but I sensed it when I was younger. Going to church, reading the
You said
Bible. I
it
knew,
was
I
just
knew
for.
that sports was wrong because this is what happened. I figured this out when I was sitting in church, and today was the Super Bowl Sunday. Super Bowl Sunday. I can't forget it. It was the Cowboys versus San Francisco, 1997, 98. I forget the
Yeah.
year, but my dad's and the pastor have been looking forward to it. They're both pastors, and they rushed church that day, right? They rushed it. It was like they did almost a half-ass job. And then they set up the TV was set up in such a way everyone was
At the
sitting
church,
around it. No, after the church service, they rushed it. They rushed the church service so we can catch the game as it
so you could
started right
catch the
there.
Super
And
Bowl, right?
the church is right next to the house, the pastor's house. And after
Yeah.
church, everybody always eats at the pastor's house.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this Sunday was different. And the TV was set up in a way in the center of the room, as if it, to me, like, because all the elders are there, the women, usually they just talk and laugh and talk about the Bible and stuff. But today, this Sunday, every Sunday, actually, after that, and this Sunday, you know what I mean? I saw them watching it. It was as if this was the real church. This was the real God. And it was like an altar in the middle of the room. And you know what I mean? Flashbacks of all the movies I saw. I was like, this is idol worship. And that's when it all fell apart. The church and everything was bullshit.
That's when you said, "Hey,
This is bullshit. All of this is bullshit."
I
And
get it.
that's when the whole
That's when
rebellious.
the media platform just broke for you.
Well, for everything, sports and everything felt like bullshit. I hated that
Religion,
men.
all that shit.
Every man I met after that, Samoan men especially, were crazy sports fanatics. It's all they could talk about, just like American. And that's when I knew I was like, this is bullshit. This
That's
culture,
really interesting,
this
Bong.
church, all this is
I've never
bullshit.
heard you
I got
talk
angry
about
as a kid, yeah, and then I hated sports after that. I hated it. Everybody comes over, everybody started asking me, dude, what was you into it? Why did you come watch the game? I was like, just fuck the game, dude. I don't want to watch the game, dude. I used to love it. Every Super Bowl, every year, I used to follow since Joe Montana. You know what I mean? I used to watch the game for my dad while
Yeah,
he's
there
at
was
work.
a point in my life where I was watching 4 football games at the
I
same
used to
fucking
watch the
time.
game for my dad when I was like 8 years old, so that when he comes home, and he missed it, I can tell him Monday night, are you ready for some football? Monday night,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
It's the
you already
thing of
know.
the
You
week.
already know.
With the cowboy hat, everything, like Jerry Rice, John,
But it
Frisco.
just kind of like at that point, it just broke for you, right? And it's like,
Yeah,
oh, I see.
yeah.
There's
I
no
was like,
reason to actually pay attention
I,
to this.
I used to look forward to playing football, to being that star. You know how everybody, how Kobe Bryant wanted to be the best. I
Yeah.
was going to be the best. I had that in my heart, like, going to be the best. I am the best. No one can stop me here. No one can stop me in power. I wonder if
Hey,
American kids are
what are you?
strong. I
What
wonder if those black
that
people are
being the
strong.
case, everything that you just said, Bong, what are you the best at now?
Dad, I don't know, not really dad.
Dude,
Maybe.
I
don't know. I'm the
I
best
wanted
dad,
you to
dude.
say that. You're right. I think you're probably a good dad. So yeah. See, you immediately said
That's
being
what
a
I
good
figured.
dad.
Yeah,
Boom.
that's what I was like, well, I can always be the best dad that I can be.
Yeah, I like it,
I
man. I
think
like
because I like that King David. I used to admire that guy, and I realized, man, this guy's a shit dad, dude. Like,
it.
I would never want to be his son. I mean,
I mean,
that's kind of
just
tough. Why am I
someone that's
saying this about him?
successful. You know,
Stop
I
saying.
mean, anyone that has, like, I can. If you ask my son, he's probably going to say I wasn't the best dad, but
I'm not the
you
best
said,
dad, but
well, I don't know. Nobody is, but
yeah,
yeah,
it's just something I
but you
say and it
always
makes me
want
feel bad.
that. You want to be the best dad. When you have children, you want to be the best dad. That's
It's something we should all try to strive
yeah,
for.
of course. But yeah,
Best mom, best
I
dad, best
appreciate you
grandma,
sharing
best
that, man. I
whatever,
appreciate you
uncle.
sharing that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well,
I didn't even know that you were a
sports
running back,
is
bro. I would love to see you
that,
play, be a running back. Do you have any videos of you play?
bro. Don't ask. It's too
Okay, I
painful.
won't.
It's too painful. I mean, the memories. It's too long ago. I don't want to think
I
about it.
want to see you freaking bust through
Because
the
it was really
line. I want to
traumatic.
see you bust through the line, though, bro. I
It
ain't gonna
was really drama because a lot of American kids, Samoan kids, made it into the NFL as they should because they're very athletic. And I was that one that everyone talks shit about. Oh, here he comes, fucking too good for us. Psst. So how's Australia? I mean, fuck you, bitch. Fucking knock you.
Dude,
I get that all the
I'd
time.
love
Oh,
to
look at
see
this
some of
guy.
you. I'd love to see
Fucking
some
guy
bits.
fucks off to Australia and comes back. So how's your football
Oh, so
career?
you're a punk because
How's
you
your
went to
naval career? I
America,
mean, sorry,
Australia, back to Samoa, and
yeah, I
so
went
you're
back.
the
You
punk
know what they
ass
said?
kid.
Well, I went to visit my friend and I bought him a bottle. I know he drinks. I bought him a nice Jack Daniels bottle from here, and he's like, "Our friend from America, Amerigo." I was like, "Australia, bitch!" Like, what the? Oh, Australia! I was like, dude, like, yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't know the difference.
Dude, after talking to you,
Yeah.
I've looked up, where American Samoa is and stuff, Google Maps, and that shit is way fuck out there.
No. You guys are way the fuck out there. Okay,
No,
we're not way the fuck out here. You're way the fuck out there. Like, what's up with all this land and shit? Like, what the fuck? Where's the ocean? Like, this is weird. What? Like, more land than ocean? This is fucking weird. I'm going back home. Fuck this
oh,
place.
I can imagine you could feel that way, but
How's it cold?
growing up in Samoa.
What are these seasons? Holy shit! Is that ice falling from the sky? What the fuck? Why? These are seasons, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, you lived in Southern California for a while, but that's not America either.
Well, imagine if we didn't have TV, right? If we didn't have all the information that we have now about, imagine what I would have thought if I came to a place like America and it started snowing. I'd be like, what the fuck? We're done. It's the end of the world.
Well, you
No,
never
dude.
experienced. Wait, let
If
me
you
let me
didn't,
ask
never,
you this,
yeah.
Bong. Have you ever experienced snow in your life ever?
Well, of course, I was in the Navy. Duh, remember I told you?
Oh yeah. You while you were in the Navy, yeah, that's the only
Yeah.
time.
Well, it's not just snow. It's freaking the coldest fucking Chicago snow and goddamn Connecticut snow. It's like,
Oh, so you've been across America. So
yeah. I've been, but not to the coldest place. I heard Russia was colder and Canada, maybe Alaska.
Shit, even Arkansas gets fucking cold
Yeah.
sometimes, man.
Oh,
It gets below
I mean, the
zero.
desert gets cold at night. Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. So anyway, I just wasn't sure if I guess if you hadn't joined the Navy, you would never have experienced those cold.
What are you talking
that
about?
type of
I
cold.
told you I was gonna join the NFL. I would have fucking played for some. I would have been somewhere with snow.
Maybe, yeah, I guess so.
I don't know what I would have done if I didn't join the Navy.
What's the? But it never gets like that in
I wanted to be
Samoa
a
does
SEAL.
it.
I wanted to be a Navy SEAL, dude.
Well, I mean, does the weather ever turn that cold in Samoa?
There's only in the tropics. There's only 2 seasons. There's the wet season, which is around say December, January, February, and March-ish. Yeah, that's the wet season.
So
That's
it's
the
wet
cyclone
and
season as
dry.
well. Well, it's the cyclone season. Yeah, wet season starts around November-ish. November,
So,
December. Yeah, so
you
6
guys
months
get
wet, 6 months dry.
cyclones like hurricanes in Florida. You get
Cyclones is around
cyclones.
December. Yeah, December, January. Yeah, around that time is cyclone season.
Interesting.
So if you've got crops, it might get wiped out. So it's not a place for like fucking farming all kind of, you can farm. You got to do something called permaculture. Where you mix it up, where you kind of do the natural, whatever is naturally growing there. It's almost like a forest of fruit trees or, of nut trees. It's a mixture where everything kind of, you know what I mean? Instead of growing one batch of
Yeah.
something and then one cyclone just wipes everything out. Yeah, that's what there's a lot of problems in the tropics, areas have where they have cyclones. But that's just agriculture, which is
No,
very important.
you're good.
Because,
Yeah,
people
it's
got to
just
eat,
really,
right?
if
Black pepper used to be grown in New Guinea, and then boom, one big cyclone wiped out most of the supply for black pepper of the world, gourmet variety. So I thought of growing black pepper, but then fucking 19 bullshit pandemonium. I was like, up here, goddamn bullshit mask wearing, face hiding, no face, NPC, mouse breathing, knuckle
there's too many
dragging.
mouth breathers out here. We have no idea.
I don't know how long
I
this
get
word
you. I
is.
get you, Bong.
It's like
Too
the
many
longest word.
fucking mouth breathers. All right.
Yeah,
Wasn't
man.
my
So,
question, but I totally get what you're saying. Anyway,
but church, like accepting that church was bullshit was like one of the biggest things. It's like, gosh, are all these organized churches like Freemason?
well, how
It's
far?
only
How
after I
deep?
learned about Freemason that
Should
I
we
knew
actually start
that was
talking
all
about
bullshit.
that now, Bong? I
Well, it's
mean,
all
it's
connected to
not.
flat Earth.
I know it is, but
We're trying to expose something, right? That
it's
these
just me
people
and
set
you
up.
talking right now. Does anyone else want to talk? Bong, seriously,
Oh,
this is about to turn somewhere that I was asking
we
you
can't talk
about
about
Samoa.
Freemasons? Oh, yeah. Dude, well, they're there too, man. That's the thing. My grandmother told me about it in the early 2000s on the phone, and I thought she was crazy. Satan worshippers.
Yeah,
Like,
this is the part that almost brings me to tears, But that's it's
all about
like
my grandmother,
we
man.
have to baby steps, man.
She taught me the Bible, right? And she loves reading the Bible. But then she saw what these people were because the Bible told her. She recognized it because she read the Bible and understood it for what it is. And she's the one that taught me how to read the Bible. I mean, she'll sit me and my sister down every evening before we can go swimming and read the Bible. So we started with Genesis and worked our way through like
Well,
a
let me
chapter.
ask you something on that point before you continue. Your grandmother was introduced to the gospel by Americans.
Yes, and our king was converted first. See, he went first. The school was set up in Western Samoa. It was called Malua. And then the king went to see because it had to do with religion, and I mean with the gods. See, that's what I'm saying. It has to do with God, right? With all
That's why. Yeah,
cultures. So
go ahead.
Because the king, right? The king is a direct descendant of our God, which is of the Samoans, which is Tangaloa, just like the Pharaoh. Okay, so his power, his real power, is mana. It's what controls the whole South Pacific trade system, the triangle.
Did you say
Fiji, Tonga,
mana?
Samoa.
Mana?
Mana. Yeah, that is the mana is a Samoan word. The word
It's
mana comes from
food.
Samoa.
That's
It
food.
comes from Samoa. Yeah. No, mana is supernatural power.
Yeah, it's spiritual food.
No, it's supernatural power, like
Well, I
demons,
guess
God,
same thing.
angels.
I guess.
No, spiritual food is words, you know. That's words. Those are words.
Well,
Right?
maybe.
So the manna, you know, so it's
Go
a
ahead.
word for him to.
Continue. I
So
didn't want to.
they heard about this God, Jesus, right? The new God. So he goes over there, comes back. He's a converted. He's a Christian, and he puts away the throne and says, "Stop bowing to me," because people kept bowing to him. He's like, "Please don't do that anymore." The new king, right? We have a new king, which is the king. See, this is why I thought about it too. Like, why should I believe the Jews' God? But you know, I did my actual search. You know, look for, and I came back. Well, this seems to be the only God I really agree with, and the king did give an order that this is the new king. So in Psalm 1, the pastor sits in the king's throne because he represents God, but they're doing it in a ritualistic, heathenistic way. Okay, like that's unbiblical. So it's demonic. It's demonic because they invite spirits is not the spirit
Well,
of God.
wait.
And it
What do you mean
oppresses
by
the church and the culture, oppress the people, and the people are crying out. And nobody gives a shit. So how do you do that? How do you help people who are being oppressed by their own
What I'm
culture and mix
asking?
with the
What do you mean
church
by
and the
hedonism? What do you mean
well,
by
see, it's
hedonism?
heathens. You know the old Samoa where so the idea of Samoa, you know, I think most cultures, right, is when they have a meeting, right? There's a meeting where the chiefs come and meet. Okay, they say there are certain seats of power in like in all meetings, right? But the highest seat goes to God, okay, to the man or the king, okay, the king, like Pharaoh.
Wrong.
This is he has a
What do
seat
you mean
in
by hedonism?
I'm not
Hedonistic.
heathens, like
Oh,
heathens,
heathenistic, not
heathen,
hedon.
not hedon. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I
Okay.
have a bad
Well, I guess I'm thinking
pronunciation.
of
I don't
something
even
different.
know if heathenism is a word. I just added the ism.
No, I know what heathen means. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Continue.
so what basically all they did was replace the king with the pastor, the representative of God. But they continue to consult the spirits, that is not the spirit of God, through a ritual called the kava ceremony, where they drink, you know, the kava, you know, when you see it, you know. So the drinking is pouring libation. The kava root, right? It causes it's almost like being drunk, but it's kind of nice, you know, like it makes you feel a little, you know. So and it invites the spirits, and they pour libations out to the gods. So the spirits being invited makes it sacred. So you see what I'm saying now? Like it's
I
still the
do,
same
but
demons and the same
I'm kind
spirits,
of
but not.
curious about
It's mixing it together.
how
It's
would
mixing it.
someone
It's the
well
same way Christmas and the Bible is being mixed, right?
exactly. Hold on, Bond.
Yeah,
can you let me
yeah.
say something? How would any type of what you're talking about, you know, with heathenism, what you're saying, you know,
It's the
which comes
practice.
from
It's of
hold
the Samoan
on,
people.
bro,
Oh, sorry.
from
Go ahead.
Northern Europe be introduced in Samoa? How was that introduced in
With the
Samoa
missionaries, yeah.
all the way across the world?
With the missionaries, the London Missionary Society. That's the name of the church. That's the church that the whole culture has been integrated with, right? Integrated into the
So
culture.
was that Christianity or
Yes,
uh,
Christianity. It is
oh, okay.
Christianity. Yeah, but
Okay.
it's mixed with the Samoan culture, so it's not really Christianity because there's also the money aspect, right? The way the ceremonies and everything is performed, money is not a thing, right? Like what is exchanged are goods, but now that money is involved, it taxes like the people need money to survive. So it's not the same thing as bringing in the goods. Bringing in goods, you know, you just have to farm it. But the way it's being used, you know, today with money, people don't have any money. You know, families are crying out, and some families are starving, and families barely eat. See their own culture because of the culture, the money, and the church being put together, right? Things. So it's like introducing poison into a system. You know what I mean? That doesn't work well with money and this.
Dude,
You
we
either
all
do
know it. We all know what the United
be-
States did
because
to the world. We already
well
know.
because I asked Helio, I was like, well, if I'm gonna choose to follow the Bible or the God of Abraham, then I have to drop all this Samoan stuff, right? Well, not all the other stuff, not the way
Yeah,
we live, but the
but
whole religion side of it, right?
these
And
Western people told
adopt.
you have to drop it. That's
Well,
what
no,
they
it's not.
told you.
It's not those people that are. See, me reading, because I reasoned, if the creator of this world, this earth of my life, is this God of Abraham, okay, then his way of doing things is the culture, right? Culture of the
And I'll tell
creator,
you what,
right?
Paul, the reason I was asking if you were saying heathenism or hedonism is
Mm.
because hedonism would come from the Greeks, right?
What is
This
hedonism? I
that's
forget.
yeah, it's the Greek culture. See, that's a big difference, with
Yeah. I meant,
everything. So that's
when
why I
I
was
say
curious.
heathenism, I mean anything outside of Abraham's God's culture. Because
Yeah, but that
I saw
that
it
I
like
mean, the source is from the same general area, whether hedonism or
yeah.
well, the heathenism would come from Northern Europe. That's why I was just curious about that.
But I noticed not a lot of people were like, like all the churches I watched on TV, like the Baptist, Pentecostals, all the Jehovah's Witnesses. Like I noticed none of those
Sure, it's
churches
easy to
practice
just go ahead and just
are well, they all have doctrines and they're all are recognized by the state. There's all this crap that goes with it. And I was like, but I don't think any of those churches can be considered the real church because it's supposed to be a spiritual church, not and all these churches are teaching and dividing
no.
people and causing
Yeah,
all
I
these
totally get
weird,
that. Yep, totally
weird
get that.
interactions. Yeah.
Dude, I was a freaking
uh,
Pentecostal for a long time, so
Yeah. And my dad's a pastor, and I was taught all that stuff. But when I read the Bible, it's like what the Bible says doesn't say anything about Christmas. Why do you recognize, and they get upset. We got to go along to get along. He's like, well, okay, what about the Sabbath? At least keep the Sabbath, right? Oh, come on. I was like, oh my God. I just face palm myself like, nah, I'm walking away from all this. Like, I'm done. Bye.
well, it's like
It's
when
like,
you actually can. There's so much truth in the
bullshit. There's been
Bible,
bullshit for such
but
a long time.
the religions that are built on the Bible, they're not actually true. The
Well,
Bible is true, but religions aren't. Of course.
exactly. Well, the Bible even says, God says in the Bible that if you want true religion, go feed. He said, this is true religion. He said, like,
Yeah,
stop
true
doing that shit you're doing. He
religion
said, go feed the
and
hungry.
yeah,
Yeah, and the
undefiled. Yep,
poor. And he said, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he said,
truly.
how's the orphans and the widows? He said, go help those people if you want true religion. That's what he said.
So
Right?
what?
God
I mean,
said
what
that.
are we supposed to do with
He said,
churches?
if you want a religion,
That's
go. He
funny.
said, if you want to practice a religion, then go do these things. That's true religion. He said that. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do, right? He said, I'd
You
rather
know
you
what?
go do those things
Also
than
said
bring me your
true
gifts, right? Your
religion and
stinky
undefiled.
gifts.
Isn't that? I think that's in. No, I was gonna say it's in the
But
Book of
that's not what
James.
churches do, especially not in Samoa. See what the
No, no.
churches do in Samoa is the exact
Oh, yeah,
opposite.
but they
They
don't do it in
save
America
and
either. I
persecute,
mean, they just build religions.
oppress people, and use the Bible, and they steal, and the pastors are
Well, they
living
utilize
like in
government as
mansions
well.
and
They utilize government to avoid paying
exactly.
taxes and use
Oh,
power.
exactly.
It's insane.
And now it's a see that church I told you about, the big one. Now it's a law, it's a rule that pastors should not work. Pastors are not allowed to have a job that they're supposed to get all their income from. It's illegal for them to work to
Oh
have a
well,
job.
hey, even
When
New
it's supposed to be the
Testament preachers
opposite.
or whatever. Yeah, sure. Well, it was the same way in the old quote unquote law. In the Torah or whatever. All of that.
I,
It's like that was the tribe of
I saw
Judah.
I saw a
It
church
doesn't. I mean, it's like people
in
sometimes
LA
think we don't understand about this.
and
It's just a weird thing.
in
Or
LA, in LA, one of the churches had a fundraiser, barbecue, selling stuff like a Samoan church. and then there's like a homeless couple that lives down the street, like, you know, of the church where they're having the barbecue. And then after they had the fundraiser, guess what they did with the money? They went to Six Flags. Six Flags, eh? You know, like this, the 666 flag.
Is there a Six Flags
Magic,
in Samoa?
Magic Mountain. No, this is in LA. Magic
Oh,
Mountain.
in
So look at
LA.
what they did. So look at what this church does, right? They hold a fundraiser, not to give that couple that's the homeless couple that lives down the street a place to stay, right? But so they can go to Satan's playground entertainment. Six Flags Magic Mountain. So they can go there. This is what the church does, right? This is what they do. Oh yeah, and the leader of that church drives a white
if
white Mustang convertible
I'll
in
tell you
LA.
what about
Like, what a bitch.
the Gospels and even
Fucking
through the
Branson.
Torah, the books of the Old
churches.
Testament, it should be taught properly. But yeah, these churches are, the modern churches are.
Yeah, and all Samoan
I mean,
churches,
I'll tell you
rich
what,
people.
I would never have learned this knowledge without the churches. But once I started understanding it, I was like, well, why aren't you
can
following this? You
If
know?
you see a rich Samoan, if you see a rich Samoan, it's probably a pastor. I mean, he's probably got a big church. Like, I'm telling you, man, these
I mean,
fucks.
I was born and raised as a Catholic, but I left the Catholic Church when I graduated high school.
I'm not. Yeah, that's how bad some of these.
Yeah, it's not
I mean, think
bad.
about the super churches. Think about like Benny Hinn and people like that. They're
Oh,
like an
Benny Hinn's a
example
piece
to
of
these
shit.
people.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. You know,
I
fucking
actually
with
went
jet
to a
planes
Benny
and
Hinn
shit.
conference one time, and I unfortunately took my son. He was probably like, "Dad, you're off the rails, bro."
That's what ruined it for Flat Earth, dude. Because he took him to a Benny Hinn, and now he thinks
Yeah,
Flat
he
Earth
was
is
probably like,
something.
"You're fucking off the rails."
Another
But
crazy
anyway,
thing.
so that was in Memphis. Boom, Memphis pyramid. Bing. Anyway, so that was a long time ago. Yeah, that was a long freaking time. But yeah, yeah, it's just I'm just like, do you think that the church is a good place to learn about the gospel? The truth, the gospel is the good news, right? The truth about everything. It's not a place.
No, the good news has to
The
do with
good
us
news,
dying.
saves you, saves your soul from dying. Now, the good
Well,
news is not your community and everything.
well, I
And
think the good news is
like,
dealing with death. You know that. You know why people are afraid to die. Oh, hey,
no. Nobody
ahead.
should be afraid to die. See, like Jesus said, "Hey, I've come to bring you the good news."
Which is
The good news is that you will never die.
if you believe and follow him.
Well, I mean, how do you believe? Do you have any
Well, you got to
function
read his
of
words, right? You got
all
to
right, so
read the things he said.
you're gonna read and understand it.
Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. That's all. And Revelation, maybe, if you want. But I'd rather read the whole New
That's fine.
Testament.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can talk about that all night
The
long.
new agreement with God.
And we may or may not disagree on certain points about that. But
And his son is the mediator, the agency, the representative of, as well as our representative in these kingdoms here on earth. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they
kingdoms, are you
recognize
talking
that.
about one kingdom or multiple kingdoms?
Talking about the United States, Australia, like there's a name there, right? And you have to get things using that name, right? But when it comes to your body, right? They don't have any jurisdiction on over that because not only is
You
your
know why?
body,
You know why?
yeah,
Because you individually have jurisdiction over your own spirit and your mind.
Well, I was gonna say that your new, because so instead of you being a part of this of these kingdoms here on earth, like America, so saying you are a part of the kingdom that Jesus said he brought down, that he is the kingdom. The kingdom has come, right? And the kingdom is here, which is created, which you can call the church or the bride.
That's what I was saying. He said that when
Yeah.
he introduced that kingdom to the earth.
Yes. So when I think about being reborn or born again, baptism, it's about the old man or your old way of thinking is you have to kind of put that aside. Your will, your jurisdiction over yourself, right? You have to put that man has to die because we're gonna die physically anyways, right? So that man may as well die now, and the body that's living, right, still alive,
Let
and
me
lives.
ask you.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. The living body now, remember that's what baptism symbolism is when you come back out, the new creation, right? Which is now living a different way, which is the way, that Jesus lived. So in that way, you are now a follower, right? He said, I have washed their feet, therefore wash each other's feet. It's like a servant, like serving one another, it's not the idea of being a slave, right? But
No, of
look,
course not.
if there's a kingdom, then there's a king. If you're an American, the president is probably your king. But if you're not that, if you're part of another kingdom, which is the kingdom of Jesus is, and it's the king Yeshua, I'm trying to get used to calling him that, is, then he becomes the king and you become the servant of the king, just like any kingdom. Does that work?
That sort of works, but I won't necessarily go into as much as I think about that. But
All right, so give me an example.
This part of it is
right. So what's an example?
What you just
Yep.
elaborated on was exactly exactly right. So we have discovered a part of humanity, what we experience ourselves. We move through this process. Now let me ask you this, Bong, and this is what I was going to ask you when I was trying to really interrupt you before. Do you think time is involved in this process?
I don't know. I mean, when you say time, I don't even know what
No,
you
I mean,
like.
we're aging, right? You have an age of people who's
Well,
like,
this is
happy fucking birthday. No, birthdays aren't happy to
that's
me.
another big thing I used to think about was this thing about aging and time. And I realized that aging or time doesn't exist. Okay, that's the first thing I realized.
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
such thing as time passing. Okay, there's only the sun moving in the sky. We use that to measure how long we live, which put a magnifying glass on this thing called life and
Well,
death.
hold on,
Right?
Bong. So how when we're
Yep.
observing this, hold on. While
Yep.
we're observing this and the way we think about it, and we're calling bullshit on Einstein's idea, how is this different than that?
Exactly.
No,
It's not.
he's throwing
Exactly.
shitloads of chalk, chalk on the chalkboard.
Right. When I first heard about Einstein, when I first understood Einstein's ideas in high school, I was so it was so strange to me, right? Because I tried imagining riding a light beam, and I was like, why? What? Like, what am I riding and why? Like, I don't get it. Like, I can ride a wave, in a wave, in the ocean,
Well,
right?
it's
I can
really,
ride a
it's
surfboard,
like
right?
it's kind of like
But when it,
you've met people that aren't
and
spiritual.
space time, look, space time, like my physics teacher was like, I guess that's why she gave me a good grade. But yeah, I was
Yeah,
like,
but it's like I
can you
can tell
explain
you're
space
smart,
time?
but I just really don't get you.
Kind of get gravity, but what is space time? And she's like looking at me like I'm being a smartass, right? I was like, I'm not because they're showing me a weave, you know, a piece of cloth, and they're putting a ball in there, and they're saying this is space time, and it's spinning. But in my mind, right, in my mind, a ball spins, and it's pulling all. Pretend the space time is water, okay, and you're spinning this ball in the water, and it's taking all the water with it. The water stuck to it, and it's twisting and warping it. In my mind, that's what gravity is
It
doing as
sounds
it,
like bullshit,
right?
right? So it's
Right, well,
like,
that's in
Well,
my mind. I'm visualizing that. But when they show
but
me
it
this
might
cloth
as
and the
well
ball on
be.
it, I
It
was like,
might
"Get the
as
fuck
well
out of
be,
here!"
right?
It's like,
It might
who
as
came
well
up
be.
with that? Why is that why is that the example? I hated that example. Every time they showed it on Discovery Channel, I get this in my heart, like I was like, turn the channel, turn the channel, turn the channel. Oh, cool. And now
Turn
it
the
happens. Right, and you know what? Now the double slit experiment. Whenever I hear that refraction, when I hear refraction and curved level being curved, like these are the things that really like. Shut up! Stop talking!
Hey,
Enough!
as an adult, Bong, though,
Can I bust in there
us
real
as
quick, please?
adults, hold on, us as adults, we don't have to accept that nonsense anymore as an explanation for
Oh,
that nonsense. You know,
I was
for
gonna kill
refraction or
people in the goddamn military. I was gonna be a fucking super fucking trained hired murderer, and I didn't even know it. When I realized that, man, what this horror came over me, like. Oh my God, God saved my life. Because one, I would have been dead, and two, like, what the fuck? This is why people are traumatized when they come back from war, and nobody
actually,
fucking believes them because everybody's fucking brainwashed, walking around staring at their goddamn. You know what I mean?
I think people make life more complicated because they're pompous and proud of something they have nothing to do with. This is the gift that God gave us. Life.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I
You
mean. Like,
fucking pricks are so pompous and you don't even understand that this is the gift of life. You don't even
but,
realize
but
how the pompous pricks at the top have utilized the invention of God to manipulate you lower class freaking everything.
every, everything dies, dude. Like, I noticed that
I know
everything
everything
dies, and
dies.
and this thing we call aging, right, and dying. We observe it and experience it, the trees, the animals do, right? And we measure it using this light in the sky, right? We notice that, hey, the stuff that's moving in the sky is moving with such perfect precision and accuracy that it would be wise to
But
record
is that
to
time? Is that
record,
time
right?
though, Bong? Is that time?
Well, think about it. The reason why we can tell how old any of us is because we know how long a year is, right? We know how long a year is, and we know how long a year is because we had to observe it. So at one point, somebody must have noticed it and started noting it down, or somebody, some spirit must have told them. But
No, no,
that's the
nobody,
beginning
no
of this
spirit. Actually,
measuring.
this is a
Well,
notation.
okay. Well, the point is, if things didn't die, right? I was like, why do things die? Like life seems to have this beautiful you know, pattern of growing and expanding, but why and when do things die? Then you look into biology and chemistry
In
and
my
all this crap.
opinion, and I'm going to say this, and everybody's going to give me shit probably, but humans, they die physically, but they never die. They're just as much a part of this.
That's not what I mean. You know
No,
what I
I'm
mean.
just saying. I'm saying
Look,
this.
look, look.
I'm not. You don't have to
Listen,
agree with me.
listen,
I'm just saying
look, I haven't been
you
sleeping. Look,
you
bro, if I
might
get stressed out,
die, but I'm as much a part of the universe
what I'm
as a
saying is,
freaking a
listen. Life
flower.
is too short, right? There's like when we observe the physics of the world that we live in. Okay, we recognize a beauty, a knowledge, a creator, a mind that made us. And we look at our own mortalities, but our own potential as well, and how short of a time we have. Like when I read the Bible in the past, people used to live hundreds of years. If you died at 100, it was a tragedy. So when you think about what they knew, because they had lifespans, hundreds of years, and could know so much more and build so much more than we can. Yet we only have 80 years if we're lucky, 100 years. So what I'm saying is that's the bad news, right? The good news, I mean, the bad news is that we die. The good news is that because learning has to probably have an end or no end, you know. And if this is
Might
if
as well
learning
be.
things
Might as
more
well be
if
that way.
yeah, if learning the physics and the science of things is awesome and develops technology and
I'll
all
tell
these
you what
things,
though, Bong.
yeah,
Like their idea about the Big Bang and friggin' 14.5 billion years. They're really short story. But check this out. They have this short story of 14.5 billion years. That shit, they just made that shit up in the past 200 years. When prior to that, Earth existed the way it did without their bullshit arguments. So, yeah, I mean, give us your 200-year-old argument, you know, based on, you know, thousands of what we don't even know what Earth is. And you're going to give us,
I
150,
wanna
200-year-old argument and say, well, we definitely know that the Earth is 14 and a half fucking billion
well
years
look,
old. That's retarded.
you know, I wanted to master the piano, the guitar, singing. I want to try mastering singing. I want to master building a house, a lot of things. But there's not enough time to do any of that stuff, and that, you know, that's what's sad about it, right? It's like, why do you want to do any of that anyways? You're gonna die one day, right? So, but the point is, you know, the cross, the message of the cross and the blood redeeming. Because I think everything dies because of sin. That's why I think everything dies.
That actually
But
makes
but
more
but
sense than their bullshit story about the Big Bang.
right, and because everything dies because of sin, to me, the blood redeems us back, you know, from death. You know, death was this thing that was this. The wages of sin is death, right? So because we lived, we sin because we are alive, but God allowed it so that He can um, pick or weed out the you know what I mean, the real from the people who would choose against
Dude,
His rule.
that story is a story of courage.
Right, and
You can
choice.
know who you are. Choice. It's like boom,
Right.
we're
And I
right
was
here.
like, exactly. And that's why I mean, this kingdom you can be a part of and have an and identify with the creator himself. See
Yep.
these people who put their thing on the dollar bill, you know, worship the
I mean,
prince of darkness,
where with their
you know?
story, it's like you happened on accident.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
So it's the enemy of you of our enemy, right? This
It's our
kingdom
friend, right? No, it's not
is
our
our
friend.
friend. Well, the enemy of our enemy is our friend in this case, because
It might as well be,
Yeshua
right?
said, well,
It's
it
a
is,
it's
like
an
100%
assurance
is.
that you can actually know who you are.
Just like we're the enemy of the government, you know, flat earthers,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
they
we
straw
get a
man
lot of
us, the
ridicule. We
propaganda.
get a lot of ridicule
Yeah,
in public,
and the church does that, and that's what the church is, and that's what the
even
Pope
from
is.
the church.
Straw man,
Yep.
to straw man God and make people hate God, you know, by misrepresenting God to the people, incorporating all these heathenistic, you know, it's not even not the guy. It's not even anything to do with God anymore. It's just their own practice of their own gods. They worship
Because
the sun, moon, and stars.
they actually believe the other nonsense, the same thing that the world
Amazing.
believes.
They don't.
When
Yeah.
when the Bible says that God created the earth, all these quote unquote Christians are believing,
Big
and
Bang.
Muslims on the same side, even Muslims here, you know, there's a lot of Muslims here in the server. They know that most Muslims think that the earth is a globe. That's not what the freaking scriptures say.
Yeah.
Doesn't say that the earth is a globe at
It doesn't
all.
say it took 7,000 years. It says 7 days.
It doesn't even actually, 7 days, right, exactly. So one day to me is I see the sun rise, I see the sun set, see it rise again, that's the second day. Why are you going to make it say something that it doesn't say?
Because they're evil. They follow the doctrines
I
of
mean,
demons.
Christians and Muslims can agree on that.
Well, that's why I don't believe any of these churches are real. If any of these churches are something that's put there by the state, then it's probably bullshit because it's got doctrines in it. The Bible should be the only doctrine. If there's any, like I mean, Jesus' words are pretty good, in my opinion. I think that's
Pretty good. I think they're great.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. I mean, yeah, you won't go wrong. Yeah, just say the blood. What do you mean the blood?
I mean, just Matthew chapter 5. Just read that, and then you're pretty much set.
Lamb. See, these two titles are cool, man. I always think about them. It's almost like the duality thing. This is why I laugh at the Freemasons, copycats. The Lamb of God also is the Lion of Judah. About that. Isn't that awesome? Lamb of God. What does that mean? That was slain, you know what I mean, for our sins, for you and me. And then the Lion of Judah is the King. Isn't that cool? Isn't that see the opposites there, but they're the same thing.
Quite aware.
Anyway, titles. I'm just like he's got some pretty cool titles, man. Like Lord, like who else can claim this title? King of Kings or Lord of Lords. Like who else do you know has ever can claim that title? Any other gods you know of?
If you stand in front of a king and claim that you're a Lord of Lords, then you might have a problem with that Lord.
Well, King of Kings then. But you know what I mean.
All right, a king.
In my language,
you stand in front of a king and say, "Hey, I'm not claiming I'm the King of Kings, but what I'm saying about me, more than likely, you're going to find out eventually that I'm the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords."
Who, you?
Well, you're going to have to ask your mom about that one. I don't even know.
Your mom.
I mean, this is what Jesus said. He's like, "What are you saying?" It was like when Pontius Pilate asked him, so are
I
you
thought you were doing a
saying
yo mama joke at me.
you're the son of God? He's like, "No, you said that."
Yep. They're like, they don't know
Amen.
what to say, man. That's why they killed him. That's why they hated him so much because they knew what he was saying.
They wouldn't get it. They could not catch him on anything. And
Yeah.
even with some of those questions, he said,
Yeah.
"Are you saying you're the son of God?" And he's like, "No, you
That's the
said
only
that."
reason that they dragged him into court, and Rome was like, "What? WTF? This is your like what the hell? Like, why are you bringing this to us? This is your bullshit, your culture. You deal with it. It's like it's like us taking a Samoan problem to the fucking to the American courtroom. Like they're going to know anything about how Samoan culture works or why you know what I mean? It's like it's not something for them to decide. And yet it was the reason why he was crucified. Like because you know what Rome had to do? He said, okay, here's a litmus test for these dumbasses, these people. Here's a murderer and a rapist, okay, and here's Jesus. Okay, which one do you want me to release? And they yelled out to release the murderer and the rapist.
Yep.
And He washed his hands, probably did a big ass face palm and walked away. Like, these people are fucking stupid. Fuck this. I'm not dealing with this crap. Just whatever. Fuck it. These people are stupid. I'm not fucking with these people. You want me to release a goddamn rapist? I mean, how would that make you feel if you knew that this man
Dude,
was
everyone. I
innocent
mean,
and these
since
fucking
then,
dumbass
if
crowd
that was a
were fucking
historical
demanding
thing,
the death, the release
I
of a
mean,
fucking murderer,
yeah,
right? And to put to death
and
an innocent
with
man.
that historical narrative, that if you understand
Imagine
it
the
completely.
headlines on fucking Twitter if that
I
happened.
know, but yeah, this is 2,000
Fucking
years ago, right? So it's like, oh,
fucking
that's just
hey,
a story,
what
but
the
it's
fuck
a
is going on in Rome, man?
amazing story. Hey,
Fucking
Bong,
Jews, man.
have
I
you
don't
seen The
fucking know.
Chosen, the TV show, The Chosen?
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's like, yeah, I cried. You're right. I was like, okay, good.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh, cool. They did it.
Dude, I mean,
So
season
cool.
3 is probably gonna come out soon. It's just
I
like,
cried when I watched The Passion in the movie theater, dude. I cried and I went and sat in the car
Passion
and
of the Christ,
covered my face like, oh, what
Gibson.
the hell did I just watch?
I know it's like,
Fucking shouldn't watch this shit. I should
it's
probably
like
go
when I
home and read
watched
my
I
Bible.
watched the Passion of the Christ in the movie theater, and I freaking
Dude,
bawled.
those fucking I was like, you only read about it, but when you see details of how Rome really was, and when you try to imagine
Hey,
the details,
but check
that's
that.
why I
The
researched.
reason,
See, this
the
is why I
reason,
researched like the Roman Empire and how they did shit. The Inquisition, all the
no,
fucking
sure,
torture
but
shit, and the
the
CIA.
story, the
They do that shit.
story, the story is the point, right? When you read the Bible and you read like the New Testament and everything, and how it affects Christians, and what this should be, this is the story of your life. Now, you could choose to just totally discount the Bible and say, I got my own life. But being raised as a Christian, I just can't. I can't discount this. I'm not
Well,
a
look,
Jew. I'm not
it's
a
not that
Jew. I'm not a Jew.
you don't.
I
I
have
think
no
I think it
no
doesn't. I
freaking
think it doesn't
Jewish
matter what
influence.
your culture is or what your
Yeah,
religion is. So I think
yeah.
when you understand the message of the Bible, the cross, you're going to recognize that if this is the creator of the earth, of me, right, then this should be the culture that I should be following. Because I was like, so what, you're gonna be a Jew? So you're gonna go practice Hanukkah and all that stuff? I was like, no, I just need to, believe Jesus because I'm a Gentile. And I don't think it matters what you are, whether, I mean, if you're a Jew, then you should probably practice it because you were raised and you know all the details. But I'm
Uh,
from South. Well, I don't know anything about that, right? I only read about it in the Bible.
actually, the New
Not that I
Testament
shouldn't
says
try
don't
to.
do that
I'm not
anymore.
saying that you shouldn't. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try. I think you should 100% do it, right? But I think it's enough to believe Jesus. You know what I mean?
Well,
He's what happened. The message.
believe
That's the good
believe
news.
what
The
you feel in your
gospel.
heart.
Yeah.
Believe what you feel in your heart. I think the Bible has some of the most practical language when it comes to spiritual understanding
Look,
that
look,
anyone
man.
could ever find.
Hip hop.
Now,
Look, man.
people ridicule it, of course, just like they ridicule flat Earth or whatever, and they're just like, they just make up all kinds of crazy stuff. And even before we ever got into flat Earth, they were ridiculing the Bible long before that.
Look,
So
look,
anyway,
look, look, man. Imagine Yeshua, Son of God, right, walking around teaching people, right? And these Pharisees show up, right? Imagine now that those Pharisees are Globers, right? And Yeshua is the flat. That's how it goes
yes, she
down
was the
in my,
flat. Yeah,
and
sure,
that's how it
but
goes
it's
down in my head.
but
Or
let's not
imagine these
put the
battle
flat Earth,
rappers,
the Bible and flat Earth in the
like,
same vein,
oh,
because to be honest, I mean, flat Earth is the more obvious thing. It should
oh,
be obvious to everyone because we
of,
all live here, right?
of
But
all
also,
of
I
all
mean,
the
we also live in creation, right? I mean, and
well,
the
when you
Bible is
say create,
the most honest tome that everyone knows about for the most part. Now,
it's
I
accurate. I
wouldn't
mean, it's
say
so accurate.
in the
Yeah.
East. I mean, it's not as popular as it is in the West, but for the most
Well,
part, it's a life changing tome. that can actually show you something about spirituality that you've never thought about before.
When I looked into Buddhism, right, I agreed with a lot of things in it, but there was still that despair of death and that missing thing. So when I looked into Hinduism, reincarnation, even scientism, all the different gods, it's like, man, you know what I mean? It's not there. That hope that of that completeness, of where you come from. It answers the questions.
Yeah,
Where do we come
I
from?
agree with you on that one.
Why are we here? Yeah, what are we supposed to do? And where are we going? What's going to happen after we die? All these questions that can never be answered that are probably the most
To be
important
honest, I
questions.
haven't really looked into Hinduism that much, but but I have
But
found I've found comfort in the scriptures. That's
the amazing thing about flat Earth is it confirms the script. It confirmed the scriptures to me. I mean, even though the scriptures was the best, in my opinion, it was only after I learned about flat Earth, I was like that all doubt was removed, and I recognized that every other religion was properly. See, the globe Earth, okay, every other false god, religion, you want to call it anything you want to call it, right? Of all the countries put together, right? Contribute and also to the globe Earth. It has to do with the gods, aliens, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call it. But they all
they
have
got
that agenda.
Planet X, right?
Yeah, it's as if all these gods from all these different cultures were working together, okay, to bring forth this agenda, this idea that the gods came down a long time ago. Which if you think about the fallen angels, 200, you know what I mean, and the globe Earth, okay, they're all pointing to the globe Earth. So when this church that brought forth the globe Earth, Catholic Church, started to spread out into the world, the New World Order, especially America. Don't think
Catholic
America is not
means
controlled by the
universal.
Catholic Church. They control every country, everything, everything, science, everything you know about it, and especially what you know about God. So you know what I mean? When you take it all that into the bigger picture, it's like flat Earth confirmed the shit out of me, dude. That the Bible is 100% the God of Abraham is the enemy of all the world. So like just like Jesus said,
When you look
and that's when I
through
cried.
at
That's
least
when I
a
saw the
portion of
sign.
history that we understand where the Catholic Church came from, that there
Exactly, Rome. This is the Roman Empire that the Bible was warning us all
we
about
still
this
live
whole
under the
time.
Roman
That we
rule.
are exactly. That's what America is. And now America is Babylon, and the Statue of Liberty is the represents that. Trade. All the kings of the earth.
Hey, Bong, don't tell anybody, but you're right
came
about
to
that.
trade with her, and America trades with everyone. Like everything is
Don't
imported.
tell.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. I was like, holy crap, flat Earth, dude! Like, revealed, exposed all other religions and all other gods as false gods, and confirmed the God of the Bible as the true God to me. And that's because when I first came to flat Earth, I was like, hey, look, man, no talk about God. All right, first understand the science of geometry of the ball and how it's not. That's important. You know what I mean? I tried to keep people away. But then the question came was like, so after you convert everybody into a flat earther, then what? What will you then tell them about God? If the question is, okay, it's created, all right,
Yeah,
by who?
it's kind of like once you show someone the Earth is flat, you're gonna have to. It's like, hey, I'm an atheist, but I see
You
what you're
can't be an
saying about
atheist.
flat Earth, right?
Right.
It's like, what are you gonna do with an atheist flat earther?
See,
Oh, holy shit! I
because,
really don't know what to do.
because what do aliens become after the Earth is flat? Because they can't be coming from other planets, right? So there's these people now that are saying there's infinite planes and bubbles elsewhere, and that's where they're coming from. I was like, shut the fuck up, man. You may as well say that we're on a goddamn ball in space or on a disc or
Oh
some
god,
bullshit.
dang it,
Like
Bong!
you can't say that. Like,
You
what
insane,
can you really honestly say about
Bong! You
aliens?
almost as crazy as
No,
me. God
right?
dang.
So you know what I'm saying? It's like you have to
I
answer the
know.
question. You have to answer the question because Aleister Crowley said that the demons of the past will be the aliens of today. Now, are aliens of today that the governments and the fucking wealthy and the rulers of this world, principalities and dominions, and the prince of the bar of the air, darkness, are they working together? Is that what aliens are? And is that what we're ever? And god damn it, if it is, like, you know what I mean? Like, what else can aliens be? Because if the Earth is flat, okay, then everything becomes exposed, and that's why I
Well,
was like,
let's
"Holy
break it
shit!"
down. A lie ends.
Exactly. Then there's all these English word games, right? And then you look into the word games and the propaganda and how the
Now,
English
which lie
language.
are you most comfortable with?
No, none actually. You know, just like,
Okay,
no thanks. I'm all
and
right.
to be honest, if everyone would ask themselves that question, which lie about anything that you experience are you most comfortable with?
Um, I don't know. I've never thought of it.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to think about it. You just
About
accept.
lies? All lies are uncomfortable. I'm not
Oh, well,
comfortable
but
with any of them.
what if you don't even know that you're comfortable with
A
the
lie?
lie?
Like you don't know exactly, right? It's like which one is a lie? What is a lie? So yeah, well that's what I mean. When you think about history, like I don't like thinking about history anymore because it's like why? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
which
What
lie
matters is now.
about your life or what you understand about history through your life or what you see on the media, or which is the best lie that you're most comfortable with? I mean, it's like if you could choose the best lie, choose one that you'd be like, this is my favorite lie.
Um I don't know. I don't know. What the
Yeah,
hell?
it's
What about you?
bullshit.
What's
You don't
your
have. I'm asking it, because it's
I don't
not.
even know what the
You
hell
don't
the
have to
question
answer it.
means. How can I have
But
a favorite lie if I don't know?
no, yeah, but I'm just
I don't
saying.
like any
Hey,
lies.
like people. Oh shit!
I was thinking
I'm
about
about to
chicken
go
nuggets,
farther
but
than I
I
ever
didn't
have,
really.
but I'm not
I
going
was thinking
to
about
because.
chicken nuggets, but I was like
Oh, Chicken Little.
chicken nuggets.
Oh, I
You
thought you were
know,
talking about the skies falling. Well, never mind.
no, the chicken nuggets. I was thinking chicken nuggets that they're not real, but then I stopped eating chicken nuggets because I suspected that they weren't real anyways. I was like, it tastes funny, you know. It's like
Hey,
it's
chicken
weird.
nuggets are real. You can put them in your mouth. That's not a lie.
No, they're not real chicken.
Oh, who told you that?
I don't know. Well, when I was little, I had a feeling, and then I did some research and found a lot of shit, so I stopped eating altogether. It's like,
That's what I'm
what the
saying, bro.
fuck?
It's like,
You
what
know,
is your favorite lie?
I had
Anybody
all
in
these
here now?
instincts,
What is
and
your favorite lie that you used to
I think,
believe is true?
I don't know, the moon landing. Oh, I used to believe. I used to believe that. I used to believe a lot of lies, man. Like.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you don't have to feel bad.
I used to
Everybody's
believe,
been
especially Nazi, I
deceived
used to
by all
believe
these
Hitler
fucking
was.
crazy
I used to
weirdos.
believe Hitler killed 6 million people, but then I realized
Oh
there never
shit,
were
we're not going there,
there,
are we? Oh
and
shit,
then I
I got some
realized there
videos
never
about that
were
one.
there never were 6 million Jews ever. Like what the hell is 6 million? It's like
Okay,
the same
bon,
goddamn
bon,
number
bon,
games they
see,
use,
see,
right?
bon, 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 bon. Let's not do this.
I used to believe
Let's
that
get the channel shut down.
Christmas. I used to believe the 25th of December was the birthday of Jesus.
Who who told you that?
Again, everybody
It
that
was
might
probably
have
your
found
mom that told
TV.
you that
Well,
Jesus
nobody knew. None of
December
them
25th.
knew. Yeah,
Well,
I used to
but
believe the
when you were a
Christmas one.
kid, it was like Christmas, celebrating the
Yeah,
birth of Jesus, December 25th. Beep 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 beep. Oh, look how
and then I
amazing!
started reading. Look, man, when I was in the Navy, I read this book, right? And in this book, there were these witches today, modern day witches, that were able to revive a Greek god, right, using DNA of well, not DNA. It was a son, an
The
actual
DNA of
person that's
God.
born. No, see, yeah, the DNA of that God was in the bloodline. Okay, so and there was this kid that was born that was the actual reborn blood. I mean, Greek god of wine, wine
Oh,
and
that's
chaos,
Dionysus,
Dionysus, right? So these women
which
had
is
this
my name,
ritual they
Dennis,
performed.
right? Dennis
So the
is that
ritual,
is.
see the rituals they perform, and what this god is about revelry. It's just all this murder, rage, fucking like you lose your mind. It's like you go crazy, right? Like literally, you go mad. And they had these pine cones they use. What they do is shove it up people's asses, like really bad, on the ends of
Oh,
poles, right? Of these poles, like
sounds
pine-shaped cone spears, shove it up a person's ass, and then
robes.
they'll like tear the body apart. They had this supernatural strength. It was a book I read. I think I forget the name, Dominion or something like that. But see, the god of which is this kid. I forget his name, but Dion. Sorry, it's Dion.
Well, Dion
He grew
Dionysus.
up and eventually he became that. So there was this ritual that they used to perform in the woods. But then I come to find out that the birthday of this god, right when I did my research later, well, the way it ends is he became Dionysus, and then they fucking took the city over and fucking everything. It was like a big bloodbath orgy, apocalyptic, whatever bullshit. I read it on the boat in the Navy because I was bored. I was like, "Whoa, this is fucking
Okay,
good, bro. This book is fucking
that
good."
sounds like a cool story.
Right?
What
Then I
else?
found out later the 25th of December is the birthday of Dionysus.
Oh,
And I
there
was
you
like, "Wait a
go,
minute. Is this a
bro.
coincidence? Right? Is this a
It's not. It's not
coincidence?
a coincidence. No.
Is Jesus born on the same birthday as this guy?" And then, but the agriculture, the sun gods, whatever. And then you find out
Really?
that
So you
the
found out
Norse
that
gods.
Greek
Then you find out the Norse
Dionysus,
gods. Yes, yes.
December
Go ahead.
25th,
Yep.
is. Oh, okay, cool.
And then I found out that the Norse, the gods of the Norse, I forget. I mean, not the gods, but in the Norse, they had 12 days where they had this big sexual orgy slash feast slash where they burned the Yule log for
And
12
they
days.
call them pagans, right?
Pagans, yeah. Rome does the same thing, right? And now America does the same thing. So I put it all together and I was like, oh, and Egypt, especially Egypt, and then Babylon, all the way back to Babylon. And I was like, holy shit, the kingdoms of the world that the Bible prophesied and warns me about. This is their fucking God on the 25th of December. Holy, and then that moment.
Hey,
And the light
did you,
shines down on you, and you're like,
at which point did
I'm
you?
free.
Hey, let me ask you this, Bong. At which point did you realize that October is the 10th month, but
When I was 8.
Oct means 8?
8. Yeah, when I was 8, when we were trick or
September
treating. When we were trick or
is the
treating,
11th
dude.
month, but
We were
Sept means
the
9.
reconcile wall. Hell yeah, the reconcile wall. I was in my cousins in the mainland. We went trick or treating, and I was 8, and I was like, wait,
Why
not 8.
is
I was like,
October the 10th month? Mommy?
yeah, I was like, wait, octopus means 8. It's like, what does October mean? It means 8. Oh, it's the 10th month. It's like, just go to the next house. Like,
Yeah, bro.
and
They
then all
they
night,
all
I was
call us
like,
dumbasses as if
and
we have
all night I
never.
was like, and all night trick or treating, I was like, adults are stupid. Like, why do adults call the 10-month October, and October means 8, right? Because yeah, it's
Yeah,
like.
exactly,
But
bro.
I always thought maybe it's just one of those
And
things that
deck
happened without
December
anybody
means
noticing
December.
happening.
Deck means 10, right? But it's
Right.
the 12th
Right.
month.
Then you think about December,
Get the
and
fuck
you're like,
out of
and
here.
when you grow up in school, you're like, decimal. Wait, decimal means 10.
That's
Wait,
the
wait,
Gregorian
December.
calendar.
Wait, what does
Right.
December mean? Right? When you're in high school now, you're like, what does December mean? Oh, December means 10. Wait. And then you remember when
What
you
it
were
actually
8, and
means
you're
is
like, wait, what? And I was 8. And now that I'm like 14, I realized that even now the month December has a problem. It
What
means
it means is
now there's two
they've borrowed
right,
ancient
and now
calendars,
there's these two
ancient ideas
splinters in your brain.
to create a new calendar that is 12 months when it
Yeah.
never should have been. It should be 13
And then,
months.
and then you find out about flat Earth, right? And then all the flat earthers teach you all these other things, and then you realize
There you go.
you remember all those things that you thought about, and you're like, oh, the light happens again, but this time it's like a bigger light. Surely, this is
Like, how
the
long is
real
it
light.
going to take for humanity to actually discover this? I mean, we're kind of in
As
a.
long as it takes.
It's going to take as long as it takes, but we're here now, right? So we're going to just move on through
The rest of my life and
yeah,
yours,
probably the rest of your life and my life,
which is
and
not much left. But
hopefully, yeah, mine either. I mean, I'm halfway through my life. I might live to 100 years old, and I'm gonna still be doing the same goddamn shit that I'm doing right now. But
I doubt it. You'll probably be worried about.
I'll probably what? What do you
You'll
think I'm gonna be
probably be like, I don't know, stuck in a bed or wearing diapers. Who knows? Or in a wheelchair. I don't know.
What?
What do old
You
people
think I go
worry
to
about?
doctors to diagnose
No,
me with something?
what
Are
do
you
old people
fucking
worry about?
serious?
What do old people worry about? God damn it, dude.
I don't
8
go to
o'clock.
fucking
I want
doctors.
to
I don't get them
be loud at
doctors.
8
I don't
o'clock
give
at
them
night.
the chance to diagnose me.
You know, I live on a mountain and everybody can fucking hear me yelling about flat Earth from my backyard.
Yeah, but somebody was trying to take the piss out of me, and I'm not going to give you fucking the chance to do it.
My son came home
I'm
the other
fucking
day
here all the time. So
and said, "Dad, I can hear you from all the way at the bus stop." I said, "What?" Yeah,
hey,
you know when
I
you're
hope
yelling on the
so.
phone.
Hey, why don't you hit your speakerphone button so that the people at your fucking bus stop hear?
No, they can hear
I'm
me
going to be
yelling,
talking about this
and
bullshit
people,
about flat Earth and versus globe
and it's 8
until
o'clock at
the
night, and
day
I
that
don't want to
I
be yelling.
cannot talk about it.
Oh man,
You
no,
guys
but flat Earth
like
is
want
the
to take
bomb,
the piss
man.
out
Like
of me, I will fucking
flat
be
Earth,
doing this until the day
flat
I
Earth is flat Earth is one of those
leave
truths that
this
you know how.
current
Yeah,
understanding.
I think flat Earth at the moment for me is the truth of well, not the truth of Jesus, Yeshua is the truth, but one of those big truth bombs, the biggest truth bombs. I think is the one that puts all the other ones together. What do you call that? The thing that holds everything is the glue to all the other conspiracies. You know what I mean? It brings it all together, and it exposes science and
Well,
it helps you the Bible be true.
Bong for someone we can't know what people have known from their
The
experience, how
question
they've been brought up. We can't actually know.
question will remain:
Might or
who
not know.
created the flat Earth, the Earth that we live on? That's going to be
Well,
because
no.
science. See, the point of
Hold
science
on,
and physics.
hold on, Bong.
Go ahead, go ahead,
Somebody
go
else
ahead.
was trying to talk.
What's up, man? Yeah. I think I heard him. Go ahead. Oh, you're really low, bro. Can you come closer or?
I thought somebody was trying to talk.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with your connection. I can barely hear you. You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, just because me and Bong are just talking shit for the past freaking hour doesn't mean you can't talk.
Shit.
Please.
No, yeah.
Please
You can
interrupt
talk
us
shit.
because we can talk shit for hours.
We talking shit all night, all day. Like, talk that shit.
But it's not really talking
can't
shit. I
talk
mean, I can post links and
about the
Bong
ball.
can to post, back up our
The
what we're
glue,
talking.
man. The glue. I was saying
The glue of the
flat Earth is the
universe.
glue.
Yeah, right. The glue of the universe.
It
So
glues all the conspiracies together. Look, the question that will remain is, who created? I mean, science. When you what? Why do people study science? He did, dude. Like I was like, why? Why? What do we get out of it? Oh, we get technology, do you know, build stuff, we discover how things work. I was like, what do you mean how things work? Well, how do you discover how things work? By studying them, by observing, right? You start with observation, and then you discover the scientific method. And it's all to try to figure out the mysteries of how this beautiful, wonderful thing we call the earth or life is about. And you realize that it was created. So the question is, if there's a creator, who is the creator? And what would he have us learn and do instead of
you know what's really
trying to figure
interesting
out how
about
he did
that?
shit so we
You know
can
what's really
manipulate it,
interesting about that, Bong?
cause
It's
violence?
like, do you have any physical
Shit.
evidence that Earth is created? Right. So that would be
Of
like,
course.
hey,
Of course.
they claim that they do have.
Well, what have you ever seen a bird
evidence.
before?
Hold on, Bong. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
know this is why I knew this was gonna fire. But
Have you ever seen a daisy? A
they claim that they do have physical evidence that Earth was created at the Big Bang. You already knew I was.
Man, get the
So,
that insults my
but it's
intelligence
just
so
so
hard.
short. There's so many shorter things.
No, when you say something so ridiculous that insults people's intelligence, right? The
Well,
first
I
time,
mean,
the
this
second
is
time,
what they claim.
the third
They
time.
claim that
Yeah.
they have
Well,
physical evidence for 14.5 billion years ago.
billion years ago. Like, what did you say?
But they
14
don't.
billion?
They
With
don't.
a
They
B?
can't actually prove that the Earth was created
Are you sure it
14.5.
wasn't 14 fulfillion years ago?
It
Or
was as many. It might as well
quintillion,
be any
just a million,
fucking
1
bajillion
billion,
numbers they can come up
1
with.
million,
Might as well be that. What they claim is
million,
that
a
Earth,
million.
me as an astrophysicist knows that
14.
Earth was a dust ball
14 Google
or as a
Plex
result
million years ago.
of the Big Bang
They have
started
evidence.
spinning around
Yeah, that's
due
great.
to gravity.
Right.
Everything
Right.
started
But you don't
coalescing.
have evidence
Hey,
for a
here's what.
spinning ball.
Hold on. What
Okay,
happened with this
let's go
Earth?
deeper.
It started coalescing. These
Coalescing.
all these specks of dust started coalescing together.
Yeah, started
14 and a
conspiring.
half billion they were conspiring with each other to coalesce.
To dominate the universe.
Eventually they started to make
To form
Earth.
the biggest ball ever.
And this,
Who will be the ball
should I say more? I mean,
that brings life into
and the reason that
existence?
that flat earthers exist
Miracle
is because we just
of
don't
life.
believe their freaking
Hey, where did
nonsense
water come from,
bullshit
though?
story.
Did
I
they
mean,
tell you
the
where
only
water comes
reason
from?
that we don't think
A bunch of
that
hydrogen.
the ball Earth exists is because we don't believe
So
that
hydrogen and
bullshit
oxygen
story.
conspired. So water is a conspiracy.
Water
Right?
is definitely a conspiracy.
Yeah. Fucking hydrogen and oxygen.
No, we're not going to go into that one.
Yeah. Did you know you don't breathe only oxygen?
No.
Yeah, it depends on what's in the
That
air.
wasn't my story. God damn it. Why do you guys?
Yeah, imagine your dog farted in your room and you're just trying to get some sleep. Like, what the fuck? Turn on the fan. Goddamn dog.
See, what I was saying was their story.
You're breathing.
I gave you their story, Big Bang story. You guys are just giving other stories.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah, cool story. What more can I say? Right? One day, boom, bang, it all came to be.
Big boom, down, bow, bow, bam, biggity, pow, pow.
Because, well, that's dude. Order out of chaos. Okay, light out of darkness.
Order out of chaos, right? So
See?
it's like
The phoenix is reborn out of its ashes.
there you go.
The whole illuminating.
And
the
you know what, Bong?
universe.
You know what, Bong? A
Light.
sad part of this that will say, "Hey, even in modern science, for the most part, we know about cavemen." I mean, this idea for
All those guys that used to live in caves. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Weird.
They have this idea of about 4.5 billion years and shit like coming out of the sea, you know, or like
They
fishes.
were still monkeys, eh? I mean, apes.
Oh no, there were no fishes at that point. The fishes were in the sea,
A fish.
and then
No,
hold
fish.
on, hold the
Not fishes.
phone.
Don't say
The
fishes.
fishes
Go
were in the sea, and then they stepped out of the sea to become not sort of amphibians, and then moved on to be total mammals, right? And then eventually they became something
Total mammals?
similar
What does
to
that mean?
humans that
Well, what comes before a total mammal?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask these fucking dipshits. I really don't understand how it can fucking work.
What about reptiles? What comes before a reptile? Right before it becomes a reptile.
No, the reptiles came from birds. So what the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
what did a bird come from?
Wait, did the birds come from the water too?
I thought dinosaurs came from birds. I thought reptiles
Oh,
are.
fuck!
I
I
thought
guess we're fucked.
so. Birds are reptiles,
Goes.
or wait, yeah,
I
birds are
don't know. You're gonna
reptiles.
have to ask these fucking idiots.
Oh man,
Dude, that video is great. You know, from South Park. Who's posting that? Freaking Miguel. Yeah,
you know
that
what's cool
one.
about mammals? There's flying mammals and swimming mammals. Can't say that
Yeah,
about
exactly.
reptiles.
Well, the swimming mammals might be the manta rays. They flap their wings while they're
I'm talking
swimming.
about whales, man. I'm talking about whales. Rays are
Well,
not mammals.
whales actually breathe oxygen. They're mammals.
Manta rays are fish.
I know that. Shit.
Oh, my bad. Dolphins and whales. I was talking about
Well,
dolphins and
which part of the human species decided to just fucking walk out of the ocean?
whales. A whale, obviously. Duh. Mammals. Gosh, it's kind of obvious. Air breathers. Maybe dolphin. Who knows? Oh no, whales. Yeah, whales. Because killer whales. Because we're awesome.
Oh, the killer whales.
Because we're killer. I'm a killer whale. If I was in the ocean,
Hey, I'm
I'd
a
be
killer whale too.
Be
I'm
an
gonna kill
orca.
it. I'm gonna kill the bullshit of
Fucking eat everything.
nonsense about
Fuck everyone. King of the
evolution. I'm
fucking
gonna
ocean.
kill that shit every
Yeah,
chance I
I
get.
eat shark liver and throw away the body.
Shark
because fuck
livers.
sharks.
Fuck
Yeah.
sharks. Fuck whales.
Great white sharks, especially. They're delicious. Fucking killer whales, man. They're awesome. They even chase and kill dolphins. They have the endurance to tire out a dolphin.
Actually,
How about that?
the aquatic mammals are freaking awesome.
Beasts.
They're one of the most. Well,
smart.
you call them beasts.
Fucking smart ass, man.
They're
fucking smart.
they're so.
They are beasts. What do you mean you can call them beasts?
All right, they are beasts. Fine.
Man can be a beast if he chooses to act like one.
Well, I'm a beast.
Well, no, you're not, because
Okay,
you have a mind
I don't give
of
a
a
fuck.
man. But
Well,
if
look,
you did not,
I actually
if you
think
acted
that,
like, if you were a murderer, yeah, you'd be a
I
beast.
think dolphins and whales could be called beasts as well. They're mammals like we are.
All animals are beasts except for us.
They might. I don't know.
Unless, I mean, we technically are beasts, but we are not because we are different.
Oh,
you know
wait.
what I
Do
mean?
you mean technically? What do you mean by
Technically, we are.
Is a tiger a beast?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a mammal, and so is a tiger. I'm a beast.
I'm talking
What the
yeah.
entire fuck are you
So
talking
the
about?
man is the man, okay, without God, his creator, in his life, if he doesn't know who his creator is, then he might end up acting like a beast, depending on who he thinks his creator is. But I think once you know what I mean, like, and not all gods that a man might choose to believe in
There's
might
only
have him
one
act like a
creator.
beast,
There's
right?
only one creator, Monk. There's only
But eventually, like a beast, like when a man acts like a beast, like I think it's when he
oh,
chooses
sure.
to
People can
to
act
not
any
value
certain
human
way
life,
they
right?
want to
So,
and
I mean,
exploit themselves.
what I mean, yeah,
That's
well,
dependent
yeah,
on them.
like the way when we say beast, we mean like you know how an animal kills without remorse, lives without remorse. It doesn't have the thing that we have, like what's his name, like what is it, coyote? Yeah, coyote. Yeah, foxes. There's these foxes, right? One of the pups died. Then the
At the
mom
end
took
of the day,
the mom took the pup away and ate it. Right? It's not something a man would do, a person would do. That's what makes it a beast. Okay, you know what I
hey,
mean?
check this
So
out
so
though.
when a man acts like that, right? Chooses to not value or act like a beast, that's or human life, you know what I mean, and just kill without without the mind, right? Or the knowing
Bonk,
that's right or
bonk.
wrong, then he's acting like
Dude,
a beast. Go ahead.
all of us
Predatory
understand what you're saying.
or
At the
wild
end
or
of the day,
uncivilized or yep.
yes, we're not talking about uncivilized beasts. We're talking about
Yeah, yeah,
humans,
yeah,
humans
yeah.
that know how to behave themselves, right?
I don't really consider scientific classifications and labels as anything. I just look at it like meh, stupid people with their
No, I get
scientific
labels too.
terms.
Same way I look at labels the same way as well.
Oh, look at this scientific term. It's a plant. It's named after the Rothschild. Isn't that a
And it's
nice
like, to be honest,
scientific name? Like, man,
Bong,
fuck
I
this shit.
actually get so frustrated where we have to actually define this for people that can't understand. And we shouldn't even have to show flat Earth to people when it's obviously the Earth as it presents itself. Stationary plane. We get frustrated from having to do this over and over sometimes.
Well,
So it's just
because look, I was a radio man, dude. So that means I did a job where I had to learn something called line of sight. LOS. It's this big red fucking button. You just turn it on and it's direct line of sight. It's a straight line. And because that reason, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck does line of sight mean? I went back to the books and I was like, it actually means a fucking straight line. And then that's when, boom, everything got triggered and the research happened. And then that's when it was like, oh man, the earth is fucking flat.
no shit. It's that fucking simple, isn't it?
But then a lot of people might not have that, right? And I wonder to myself, like, shit, people who have
Sure.
never
And so
worked
we're spending
or
our time, we're
people,
donating our freaking
well,
time.
yeah, because not everybody had the opportunity I had to have a job that requires you to learn things, right? That directly is relevant to the topic, right? Flat Earth, where like somebody who like I never knew, right? That pilots see like think about pilots. Pilots might be like, holy shit, Earth is flat. I'm a fucking pilot, right? And when they hear about flat Earth, but just some dude that well, even a carpenter, because even anyone who works with the spirit level, might should trigger the holy shit, moment. Oh, the earth might be flat. I better look into it. But because a lot of these kids that come here have no fucking experience and anything, most of them, um, you have to kind of give it to them, experience, explain to them in terms that they can understand, like whatever they're going to be doing with their lives, you know what I mean? That has practical applying these things, like how to use the spirit level. That's easy to understand. You know what I mean? Versus, put a spirit level on a ball. What do you see? Can you answer that, Helio? Are you there?
Hey, Bong, I was about to go smoke, but yeah, I heard you talking. What was your question again?
Oh, go ahead, man. No, I was saying spirit levels on balls.
It's
in
just really
basketball.
weird. They think. Here's something I was thinking
Let's talk about
while we're
trades.
talking.
Like the trade, right? The knowledge that is
Yeah, like
directly that proves
they
that helps you
freaking
understand.
yeah. They actually think they're trying. They want to teach us something, or
Well, it's the young people.
we're spending time here.
Yeah.
Here, this. I mean, it costs me money
Okay.
for the internet, right? But other than that, it actually costs me intellectually for
Well,
them
look, listen.
to sit there and ridicule me.
It's
When I bring up this information, and then
well,
they'll
it's
ridicule.
battle.
Oh,
That's the battle.
well, okay, well, it's the battle, but their weapons are weak, bro. It's like, oh, it's
I
so
know
dumb.
you're the trying to get the message across, right? Trying to understand how to get the message across to this guy. If this guy is seriously interested, like how do you get it across to him? That's the you know what I mean? I think that's what you should. That's the hard part.
Hey, Bong.
So,
I don't give a shit about the people that have the weak weapons. You know who I'm trying to reach?
the seekers.
Exactly. And
We're
it works
seeking.
every single time.
But
Works.
that's what I mean, right? Like when they're interested, then you'll be like, all right, how do I, you start like,
Yeah.
and when I play chess, I'm like, all right,
So I
how
just
do I
don't
get
give a
this?
shit about what all the ridicule, all the ridicule. I don't give a shit what you guys think
Bro, I've
about.
been playing chess 24/7 for the
Yeah.
last fucking
What's up?
month,
You
man.
already
Every
know.
day.
Everybody know. Hey, we don't care if you freaking we think the Earth is flat or what you think about flat Earth. We're seeking the seekers.
Think
Boom.
the earth is
Shalak.
flat.
Boom.
Boom, shalak.
Boom.
In your face.
In your mother face. So yeah, I mean, we don't have to. We don't even. I mean, you know what's really crazy about the YouTube channel is like we can have nobody talking in here sometimes. Maybe like 25 people watching, and all the same globies just in there, just whining and complaining and bitching about why flat earthers exist and all this kind of shit. Okay. Go ahead and stay there.
Why
We're
we
not looking
exist?
for you. We're not trying to convert you. There's nobody trying to convert anyone to flat earth. We're just like
We exist. Because we are the rebellion. Or
Yep.
we are the resistance.
Yep, we are.
We exist to resist.
You like that one?
Hey, you gonna go have a smoke, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke.
Yeah.
Is there
I'm
anyone
just gonna
else in
play
here besides you and me talking?
I don't know. I'm just playing a chess game right now. So
You're actually playing chess game like
yeah.
online. What?
Yep.
Are you good at chess?
Chess.com. Not really. Sort of.
I'm not either.
Hey, what's up, man? What's that?
Oh, is that Ryan? What's up, bro?
Oh, hey, Ryan.
How's it going, guys? Just been
You
creeping,
know,
listening to you guys for like the last 20 minutes, just chilling, lurking in the background.
You listen to us take the piss out of the globe.
talking shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go smoke. Hey, Ryan, talk to Bong, man. He's freaking old fashioned.
Yeah, he's
Old fashioned. Why did I say
he's
Talk
hilarious,
about
that's for
what am
sure.
I, a babysitter? What
that?
am I, your babysitter or something? Like, dude, like, don't you have a cell phone? Hey, what's up? Who's that?
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Did all the Globers leave the chat again?
They have not arrived yet.
Oh, damn.
They're probably playing a game or at work or at work or in school or something.
Yeah, I finally going through with an idea that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and it's doing like I'm a big knife gun hunting, that kind of stuff. And I'm gonna I found a couple guys that are sellers that are actually gonna sponsor me, or I don't know how that works. I guess they're gonna pay me basically to review their knives and build them up basically. But yeah, dude, if that takes off, I'd be bitching. You got all kinds of knife companies sending you stuff for free. Just hey,
Oh, yeah.
review this, review that. I
Yeah, you
hope it
can
works.
get some free stuff.
Yeah, I hope it works out.
Yeah, man.
Just a bitch waiting and trying to hear back from this guy. I'm just waiting to hear what he has to say. He's got one more. He's going to talk to his partner for a little bit longer, and he's getting right back to me. So we'll see what happens.
I hope it works out. Yeah.
You guys been up a while?
Yep. Yep. Couple hours. I just been listening.
Nothing interesting.
Not yet. Still waiting for a bite. Sometimes it feels like that, like you're waiting for a jiggle.
Yep, I get that analogy. I'm a big fisherman. I don't know why I get DM'd a lot. Get DM'd by these just random. Most of them are like young girls and stuff, and they're more than likely just fake icons and stuff. But I always try and get them into VC, and it works out sometimes.
I mean, there's worse DMs to get, to be fair. Usually the DMs I get is, oh, help, I got banned, or, oh, go die, you moron, you know? So.
Yeah, like yesterday, there was they were two supposedly they were two girls. They seemed probably in their 20s from what the picture looked like. Like, yeah, really? Why don't you come in and talk to me? Come on into the room. We'll have a little chat. We can't really come in there right now. We can't figure it out.
And figure what out? Discord?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, yeah, if they can't figure it out, then they probably shouldn't come in. It's all right. I mean, damn. How old are they? 20s? Yeah. No.
Yeah, these kids today, man, they trip me out.
Why?
I just feel like such an old man saying that too. They're just I don't know, man. They're
Weird?
very weird.
Oh man, you know, I try to put myself in their shoes. You know what I mean? Like if I was at their age, I remember growing up and my parents telling me stuff like that. Like, I was your age, we had to walk 1,000,000 miles and
Yeah.
I had one pencil for like a whole year. I would use it until so right down to the eraser. It's like, yeah, Dad. Back when pencils were like $20 each. I mean, what the hell? Before because yeah, we barely had any pencils. So back in his day, it was like, yeah. But now, when you think about them now, the culture and that the kids now have to grow up in versus when you were little growing up, right? Putting yourself in their shoes is it is kind of weird. Like, what's it like growing up with the phone? With the device that can access the internet. You know
Yeah,
what I
think
mean?
about
Versus watching VHS videos if you even had them. Go ahead.
yeah, I was just I do think about that a lot, you know. I think about like what we would have been like had we not been influenced by all of this shit, you know, what kind of people we might be. I keep cutting out.
Yep.
And what kind of people this is gonna lead our kids today to become, you know.
Demoralized, socially awkward, gullible, etc.
You got it. Not my boy.
Well, they would be more informed and knowledgeable than we are, right? And when we were earlier, and because they'll have access to all these websites, videos, apps, devices
Well,
that'll.
yeah, that's true. But like, if their access to stuff and information is just the mainstream garbage, then okay, yeah, they have access to more
Yeah.
information, but that doesn't
Yeah.
really do them any good.
No. No, unless you're there telling them, you know, teaching them the stuff they need to know that school does not teach them. For instance, I've been looking into the trivium and all that different styles of teaching and stuff, and man, it's very interesting stuff.
Well, it's what you've already. That's what the public school system is. That's what college is. It's the trivium is your primary education. See, that's where you learn the three basic skills you need. Trivium, right? rhetoric. I forget the other, reading and writing and math. I think math, arithmetic, and then when you get reasoning, that's rhetoric. And then when you get to, it's
But
called higher learning.
they don't teach
That's what
that
college
stuff in
is.
school.
Oh,
They don't-
that you are in it. You are that, right? You are going through it. Like you don't have to tell people that you are in something. I mean, like not knowing it. Like when you begin as a conspiracy person, as a person who looks into what's I recognized it later too. Holy crap! This would have meant nothing to me if I didn't know the things I already that I've already researched and looked into. You know what I mean? Like, but now it's like, but the quadrivium is the higher learning, which is college, but it has to do with the arts, the music, is frequency and time. So geometry is it has to do with shapes and space, astronomy, stars, and I forget the fourth one. But this is in college. They call it the liberal arts, and you know what I mean? That's what it means by like it's brainwashing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, the trivium is your primary. You are so you can, dude. You think about it this way: you're indoctrinated into the Freemasonic system. Consider it the first degree indoctrination. You know what a diploma is? When you get your diploma, you move it from the right to left. And then there's all these different organizations like whatever industry you're in or trade. You join these corporations yeah, and so on. After school, or you go on to higher learning, and then after that, you join as a manager, administrator, level. So that's pretty much to contribute to the whole system, the whole as a whole, the war machine, if you want to call it that, or trade, economy, all about economy, all about the economy, currency, it's like water flowing. Water has to flow, or else it stagnates.
Yeah, we're currently working on everything we possibly can to become as self-sufficient as possible. We literally just don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want no damn trash pickup, for crying out loud.
All services for the corporation, factories, they call them cities. I mean, like where people must work, and happy workers are happy because the happy, good products, productive work. Everything they learned from the Industrial Revolution, that to create the technology or the great work, to make it happen, they had to create the economy, an efficient building, producing, like science. It had to do with science as well, which is where, it's like science discovers the things that corporations use to build things that control us. You know what I mean? Like the infrastructure, and war, especially war. War is like this factory of. That's why I say science and technology is pretty much witchcraft, and people think, oh, but you're using a phone. Oh, it's like, yeah, you're a wizard, Harry. We're all wizards. The kids that grow up with these things, it's like, damn, what are their brains like? Like what? How do they see the world?
Yeah, and I let that that little boy of mine in there play that video game that I swore I'd never let him play. I swore I'd never let him go. If he was going to play, he's not going to be playing online. And here he is. And I see
Yep.
every day, I just want to rip that thing out of the fucking wall and just start trampling on it.
Yeah, same. But now with the code, with the 19 thing, it's like, oh well, fuck. What else is he gonna do? Well, I mean, he does his work first, but then, yeah, Todd.
Yeah,
I was like,
he's
nah,
been
I'm not.
he's been homeschooled his whole life. I don't know what's going on with my push to talk.
That's good, man. Yeah.
Then we got another daughter. She's 4. She's Down syndrome, so she's high functioning. So who knows? She might end up becoming independent. But as far as I'm concerned, she's gonna be with me for the rest of her rest of my life anyway. She's not leaving, Daddy.
That's good. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think the system does is it takes away our elders. You know how we used to have extended families, and now
Yes,
it's like they
yes.
encourage families, children to leave their homes and go be, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right, you've done your job raising our children. Now you must release them to us into the world. You know what I mean? It's like, wait,
Yeah, it's so
not
odd.
how families work. That's not how, yeah, like we're
No.
supposed to, yeah, they're supposed to pass, the elders, grandma, grandpa, uncles, nieces are all supposed to like share knowledge and pass knowledge and
And
skills and things.
this is all fresh information that I'm trying to pass on to my family that they're starting to understand that none of this matters. None of any of this place that we're at matters besides us, besides you, besides my love for you, your love for me. We live together, we take care of each other. That's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with freaking Recon Ghost, whatever the fuck it is you're playing.
Yeah, my son plays Call of Duty. Yeah, I don't like it, but sometimes I watch him play. Like,
Yeah, I have a tendency to
I used to play
just
it.
because
That's
he
why
likes it,
it's my fault.
he
I
likes
I
it,
used to
so I
play
want.
the games. Yep, it's my fault because I was a gamer. But our generation, it's like the gamer generation. You ever notice that? Oh, the
Yeah,
80s. You grew up
yeah,
on Nintendo, Super Nintendo,
yeah,
and I think we're the first gaming generation after of the digital age, and it's like different. I don't know. It's not like, it's like I can relate to him, and I was a gamer. Still am. I play chess now. Can you believe it? All these games and chess is still like, what, of all the games, as a gamer, as a first generation gamer, the best game is chess. The board game.
yeah.
I haven't played Go. Man, Go looks like too many rules. You can't do this, but if you do this, you this, you do that. But then when you do that, you can't do this. It was like, oh, too many rules. Not chess. Check the Chinese game Go. We put rocks on the board. Mess around your enemy's rocks and then take them off and put yours. Where chess
Yeah,
is the opposite. You try to remove the enemy. Yeah.
we need to start playing around with some more games and stuff like that, getting some more stimulation going on in this family instead of fucking looking at these
Buy a
damn.
chessboard, dude.
Yeah,
Buy a chessboard. Yeah, just put it in the middle of your living room on your or somewhere where it's ready. Just pull it out or have it sitting on the little table. Sit down and make a move and tell somebody to play you and make a move. And I used to play my son when he was little.
that's a good idea. I think I'll do that.
Yeah. Now we play on the app on the phone. There's daily chess on chess.com. You just
I don't know.
make a
I
move
don't know
there.
how long the icons might last though with the little one. They'll become her toys real quick. But they make those real nice ones that are like, you can open them up. They're like boxes that encase all the different chess pieces and stuff.
Oh yeah. Chess is it's a really awesome game. I think gets intense.
Yeah, I think I would like it. I've never really actually taken to it though. I think I would if I do.
Yeah. Well, I'm hooked on it. When I was like 10 years ago, I used to play a lot, and I liked it, a lot, and but I wasn't crazy about it like I am today. Like right now, it's like every day, like all my spare time.
Do you watch Big Bang, or have you ever watched Big Bang Theory?
The show, TV show?
Yeah.
Not. I haven't really. I've never been. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces, but yeah, I haven't really seen it. Seen it. I remember that
Yeah.
part where they were talking about data. Have you poured through the data? That one. And then I remember that guy talking shit about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thought that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some funny current event type stuff going on in there. But yeah, no, they have some kind of like triple layered chess game of some kind, and I was just curious if it was an actual thing.
Triple layered. What do you mean by that?
It had like multiple tiers of chessboards. I think it was like clear, like almost made of glass or something.
Damn, that sounds nice. Is it a 8x8?
I don't recall the details, but I do recall it was some kind of a like a 3D chess or something that they called. It was before the whole 3D chess with Trump thing.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, really. It probably was a real board, but probably fancy. Playing a game right now, actually.
I need it. I want to start. What's a good mobile game to start that people play that while they're shooting the shit on here?
You mean chess or any game?
Just any game in general, like whatever people are playing.
I'm playing chess right now on chess.com. You can just download the app. Like I'm always playing this game when I'm here shooting the shit. I used to play that worm game. I forget the name, but
That one where you try not to run into yourself.
yeah.
Oh, you mean Snake?
That one. Yeah. That used to freak me
On
out.
the old
Like,
Nokia.
yeah, it's like used to after you saved up so much and then oh you went into other what is it called? The worm. It's like a worm thing game. I keep forgetting the name.
Have any of you ever dyed like a lighter brown leather? Tried to dye it black by chance?
A leather
But
black what?
brown, like a light brown leather. Like I'm curious what a black coat of dye might make it look like, if it will take to the black, or if the brown will come through.
I'm not sure. Don't know much about dyes.
Yeah, I'm just big into leather and woodwork and stuff, but it's just something I've never tried.
Tried YouTubing it or Googling it?
Yeah, I'm gonna look around.
Yeah, you should find some. You should find an answer on Google or YouTube easy.
Yeah, I'll look around to see what some
I,
people
I
have to
Google
say.
every. That's what I mean, man. These days, it's so easy to find anything, right, that we want. Being able to access so much information, like especially tutorials on how to do stuff, is.
Yeah, and it's so handy, but at the same time, it is so detrimental to our capabilities and our learning and what we might have been without it. You know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it can be used for good, for bad. It's mostly for bad, but it can be used for good too. That's what I was like.
Yeah, totally.
If you're the researching type of person that likes to, you'll probably take advantage of it and win.
Try and teach that kid don't listen to what that black box tells you, man. You don't know dick unless you've done it yourself.
Yeah, I was thinking about school, using it for school. Like if I was in school and I had the internet, damn man, I'd get a lot done. Or for anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I need to start trying to figure out an easier way. I want him to start doing some extra work because the work that he is, they got him doing, he's just blowing right through it. So I don't think he's going to be very, very happy with me. I want to teach him about the things, that I think he should know, not what Napoleon was doing, you know. All this BS that they shove down these kids' throats. It's never ending.
Or do they teach? Does he know? But they avoid the part where Rothschilds, right?
Yeah,
Where the
yeah, they don't.
Rothschilds take advantage of the war and
I think the closest they come to the name of the Rothschilds is J.P. Morgan. It's about the only guy that they really
they
ever
don't
talk
teach
about.
that. Yeah,
They
I
just
mean,
mention
I
his
think it's an
name.
opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to kind of inject that information into his,
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah.
just add on to it. In addition,
Yeah, exactly. This did happen,
meanwhile,
but this is
right?
the reason why.
Meanwhile, back in Gotham, Rothschild plotting against Satan. The stock market. Dun,
Meanwhile, back at Gotham, Rothschild.
dun. Rothschild, the stock market had a plan to take over the world.
God, those grappler motherfuckers. I just,
Yeah.
wouldn't you just love to have one free slap just straight across as hard as you can? Just have him stand there with his face sticking out, just haul up and slap the shit out of him. It feels so great.
Yeah, with the pie, right? Bam.
Like when Bill got nailed.
So you don't want to touch. You don't want a skin to skin contact with him. So you put a pie in between, but you can slap as hard as you can. Maybe in the nose. Bam. Cream pie with rocks inside.
I just don't get what what people are thinking. What's Bill up to? I mean, it's kind of a big deal for him to own all of the land in the in the United States. So they're talking about
All the
growing meat.
companies and all the websites and all the big corporations and all of the code in the world. GitHub, the biggest code deposit in yeah, depot. GitHub.com. He owns that. Microsoft owns everything.
I'm more worried about the food supply. I think that's the biggest thing that everyone should be thinking about right now.
GMO, yeah.
We got a shortage coming. There's a storm a coming.
Dark. Oh, Dark Winter was last year, right?
That was nothing.
Even darker winter approaches. And the
I mean,
following
can
year
you
will be
believe?
the darkest winter. What's that?
Can you believe we got a president walking around telling everybody, telling every media personality he can come across that people that aren't getting vaccinated, aren't getting jabbed should be they need to know that they're killing people. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, I posted a thing about that. How you can legally decline one. You just ask if certain things are in it, and if they say yes, then say no thanks.
Yeah, but to tell people that they're killing people if they don't, that's just so irresponsible.
It's kind of evil. Well, it's really evil, but yeah, it looks like it's not. I mean,
And
they present it. Yep, go ahead.
my bad, but shit, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was saying the way they present things is always they take something really, really bad and evil, right? And then they rename it or reword it so that it sounds like a normal or a good thing. It's pretty much lying, saying
Yeah.
one thing in the front, but really meaning something. It's like reword. They have groups, surveys, that study the way people think about words, how words make people react, or what thoughts come up, negative and or positive when they say certain words, and then that's how they find words to use. You know what I mean? To say about this, the words to repeat, so that you have this image of something good, but really it's something bad. You know what I mean? Like renaming something.
Yeah.
But with the jabs, they, I don't know, double speak all the time.
Well, we
Yeah.
know that they don't. There's nothing that's not planned. Every single piece, every color, there's so much planning, so much symbolism in every time that a politician is on TV or whatever. What I don't understand is this seemingly, I mean, the man seems completely and utterly senile, but is it an act? And if so, why? I mean, why would he still be acting the way he does? I mean, and not be talked about 24/7 by everyone on TV. I don't know. It's just
Biden?
such a weird, such a weird thing
Yeah.
with him.
I think that's the way he is. That's his. That's I guess
You
he's
think you
who
think
he
he's
is.
just normally just a freaking he's losing it?
He's obviously old. I think he's getting old, or he's not all there, but he's still a puppet. Obviously he's a puppet. I mean, look at George Bush. George Bush Jr. When he was president, I couldn't believe I was working for him when I was in the military. And I was like, oh my gosh, is this the president of the United States? He's like it's like
Uh,
he's dumb. It's like
yeah, he is. I'm thinking there's a reason behind it. Not necessarily that he is as dumb or as senile as he seems, but maybe it's a way to get Kamala in there, you know, who knows? Get the female in there, the
I
last
think they're all
one.
actors.
Of
They're all,
course they are.
yeah, they're all actors. They're all there to fill a role or a position, which is the seat, or you
Mm-hmm.
know, and it's not. So somebody else is the true part. You know what I mean? It's like pieces on a chessboard. You know, and somebody else is controlling the pieces. Even the king, and you can, because you know, like president is the king. You know, of this, of black, and then there's white. You know, and I don't know, Russia versus the U.S., the Cold War. You know, whatever war is happening, you know, it's like the president is just yeah, just a position that has to be filled. You know what I mean? That's what it's not like a king. You know, a king is a family. You know what I mean?
So the president's like the Gerber baby.
Prime minister, any of those kinds of governments where the people, where they say the people rule, right? Or versus the king, or where it's a bloodline. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you can also look at those monarchs as bloodlines, but even those monarchs are also, I'm talking about spiritual, you know, rulers and authorities that, or people that you don't see. What do you call it? Shadow governments.
Yeah. Man, what I wouldn't give to know the names that nobody knows, you know? It's not just these names like the Rothschilds and the Morgans and all these bloodlines and stuff. Who's at the top? I mean, the people at the top, you're not going to know their name, you know? I believe that anyway.
I think you know their names. You just don't know which name it is.
Yeah, that could be.
Because how can your name not be known? I'm talking about the family names, especially if it's the rulers of the world. I mean, even the Pope is a seat like that. You know, when you look at the seat of the Pope, it's almost like there's a spiritual ruler behind the position, and these people are just the puppets. They're told what to say. You know what I mean? It's like a play, and there's a script, and you're there to play your role. You know what I mean? For however many years. TV, movies, and celebrities, sports, celebrities, entertainment.
It truly is mind-boggling once you really, you know, not die woke, but I hate that word, but woke. But when you finally just really realize what this entire place is all about and how most of it, if not all of it, is a fucking lie, dude. It's just paradigm changing.
Yeah, life changing. Yep. It's a game changer, right?
It's crazy. I feel bad for I'm good, man. I've been doing this my whole life. I've been a UFO geek bigger than Tyler from Secure Team 10 and my whole life, as long as I can remember. And so I can handle this kind of stuff. But you know, my poor
Hey,
wife.
you know about SCPs?
What's that?
SCPs? You know what SCPs are? No? Okay, never mind. It's just this
what
4chan thing. Yeah.
oh, is it?
Secure, contain, and protect. Yes, these cryptids, you know, this organization. It's like a fictional thing, but I think it's there to hide the real thing, you know.
Yeah. Kind of like
And
Tyler.
it's this agency. Yeah, it's this agency that nobody knows about, that the government agency that, or it's not even a government agency. It's just this agency, and they claim that So it's these cryptids or these phenomena, you know, and then the public are things that the public shouldn't know about.
Was there
You know.
anything good in that supposed CIA dump?
Which one?
Yeah, there was supposed to be a recent CIA dump about UAPs, as they're calling them now.
Yeah, I heard they're called UAPs now. I was like, what's that? Unidentified aerial phenomenon. I was like, what does that mean? They're lights, dude. It's like, what happened to the flying saucers?
Yeah. Well, that's
Like, what the hell, man? Like,
it's predictive programming to let you know that they're not
it's
all
like,
going to be shaped like saucers.
it's like, so wait, in the 80s, they were flying saucers. In the 90s, they had these lights and ET and stuff, and now it's just lights. It's
It's
like,
kind of
what,
like
did they evolve?
it's kind of like climate
20
change.
years? It's like,
Climate change it wasn't or I mean global warming wasn't cooperating, so they had to change it to climate change.
yeah, I was like, so are these different? Like, are UFOs different from UAPs? Or are they the same? Like, what happened to UFOs though? It's kind of like terrorists. You know, they were here, but now they've evolved into what? Into a virus.
That's so dumb.
What? It's like, so the terrorists became a virus? Yeah. What happened to the human terrorists? Oh, you know, they died from the virus. It's like the
So
UFOs
crazy.
became lights. Yeah, I was like, right,
Hey, but
lights.
there's one thing I asked this question yesterday. I don't know if you were in here, but and I I've definitely seen some crazy stuff in the sky before. I ain't saying they're from distant terra firma lights in the sky, but definitely seen something up there. You ever seen anything you couldn't explain?
Well, the sun, moon, and stars. What do you mean? Sometimes clouds.
Well, there was just,
I
for instance,
mean,
my most I was outside. Long story short, I'm really into aircraft and stuff. I'm an RC pilot and stuff for drones and all kinds of things. Anyway, I heard a
nice.
helicopter hovering, so I wanted to see why he was hovering. You can tell it just by sound. So I walk around this building, and I was watching this military helicopter above the 91 freeway in Orange County, and he's got his light pointed straight forward at another light. There's a light just sitting there, maybe 50, 60 feet in front of him. I was like, what the fuck's going on? So I'm looking at it for like 10 seconds. Long story short, this thing drops in a split second, about 400 feet, and just levels off and starts gaining altitude heading south with the helicopter and another distant helicopter in tow chasing after it. That was pretty crazy, but yeah, there were other ones too.
Like a exercise or like a training
Could have been,
exercise for
could have,
a future pandemonium.
could have been. Who knows? But why they'd be doing military exercises above the 91 freeway in the middle of the night, I have no idea.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while now. Like they're practicing for some kind of crisis, quotation marks.
Or I've seen, fleets of helicopters, as well as you can hear distant jets escorting something.
Yep.
So you can see all
Because
their
if you're
flashing
if you're
lights, and then the one in the middle's not
because
flashing.
if
It's just a bright light.
if you're planning an event, you'd want the people that are going to be responding to said event to be trained for such events, right?
Yeah,
To know how to respond, and
predictive
that's what
program.
these Exactly. Yeah. Movies for the
I think so.
public and training for the military and police.
I think some of the
Public
stuff
service.
I've seen is, or some of the stuff that people are seeing is spiritual in nature. My opinion. Other things like repeating lights in the sky, for instance, the ISS, that light that everyone sees. What? How? That could very well just be repeating light. Just a light that we don't, we're never told about. Just be natural light.
Star. You seen the Truman Show?
Yeah.
And one of the lights.
Serious.
One of the lights fell. Yeah. I was like, right, right. Star fell. A falling star. Is that what that is?
There's so many movies like that that I need to start introducing. We haven't watched movies pretty much my kids' whole lives. We haven't watched really TV, and I really want to start getting in. We got a nice entertainment system.
The Truman Show. It's like they're saying this is like everybody. Like this is how like everyone is an actor. You know what I mean? But everyone is an actor. When you think about the jobs you have to perform.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Everyone is acting in that sense, but yeah,
Social conventions.
yeah. It's like, yeah, when you go to work, you act. Like when you go to work, you have to put on that, role
Not
that
like
you have to
on,
play.
not like on here. We all kind of just we are who we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get face to face and things change.
Try to be real at work, especially with dealing with customers.
Oh yeah.
Well, back when there were customers with people, try to be real with them so they have a pleasant experience with you as a person, not you as a actor. Because when you go to a shop or deal with people too, you can tell when people are just pretending and when they're really trying to help you. You know what I mean? Good customer service or good service.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, oh yeah, just what's up, man? No, not really like that cordial, but to solve people's problems. And that's what they teach these businesses too. Like if you can solve people's problems, you can make a lot of money. Solve people's problems, like what? Like problem solvers. It solves all the problems though. Money.
Yeah. Shit. I'd give my left nut to never see another penny.
But it's also what creates the most problems. It solves problems, but gives you bigger problems.
All I
Hey,
want is
small
my
problems or big problems? Which one do you want?
all I want is my family, my water, my rain collection, my chickens, my goat, my dog. I'll be just fine, and my crops.
Right. You don't want money problems. That's it. That shit will get you killed. Like either it will kill you or someone will.
Yeah, and that goes for even for people that want to live like people like me that want to just live and be left alone. They'll come knocking at your door with a gun in your face, saying, "Pay us this or else."
Yeah. Or else you're going to jail.
And that's when I say, "No, you'll have to kill me first." And that's when they will actually shoot and kill you because of what?
Because you don't have a bigger gun. Introducing the new biggest gun ever. Act now and we'll fill in all this ammo. For free. Free shipping.
No, I just carry a karambit on my back about the size of my forearm and a 45 on my hip.
I mean, imagine if your house was automated, right, with guns pointing at a threat, right? And when your house notices a threat to you and your family's lives, all the weapons point at them. It's like, well, you're gonna have
Yes.
to kill me first.
Now
Go
that's a
ahead, draw,
security system.
officer. Right? Guns inside and outside the house pointing.
Please
Turret.
step off of the premises immediately.
Right? Like,
This is RoboCop from the most killing movie of all time.
oh shit, must be a flat earther's house. We'll skip this one. Go to the next one. Dun, dun, dun. Freaking yeah, automated turret. Oh, dude, you can fly drones. You know what I've always wondered about? Drones, right? With the guns on it. Mm,
Seriously.
yeah, that you control with your mind. No, I'm just kidding.
Not
It's
far off.
automated. You can
We're not
automate
far
it.
off.
You can probably automate it. Some kind of
Thank you.
neural interface with your
Thank,
brain. You're
thank
gonna
you,
have to look
Elon
into that
Musk.
chip. I know, right? You're gonna have to check out that Elon Musk chip. How can I use this? Gonna use this to make this drone my
We're gonna have
right
new
hand.
we're gonna have new
Connected to your
evil
fingers.
we're gonna have new evil geniuses with
We're gonna have all these flat
swarms
earthers
of
with
drones all
drones.
over the place.
We have flat earthers with killer drones literally at their fingertips, right? Thanks to Elon Musk, we modified this chip to
Did you see that? That drone had just enough explosives to pop that. What was that from?
oh, just load her up, man. Yeah. UAV, like military drones, like with a minigun on it. You know what a minigun sounds like?
Yeah, yeah,
Sounds like a hummingbird. Or it sounds
yeah.
like "Ding." It sounds like a
Yeah,
sine wave or like a saw wave.
yeah.
"Ding."
I used to work for a company called US Optics, as a scope smith.
Yeah. What is it? Optics.
Yeah, so basically, I
Oh,
built rifle scopes, or I
nice.
repair them, clean them, make sure get all the dust off your reticle if you need it done, that kind of thing.
Nice. How far is the farthest that you think those things can zoom into? Is it good as a
Well,
telescope or?
with a good team, with a good team of Marines, you can shoot pretty damn far, man. It's pretty crazy. I'm not exactly sure, but I've shot in 1,000 yards myself, so they can shoot pretty far.
Oh wow, that's far. Yeah, straight line, eh?
Yep, no choreos.
It's not it's not curving around. It's not
Nope.
refracting around the
It goes
uh,
exactly where you point it, and it's the coolest
so
sound because
gravity is.
you hear this huge
Wow,
boom, and then nothing, 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 nothing. Then you hear ding.
damn.
It's that far away.
How long does it usually take? Like how many seconds?
That depends. Anywhere between 5, 6, 7 seconds before you hear the shot actually hit the target.
Damn, faster than sound? Speed of sound?
Yeah. That was always a cool perk of working at the Scopesmith. You know, a lot of the cops used to hang out there a lot and made their presence known to, you know, get free stuff, and they did. But the cool part was knowing their names and stuff. So if you ever got pulled over or anything, they just say, "Hey, what's going on? Yeah, just take it easy, slow down." You know, they were really cool with us.
Small town.
Not necessarily. It's Brea, California.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you see enough cops, that they run into you.
Yeah, there's a lot of cops in Southern California.
You're famous. Your face, like you're known by them. Face is known.
Oh yeah, my face was known. That's for sure.
So you got some connects a little bit, just a little bit. Meaning, if you needed a favor, that was.
I wonder if any of like all of our names are on like some kind of list somewhere. What do you think? What do you think?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
But I don't care because our names are also on another list, the spiritual list. It's either the father's list or the father's list or not, right? I mean, I think that's the only list that matters, right? He has a book of names. Oh,
Indeed.
anyway,
I hope I'm on it.
yeah. I mean, even if they have a list of names, it's like, I mean, whatever. I think we're not. I don't know which flat earthers they would go after. I wonder if they're here picking our names. If I was going after flat earthers, yeah, I'd have your names too. You hear Discord, Microsoft? I think Microsoft is looking to buy it, a couple billion, 2 billion or something like that. Not sure. That's what I heard. So yeah, it would have a list. Windows, it's in the Windows. There's a file in the Windows System 32 folder or something. I mean program. Yes, they have lists. It's like Santa Claus. Checking it twice.
Well, I know I'm on I know I'm on the terrorist list. That much I'm sure of.
The bioterrorist list or the which terrorist list?
Just
Got a couple here.
Terrorist threats.
Just take off all the ones that apply. Check.
Basically told someone when I was in my 20s that I was going to beat the shit out of them. That's a terrorist threat.
Yes. Threats or acts of violence is terrorism. But except if you're the U.S. military, except for the U.S. military, it's okay for them. Oh, and the police.
Yeah.
Okay for them to do that. Yeah, because they have to. Yeah. That's considered justice.
Yeah, I had an interaction about a week or two. Oh man, I was just seeing red. I wanted to rip this cop's head off.
What do you do? What do you say?
Nothing. My little girl, she's Down syndrome, and so she has a tendency to run. So she just got done taking a bath, and her big brother was watching her. I was using the restroom afterwards. Long story short, she got up front. The neighbor got her. They decided to call the cops, and rightfully so. I get it. And finally, so they start showing up, and they start treating me like I'm some kind of fucking criminal and shit. And they start asking me for my ID. I'm like, "Has there been a fucking crime that's committed here?" Well, actually, if you'd like to take it down that direction, then yes, child neglect. Like, go suck my dick, dude. My child has Down syndrome. You know, it's a unfortunate mishap is all that's happened here. Thank you for your support. You're now dismissed.
Concern. Thank you for your concern. Yeah. Bye. Close the door. You have a reason to be here? Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile,
Thank you for your concern. Yeah.
meanwhile, I got my poor son. Dad, please just tell him who you are, please.
Okay. Okay. I'm Batman. You want to tell my son all the time? Because I'm Batman.
I said I did, son. I'm Ryan Good Samaritan. Is there any reason why you feel it unnecessary to identify to us? What have you got to hide? This is kind of suspicious. That's the suspicion of crime.
That that's a trick question.
Yeah, no. Same thing when he tried to ask my name. He said, "So your name is Ryan Good Samaritan." I started to say yes. I said, "Wait, whoa, whoa,
Just
whoa. Nope, it's not my name. I'm not giving you a false name, but
you should
you
have
can
said
refer to me
you
as."
should you should have said my name is Chicka Chicka Slim Shady. Hi. My name is what? You should have just busted out into that one and then close the door. You
I
know, do
know they do.
the chicka 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 with your hand motion.
I know they do a lot of that good cop, bad cop stuff, but at the end, there was this one younger cop that, he made it a point to take
Cringy
me
though.
aside and tell me, I totally agree with everything you're saying, everything you've said. You don't have to ID yourself, all that, basically telling me he's on my side. So, but you have to understand, we're not all out here to get you, man. You need to relax. I'm like, yeah, get the fuck off my property.
I would have been like, you being pretentious is really cringy. You know what I mean? Like, you could just cut the shit. Like, like, I know you're trying to practice your speech.
Yeah, you don't know me. You don't give a
So,
fuck about me or my family. So just go away.
right. You just said, can you just not do that? Like, what? Practice your little, your little thing, your little psychological bullshit. Right?
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
they
call
have to do that. Yeah.
I wouldn't call those motherfuckers if my family's life depended on it. That's my job.
First, they assert themselves over you by making it known to you, right? Making you feel like I'm in charge here, right? And you're gonna answer my
Oh no.
questions, right?
Oh no, not with
Right?
me.
They're trying to get you to give them consent. That you are under their authority, whatever. First, they dude, it's a psyop. It's so
It is, it's
cringy
crazy.
to watch, to listen to.
I love those cops, the good cops out there, the retired ones that are actually holding seminars on how to handle these motherfuckers.
And lawyers, yeah, and judges. The whole bullshit, the whole just us system, justice system. Just the corporations system.
And I'm bummed. I got told yesterday by my uncle, he doesn't, I include everybody in my family in a group where I can reach them with pertinent, you know, things or what's going on in the world and blah, blah, blah. Long story short, he left. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. And he ended up telling me that I'm going to hell because I told my family they need to collect beans and cans and water and stuff. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? So yeah, another
Yeah,
estranged family member.
that's a bit extreme, man. Like,
Yeah, man, They just keep dropping like flies. Pretty much alone besides my kids and my wife, you know. You guys are
Does
about
he read the?
you guys are about the only people I talk to in the world.
Is he like a Bible believer? He reads
Yeah.
the Bible.
Yeah, he's a thumper.
I wonder why he would say that. Like,
It comes down to the fact that my um absolute knowing of where we are, and him being such a Bible believer but not believing what he's read in the very beginning of the book, that part might make him not like me very much. Basically, he doesn't like the fact that I'm a flat earther. He
oh
says
man, that's
he says sextants prove the Earth's a ball. I'm like, do you even know how the sextant works,
so.
dude?
So he's just another butler. Yeah. Does he? What
I've
about the
been
Big
sailing
Bang?
all my life.
Do you think the Big Bang is God saying creating the world type of?
Who knows? I mean, he's like I said, he's a Bible thumper, so he's just got some
Well,
crazy weird views.
ask him about dinosaurs and dragons because I used to like, what are dragons? Oh my God, what the hell even is a dinosaur? I had to answer that question, and it's very interesting.
God, can you imagine what kind of movie it would make? Just making a movie about the last 4 years, like 3 or 4 years of our existence here on this plane. It'd be nonstop.
Well, that's what all these movies have been about all these years, haven't they? Anyway,
Yeah,
it's all
yeah,
predictive programming. So
yes,
it's
sir.
like programming how people should behave when such an event happens.
Yep. That, and they've been in the, and even before that, you saw a lot of portrayal of children as the smart ones, children as the more adult type, and you know, just I don't know. There's just a bunch of sick
Yeah.
fucks.
Well, I mean, even in the early 1900s, when things were changing, like especially with alcohol and Hollywood, TV, movies started happening, people were saying the same thing that we're saying today too. So I think it got
Yeah,
even worse. And who knows how far?
yeah. If only we had
I mean,
listened. If only we'd
yeah, I
listened to
mean,
those old geezers.
the last 20 years, can't believe it's already been 20 years for me, but damn, it went by that fast and the change that's happened. But even in the last 5 years, damn, everybody's wearing a mask at the shop now. It's like everyone. I wore a
God,
scarf and people freaked out. I wore a scarf, put it over my face, glasses, and a hat.
you're gonna get more protection from a scarf than you are from those piece of shit fucking diapers that people are putting on their face. You got multiple layers on a scarf.
Yeah, the woman at the shop kind of freaked out. She looked at me. I thought, yeah, she probably thinks I'm a robber. I look like a bank robber. I was going to a grocery
Upside
store.
down world. Year ago, you weren't allowed to enter a bank with a mask on.
Yeah,
Now
yeah, I know, right?
you can't enter a bank without a mask. What the fuck is
That's like,
wrong?
and now you have to wear a mask. I was like, calling. If I was a bank robber right now, I'd be cheering. I'd be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Besides, we know your facial recognition can see right through my fucking mask, okay?
Yeah, it used to be the thing, if you walk into a bank with a mask on, then you're
Oh,
You're
oh,
hiding yourself.
oh, oh,
But now they're
hell no.
requiring you to walk into a freaking bank. I mean, where I'm at, I mean, we can actually not wear a mask now, but
Dude,
it was always weird to me. It's just like, all right, so we'll
security
let you
guards.
come into the bank now if you have a mask on. What?
The security guard would be like immediately approach you and be like, I need you to step aside and take your mask off real quick. Walk with his hand on his gun. You know what I mean, like,
It's like
but now it's
it
like,
used to be. Yeah, it
Make me,
used to be the thing
motherfucker.
is like, well, was like, if you came into a bank with a mask on, then automatically, for the most part, would be like,
go to
you have
jail.
some nefarious purpose here.
Yes.
That's what I like about Helios in my area. People are polite. They know that other people might be carrying something in their pocket that they don't want to see. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? Yeah,
an
I mean,
armed society is a polite society.
hey, bro. I mean, Arkansas is an open carry state. You can freaking carry a gun into a bank.
Yeah, same here in Oklahoma, brother. We're right next to each other. The
We
beautiful
need
thing.
more
It
guns.
is. It is.
To simply just be able to point at the the Constitution and say, look, there's nothing you can say or do shall not be infringed.
Dude,
means
you can
shall
freaking
not
you
be
can
infringed.
you can have a 6-shooter or any type of gun. Just walk straight into the bank, do your business, walk straight out, and they would trust you because you have balls enough to actually carry
Yeah,
that gun in
exactly.
public.
They'd be happy to have you in there.
Hell yeah. Because most
Yeah.
banks you go to, they don't even have any armed.
I mean, if we had
people
law-abiding
protecting them.
citizens, sorry, Hila. If we had
No.
law-abiding citizens just walking around open carrying, do you think we're gonna have any crime whatsoever? I
More
mean,
than likely not.
give me a
It's
break.
like if you have a lot of business saying, "Don't bring a gun in here." I mean, we don't necessarily want the wild, wild west,
No.
but there's no reason that anyone shouldn't be able to carry a gun if they
Yeah, I'll check
if,
my
if
gun
they
at,
know how to
at
use
the
it.
saloon. Check my gun at the saloon.
I know.
I don't know. It's just there is no saloon. Where are the saloons?
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
check my gun anywhere. Yeah, I'd be like, oh, they didn't tell you? Yeah, I can wear my gun in the saloon. Sorry.
Well, it's
Why?
like
It's a Batman.
check this out though. It's like
Well, not
since
really.
Oklahoma and Arkansas are open carry states, there was a period last year where you could actually carry your gun, but you couldn't enter the bank unless you had a mask on.
What the
How
fuck?
fucked up is that?
Are you
Dang.
kidding me? Jesus.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, legally, you can carry your gun on your side and go and do bank transactions inside the bank, but they won't let you in there unless you have a mask on. The gun, that's a different thing. They would
Wow.
the doors were locked on banks last year. You couldn't. I mean, you could drive. They had drive-through. You can go to the drive-through for banks, but and then there was a period they opened the banks up, but you can come in if you wore a mask. It's like, all right, what if I was wearing a mask and open carrying my firearm? Can I come in there? They'd be like, yeah, as long as you have your mask on, you're good to go. It's the fucking weirdest. Ugh.
Mask off. Mask off. You guys know that song?
Wait, mask on, mask off. What?
No, mask off. It's that, you know that song by Future?
No, I
Dude, you don't know the song? Oh man.
is it on the
Hold on.
radio? If it's on the radio,
You can
I
YouTube
don't
it.
know.
Just type it in YouTube. Mask off. Future. Mask off. The instrument is so funny, man. It's like,
Why don't you post it and I'll check it out?
Oh man, I'm stuck in a chess game at the moment.
Is that Garfield? Oh, that's a good one.
5 minutes.
Gabby get. The cat's like, oh shit. Where the hell did it go?
It's just dragging. It's so I saw it's drag.
Oh, is that a squirrel on the cat?
Squirrel.
Cat's looking at the squirrel cat. He's like, oh shit, where'd that squirrel go? Squirrel! Dude, if my cats would pay attention like that, I would fuck with them all the time. Like, oh shit, where's the squirrel at? That'd be fun.
So the thing about this song is the
Yeah, it's like the curvature.
the thing about this beat, about this song is the flute. So here's the here, play it. You can play it. It has really good bass, dude. The 808.
It's like I think we're pushing the boundaries of playing stuff. I think this video will probably be taken down from the video from the songs we played earlier. I'm pretty sure this one's going to be taken down.
What are you talking about?
We played a couple of REM songs earlier on the stream, and
oh, okay.
Yeah, and so yeah.
No Cyndi Lauper?
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what? Don't click on that video. Fuck that music video.
No, you click on it if you want to, but I can't play it live.
No, I mean, no, I don't want you to listen to the song on that. Listen to the other link I just posted. Here, I'll delete this one. Okay. There. Listen to this one.
Good enough
It's
for
funny
me.
ass. It's about the flute and the 808. But listen to the song. Mask off. Fuck it, mask off. Mask off. Fuck it, mask off.
No, I want to hear a Cyndi Lauper song.
You know what's really funny? Speaking of Cyndi Lauper,
time after time. How you know time after time?
That kind of makes me think. There's a video I saw a couple of days ago.
What?
Where God, something to do with Cyndi Lauper, maybe a comedian that was. Fuck. See, this shit always hit. You know, it goes full circle, right? So. It was some comedian or something, had an interview with Cyndi Lauper and a comedian or whatever, and then he was. Oh, I know what it was. What's his name? The guy that does Family Guy. What's the?
Hey, Lois.
Yeah, what's his name? The guy, the guy that made the Family Guy show. Starts with an S. Starts with an S.
Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah. Seth MacFarlane. Anyway, so I saw a video the other day with Seth MacFarlane, and he was like sitting right next to Cyndi Lauper, and he did.
The guy's dropping some bombs too, eh?
Dude. He did a couple of her songs. One song in the what's the baby thing? No more, the Stewie. English accent. Stewie.
Yeah.
He did one of her songs in the Stewie.
He killed fucking thing. Brian.
Yeah, and then he did another song.
He did a Cyndi Lauper song.
Yeah, let me find this fucking video. It's so hilarious.
The dog. The dog's name is Brian. It got ran over by.
No, it wasn't Brian. No, it wasn't Brian.
And then in the real world, Brian from Fast and the Furious died in a fucking car accident. Dun dun dun.
Oh,
Family Guy strikes again. Fucking killed the dog, dude. They fucking killed
Let
Brian.
me find
I
this
was
video
like,
I'm talking about.
oh man, they killed Brian. That's like The Walking Dead when they killed the main characters. I was like, I'm not watching this anymore. What? I invested a lot into these characters. They just killed them like fuck this mind control
I'll tell you
bullshit.
what, though. I mean,
Traumatizing bullshit.
what's the name of that? Now I can't even think of the name of the show. Seth MacFarlane made a
Just
Hulu
replace the
show.
dog, dude.
No, listen,
Like, what
this
the
is
fuck, Brian?
like a Star Trek type show on
Well,
Hulu. 2
anyways,
seasons, and they
Simpsons.
discontinued it, and I love that freaking show. It was like a
What's it
Star
about?
Trek type series. No, it was Star Trek. It was like he was the captain of the ship, and he started it. You know, damn, what was it called? Anyway, well,
Stargate?
no, it's not Stargate. No, this is actually a Seth MacFarlane
Star
freaking
Wars?
thing. There's 2 freaking seasons of this. You know, I can't think of the freaking name of it. But anyway, it was just he was just. I thought it was amazing, and there were 2
Andromeda.
seasons, and I thought it was gonna go to a 3rd season. I was like,
Is
and then I'm
it
just pissed
Andromeda? I think there was a show called
not
Andromeda.
Andromeda. All right, I'll think of the name of it. Hold on, space show. The Orville. The Orville.
I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna. It's called the Orville. But if you want to watch something really freaking amazing,
Oh, don't.
another Seth MacFarlane stuff.
We got
It's
too
pretty
many
cool.
things to do, man. It's like shit. This list of things to do. I better, you know what I mean. You know, I think it's better. Start from the bucket list.
You're not
Start from your
required to do a
bucket list.
goddamn thing that I say. I don't.
Start from your bucket list and work your way down. You know what I mean. So you don't waste your time learning stuff you shouldn't be learning about. But
Hey, my goal was to show you this Cyndi Lauper video where he was singing Cyndi Lauper songs, but with her sitting right there in the voice of characters from Family Guy. So I just found it. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Well, I mean, we're not going to play it live here because I'll get another freaking strike.
Saws ready.
Yeah, it's on the Graham Norton show.
Remember Macho Man Randy
But
Savage? You guys remember?
yeah, brother.
Spider-Man.
Remember Macho Man
On Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Bone saw.
Brother.
Bone saws ready.
Are you ready? Yes, I remember Macho Man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Yo, brother. He was really like that, dude. Steroids and I don't know what man. That guy was
steroids or not, but
that guy was always fucking like that, dude.
Well, anyway, check this out. Well, he was always like that on TV. Who knows what he was like?
And in the real world, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because you knew him, you met him.
Yes.
So he was like,
yeah, we were neighbors and shit. Yeah, I lived right next to him. I was like, "Yo,
you a goddamn lie.
You're an asshole." Just like Michael Jordan. Fuck you and fuck Michael Jordan.
Anyway, watch this video with Seth MacFarlane singing some Cyndi Lauper songs as Stewie, and what's the father's name on Family Guy? Freaking whatever. It's not one of my favorite shows, but I like Seth MacFarlane. Is a funny guy.
Yeah. Until he killed Brian. I was like, yeah, fuck Seth.
Okay, well,
something else.
He must have had a reason.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking brainwash you.
Well, like I said, I've never
That's
been
what
a
all
huge
these
fan.
shows do, you know.
I've never been a huge fan of Family Guy, but the Orville, like I said, that space show is like Star Trek, but it's Seth MacFarlane's show. There's 2 seasons, and I'm like, I love that show, and then it got canceled, and I'm like, you motherfucker! Motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It's like I like it, man. It was so freaking great, but then it's not gonna continue it. Just get the fuck out.
You motherfuckers.
Well, it's like Family Guy, you know. I didn't give a shit about Family Guy, to be honest. It wasn't even, you know. I've seen some episodes and I'm familiar with the characters, but I don't really care about Family Guy. But when he put out the Orville, I was like, man, this is really good. And after 2 seasons, it was like, somebody just decided not to do it anymore, and I'm like, that sucks. I thought the Orville was a great show.
Yeah.
But this video, are you guys watching it?
What's it about? Are they singing?
That's Cyndi Lauper sitting next to him, and he's singing her songs in the voice, the characters from the Family Guy.
Okay.
It's just funny. It's only a few minutes long.
Time after time.
Yeah, the first one's from Stewie, and the second one's from Peter. It's just funny, man. It's only a few minutes long. It's just hilarious. I won't play it on here because it's just we'll probably get a strike which I think this video has already got a strike from us playing some REM earlier, but
Fuck YouTube. I mean, yeah, right.
well, they might take the video down. I'm not sure. I mean, until we end it,
They can take
until I
these
end the
nuts
stream.
down.
You know what you can do with these nuts? Shit, I might be past the 12 hours right now. Let me check. Yeah, I'm 15 hours in right now. Fuck it, I might as well play it. You guys want to hear it? It's hilarious, man.
Oh, yes. 15 hours,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
You could do it. I mean, I don't.
Let's do it, because it's not going to be
I
archived
don't
on YouTube anyway. I don't think it's actually even going to. Check this out. This is Seth MacFarlane doing Stewie and Peter singing some Cyndi Lauper songs.
Imagine you've got an evening at the Drunken Clam. It's Cyndioke. Let's call it Cyndioke. It's a thing. So who would you pick? Who would you pick to, for instance, Time After Time? Who would sing Time After Time?
Damn you.
Bark like a seal, you bastard!
You bastard!
I guess maybe Stewie would sing Time After Time.
Okay. Apparently I've got to give you a special singing microphone.
Hey, what is he singing? Time after
You
time.
bastard. You bastard.
You bastard.
Bull.
Bastard.
That's the second verse.
Yeah, we're just going into second.
Yeah, this is him singing in Stewie's voice
You picture me
right next to Cyndi Lauper.
walking too far ahead. You're calling to me. I can't hear
That's pretty good.
what you have said. Then you'll say, go slow. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time.
Should we do another one? Should we do another one? Okay.
That was really
Do you want to do true colors? Do you want to do?
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. He's going to do one. He's going to do another one. He's going to sing in Peter's voice this time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, it says Peter Griffin in parentheses, so I'm Okay.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be beautiful.
What song is this?
You with the shit. Don't be discouraged. Oh, I realize. It's
This is the dad, huh?
Yeah, it's Peter.
full of
Forget his
people.
name.
You can
Peter
lose
Griffin.
sight of it all.
Peter, yeah,
The
Peter.
darkness inside you can make
Peter.
you feel so small. But I see
Peter.
your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, buddy. That's why I love you. So don't be a dick. Let them show your true colors. Your true colors are beautiful, like a rainbow.
The Graham Norton Show. All new Saturdays at 11:50. Only on BBC America. For copious further examples.
It's funny. I just thought it was funny.
Yep. It's very funny.
It's also very funny. It's very, very, very funny.
It's too funny.
Over the top. Oh.
You very funny, man. Very funny, man.
Oh, yeah. That may sound like very, very funny dude. Very funny guy.
That's racist. Imagine if I was Japanese, right? I'd be like, yo, that's racist, bro.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. The crowd here is dwindling, Bon. Look how many people are in here.
Crowd where?
I guess there is no crowd. There's only 16 of us, but I think most of them are probably sleeping in the room. Talking about in the voice room.
Yes, indeed.
Most of them are more than likely sleeping. Ryan was talking a minute ago, but it was just you and Ryan, which I was enjoying that conversation, by the way. It was good stuff. And hopefully Ryan will be coming to the next meetup. He's close. We're going to go have a meetup. Yeah, September 5th.
Am I coming in?
Yep.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Excellent.
Sorry,
So I don't know the venue yet, but yeah, September 5th, we're going to have another meetup. So you going to bring your wife?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to bring the kids too.
Ah, awesome. I think we're going to have it at a pizza place. I've been talking to my buddy here, and he said, pizza, okay. I was like, okay, pizza. There's a million pizza places in Fayetteville. I have no idea where he's talking about, but yeah, we've had a couple of pizza things, but whatever. So I'm not sure where we're going to have it yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I know. But it's always fun. And these meetups are so fun. Hey, Bon.
Yo.
Why don't you do a meetup in Sydney?
Because of COVID, dude, you can't do anything. Are you some kind of terrorist? Some kind of
you know why?
criminal?
I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm saying do it anyway.
How about you think about...
I'm not thinking about anybody else.
Danger.
The danger of COVID. The danger of COVID.
When you ask them to meet. I mean, that's
so amazing.
It's evil.
Did you see?
Evil?
Wait. I've got this. You don't have to worry about flu anymore. Check this out. Boom, shalak. Check that out. Right there. Flu doesn't even exist anymore. COVID cured the flu.
Yes. And everything else. It also cured stuff like gunshot wounds to the head, to the face. Yeah. All COVID, thanks to COVID, that people are not dying from.
It's like, yeah, your head got blown off, but you died of COVID.
But I'm pretty sure it was COVID. So yeah, that's it. Have
Oh,
a nice
we're about
funeral.
to get. See, we are. I'm pretty sure I already fucked this video anyway. And so I'm gonna turn the live stream off.
What are you talking about?
And
Like,
start a new one.
fuck the world.
Yeah,
It's just me against the world, baby.
dude,
Yeah.
that's always the way it's been,
Fuck the
right?
world if it cannot adapt.
Always.
All right, like, look, learn to live with me. All right, world, fuck you. I'm just kidding. Look,
Love
this
me or hate
world,
me, you have to be
in a
here with me.
world where I exist,
In a world,
one government
one life.
will pay the right. Like,
Hey, yeah,
it's kind
I
of
stopped the
again.
stream. We're offline now, but it will only archive like
Let's
from,
talk some shit.
from like 3 hours ago. Yeah, so well, actually, we're still live on Roger's channel, so we have to kind of be aware of that. We don't want to.
What's up, Rogers channel?
We don't want to
People,
get his channel hit.
shout out to Rogers channel.
Yeah, and everybody should. If you're not sub to Roger's channel, let me grab it real quick. Four, 7. Well, shit, my internet went out for like almost 24 hours the other day. There was some issue at the junction box, and so
24 whole hours. Wow. I mean, remember when we never used to have internet?
I know, but this is the thing, you know. I mean, it's like I was actually talking to Paula on a private call. You know who Paula is, right?
Nope.
Paula,
Pretty P.
Bible literist. Paula.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, I was on a private call with her. We were talking for like an hour, and all of a sudden, bam! It just shut off. It was like 9 p.m. And I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And then I looked at my router and everything, and there was no internet connection at all. And I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And so then from there I went to, I called the internet, 24-hour internet, and it was like the guys that are just like, on the helpline late night, and they were like, "Hey, we'll make a ticket and we'll hopefully somebody can get there tomorrow." It's like, yeah, somebody needs to figure something out because I don't have any internet. But anyway, I woke up in the morning, internet still off. I had to go to work. And so anyway, so when I got home later in the day, finally got somebody out here and they figured out it was something at the junction box and they fixed it. And I was like, so I was without internet for like almost 24 hours.
What was that like? No, seriously.
No,
what's that like?
I wasn't completely without internet because I have a phone, right? So I can hotbox, hotspot from my phone to my computer. So, but it's not near as fast. I mean, I have fiber optic internet, so like the 4G internet is not near. But I didn't even try to stream from my phone, to my main computer. So yeah, I mean the stream was down for that long, and I was getting messages from people all day. It's like, "Hey, this is crazy. Where's everybody at?" So I don't know what happened, but they fixed it.
That's a good thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, fiber optic, light speed.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. I get 100 megs, 100 meg up and down. Actually, on the streaming computer, it's more than that. I don't know why, but it's actually more than that. It's almost
Remember AOL?
almost a terabyte upload. So that's why the stream sounds so great most of the time.
Remember AOL?
AOL. Yeah, I do. I mean, that was my first internet thing. It
The
was
sick
dial up,
cat.
right?
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
I
like a
would
sick
freaking
cat in your.
what I'd do with AOL, I'd log in, shut down the AOL browser, open Internet Explorer, and then, you know, go to shit. What was the one where you get all the downloads of music and stuff?
Napster.
Napster, yeah. I
LimeWire.
would just
Napster.
I'd set a bunch of downloads for Napster, then I'd go to work, come home, had all my damn
Yes. Yep.
downloads, and I'd put them on my MP3 player.
Remember looking at the time, how long it would take to download? Like
Yeah.
2 hours, 4 hours. It's like, oh, cool. It's not.
Dude,
At
I'd
least
be
it's not like
freaking. I blew
that's
up,
pretty
man.
fast, dude. Like 1 hour is pretty good, eh? Oh, cool.
Dude,
1 hour. That's pretty fast.
dude. I freaking. I download that shit, and I also had a CD player that had a broadcast. You could actually it broadcasted FM, so I could actually burn a CD from the house and then play it at work through a stereo that I had at work. And I had some speakers set up in the shop I was working in. So I'd burn a CD when I got home, you know, from the Napster songs that I downloaded. And there was a certain signal setting on the side of the CD player. You can tune your FM stereo to. Yeah. Some old school shit right there.
Some old school
Dude,
shit.
and everybody hated what I was playing. I was playing some freaking heavy metal and shit. They all like country. I'm in this cabinet shop just freaking blasting some freaking Meshuggah. I love that shit. They hated my music. That was freaking badass. Freaking Meshuggah and Extol, just like some hardcore metal shit. Hated it. But I liked it. Either that or I was playing some freaking Rush Limbaugh. I'd be like listening to Rush Limbaugh or I was listening to some metal.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about this earlier tonight. Like people say, oh, this is, you know, a turning point in people's lives, I guess. You remember where you were when you heard about, you know, a plane hitting the towers, you know, 9/11, basically.
I was in the Navy. Of course, I remember.
Were you on a ship?
No, I was in submarine base.
Well, I was standing in front of a table saw listening live to the radio. It was like breaking news. An airplane hit, you know, the tower. I mean, so it was like just a few minutes after whenever it was supposed to come out, I was already listening to the news. So, because I was listening to news a lot during that time. So I was like, holy shit. I heard it immediately, basically just like almost live time. And then I went around and I was working in a shop with about 20 people. And they didn't listen to the news. They were listening to country music or whatever, all the other bullshit. I was like, holy shit, everybody, you got to tune in. Airplane hit the World Trade Center. And then everybody started listening, you know. But it was like, yeah, I remember exactly where I was when I first heard about it. And it was only just a few minutes after it was released, because I was already listening to the news. I was listening to it live, and then they broke in and said, hey, an airplane hit the World Trade Center. Oh, shit. And then a little bit after that, I went to lunch. I went home. Freaking second plane hit. Like, I was like, oh, shit. And then I got off work and was watching it the whole day, and then all that other stuff happened, you know. It was pretty wild. Bongs, you said you're
Woke up to an alarm. Everybody went to their stations, and then
so you were active military at the time, huh?
yeah. But you know, it's like you remember what George Bush was doing, reading a book upside down to a bunch of kids about his goat. What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with this picture? I don't know. What the hell? This is the president? Yes.
And then somebody came and whispered in his ear, and he's like, hey, we're under attack. And he's like, just give me
froze for a minute, yeah. The book is upside down. Oh, yeah. That's how I read stuff. Upside down? I even write stuff like that. Okay.
No, but you didn't know about that at the time anyway. So you heard an alarm on your
go off in the barracks where everyone's sleeping and everybody had to run to their stations. I had to go to a Radio Shack.
Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Oh, the Radio Shack, or like the store Radio Shack?
So a radio man in the Navy is it's called a 19 now, right? But it's like the telecommunications guy.
Right.
You know the guy with the backpack.
So
You know the guy
you're
with
asking
with
him
the
what the fuck is
backpack,
going
with the
on?
antenna, with the radio.
Right,
You know
right.
the guy, that guy.
He's like the guy that's got the heads up on what the fuck's happening, and you know, and other
IT.
Yeah.
IT/telecommunications.
Yeah, yeah. So what did you hear from them when you first were awakened?
And we were under attack by some terrorists.
America under attack.
America. And
Where were you stationed at that point?
You don't. Oh, that's classified. Sorry.
Oh, that's classified information.
It's it's a Marine base. It's the only one up there in New York, Connecticut, called Rotten Groton.
Northeastern part of America.
Yeah, Northeast region. That's what it's called.
So you were pretty close then. That's interesting.
Pretty American to me, right? That's pretty America. Like
that's
doesn't get any more American than Texas, but this is New York and California. But.
See, I was standing in front of my table saw, just
like,
cutting shit up, you know, doing, you know, making my boss money, and then I was just listening to the news, and it's like, breaking news: a plane hit the tower, and I'm like, at first I'm thinking, oh, just a little airplane, which. Of course, that can't happen. That can't actually happen that way.
What kind of dumbass pilot does that, right?
Like, but then, you know, as the information came through, it was like, no, it was a commercial airline that actually hit it, and it just like slowly leaked in. Oh yeah, I mean, it didn't take like 2 hours for it to be Osama bin Laden and his cronies. Had planned this shit from a cave in Afghanistan. It was like, oh shit. They already had the whole fucking story within 24 hours. They had everything. It's like, oh, damn it. Well, let's go get them in Afghanistan. It was quite silly. Looking back, it's kind of silly, but at the time, I was like, Osama bin Laden, you motherfucker.
Son of a bitch.
You shouldn't have done this.
How dare you? We
How
are
dare
America.
you?
Motherfucking America, man. No one does this to us. No one.
How
Fuck those
dare
guys.
you, Osama
I
bin
want to go
Laden?
kill some motherfucking East. Whoever the fucking did this to us. Right? Like, I want to kill someone. Fucking give me a gun. So I'm going to the military to kill some motherfuckers. Watch.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of people that joined the
Fucking
military
killing
after that
cows all
too.
these years. I know how to kill some motherfuckers. Give me a gun. Sign me up, Dad.
How
Yes.
dare you?
All in good time, son. Can't wait to kill me some motherfuckers, Dad. Yes. Serve your country. Protect freedom. Yeah.
Serve
all
and
that shit.
protect.
All that shit, Dad. No, we're gonna kill those motherfuckers, son.
And
Fuck
all
those
that,
guys.
all that.
Oh, hey Lou. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, I'm listening. Helio, I wanted to inform you. You said you were talking about earlier tonight. It is now tomorrow. You're talking about last night, by the way.
Same stream though. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
Tomorrow, today, last night. I mean, who's keeping track anyways?
Well, I was
right?
saying those REM songs were on that last stream. I'm about to start a new stream, so yeah.
Yeah. No, anyway, yeah, what you're talking about now, though, just, the day of 9/11, immediately so many people are, were saying, like, kill all them towel heads, or just don't wipe out, like, all of, like, Islam, or just bomb that entire, like, just bomb that, the
Just
entire
destroy
Middle
everything.
East, and, like, all that stuff. Everybody's like, yeah, they're dead serious. Like, I don't even
Blow
know
shit up.
why we haven't done it already.
I know it, and they're like, what's really crazy? It's like all the guys were Saudi Arabian, but they supposedly did it from Afghanistan, which is not Arabian at all. And the entire thing is so fucking silly that it's just like, well, I mean, when I didn't really put the shit together at the time because it took a long time to really figure out the entire stupid narrative. But it's like the Bin Ladens. Oh, you guys already know. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but it's just like, dude, what the hell is Osama bin Laden doing in Afghanistan anyway?
Trying to make some money.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm about to restart the last stream.
The last stream.
The love stream.
stream.
Mine anyway. I think Rogers is still up at
Stream of love.
Stream of love.
Oh.
1882. And we're alive again, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing of prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. See, that's what I'm talking about.
What TV show was that from?
That was Greatest American Hero.
Oh, with that blonde curly haired guy?
Yeah, yeah. It was like 2 seasons, I think, of that show. But dude, it was
Yeah,
so
I
awesome.
remember.
It
Didn't
was
he
so
used to like he had like this cheesy get like a superhero outfit?
Yeah, yeah. It was great, man. It was fucking great. One of the best shows ever.
Yeah, I remember that. Dude, I loved that show when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too. The Greatest American Hero.
The song didn't, or that show didn't seem to live on, but that song, I think most people can say they
Dude,
probably heard.
yeah, it's exactly. It's just like it just pops in my head sometimes. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. Oh, that's good stuff, man.
I'll learn the off key for you.
There's a bridge in there. I can't remember the bridge right now. This is too good to be true. Look at me falling for you. That's what it is. That's the bridge. Leave on air. Never thought I could feel so free. Who could it be?
You wear boots, Helio?
What's that?
You wear boots?
I am Moot.
No, boots. Are you a boot
Yes. Are you Bloot?
I am Groot.
guy? I am
Are
Groot.
Are you Boots?
I
Who
have
said
no
Boots?
idea what the fuck you guys are saying.
No, I
Are
was
you
asking if you're a boot guy. If you like do you wear boots?
Fairies wear boots, and you gotta believe it. You know.
Fairies wear boots.
What do you mean by like with boots? You talking about like cowboy boots or like just
Yeah, like
work
like
boots?
Wellingtons or just
No, I
whatever.
wear tennis shoes.
Yeah.
I would like to have a good pair of cowboy boots, but they're expensive, and I just don't. No.
I'm stoked, man. I just had a random, I'm always testing these expensive companies, and day before yesterday, I had spilled a small amount of that Goo Gone shit, and it got on my boot, and it caused it to like literally scorch. It almost looked like someone set fire to where it landed. So I was like, what the fuck? I ain't nothing to lose. So I called the company and tell them what happened. They said, okay, we'll have you a brand new pair sent out, and they're Ariats. So we're talking like $400 boots. So they're just sending me a brand new pair just for the fuck of it. I'm like, you don't want these back?
Yeah.
You don't want these back or anything? They're like, no, just go ahead and do what you will with them. I'm like, okay, I'm dyeing them black. Now I have black boots.
So you get a free pair on top of your other pair that really just was
That I could fix anyway, yeah.
holy shit. That's
Your own
badass.
problem for being sloppy. So
Yeah, it's like I won't even bother with cowboy boots unless I spent that kind of money, like $400 or $500 on a really good pair of boots. No, so I'm not a boot. No, like hiking boots. I do have a good pair of like hiking boots or just trekking. That I can just freaking shit kickers or whatever. And they're about $100, but I don't. I can't wear them all day long and just walk in them. They're just too heavy, man. And my feet aren't that great, as far as
We
doing
got
all
those
that.
we got those moccasins around here. So when I did go, I bought another pair of boots. I'm a boot fiend. Boots, knives, and guns. So, but anyway, I bought a pair of boots that could protect me from the snakes. So they have like this metatarsal guard. It's like this basically like a steel toe that also continues up the tongue. So they can bite me away all they want. I'm not gonna penetrate my shoe.
I mean, these boots that I have, they're pretty thick, man. They come, up over the ankle. I have to actually, when I wear them, I have to wear 2 pairs of socks with them. So.
Are they 8 holes, 6 holes?
Shit, I don't remember. It's probably 8 hole. I don't know. They have hooks at the top. You have to.
Yeah. Sorry,
but I wear 2 pairs of thick socks with them, and then I can pretty much do whatever I need to do for a day. But carrying them around, they're heavy, so it's kind of like it's good for a working day, but for the most part, you can't just wear them all the time like that.
As far as work boots goes, I've had my Timberland Pro boots for about 3 years now, and they're still holding up good to heavy abuse outdoor construction work. They're super comfortable. I've never been happier with a pair of work boots. Those Timberland Pros, those are really
those Timberland Pros are great.
Timberland.
I used to wear those when I used to when I used to do electricity. Another good one is Georgia boot. You ever tried on Georgia boot?
No.
Man, you want to talk about comfort?
Yeah, I was just right away. I was blown away by. I mean, the Timberland Pros. They even look nice too. It was like a shame to get them.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Just right away, just how soft and flexible they are with like all those materials. Like, usually, a leather work boot is stiff, takes a while to kind of break it in. Yeah, the Timberlands were just
like 6 months on a good leather boot. It takes like 6 months.
I like that part though. I used to buy me some Sears brand Die Hard boots, and they were only $100, and you can have them broke in. And the thing is, they broke in exactly how your foot is. They really did break in well.
Yeah, so when I bought them, I was like, I thought I was probably overpaying, but now now I'm like thinking about my next pair when these ones wear out. Yeah, I'm gonna get them again.
Dude, telling you right now, I guarantee you they have a warranty. All you have to do is get one of them, happy-go-lucky women on the phone. And, hey, ma'am, how are you doing today? Get her perky, and tell her flat out, you know what? I love these boots. Don't tell her you've owned them as long as you have. Embellish a little bit and ask her what can be done, that it's that they have like a really good warranty, and you've been with the company for many years, and what can we do about it? Because the stitching on the toe is coming undone.
Yeah, just claim the sole is coming apart on the heel or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. And they won't even ask you. They'll just say, okay, what's your address, and tell us the serial number inside the boot, and they'll send you a brand new pair. Try it right now, I guarantee you.
Yeah, I'm sure you can do that. I'd kind of feel too much like a Jew if I did that, though.
Yeah, I felt guilty too. But then again, at the same time, I talk myself into the fact that, hey, it did have a defect, so.
So I've got a cousin who his girlfriend years ago, when they came out for the family reunion, she's, I don't know if it has to do with it or not, but she is in fact Jewish. But they would have her thing anytime they would go anywhere was they would find the most expensive hotel room that they could find. And the trick was you just complain about something so that they give it to you like half off or even comp it at the end. And yeah, it came back to bite her in the ass though. Like they had a bunch of people back there and they burnt a bag of popcorn in the microwave, and when she tried to do her little trick, instead they charged her full price plus the cost of a new microwave.
Oh no, that's the worst. That's what you get, I guess.
Lots of
Yeah, we
Tesla.
used to do that in Laughlin all the time. We used to go to Laughlin at least 2 or 3 times a year when I lived in Orange County, California. Laughlin, man, I'll tell you what, that's a lot of fun. People love Vegas, but I'd take Laughlin over Vegas any day. It's not quite as poppin', but you got the water, great fishing, great beaching and boating all day, and then at night you got your partying and gambling. It's just a great place. As opposed to Vegas, what are you gonna do during the day? Go to watch the Bellagio fountain? Well, I just reported this fucker. Some dude trying to sell Microtech or cloned Microtech, Ultratech out the front knives for as if they're real. Report.
What movie is this? Livestream voice text. What movie is that? You'll get it. Yep.
Spartak or Gladiator?
Yeah. Well, the answer was already typed there for you, so yeah, you don't win.
I didn't see that. My bad.
Coworker just sent that to me like a minute ago.
I didn't say I knew him. I said he sniffed my hair once.
You knew Joe Biden? I didn't say I knew him. I said he sniffed my hair once.
I'm gonna save that one.
Gutsura beat me to it. I was going to say Gladiator, but he beat me to it. Yeah. I've watched that movie probably at least 10 times. I love that movie. Gladiator is the shit. I love that movie.
Yeah, I just rewatched that one again probably a month ago.
Yeah, so awesome. What's that? What's the latest movie? With Russell Crowe, where he's like the bad guy. He's like chasing people down or whatever. Let me find it real quick. I don't know if you've seen this one. It's really good.
There's always
Hey,
really
where would? Sorry, Lou.
I was just gonna say I always really like in that movie or basically anything with the what's a Roman theme, just like the gladiator helmets and shit like that. They're so cool looking. Just
Dude, have you seen that series Rome? It's an HBO.
yeah, I watched that back in the day. Like that
Dude,
was
it's freaking that's a crazy ass show.
Where would be a good place to post? You know, like if I'm trying to find people that might be in my area to potentially put together some kind of meetup. Would that be something I could do in here or no?
Yeah, I mean, if you set up a meetup, yeah, we can. We'll promote it here. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm more or less just curious if there's an, if it's even worth setting a meetup, if anybody's interested,
it might
Or
be
if there's
worth
anybody.
I think that'd be a great idea actually for a server this size. You know, we are kind of like a hub like for flat earth, right? Like if we had a room or a channel that was dedicated just to setting up meetups and stuff like that, or
Yeah, that'd be great.
yeah, that'd be cool. Be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe we can just create another room for meetups where we can just post meetup information.
You got to set the permissions so that the Globers and trolls don't get in there, or they'll come and fuck the meetup.
Right. You know what'd be really cool though?
Show up at the Blue Oyster.
Yeah, but I want like we'll have a flat Earth meetup, and like 7 to 10 of us show up at a meetup. And I want every single Glober that's curious about that. They don't even have guts enough to even come in here and talk to us. But I would love for them to show up their face at our freaking meetup.
Yeah, I don't think many of them would have the balls to do it.
That would be funny though. That would be great.
Be fun. Hey, but when we do have meetups, we actually do put it out there publicly. Hey, we're having a meetup this day. We let them know a month ahead of time. Everybody knows we're going to be at this place at this time. So yeah, get your ass in there.
I could definitely see like if we had a room for that, like say you're meeting at a restaurant or a bar or something like that, them all calling ahead like, yeah, don't let this group come. You got a bunch of flat earthers coming, blah blah blah. Don't let them in. Like just trying to be a bunch of.
Oh well, so far the meetups that I've promoted, that's not happened yet. So, and last meetup that we had here in Fayetteville, they I thought there were going to be more, but there was 6 of us, and so I reserved a larger table. we ended up, what's funny is I had like I reserved a 20 top, and then only 6 of us showed up, and we were like, hey, yeah, I think this is all there's going to be. As soon as we opened that table up, they filled that whole table up with other people sitting right next to us. We had the whole freaking restaurant talking about flat Earth, man. And it wasn't because we were like preaching flat Earth. We were just talking amongst each other. But it was like our waiter and was, he took one of the flyers and stuff, and everybody in that restaurant knew that we were flat earthers. It's just 6 of us at the table, but everybody in the restaurant was talking about flat Earth.
They start murmuring to themselves at their table. So those guys over there are flat earthers. What do you?
We had a couple of people come over and just like, so you guys are flat earthers? It is like, he was like, you mind if I have a seat? And so there was one guy who just came over and just took a seat and started asking questions about flat Earth. I thought it was really cool. So it doesn't matter necessarily how many people are there, but if they know you're flat Earth, it's like maybe 4 years ago, just like we were talking about earlier, it was a very kind of like taboo thing or whatever. But for the most part, everybody on social media or in the news or whatever has heard about flat Earth now. So they're really curious. It's like, so you guys think the Earth is flat, right? And so they're actually more comfortable about, addressing the topic. So it's not even really that big a deal anymore. Coach Sir, that's a freaking crazy one. Hey, for the first time, I'm going to say, not my president. That's insane.
I'm really sorry that wild speculation didn't come to fruition on the world stage, and that is the part where allegedly President Trump did something that would allow him to reinstate himself as president and get Biden out. I was like, oh. When I came across that, I'm like, that sounds really exciting.
Yeah, but I mean, what would that make a difference, though? Ultimately, if that could be a thing, I guess. But
I mean, all things are possible, right? I guess we didn't put enough attention into it. But I thought, well, I mean, the way I see it now, maybe I'm not taking it in the right way that I should, but it just seems like it's a bunch of different scripts, with different genres of our existence. And usually I don't follow politics, although I'll admit to anybody that Alex Jones almost got me to register to vote for Trump. He swayed me that much with his shit. You know what I'm saying? So
No,
when I found out that it was possible for him to come back after only one term, I'm like, yes, I'm going to change the channel to that. I should have put more attention onto it. Who the fuck knows where we'd be right now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, good God. Wouldn't that have been amazing? That would have
Dude,
been invoking anarchy in a sense, or going in that direction, or something. I'm babbling,
yeah, maybe, but yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily know what difference it would make in the long term if Trump was, well, if he was, openly elected and won the second term.
No, it was demolishing the corporation is what that move would have happened, that's what it would have came out of.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been.
Yeah, far-fetched, but you know.
Dude, the way that go ahead.
I was
Lou.
just gonna real quickly say, just you sound like you still believe like in politics and the system.
I'm smiling.
And shit like that.
I'm
Yeah.
smiling, just so you know.
Well,
Yes,
it's like I'm
thank you for
trying not to
pointing that out,
say
Lou.
that it wouldn't make really difference. You know, it really wouldn't necessarily make it.
Well, what I find weird, okay, explain this to me, because to me this is confusing. You guys are a lot more learned on the politics than I am. I'm very basic, okay? I'm okay to admit that. All right, so why do we call it a democracy when our own Pledge of Allegiance to the flag says we're a republic? Can somebody help me?
Wait, who's we? I don't call it a democracy.
Okay, I don't mean you personally, for lack of a better word, okay? So it's out
Like
in the
media,
mainstream that
when
this
they
is
say,
very dangerous to our democracy, but yet when everyone was in school at some point, they put their hand on their chest and they recited the Pledge of Allegiance to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
Under
Yeah,
God, indivisible.
yeah, nowhere in that this is a
liberty and
democracy,
justice
right?
for all.
Yeah, and so the only people that call American politics in any way a democracy are the people that want it to be a democracy and divide and conquer.
You mean the CIA? They're the ones who want it like that?
Well, I mean, yes, you know, at a certain point, yeah. I mean, there's certain mind control involved where they want to call the republic a democracy when it's obviously not, or at least it's not designed that way.
I mean, how many regular
it's meant-
people
it's
know
meant to
about
be-
the Constitution? I guess is what I'm getting at. Sorry, Lou. Go ahead.
and I know I've heard whatever in school in like economics class and stuff like that. Like they started talking about or history. I remember being taught that it was the teacher, you know, had said that it's a republic, you know, like, but he said it's set up as a democratic republic. Which when I say that in here a couple times, I've been corrected that that's not true either. But
Yeah.
a democratic republic, like just basically meaning like democracy is like majority rules. So when you have like a popular vote type thing, that's democracy.
Yeah.
In a true republic,
you.
In a true republic, I don't think the people get to any say at all. I don't think they
Yeah,
get to vote at all.
the word democracy
I know what's
is
happening.
abused. I mean, it's more it's better described as a representative republic instead of calling it democratic. There's no part of democracy inside this. It's just you elect representatives to represent you, in different things. There's no democracy involved in that.
See, like it's sort of a blend of the two, though. Like
Right.
it's a democratic voting process to vote for your representatives, which is where it then switches over to being like a republic, where the people that you chose democratically are in they now vote as representatives for you.
Right.
They don't. Yeah.
But it's corrupted because any part of democracy is is two wolves and a sheep voting for what for dinner, right?
What I thought of when Lou was describing the two is that, one is what they want us to believe and one is how they strive it to be. Does that make sense? Sorry if it doesn't.
No,
I
it
mean,
makes sense.
It's just, yeah, I've never been really interested in politics like you guys, so I appreciate stuff you guys talk about.
I used to be interested in politics, but
yeah, me too. In this,
disinterested with politics for longer than you've been a truther, from what I heard you talking about.
Yeah, me too.
So,
dude, like I said, I mean, like when I was talking about 9/11 earlier, I was totally into like when I was like I said, I was listening live to a news radio show when the plane hit the building. That's how I was
Dude,
the
I
first
knew.
person to
I
know.
was.
I knew it because I was listening to a live news radio show. I was totally
I
into
was
politics at
too.
that time.
I was actually listening to someone out of Chicago. I could look him up and but yeah. So that I bet everybody has a story about where exactly they were when they heard about that.
Sure, yeah. And it may not have anything to do with politics or whatever, or any type of news thing. But yeah, a lot of people our age, of course, almost everyone I think can think of it probably knows
It didn't.
exactly
What's
where they were when they
crazy?
first heard about 9/11.
For me, you know what's crazy is I didn't have like an immediate fear reaction. It took me a long time to get to that point, and now I kind of know why. Is because it wasn't organic. In fact, as it turns out, from how everybody talks about it and picked apart the whole event, it wasn't very well done.
Dude, when the second plane hit, yeah, I was like, oh shit.
Okay, this is what got me. This was what took me a long time. It was like a day or two after. And this is when TLC and Discovery, when I used to watch them. And so they had an amateur video of just before the plumes of dust and debris came down the street. These people were banging on this door for it to be let into the storefront. And the moment they did, they turned the camera around and you could see the blanket. I mean, I don't know how to describe it eloquently here, but it was horrifying. And these people were screaming. And that's when I started to be afraid was from that, the people's reaction. But I don't know, the people they jumped from the building just before it collapsed. That one has always been intriguing to me. Were those people real, or was that constructed?
Yeah, that's kind of hard to say on that point, but
yeah.
But yeah, there was when I heard the initial report, first plane, I was like, man, something's weird's going on, and then second plane hit the other building. Then within 24 hours, Osama bin Laden.
It was within 24 hours. It was literally within like a few hours. It was.
Yeah. But at the same time, I wasn't really kind of aware of a lot of that stuff. I was aware of like the Federal Reserve kind of bullshit that was going on. So that's why
I wasn't aware of anything then.
I was already, some of that bullshit I was already into. But
yeah, I'd already piqued a little bit of interest from when I think I would say, what was the order there? We had Waco, then Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, Oklahoma City. Yeah.
I was young, like late elementary school, maybe middle school, when those happened, but I remember paying attention a little bit, kind of just realizing, even as a kid, that something was off with how the media was portraying it and stuff, and.
Yeah, see, at that time, in 2001, I was already like into like the libertarian type ideology, and so I was following politics, but I was also just like, I don't know if I should even vote anymore. I was already kind of on that tip.
My mother was always into like economics, and then later on more so politics, but not a lot. But she would always tell me that there's a handful of entities that own everything, and that's when I believe it was one of the first things I looked into, was like the Federal Reserve and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was one of my first ones. Yeah, Federal Reserve.
Yeah, and I think I came across Mark Passio early on, him talking about natural law and stuff like that. I'm like, this is resonating with me, okay.
Yeah.
And so, and then, like entertainment conspiracy, that it's manipulated and such. And then it was, soon after that I stumbled on to Flat Earth. But I'm trying to think of, like before my mom told me anything like that, what conspiracy brought my attention. So
On 9/11, though, yeah, I was working at an electrical supply warehouse, and just showing up, the first plane had just hit, and I was checking in at the clock, and everybody was, instead of being at their workstations or whatever, everything was quiet. They're all in the break room, and somebody's through the window in the break room waving me in there, get in here, and
everybody's watching the TV or their computer monitor.
on the TV break room, and yeah, it was a real surreal feeling. More like because the second plane still hadn't hit, and so nobody really knew what was exactly going on yet. But yeah, I just remember people though. Yeah, some people were very emotional. Some people were clearly scared. I was neither. I was just more confused, like trying to put the pieces together. When the second plane hit, it became clear, something that the first was no mistake. And once the second building, which was the second building get hit, was the first to fall. When that fell right away, I was like, the way that it fell, I knew that something was off. I was like, that something.
Wow.
I was like, that can't happen like that. Like, I'm thinking to myself.
That's cool.
And then, but then when the second one the first building get hit, the second building to fall. When that one started to fall the same exact way as the first, it was still falling. And I said out loud in the break room, I said, this can't happen.
Wow.
And the guy next to me, he goes, no, no, it's happening. And I'm like, no, this can't happen. Like, I knew right away as it was happening that
wow,
that it was that it had to have been set up like a controlled demolition somehow or something. Because you can't I just knew right away. Physics wouldn't allow.
Yeah, it's physically impossible.
A symmetrical collapse at free fall speed like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it may have hit me like that, but at the same time, I didn't see the big picture, I guess, and maybe I still don't. But it took me several years before I actually went back and looked at it again and saw it for what it was. I knew. I mean, I knew it. I guess I knew it at the beginning that one airplane can't make an 1,100 or 110-story building just disappear. But it's just
correct.
What I recently came across a little bit of I think one of Judy's documentaries, and the most profound thing that I recall from that time watching it was, where did all the debris go? I mean, I know they hauled a lot of it out, like constantly from when it happened. That's what I think she said we were told.
Anyone with common sense could know that. It was like, all right, so we have this 110-story, 1,100-foot tower. What if I told you I could just run an airplane into it and make it disappear? Anybody with any common sense would be like, no, you can't do that, because most of the building would still be there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what happened. 2 airplanes made 2 1,100-foot tall buildings completely disappear.
Well, don't forget the bonus building 7.
Yeah, and building 7,
Yeah,
of
it's a
course.
bonus.
And no
Don't
plane hit that
forget,
motherfucker though.
this would be the first time in history a plane has ever hit a building and made it fall. Because in 1970s, the Empire State Building was hit by a 724, and it only did $2 million worth of damage to 3 floors. It wasn't
What?
even made. It wasn't even made as good, as sturdy as the towers.
Yeah, that I was thinking that a few moments ago. Somebody had said something, and in my mind, I said, in addition to, especially since the engineers specifically designed it with the possibility that it could be impacted by an airplane.
Right.
um,
The funny thing, I watched the 5 DVD set because I love construction. I grew up building stuff. So I watched the entire how it was made. There's no way that any of that is real.
yeah, so now the reason why it was so different watching when she said, "Where did all the debris go?" I remember Ron, talking about the California fires and the specific mechanism used to pulverize only certain specific areas. It just seems too coincidental.
You mean the
not to
forest
talk
fires
about.
that didn't burn the trees?
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to get us in trouble by going too deep in this topic, is why I don't want to say the word, the 3-letter acronym. So yeah.
Do.
Yeah, and there's can't remember who was talking about it, but that it's been around longer than we think it has. And I can't remember.
I don't think we get in trouble for talking about
Okay, I just
directed
wanted.
energy.
Okay, cool. So I forget which time period that somebody speculated that the DEW weapons have implemented for further back than what people have realized or gotten to yet,
Well,
or
that
something.
may or may not be the case. We don't know, but when they put those pictures out, even on the news websites, where they said forest fire has caused all this damage and all the houses are gone, but the trees are still there. How in the entire
That's
fuck
insane.
can all the houses be destroyed, but the trees are still there, and you call it a forest fire? How did that happen? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I know that fire didn't make it do it. I
Well,
didn't make it happen because
what
the
it
trees would be
says,
gone too.
yeah, what it says is that people don't know how fires work.
Well, it's the same. It's the same as them telling you that you have a democracy, and a democracy is a free-flowing, free form of government, which it's not.
Thank you. Thank you for
Democracy.
pointing it out.
Y'all are triggering my semantics bone so hard,
Well,
saying the
you know
wrong
what?
word.
I
You
have
have a
to.
semantics bone? I didn't know there was such a thing.
Heck yeah.
I have to because you never know who you're gonna come across and meet in real life, and I just like to talk about a little bit about a bunch of different things. I don't have to be an expert to be aware of a topic, and if somebody finds it interesting, it's not on me to make sure they know everything about it. That's where it's like, hey man, I'm not out to convince you. Go in and look for it yourself.
Right.
So.
With words, they've changed definitions of words to dilute
Oh
the
my
meaning.
God. Yeah. Well, all right. What's your biggest pet peeve then? I need to know. What on a word? Where do
Well,
you think?
semantics. Words actually mean
Yeah.
something. So
Right.
going back to the original definitions, politics has nothing to do with the way people use it. Politics only has to do with the law.
What do you think is your number one misused word? I guess is what I was trying to get at. Sorry.
That's a good question. I don't know because I'm changing everything as I go. When I realize I'm saying something wrong.
Right. I got you. Like I always tried mine. I try and not say I'm sorry. And not to say I won't ever, but I apologize.
Yeah, I got rid of that years ago.
Yeah, I'd say like maybe a year. That's been in my to change.
It was a hard one to get rid of because
I
as
mean,
an empath, you actually care
Yeah,
about other people.
when
yeah.
you apologize or say I'm sorry, it's and just like both of you were saying, it, I've
It's
learned to
like saying,
not to apologize so much, like I used to. Oh, I'm so sorry that I did that. I apologize for it. Don't what you're doing online. I mean, it's kind of like let your yay be nay, yay, and your nay be nay. Just put it out there and
yeah,
let sleeping dogs lie. Everything,
yeah.
all that stuff. Just don't.
So it's kind
Yeah,
of,
if you're just wasting your time apologizing and forgiving, asking forgiveness from people when they've already moved on. So you're
yeah,
thinking about yourself first. So it's like,
yeah,
hey, I made a
yeah.
mistake. Everybody knows it. Whatever. If you just keep apologizing for stuff, yeah, this is kind of
Um,
what I've learned over the years with with communicating with people like this. Yeah.
so another one, an example kind of along the lines of this one is super important, is the word understand. You actually understand.
Yeah,
So
it
that
comes
one's a good one.
where does that one come from? Do you know?
Well, you're talking about indoctrination versus an inner knowing. I mean,
Right, but
I had someone tell me once, you already know the answers, you just have to figure it out. You know?
do you know where understand actually comes from though?
Propaganda.
I'll give you that, but before propaganda.
Okay, like
Propaganda started.
philosophy of some sort, like religious maybe, or
Construction term.
really?
It had to do with load bearing floors and ceilings in construction.
More about foundation.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's great. That's
So
cool.
it was a European term when somebody wanted to add things to their house, say they got like a 3 or 4 story like villa, they would stand under the floor and take a core sample and something else to see if the floor could actually bear the weight that they
Wait,
were about to add
yes,
to it.
dude. Bear
Now that
weight of knowledge. I mean, is that what? Can you
Yeah,
handle the
un,
truth? Can you
hey,
handle the
understand
truth?
and stand under. I guess that would be some of the same
Understood.
thing.
Yeah.
right, standing under that thing, taking the weight of it upon yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's so cool. Etymology is so
Well,
amazing.
some people would say, "Hey, understanding someone, or do you understand?" A lot of people will take offense and say, "No, I don't stand under you or anything." No, it's actually, do you realize the foundational principles of whatever we're talking about? This is the foundation. This is why you understand it.
That sounds more logical than the former because
Yeah, it does to
there's
me
no
too.
need to take offense. There's no need to take offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
Yeah.
common term we all use, so that,
Both apply though. What you're saying there, Helio, the two different ways to take it, they both apply at the same time.
Right.
That's
yeah.
so
Well,
depending on the
yeah, if you're being manipulated, it would be appropriate to be offended.
well, like my new
Good.
one, the word that's getting my brain is disclosure. Going
Good.
back and looking at the word dis, it does not mean
Mm.
what we think it means. And
Oh, really?
I remember
Okay.
growing up, like watching TV shows for like teenagers and stuff, like, the girl broke up with the boy broke up with the girl, and they're all, oh my God, I need closure. I don't know why. But they never said disclosure. They always needed closure. They needed to know why. So this would be not knowing why, right?
Yeah.
I think we have a
But
gentleman that
everybody,
might have a couple questions.
Wait, before we go on to him, well, there's like misinformation and then there's disinformation.
Which would be not or no, because that's what dis means.
Okay. All right.
Well,
So,
hold on though.
wait,
With the word
did we have
disclosure,
somebody?
disclosure could actually be a, it means to be open with the closing.
No, it means not closed, to not close, to not give closure. Because closure is when, where, how, who, why, what the hell's going on. I need to know everything. And disclosure is not having any. That's why they don't tell you anything when you want disclosure.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
That blows my mind a little bit.
Yeah,
I'll
it
have
is
to
kind of.
ponder that.
So we have someone that wants to speak.
Yeah.
A new person?
Welcome, new person. How long have you been listening? What's your thoughts on what we've been talking about? Okay, Broken Mic Gang member.
Who is it?
I'm not looking. Hey, Felix.
The Felix I'm saying is server muted. Is this who someone was saying?
I don't think so, but you'd have to ask him. And I think
Yeah, who jumped in and said that we have a new person?
it was one of the other guys who's probably checking in right now.
Okay, well,
All right, Felix, I unmuted you. You should be able to talk now. How's it
Yo,
going?
what's up? How you guys doing?
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
How's
guys
your
up to?
Saturday morning?
Bro, it's Sunday night. Like
Okay.
it's Monday. It's Monday morning.
Wait a minute. You're in Missouri, aren't you,
Oh,
Jen?
it's not Saturday.
Sunday
I'm
morning.
so fucked up.
You've been up all night
Good
like me,
Lord.
so that's all right.
Yeah, I
Actually,
actually went to sleep. Y'all stayed up.
I did. I went to sleep too, but yeah, it's Sunday morning.
I mean, yeah.
But anyway, Felix, what brings you here?
I don't know. I just thought I'd, check in.
How'd you?
You thought you'd come to see what people are talking about here on the Flat Earth Discord server?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
A few times. I mean, personally.
Where have you talked to anyone about Flat Earth?
He said
in here, bro.
personally.
I mean, I was gonna say personally, I can't be bothered with the whole debate, so I just listen normally.
Doesn't have to be a debate though. It can be a
That's true. That's true.
conversation. I think that's more effective myself personally. I mean,
That's true. That's true.
Well,
so
how
do you
did you
think we
how did
went
you
to-
find your way here?
I think my friend just sent me the link, like, "Yo, bro, come listen to these idiots." Like, and I was just like, "Oh, what the heck?" Okay.
Do we sound like idiots?
I mean, not presently. Not presently.
Okay, so do you think we went to the moon, dude?
I mean, shit.
You sure? Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, we've been there at some point. I'm not sure if the official landing was like true or not, but we've definitely been there.
How could you possibly know?
Somebody went there, but not maybe the guys that they told us went there. They might have faked it, but somebody went there since then.
Somebody's been there. Somebody's been there.
Hold on.
How do you know that?
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Don't ask it. How do you know that?
He kind of said he didn't know, but he still believes it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if people are up front with saying they believe things, I believe whatever you like. But when
Right,
you're
we're
talking
not
about,
here.
like, yeah, we're not talking about beliefs. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, we're not here to challenge beliefs. We're just in the No Globe or Left Behind program here. So you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to be here as long as you like. You just have to be polite. That's it. It's pretty simple.
The one thing I'll say, Felix, is there's a common kind of thing that links a lot of Globers, and they don't really understand the globe model, and they don't really know what science is. So they'll come to us and they'll say, science proves the globe, and actually they don't know what any of the parts of that sentence really mean. So it's a
Yeah,
meaningless sentence.
including the word science. People don't know what science means anymore. It's called scientism now.
But I mean, nowadays a lot of people think that science is a man on the television who says big words. That's not what television is. Oh, sorry, that's not what science is.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Hello, mic check.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Earth's a
Okay,
globe.
sweet.
He said so.
How's everybody's morning going?
Pretty good. We got a new person, Felix.
What is up, Felix the cat? Uh-oh.
What's up, bro?
Sorry.
Oh, do you have Tourette's? Is it? It takes.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Wow. Sorry.
No, that's all good. Just curious.
No reason to apologize for it.
Yeah, bro. No,
I know, it's a tick, sorry. Yeah, so even if I say it, it just comes out. Uh-oh, fuck off.
That's all good.
I know.
Well,
R2D2. I'm not R2D2. Wow.
I'm glad it's not the F word, man.
Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, what? Fuck off. I mean, I do have like cursing ticks. Don't get me wrong. You fucking wanker. Sorry, but like it only comes out if it's gonna be addressed. Uh-oh, you shithead.
Sorry, dude. I won't do it again.
No, you're good. It's okay. It's no worries. It's I know because a lot of people like at least it's not the cursing ticks. I mean, it's not really when you have Tourette syndrome, you have Tourette syndrome. You know what I mean? There's like four.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Question
like
away from that. Does your diet affect your any responses from diet?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I actually changed my diet. I used to box, and I did also notice that when my diet was horrible, it was horrid. I was sluggish. I didn't feel like moving. I didn't have enough energy. That's why I cut out meat. It wasn't like directly that,
Well, no,
oh,
I was
can't eat
thinking
meat.
more like potato chips and fried foods.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I do I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and tell you that I don't eat potato chips.
Oh, of course not. You can't have that kind of existence.
Right? Like shit, I still eat Pringles. I still
Yeah, but
right.
the more natural, like without food coloring and ingredients you can't fucking pronounce and shit. Yeah, you just stay
Right,
with that.
right. I like to eat the more organic food. It may be more expensive, but people don't understand like if you have the actual vegetable, the actual organic food right
Oh
there.
yeah, it has energy in it.
Yeah, it's like it's a whole nother different. It's totally different, bro. Like from
Yeah, I
having
mean,
canned
our
vegetables.
stomachs.
Eat it off a tree and shit like that. Like fucking like literally they had
Yeah.
tribal people like look at canned food and shit and they said like this food has no life. What are they doing? And it's like people, it's their way. You know what I mean? Like it has no life.
Yeah, dude, I literally would go outside and go for a walk, and I would get any chance I get, bro. If I see an apple or if I see a peach tree or even a lemon tree, bro, I will grab the fuck out of that fruit and I will eat it because that is like the most healthiest
Yeah,
thing
like
that you can eat.
like eating local honey is really good for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I don't eat white sugar. I don't eat white sugar anymore, really. Not too much.
Refined stuff, yeah.
For me, with the honey, I actually like it in my ginger tea. There's this tea that I like to get. Yes. There's this tea I like to get over at an Asian shop.
Nice. Oh, you're buying. Oh, I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I'm in Cali.
jealous. I wish I had one of those. An Asian shop.
Yeah, we have like so many Asian shops around here, and
they know how to
there's this
eat.
one where it's like a Japanese Korean type like a Asian shop, and they sell this ginger honey tea.
Man,
And
those
oh
people
my
are some.
gosh,
Those people are some culinary artists. I'll tell you what. I've watched endless videos of confectionery production from them over there, and it's just incredible. It's like, wow.
Yeah, you don't,
It's
and for
great.
this tea, you don't need any honey, you don't need any sugar or anything. It's just natural honey, and you just put in hot water.
Oh
You
yeah.
just take a scoop of it, and then you put in your water, in your cup of hot water, and it's ready, and that soothes your throat so. Oh man, if you have a singing voice, or if you want a singing voice like that ginger tea, that's something you want to go and get.
Oh
For
yeah,
real.
ginger is so good for you, fresh ginger.
Yeah, especially for your throat.
Yeah. I don't do over the counter medications anymore. So, yeah, I believe in like holistic isn't the right word, but alternative medicine. I mean, I appreciate medical doctors for emergency medicine and stuff, but beyond
Holistic
that.
is a proper word to use as well.
But I just recently partially watched. I need to rewatch it again. It's an old documentary. I think it's like 10 years old, maybe. I could be wrong. But it's called What the Bleep, and it's about like quantum stuff. So yeah, pretty damn interesting. But anyway, Dr. Emoto was featured in there, and he's pretty amazing. His research with water, it's incredible. You know, so technically, by what he says, every individual has the innate capacity to bless their own water. And that would be considered heresy, maybe to some.
I don't
Right?
know about that one.
That would be big time heresy. It's like, get behind me, Satan.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
that's a
everybody. I
very big claim
apologize.
to have.
I don't want to offend anyone. I apologize to anyone.
Oh, I mean, you don't offend me. I'm just saying, like, for some people to go around and think like that you can just go around blessing water and thinking that it's gonna be holy is gonna be, I don't know, that's not.
Dude, you know what I just thought of? All the times creepy priests have blessed water. Holy shit, what kind of intention went into
Dude,
that?
I was just okay, like the fact that you
Good
even said
God.
that, I was totally thinking the same thing. Like, how
Dude,
many
you're in
people
sync right now.
how many false like priests, right? Or just how many priests had blessed water and it being
Dude.
justified as actual holy water? Like, who's to say,
Dude.
oh my goodness, I don't even know who's to say
No
that
wonder
was
why there's pedophiles everywhere, man. Jesus.
for real, right? Oh my
Oh, so creepy.
But scripture really does tell you what the boundaries and duties of a priest are, and none of these guys
Oh,
do any of it.
really?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, wait.
The Old Testament tells you how to test priests and prophets. The New Testament tells you to 1 John 4:1 tells you how to test and try the spirit in which the thing is being done in.
And that's why do you think the Bible even says that why you shouldn't be claiming to be a teacher or prophet or whatever? It says that. I don't know if you
Wow.
guys know that. It says that in Matthew. If you read Matthews, it says don't even that none shall be called father or teacher or master.
Okay, well, I took the position quite a while before I exited organized religion, and that, you know, those that do claim to be pastors or priests, they should be provided for, not paid.
Well, that
No,
comes from
because it should have been out of charity that they should get anything anyway. It should just be out of charity.
Right.
but that
They
comes
should be
from
the charity case. Wait, what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
precisely.
Yeah.
That's why Abraham took 10% of all of his wares to the tribe up in the mountains, the order of Melchizedek, the Melchizedekian.
Even a prophet knows, even smiling to someone is considered charity, is considered love.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt.
And people don't understand. Like, that's one of the things. Just smiling at somebody, bro, you can lift somebody's spirit. Why do you think they say that smiling is contagious? You know?
Well, I definitely think a good laugh is contagious and makes me laugh for sure.
Because it says in the Quran too that we should be giving charity to people. Like we should be giving love to people in the first place. In the first place, we should be showing each other love.
Right, but the problem is most of these people don't even know what discernment is.
Oh my
Most of these
God.
people don't even know what love is.
Well,
Right.
discernment is, I think, the outcome of truth seeking.
But discernment should be someone that's given from a prophet, though.
Well, it's all called to have discernment.
Okay. I'm probably wrong about that one. I'm wrong about that one because it does say that there are people with gifts, and they're not even prophets. So I'm wrong. I'm wrong for saying that.
That's all good.
Some people, I don't know. I don't like that word usage myself.
Which one?
When you said some people.
Some people. Oh, well, okay. That's kind of like saying like
I don't know if I'd agree with
Darwinism, right? Selective.
Well, I'm kind of thinking maybe is there some transliteration there?
Nah, not at all. When I say some people,
I don't
I'm
know.
just saying that there's individuals that are gifted and individuals that aren't. Because if you're gonna sit here and say that, something that's not gifted, how is it not of God? Because everything is of God, right? Everything, God created everything. God created all.
God created everything, yes, but it's the intent in which the thing is used for.
Exactly. It's the individual's intent and what they do, right?
Right. Because having a gun isn't a bad thing. Oh, well,
No,
you've
it's
got
not.
a weapon. What do you mean weapon? Weapon is something that's used in the commission of a crime. This ain't a weapon. This is a tool, man. Well, that's a weapon.
Exactly.
There's
Just
so
like a
much.
sword. Just like a sword is a tool.
Right,
A sword is supposed to be the extension of your arm. That's what a sword is.
Yeah, it would be an instrument.
Yes.
Right, but why will communists stop me from walking down the street with my sword on my hip? Why?
Because you do as you're told, that's why.
Well, then we don't have freedom and we don't have any politics and we don't have
What?
If I can't
I have a sword, and I know I'm not allowed to go around walking around with it on my hip.
No, you might be able to. It depends on the laws in your state as far as like bladed.
California?
Like, see, like most states are gonna have like a rule about like 3.5 inches max or something like that for blade.
No, this is a sword. This is like
No. I understand a sword, but it doesn't matter how long the blade is if it's a tool, not a weapon. If it's not for being, especially for me being in construction, I could have a big ass freaking blade in my vehicle and cop could be like, "What's this for?" and say it's for work. I'm in construction. It's a cutting tool, right? But so that's just the thing is you never ever tell a cop if they ask what something is for. You never tell them it's for self-defense or anything like that. It's not a weapon. It's a tool.
Well, the first problem is it's none of their business in the first place.
Yeah.
The second problem is why is he talking to you when you're not committing crimes? I don't understand. So he's allowed to commit crimes, but you're not? What?
What's funny is that I was on my bike and I got stopped with just a boken, a wooden one.
Okay. Make sure when you're on your bike, you don't bother carrying identification because you wouldn't have to submit it if you weren't committing a crime. They can't just come up and ask you for your damn ID. I think very few states allow for that.
Well, that's the
Okay,
thing,
so
though.
I know next time not to show like identification.
Right.
Unless you have committed a crime, you do not have to give your name, your address, your information to anyone.
Right.
Period. That is a law. However, they have made codes without enacting clauses, which means they're not laws, because if it doesn't have an enacting clause according to the Texas State Constitution, guess what it is? It's not a law.
Right.
It has no power of enforcement because
So
there's no.
they should be able to answer, what crime do you suspect me of committing?
Right.
Right, but they're communists. They just don't know it. They're fascists. They just don't
Oh
know
yeah,
it.
they're gang members for sure. Absolutely.
Because I always complied when the cops had stopped me. I didn't.
Well, you could be essentially incriminating yourself, just so you know.
Well, that's the problem, though.
You mean setting myself up for a crime?
Everything they've taught us is backwards, and they did it on purpose. In a true republic, if somebody proposes a bill that goes against the previous laws, like say, 200-year-old law, I have every right under a republic as a citizen of that state or national of that state to go down during the reading of that law and protest against it and shoot it down myself with a logical argument.
And it's a real damn shame that more public servants on the streets aren't aware of their oath and of what you just spoke of.
They don't care, though. Like, that's the
they
thing.
get paid too much money. They get paid too much money. That's the problem.
Well, $50,000 ain't enough for me to lie.
No. There's a lot that get paid quite handsomely.
So you're saying that they get paid for enforcing a law that they don't even have to. I mean, that they don't.
No, they don't enforce laws. They enforce policies.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
For
say.
revenue. They do it for revenue.
If you actually look at the entire crime chart, all right, all the way across, including traffic and all that baloney.
Why do you think they say they have to meet a quota?
Less than 10% of the time are they actually following the law and dealing with criminals. The rest of it's making bullshit.
So they justify outright lying because you're ignorant of the law.
Right, but they are too. They don't know it. And that's the thing with me, because when I tell them the law, they flip the fuck out and they will start drawing guns.
They start shrugging their shoulders and fidgeting around and getting all smart and shit, saying they're a citizen when they're on the clock. They're not a private citizen. They don't have the affordabilities that we do. And it's just really cringy, some of them, how they get their egos all flared up and shit.
That's the
really
thing, though.
scary. They should have more psychological testing for law officers because there's some really messed up ones out there.
Totally agree. Yeah, they need to do some psychological testing on the doctors and nurses as well.
And random drug testing for all police officers. They're public servants. Why shouldn't they be subject to it? I mean,
They should also do these for the doctors and nurses as well. Like
I wouldn't doubt it. I agree.
Because you know what? I've been to hospitals and I have been mistreated by nurses in the hospital.
Right, but
they were making fun of my tics. These are nurses in a hospital making fun of somebody that has Tourette syndrome, mind you.
Yeah, people are disgusting, dude. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. When they don't think that they're being watched or paid attention to, and all bets are off, people can be really disgusting and ignorant.
This dude was making fun of my tics, saying it's a golden shower. And I couldn't even stop doing what he was making fun of.
Well, you can get a body cam at Walmart. I've seen them like at the end of the checkout aisles and shit, dude. Maybe you should invest in something like that. Get yourself a lawyer that likes civil rights and stuff, and actually believes in the American Disabilities Act, and
Yeah,
it
but
could be
most of them,
interesting for you.
I feel
they
like I was treated wrongly.
Well, you gotta have evidence, so it'd be
Right.
interesting, man.
Oh no, I
If you
have
did something like that.
witnesses. I have
Oh,
witnesses.
well, did you obtain their
They
sworn
were all
statement?
laughing. Even the police officers.
Well, you gotta document it, man. Record it. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Put it up on YouTube. Show how people are, just acting like entitled pricks. Because people only continue to do that because they don't think others will see it. People act differently when they know they're being recorded.
all of these
For
things,
real. That's a fact.
Yeah.
right? But the thing is they, whether it be cops or so-called medical professionals or any of them, there are already statutes, codes, regulations, right? There are already those things there. Those belong to them. They don't belong to you and me.
Right.
If it doesn't have a clause the day it was enacted, it doesn't apply to you and me. It only applies to the government employees or those underneath that system, like the medical care professionals and shit.
Right.
It doesn't apply to you and me.
Good point, man.
But see,
For
here's
sure.
the fun thing. Social Security number. Who are you supposed to give it out to? What does the Social Security Administration read? Or the federal laws? What do those read?
The
Only
Social
Social
Security. Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the last thing you were trying to say? I apologize.
You're not supposed to give it to anybody other than Social Security employees.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
Yeah.
It was never meant to be identification, or was it? I mean, who
Well,
knows?
you're not. It's actually against the law. According to the CFR, it's a felony to give it out to anybody that's not Social Security Administration personnel. That
Dude.
includes.
I need to laminate that and give it out to people.
Not your
99% of the time when you're using your social, you're using the last 4 digits and they don't have the rest of it.
True.
Right, but it doesn't matter. They're still doing stuff that they're not telling you with those numbers and with that account. Dude, why is it I've never gotten a bill from the power company showing a negative balance? Why? Why is it always positive?
Are you positive for COVID?
Because it's already been paid. They paid it through the Social Security number, the access to that account. It's already been paid. But they're sending me a receipt. A bill statement is a receipt after something has been paid. This is stuff that people really, really should invest in.
I know, it's fascinating. It's fascinating, the topic you're talking about. I completely agree with you. It's hard to wrap your mind around it, to be honest, because it completely changes your paradigm. It's like, what?
Well, see, the guys that say that the birth certificate and the Social Security number have an account, like an in-coon account, they're right. It's there under the law of war. The invading nation or the invading army has to set up a separate set of books for the people that they're invading. Which is what they've done. Birth certificate, Social Security number, all that shit's all separate set of books. The birth certificate proves that I belong to the original states of the Union. I'm not a U.S. anything. Birth certificate proof positive that not only did they invade my country, but they're forcing me to do things that I'm not supposed to do. They're against my own law.
Yeah, more people need to realize this. I completely agree. In fact, I would definitely classify that as the top three. One being flat Earth, one being current events, the worldwide, you know what, and and then what you're talking about. All three equally are high crimes of war. It's a crime against humanity.
Well, not against monsters, against men, against people. Because remember, human comes from the legal society. Somebody shared the definition
No,
yesterday.
persons. The word person.
Person and human both come from the legal society. Has
Now, the
nothing to
human
do
part I didn't know about, so I appreciate you bringing it up. Thank you.
Prefix and suffix. What is a man? A living creature with intestines and a nervous system and a cardiovascular system and an endocannabinoid system and a vestibular system.
Oh, you described the body. You described the body system.
Right, but what's a hue man? Hue man. Hue, color, shade of.
Yeah, shade.
I know what you're talking about. I know where you're getting at.
Right. The prefix and suffix.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Change their meaning, and a lot of the prefixes and suffixes come from Latin. So I want full closure about what's going on right now. Well, we don't have to. Yes, you do. It's the law. You have to give me full closure. You have to prove jurisdiction. Well, we'll give you full disclosure. We'll give you full non-closure. That means you're just not going to tell me anything. Fuck that. Tell me.
Most of our words come from Latin.
Right.
Yeah, I've listened to Jordan Maxwell before talking about this topic. And the way he states it, he elaborates, but he says you get a bill, then you exchange it for another bill. And, it's just the way he says it. My favorite word he says is water.
Right. There's different things. There's bills of exchange. There's bills of. There's a lot of different stuff. I mean, this law, I would say, is probably the most important thing to know. The law and the history. Flat Earth, yes, too, it's up there with it, but the law affects your life directly, immediately, dealing with fascists and communists.
True.
Flat Earth, it does. It does. You still have to deal with the same fascists and communists, but they're not going to murder you for telling them that it's flat. They're going to murder you for telling them that they don't have any right to touch you.
Right. It's bizarre.
You don't have a right to touch me. I haven't committed a crime. Well, I believe you have. What do you mean believe?
Yeah, we're not talking about your feelings.
Right. But see, take a look at all the stuff that we have for debate. What the fallacies are. If you study all of those fallacies and then you take those fallacies and you apply those to situations where you're talking to men and women claiming to be officers.
Right.
Guess what you find? Everything out of their mouth is a fucking fallacy. Well, everyone has to have a driver's license. Well, what do you mean everyone? Well, everyone. Oh, well, do the Chinese know about this shit? What about the Jamaicans? Well, it doesn't apply to them. Oh, so it doesn't apply to everyone. Well, it does. Well, hold on. Which is it? Either it applies to everyone or it doesn't. I've already given you proof positive that it doesn't apply to everyone.
Well, you can't have a productive conversation with an indoctrinated individual, for one. You just have to find the right point to disengage on that. It just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Good luck.
I've watched many conversations that go that way, and all it is cringy, and nothing's gained from it.
Sorry.
What's up?
Nothing.
Man, Question for Your Life is dropping down a bunch of good videos. I saved a couple.
He said sorry in the middle of what we were saying. It's okay. We love you anyway, bro.
Bouncy bounce. Thanks.
Hey, well, if somebody was trying to say something, hopefully you remember what you're gonna say.
Who's gonna say something? Bouncy bounce. Okay.
So yeah, this topic, right? You know, I don't know. What would you call this topic exactly?
Law, truth,
Natural
reality,
law.
natural law.
Dictionary. I mean,
No,
this guy is going over
common
words.
law. Common law. That's what people.
Common comes from another place.
Common sense.
You've got natural law, organic law, common law. Then you've got
Scientific law.
statutes, codes, ordinances, regulations in descending order.
And the
Ecclesiastical
chemical law.
Ecclesiastical law is at the very top. It stands over everything. So going down the pecking order, you've got natural law and ecclesiastical law at the top. They stand over everything. So once you invoke equity, ecclesiastical law, there's an immediate stay on actions against you. They're supposed to stop doing what they're doing and prove to you that they have a right to do it. Do you know why I pulled you over? Yeah, so you can hear me order this stay until you prove that you have jurisdiction over me. Well, that's not why I did it. Well, that's what just happened. Now there's a stay in place. Any action beyond that stay is now a felony. It's a war crime. Prove jurisdiction.
They're gangsters. I'm telling you, man. I used to live in a town that they were just hungry for revenue, like everywhere. It's like,
right, but they don't need it.
Illinois does.
The whole money thing is BS. Because if you go back and you read the Articles of Association and the Articles of Confederation, there were only two banks with authority to print lawful money. The Federal Reserve Bank ain't one of them. The Federal Reserve Bank's got to do with the Constitution. Never did, never will.
So before 1933 is what you're referring to, or?
Well, the Articles of Association were back in 76, 74, 1774.
Okay.
We had the Articles of Association, which started our freedom. The right to associate and to start your own business without regulation was the association thing.
That's not happening.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You're supposed to regulate yourself.
Right. Now they're public accommodations is what they are.
Right. Well, there's a lot of private membership associations out there that during all this baloney didn't shut down, didn't do anything that they were told to do because they don't have to. They are outside of statute.
Dude, I didn't know that. You're talking about the bigger corporations like fucking McDonald's and shit.
No, I got friends that have private membership associations. They did not have to close their store doors. They didn't have to do shit.
Damn, okay.
The feds couldn't even touch them. Even if they wanted to, the state, the locals, they couldn't do shit because it's according to the organic law. You can't usurp it. To usurp something is espionage. It's a war crime.
Damn. Hey, question for your life. Do you happen to have like a Google Drive link for all your wonderful gifts? I mean, I love them.
No, I have just on YouTube, save videos. I can send you I can send you a link to Jordan Maxwell's site.
Oh, I'm connected to a couple, but yeah, go ahead and share it. Maybe I'm subscribed already, but I mean like all the pictures you just posted, the serious meme pictures.
Oh no, those are just stuff I've been collecting in my own research.
I listened to Maxwell and Gould and all those other guys.
Oh my gosh, when I first started listening to Jordan Maxwell, he scared me. I'm serious.
Some of what they're saying is is spot on, and certain
Oh.
things that they're saying are bullshit.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get that sense about it.
My pet peeve.
Wow.
I think my biggest pet peeve is semantics right now.
I get it.
Is every time people use incorrect words, it irritates my spirit.
I think that's awesome.
Ooh.
If you go back and you look at the original constitutions for the colonies and the original 13 states,
Yeah.
you'll see what the people are allowed to do and what the government isn't allowed to do. What the people that work for that piece of paper are not allowed to do. They're limited in their scope of power. Men.
Oh, yeah. And out of ignorance, they've gotten more power. Out of our ignorance.
That's espionage. They're derelict in their duties. So as a fiduciary, which is what the agents of government are, government employees act as fiduciaries on behalf of the beneficiaries, the people.
Our bond.
Right.
Yeah.
So we gave them a portion of our power that God gave us for them to assist us with things while we're, busy feeding our babies and cooking dinner and helping our neighbors. They're doing the bigger things that we can't do with other countries.
Well, we have to we have to claim ourselves as our own beneficiary is the process I understand.
Right. And that's what I was going back to a couple weeks ago, is because looking at Texas's original constitution, or say Massachusetts, I think Maine, there's 8 of them that actually originally had social compact agreement in their state constitution. For Texas, it was Article 3, which agreed with the state law, which is when you're of age, you go before an Article 3 judge and you claim your estate. Okay, and under the Constitution, for the Social Compact Agreement for naturalization, to naturalize you as a national, you were at the age of majority supposed to go before an Article 3 judge and, oh, look, claim your estate. Holy shit. What are you not allowed to do?
Not that.
What court can you go into to claim your estate as a national of your state?
I think they're all been replaced with immigration. I think for some reason. Weird, huh?
Most of them have been replaced or copied or whatever. Yep. The only place you can do that at now is equity or chancery in the States. You can't do it in a district court because they don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're administrative.
Right. Yeah, it's like, what you talking about, Willis?
Question. I got a question.
Go ahead.
Do you guys drink coffee in the morning?
Hell yeah.
Today.
Hey, you should buy some of my coffee. What? Help me out.
Get yourself a mocha pot. It's the closest thing you can get.
No, I mean, like, I'm an entrepreneur. I sell coffee. Help me out.
I know, dude, but this is the best way I see is consuming coffee, whatever coffee. But yeah, I'll buy coffee from you, man.
Sweet.
But
You are awesome.
But yeah, I'll make it my mocha pot. It's extra strong. It has like the slightest little bit of crema because it's with pressure, and it moves it up a filter, and it's pretty damn awesome. I love it. It's so strong.
Yeah, this is organic too.
Enoch,
Nice.
I was a barista for about 10 years. I was manager at a Starbucks for about 5. Just throw me a sample. I'll let you know what my expertise says.
What?
I should start
For
playing.
real? You'll do that for me?
Yeah,
I should.
do you mean like a half a pound or something? I'll check it out.
Bro, here, I'll put the link in the voice text, or live stream voice text.
Can you send me a direct message with that as well?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Starbucks roast all their beans at the same temperature, which they're not supposed to do.
I like the blonde roast, man. It's pretty okay.
Right, but
Starbucks
I
is
got
shit.
I
Starbucks is
know.
shit.
Every bean from every different country has a different temperature that it's supposed to roast at in order to
Okay.
unlock the flavors. Starbucks
Another thing a
doesn't
lot of
do.
people don't realize is the fact that the longer you roast it, sure you're going to get more flavor out of it, but it also
Right.
cooks out the caffeine, so it's not going to be
Yep,
very
and that's why I like the blonde roast with any blonde roast coffee is what I go towards. And
blonde.
usually Starbucks is the most accessible with that, unfortunately. So the first
Yeah.
time I had that coffee, man, blonde roast, whoo, I sweated a little extra that day. It was pretty great, man. I loved it. Because
Oh, you're gonna love this.
I used to do the dark roast because in my mind I
Where-
thought for some reason that had more caffeine to it or something. Come to find out,
Do
a
you roast your own
barista.
beans, Enoch?
Oh
No, I don't know how to explain it. If I just put the link, it'll
Have a
explain
roaster, you
everything
don't.
for you. Huh?
Yeah, DM it to me. I'll check it out. But you're not roasting beans or anything. It's
No,
just
I don't
are
do
you
it
like
like
taking an
that.
already made product and trying to sell
Yes,
it?
yes. Because
Wait.
we have it in tea and lemonade.
I'm
And
confused.
and hot cocoa.
I'm confused. Um.
Oh, you're confused
So,
about what it is?
well, no. I mean, he asked you if you roasted your beans, and you said no. So.
Oh, here.
So you distribute a product. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that like?
So I
I'm
don't know. I
sorry.
just wanted to be
Good
on the same
shit,
page
that's
as you. That's all,
perfect.
dude. That's all right. I got it straight now.
Sorry. Trying to find your name. There's a lot of names to go down. Search.
Yeah, an organic coffee. I mean, isn't that just kind of like wordplay? You know, kind of like free range chickens and that type of bullshit.
No, this is actually a
have
product
chemicals
that's
if they need
from.
to heated. It depends on the level of processing. If you want something a bit more significant as a word to say, how much is it heated? How much is it chemically treated? Is it like
Yeah.
irradiated? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
can't stand irradiated food. If you can't,
we
if
have
the
like
seeds aren't viable in your fruit, then you shouldn't be eating it. And every time they irradiate something because it's crossing a border, they make it so the seeds aren't viable.
A lot of the
I appreciate I immensely appreciate all seed bearing plants a creator gave us. In fact, I'm appreciating right now.
Yes.
It's similar. Like you're supposed to really get honey that's not heated above like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, because
Oh,
when
yeah.
the honey gets too hot, it degrades and degenerates into a useless product. When
Yeah.
the honey of the hive gets hot, the bees try to fan it to keep it below 98 degrees Fahrenheit. And when it gets too hot, they just abandon the honey. And the only time that they'll eat it is when they're starving. So
That's why
supposed to
Wait, I got a question. I got a question about honey. I heard someone say that you should not consume quote unquote cold honey, or I guess like somewhat room temperature honey where it's in a solid state.
Nah,
Have
you
you
can
heard
eat it.
anything? Lemon, have you heard anything about that?
You can eat it at
I
any
hear
stage.
it's to digest food in general if it's like at room temperature. What's his name talked about it? Agnes Vonderplanitz. He cured his son of treated his son after a near fatal car accident where he went like a ping pong ball through the car twice as it went down a ravine. And his son was paralyzed and couldn't swallow, so he treated him with raw honey under the tongue and said that his body would absorb the food. And he got better, and it looks like he's up and around walking and stuff when they said he was going to die.
Dude, that is so epic. That is
Yeah.
so epic. I love that.
Yeah, there's extremely beneficial bacteria in honey, and once it reaches
Yeah.
that temperature, all that bacteria is dead. So like it's pointless.
I buy local honey, and
Yeah, that's
before
the
I
only way
add
to
it,
do it.
yeah, I add it to my tea or coffee, but I make sure it's not scalding hot. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So Ryan, you said you wanted what? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
go ahead.
interrupt you. Do you wanted me to send it to you, the link to as well? What?
Yeah, yeah, I'm curious. Do I gotta buy something, or could you send like a small sample? Do you guys have samples of
We have
the?
samples, yeah.
Okay.
You can look at the
Dude, I
website,
want a
and we have
sample.
samples on there.
Yeah, I'm always down to. I'm a bit of a tea and coffee connoisseur, so I'm always down
yeah,
to try a new one.
I can also what I could do is buy some because I can get it for cheap, and then send some to you through mail if you want.
Right on. Yeah. Is
So-
it? I haven't looked at what you sent yet. Is it like a high end coffee, like expensive, or what? Is it like a Williams Sonoma type thing?
No, well you can. Okay, so we have a box that's $45.
Gotcha.
And
You guys
now
do snacks too?
they're not. It's not that. It's not edible. Like it's not that kind of coffee.
Got it.
This coffee is it's plants and it's made by it's made from vegans, people that are vegans. And
So it has a lot of chicory root in it then, right? Like dandelion root?
I'm thinking so. I should.
I'll
Let me
take a
go
picture
grab.
of it.
Let me go grab the box. I have the box.
Yeah, dandelion root is what people that can't handle coffee drink because it tastes just like coffee. I harvest that in my backyard.
Huh. I was just talking about that, that it's the leaves or like the yellow part.
I'm gonna send you a picture. I have a whole bag full of roots I harvested about a week ago. But yeah, it has a similar. You roast it after you dry it, and it has a very similar taste to like a coffee, like a mild coffee.
Okay, so this is root. What did you say? What kind of root?
He's gonna post a picture.
It's dandelion roots or chicory root.
Chicory root.
These natural, especially raw foods, are very useful before cooking and processing.
I have a hard time saying
That we
words.
consider new. A
A
lot of these things that are absolutely beneficial for you.
root
Like
extract.
we consider them nuisances.
Right.
And theanine and L-theanine, caffeine, anhydrous. Yeah. So okay.
And it smells.
I have a hard time saying words. I see it.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to try it, man. Yeah, for sure.
So you make a tea out of that?
Yeah, it smells very similar to like cocoa powder. So it's a very like smells like cocoa powder, and because of the roasting, it gives it that little bit of coffee flavor to it. So it's just a real mild, especially if you got like a stomach ache. It's really good for that, and like Lemon said, it's really good for detoxing.
This
So,
is
and
okay. So what
it's
it
scary
does?
at first.
So
It's
what it
scary at
does?
first because it's scary at first because you know you're picking weeds in your backyard and you don't know who the guy before you, what he was spraying. You know, it's scary at first, but once you establish, you know, you get a good garden going, you've put the things that you need to fix anything done wrong in the past. You
Right.
know, it becomes a little easier to do. But yeah, it's scary at first.
So like this, the coffee is called Happy Coffee, called Elevate Max, and it's a dietary supplement. And it's a mood enhancing, which is releases happy hormones like dopamine, testosterone, and endorphins. Appetite controlling controls food. You what your users for hours and hours. You may lose weight by accident, and then extreme energy
Yeah.
enhances cognitive function, means improved mental focus and creativity, immune support and stress reduction, enhances mood, weight loss, and extreme energy.
Yep, I
Director.
definitely like to. Oh, go ahead, you guys.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm interested. Check it out.
We do have samples on there.
I highly recommend taking a shot of what is known as fire cider in the morning. It really wakes you up, and it's good for you.
Actually, you know what? Talking about my coffee makes me want to have some of my coffee. So, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go heat up some water, and I'll be right back.
I actually haven't had any coffee yet. In fact, I work in a grocery store and I was straightening the coffee aisle and I noticed a new product by Starbucks and it's instant coffee. And it comes in this really cute little tin and the packaging looks extra special and all that. And
yes, this is instant coffee.
Well, oh,
It's a decent
okay.
for being Starbucks.
said-
It does have a decent flavor, that instant stuff.
Oh, this
Does
is very
it?
strong.
Being an instant coffee, yeah, it's not bad at all.
I wanted
I
to
just
get
take
it
like
just to
4
get
espresso shots.
Yeah.
We also have a product. It's called Unwind. It tastes like grape
Yeah,
wine. Very, very interesting, and you should try it.
You ever tried kava?
It helps you go to sleep if you have trouble going to sleep and you don't have like taking like if you don't like taking things like and you want to go to sleep natural.
What is
like
this, a commercial? Is this a commercial?
Are you calling me a commercial?
Have you ever heard of valerian?
Kava.
Oh, sorry. Go on about the kava.
Yeah. No, what I was just gonna say is a lot of people are familiar with kava, but like if you go to like a Filipino market that sells it, they get it fresh straight from the Philippines. We're talking about like the most, the most potent kava you're gonna find anywhere. Take it home, you mix it up, and you will notice a difference. I mean, I can't explain exactly what it makes you feel like, but you don't feel normal. That's for sure. I guess it's a difference. It's like similar to being drunk, but not. It's you still have your faculties there.
I wasn't able to get it to work when I tried it. Like I tried it a couple different times and I never got that feeling. That's wild.
Find a Filipino market. Find a market that sells like Hawaiian food or island food or anything like that.
You know, originally kava they used to have the virgins of the tribe chew it up first to get because the spit releases the enzyme.
And they would
to
drink their
break
saliva.
down
Yeah, they would
kava.
drink their saliva.
Hello?
Pretty gross.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But hey, it was their women that was doing it. They didn't mind. Then again, I don't think I'd be drinking my wife's spit either.
Ew. Another bad time.
Yeah.
If it floats your boat, I mean, I'm good though.
My mic wasn't working, and I had to. I'm trying to do mic check.
Stupid chickens are destroying my food. I'm gonna kill you.
You should eat the chicken.
The chickens are the food.
One day. Bastard.
I should probably try your coffee
To
too.
toot
I
my
drink.
horn, but I'm
They say it's organic.
Another good thing for going to sleep though is valerian. I use it all the time. Well, I don't use it all the time, but I will use it when I need it. You know what I mean? And it puts you right to sleep. You can find it at most health food shops.
Yeah, valerian
Smells
root,
like
rose hips.
it's an acquired taste, but yeah, it does its job for sure.
There's a grass that grows out in your yard that's got melatonin in it.
That's crazy.
I actually have a friend that takes some clippings and he makes tea out of it.
Weed that grows in your there's a weed that grows in your yard that is actually more potent than Vicodin.
It's not a drug, but I have a whole bunch of wild fennel growing out here. It's pretty cool. I eat it when I'm walking around.
Drug. It's definitely a drug, man. Fennel, man. There's so many health benefits from fennel. Am I coming in?
Yep.
I can go for days talking about law.
Go ahead, man. Nobody else wants to jump in. Just, I guess, do a check period.
Well, I mean, it's what we haven't read that does hurt us so much. I mean, I don't know that many people outside of like my law groups that have ever read the Articles of Association, the Articles of Confederation. The
Once
rules.
someone is your enemy, why would you read their books? Why would you read anything they wrote down once you've established they're your enemy, right?
Know
Well,
your
that's-
enemy.
Question is who the hell are they? And that hasn't been answered yet. Because you can't say they are the people who wrote the articles, because that doesn't make any sense. Because the articles go against everything that they're doing now. It's a paradox.
Well, anyone that's upholding the writings, would they be considered the enemy also? Would they not?
Which ones?
I mean, after you tell them so many times, right? How many times do you tell them before they become your enemy?
Once is enough.
Yeah, so once they're your enemy, I understand know your enemy, but what's this business about doing business with your enemy? I mean, let's not do business with our enemy. Let's not know our enemy. Let's let our enemy be our enemy, right? What are
Right.
you willing to do I asked this when I was a young man. What are you willing to do?
Well, the only reason why there's power is because we put our attention to it. We shouldn't be doing any sort of business. We should be doing our own business.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's what the
So,
Articles of Association are all about. That's why I don't get when people talk shit about it. Like,
I
you
mean,
haven't even read it.
you can't get rid of the enemy. But like for instance, a practical application of my thought process here, like there's some bitches at work and be kind of catty, and one of them trying to pull me into their drama. Well, at one point, I'm like, fuck this bitch, like, bye, Felicia, and I just proceeded in my life as if that person no longer existed. I did not have to speak to that person for any reason with having to do with my job. So, then she just directed her attention to whatever the fuck else she wanted to do to somebody else. I mean, you're not going to get rid of somebody's always going to have a target on somebody with that type of mentality.
Right.
But if everybody does it, then that person has to either change or relocate. So, yeah, it's just, I just find that really fascinating. It took me a long time to figure that out. I'm just saying.
It's kind of like flat Earth. Not everybody's waking up at the same time. It's kind of like, reading
Right.
scripture. Not everybody's at the same point, right? So
Yes.
you're not going to wake up everyone at the same time and get them to stop. It's what are you willing to do as an individual? Just think about that. What are you willing to do?
I've often thought, damn, it'd be pretty sweet right now if I was an Amish wife. I wouldn't have to be so part of all this BS. I mean, I'd rather not live in what we consider society, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it's disconnecting everybody, even though we are in fact connected in a way.
I
But
love the Amish.
I know, right?
We got a big Amish community out here in Oklahoma, and it's always a pleasure to go out to their stores and stuff.
Oh my gosh, I know what you mean. I would have to travel a couple hours to go to a nearest Amish store, and I know I've been there before. It's in Illinois, but it's massive. It's like a Walmart almost.
Yeah,
Man.
it's funny. You'll see like the last time I was there, last time or time before, I'm at a street light, and to the right of me at her light, she was at the red, and just this lady in a bonnet on the biggest tractor that I've ever seen, pregnant, and then a baby sitting on her lap.
On a tractor?
She was getting her work done, man. That's for sure.
Damn. You go, girl.
They're
Whoever that
hardworking
is.
people.
Woohoo. See, that's what I appreciate, to be honest with you. Providing for yourself. I think it's so admirable.
Mm-hmm.
But the store that I don't remember the store that I went to. It was not in town. It was in a I guess rural area. But yeah.
North Star. Their stuff would be the U.S. con job. Our stuff is the Articles of Association, the Articles of Confederation, and the state constitutions. There's a big separation in things, but you really got to separate it. You got to keep them separated.
Dan. Oh, that's so crazy, dude.
And that's what's funny is the music industry, the movies, they give you the clues.
Yep, that's kind of true.
What does light have to do with darkness? Well, sir, you committed a crime. Wonderful. Is there a victim? Well, no. Well, then how can you say I committed a crime if there's no victim? I can't commit a crime without a victim. A victim is a necessary antecedent for a crime to have occurred.
Well, what you're referring to would be legal ease of the society, correct?
Well, they've polluted everything. Like I said, with the private membership associations, I have friends that own their own businesses. Their children have started their own businesses. Some of my friends' offspring, they're making just as much money as mommy and daddy. But a private membership association, the only regulation that exists is the organic, natural, and ecclesiastical laws. So if I'm making products that are good for people, nobody has a claim against me. But if I make products that start hurting people and I'm aware, I'm liable and I have every right to be sued.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Hi.
So I say, you're ours and theirs, ours and theirs. Well, which one's ours and which one's theirs? You really have to draw that line in the sand pretty hard, man. None of the PMAs had to shut down during this whole bullshit. None of them. None of them could shut their doors. None of them had to do the mask. None of them had to do any of that bullshit. None of them. None. Zero. That right there should spark somebody to want to study this.
What's a PMA?
Private Membership Association. Go back and read the Articles of Association, man. Back in 1776.
Yeah, our goal is to create a sovereign state out here and do, like, whenever I actually get my own property, that's the goal. Create a village of trusted peoples.
All good laws come from God. All good law comes from God. So why would we need to separate the church and the state when all of the state laws come from God? So I try and start people that are beginners starting on studying law. Go read The Law of Nations by Emer de Vattel. That book was actually adopted by the Continental Congress in 1775, 6, 7, something like that. It was the playbook for how the entire country was to operate. How the lawyers were to operate, how the courts were to operate, how the cops were to operate, how the people were to operate, how everything was supposed to operate.
Wow.
Yeah. But in the 1800s, one of the commies, one of the crown jackasses, checked the book out of the Library of Congress so that Congress wouldn't have a copy of the book in order to move forward. So they crippled our government out the gate with espionage. Most of those people that were in Congress at that time were traitors anyway.
Wow.
George Washington was a traitor. So was all of them. So what if JFK came out and said a few good things? So what? He said some shit. Woo! Did he change anything? No. So then what makes him good? Well, he said something. And so what? Nixon was a criminal. Eisenhower, criminal. They're all criminals. Grant. They're all Satanists.
How is George Washington a criminal?
He was one of the king's men. He's the one that he's the one who essentially went back to England and said, hey, look, pay our debt to France because France was the one backing us in the war. We owed them a war debt for all the money that we borrowed from France just to fight England and the other European states that hated us. Well, guess what flag we've got flying over? City of London flag. The stripes are an East India Trading Company flag out of the City of London. Has absolutely nothing to do with the American states or the American colonies.
Not surprised.
Right. But everybody's getting all bent out of shape. Oh, they're burning American flags. Well, which America? Because there's two of them. Which United States? Because organically there's two. There was a United States before this country became the United States of America.
Right.
It was the EU. That was the original United States before they became the EU.
Yeah.
So there's so much to sift through. Plus, if you're here in the States, just inside the States, coast to coast, there are 4 different types of United States.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You have the organic, then you have the administrative, then you have the fucking bullshit from Europe that it's their influence, it's a private corporation, then they got another corporation. Capitis maximus. Capitis minimus. What do these things mean to you and to me and how we write? Well, Capitis maximus diminishes the status, the stature, the rights, the benefits, the bankers' titles, interest. Capitis minimus, well, all lowercase. Huh, that's funny. I don't lose any rights, titles, or anything. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's
very
basic. Under the Articles of Confederation, any bill proposed to Congress, I could go in during their session and I can shoot the bill down with logic. I don't necessarily have to replace the bill. I just have to be able to articulate why it is bad.
Right.
How it's going to harm someone.
Right.
But everything going through Congress has to have an enacting clause. Has to. It's a 4,000 or 5,000 year old law. You can't change it. You can not do it, but you can't change a 5,000 year old law. That's why murder's still against the law. That's why thievery is still against the law. That's why bearing false witness is still against the law. That's why fraud, espionage, it's all against the law. These are old fucking laws.
Right.
Whether or not OJ did it or not, guess what they use? They use a 3,000-year-old Persian law to get him out of the charges.
What?
Well, witnesses? Well, no. Oh, well, acquit him. There are no witnesses. Next.
I remember exactly where I was when the verdict was stated nationally. That was huge, man. I recently heard somebody speculate that he was taking the rap for his son. His that he had before Nicole, his older son.
Yeah, the glove didn't fit him. That should have gave him, but it wasn't about who actually did it.
Right.
It was a stunt to get everybody to speculate and believe something that wasn't true, to get them off in their feelings. How do you feel about things?
Right.
Feel anything either fucking way. If he's a criminal, he belongs in jail, and if he's not, well, he deserves retribution for y'all falsely accusing him. That's the law. It's even in the statutes for the states that if somebody does a crime knowingly and intentionally and causes you loss, they have to pay you back up to 3 times what they stole from you.
Well, that would be the media.
Right. Well, see, again, Nuremberg trials was the only time that the people in the media were ever held liable for false information. However, committing fraud with intent to deceive somebody, telling them lies, whether or not you know it's a lie or not, doesn't matter. It's still a crime to lie to people, especially to incite fear. That's espionage.
Yeah.
Nuremberg trials is the only time that I can see in the last, I don't know, 60, 70 years where anybody from the press was actually executed for lying to the public. Well, they're lying now. We all have proof. Go study germ theory for 6 months. Get into virology for 6 months. Study your ass off. In 6 months, you should be able to figure it out.
Right.
You should be able to prove a case in an Article 3 court, too.
Well, yeah, given the effort, you just have to put in the time into it. You don't have to be a college graduate and shit.
Right. And I don't have to be a lawyer either, because the practice of law is a common right. I don't have to have a degree or permission or any of this bullshit. Organically, the term lawyer here in the States was one who knew law and helped his fellow man navigate.
That doesn't happen.
Right. Attorneys are what we have under the bar system, and attorneys take from one and give to another. They turn over property from one to another.
Oh, hell no.
Right.
I never thought of it that way. That's,
Woe
oh my God.
unto you, attorneys. Woe unto you, attorneys. You have taken the birthright of the people and given it to the commies. You have hindered them from claiming their estates, and you've given their estates to the commies.
Man.
That's what they were doing back then. 2,000 years ago. They're still doing it.
It's crazy. You can hear it in the word attorney. I love going back on words like that.
Yeah, attorney comes from the word turners, people who turn over goods, services, or money from one to another. So they take from one and give to another.
Man. That's crazy, man. I never.
Most of what they do is bar retreat. It's espionage.
Yeah, think about it. If you have a law, right, why do you need an attorney? Someone either broke the law or they didn't, right?
Well, see, they say only a fool will represent himself, but okay, if you're present, how do you represent? I don't understand. Either you're present or you're not present. I can't represent nothing. Either it's presented or it's not presented.
Well, I take that as do you present yourself as a man or a person?
Right, but see, that's the trick. Again,
Oh, yeah.
present. Do you again present? Well, no, I don't again present anything. I'm just here about this matter, and I have questions about what it has to do with the law. Well, we're not here about the law. Oh, obviously, y'all are committing crimes. But see, who's got the balls to say that shit? Honestly, we're all adults until you get somewhere where you think you're gonna get, beat on the nose, and then, oh my God, I'm so sorry I was wrong for doing absolutely nothing to anyone.
So I got a question. Because I know you're saying a whole bunch about this attorney stuff. I don't even know about, like, you're saying about something about time. Like, all right, so I do TikTok. And I get people that report my stream because of my Tourette syndrome. And when they report my stream, it automatically cuts off my live stream, and I can't stream for a whole week. Like, these people trigger my tics purposely.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you, and I get where you're going. You'd probably have something, but again, like in order to come, I'd have to go back to something that most of us should know about: bank accounts, how you do business with the bank.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to sell my coffee on there and do my own business.
Okay.
Right. Well, what I'm saying, I believe, would apply to TikTok, Facebook, and other places. We're supposed to actually write out a DACA when we open a bank account and tell them how the account is supposed to be run, what is supposed to be done, what their duties are. I only know a handful of people that actually know how to do that.
I don't.
Right. And it takes study to do it.
Very interesting.
As soon as my friend is done with all of his paperwork, he'll start teaching classes. So I'm excited for that.
And I should have you as my lawyer, man. Just hey, we need to go in and get these people that's you know what I mean? That's taking my time away from me.
Right. Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like, if a situation like with the bank where you need the DACA, if that would actually be a similar thing to use with like Facebook, Twitter, all of that. Because what they're essentially doing is they're giving you a platform to use your rights that you have.
Yeah.
When they turn around and take that right away that they say you can exercise. And again, policy. Policy does not stand over law. So if you have a policy, well, you can't say this word or that word. Okay, what about the law? Oh, unless I'm harming somebody by using the word, you can't do shit about it. Oh, well, looks like I have a lawsuit now. Sorry, I had to use the restroom.
No worries.
If at any point a policy of any company, it doesn't matter what company it is, if that policy violates the law, the policy is null and void. It has no enforcement, no duty, no anything. It has no authority to act. It doesn't matter who believes it does. Doesn't matter. The law is quite clear. Your belief don't matter. The law says the policy is voided immediately.
Hello, McFly.
Right?
Hello, McFly.
Are you in there?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's home, dude. We're all zombies.
Laws are not allowed to be ambiguous. Well, speed limit 45. 45 what? That's pretty ambiguous. I don't know what the hell they're talking about 45 because it doesn't say anything on the sign. The sign doesn't read anything other than speed limit 45. But even then, if you look at Capitis Maximus, oh look, it doesn't say speed limit at all. It says S-P-E. But the only thing that's there is a number that doesn't make any sense. It's ambiguous.
That's weird.
But ambiguity doesn't exist in law. It can't. Otherwise, the law would fall on its face.
That sounds like a conundrum.
Yep. Like everyone has to have a driver's license. Well, no, not everyone does. That's ambiguous. Which makes it no. They're trying to enforce things that don't exist.
Well, yeah, and nobody agreed to enter into the society anyway.
Nope, it was forced on us.
It's never a choice. Just like people think, well, then when they vote that it's a choice. That's just craziness to me.
Well,
That
that's the
people
thing.
have that
You're
belief.
you're not a voter because you register to vote, which doesn't make any sense to me. Because your social contact agreement, your document.
Sorry. Wow.
I'll admit, Alex Jones almost got me registered to vote for Trump.
Pikachu.
I was almost manipulated.
Pikachu. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I listened to him on a few things back when I started studying law.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
Pikachu. Pika. Sorry. Uh-oh.
You people still here? God, do you people sleep at all?
No. Never.
No. Ah, fuck off. You wanker. Sorry. Pikachu.
I ain't even gonna sleep on the other side, buddy. Why would I do it here?
Yow. Yow.
I went to sleep.
I just woke up. I think I'm still drunk.
I have yet
Uh-oh. Pikachu.
But see, that's why I keep pointing out American jurisprudence.
Oop.
You know, if you passed adolescence yet?
Huh?
How old are you? You know?
Uh-oh.
To be your daddy.
You're about to be a daddy?
Oh, probably
Your
old enough.
daddy.
I'm sorry, I'm just kidding.
You sound like you're young.
Who?
You.
Oh, hello.
That guy sounds young. I'm saying he sounds young.
I'm 33.
Wow. What? One day.
Hello.
One day you grow up, my son.
I'm 37.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Jenny, was that going to be a...
Jenny's got a gun. Uh-oh.
Wait, what did I do? I didn't do anything.
Boobies. Sorry. Wow.
What's up?
Was that going to be your first time voting, or have you voted before?
It would have been. I
bang,
never
bang.
registered to vote.
So
Hello.
you've never voted as of yet. You've never voted.
No.
You're not.
I did it once, about 20 years ago.
Uh-ohs.
So yeah, Alex Jones almost had me. He
What
almost
did he
got
do?
his cause. He almost got.
gay.
He almost made me turn to the dark side.
Uh-oh, Chippy. Kitty.
What does voters registration actually mean according to the code?
Yow. Yow.
Oh, I would vote. Ian, really, maybe go push to talk for a while. So what does it mean? I gather that you're giving permission for a database of some sort. Why else would they ask you for a fucking form?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. It would be something to look into.
Well, I'm just glad I never did it. So.
Right. Well, I still got to rescind mine. I'm rescinding the signature, the autograph, whatever the hell they want to call it. I'm rescinding it on all that bullshit. I'm not a state employee. I'm not a fiduciary. I'm the one that they're supposed to be protecting.
Right.
I mean, dude, cops, the men and women that claim to be peace officers, okay, where's the peace? Well, you don't do what I say, I'm gonna kick your ass. Okay, but where's
Well,
the peace? That's not peace.
so I really like watching First Amendment auditors, and I actually like watching this one lady who actually was a journalist for, I don't know, some newspaper. But now she has this hobby where she goes and questions attorneys. Um, and so that plays in a little bit with First Amendment auditors, so far as police. But anyway, she is investigating what is referred to, I've never heard this existing, but they're called private judges, lawyers who have not been sworn in. And, it costs a lot of money to get these private judges, and just the amount of corruption, like, worst case example here, like a female married to a police officer, and they get paid a good amount of money. And then they have the social backing as well. And then just totally take the children away from the mother just because they can. That's what these private judges do to people.
Yeah.
For money. So
Yeah.
it's
Well, go look up.
deplorable. Her name's Susan Bassey. She's really good. She is connected with the First Amendment auditor community. I've listened to them for off and on for a couple years now, and it's just incredible. They're boots on the ground, the way I see it.
Right. Well, look up what a judge is in the statutes for your state.
They're acting. They put them out as that's the verbiage.
Actors, yes. Texas
Yeah.
State Penal Code's got the word actor in there like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Police officers, actors. Clerk, actor.
Yeah.
Judge,
and the
same
amount of the amount of attitude that some judges have. There's an excellent video on Susan Bassey's channel where there's a judge and his wife, and they're drunk, and they're having this dispute with their neighbor, and it gets really ugly, really ugly. I mean, and that's just not that's not an isolated incident. Police are not actually supposed to pull over judges and elected officials and whatnot.
Actually, that's their only job.
Yeah.
The police's job is to police our representatives, not us. The police departments, according to their charters, are supposed to be protecting us from the politicians, not kidnapping us.
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see if I can find that video from Susan Bassey's channel.
The more you dig, though, the more you'll find. Judges are bankers, courts are banks. Article 1 and 2, courts are banks. They're also administrative, too. But judges are bankers. Why there's always a fee or a fine or a penalty. Okay, well, did I do something wrong to someone? Well, yeah, you did. Okay, who did I do it wrong to? Well, it wasn't towards anyone. Well, I asked you, have I done something wrong to someone? You said yes, but then there's nobody I've done anything wrong to. So which is it? They're all double-minded. And then they get mad at you because they're double-minded.
So this one's good. This is the description of her video. This video is a part of our rolling investigation into the relationship between police officers and the courts. We are looking into issues related to how police officers write reports, make arrests, and give testimony in court. For full video of the body cams of 3 police officers who arrested the judge and his wife, see link here. So yeah, I thought when I saw this that wasn't the right one. So the original one, I think, is the link in the description of the video I posted. But yeah, she's very thorough, and she's just a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. So everybody should go check her out. So yeah, that's what people should be doing rather than watching fucking TV. Even doing this. I mean, I've thought about doing subtle things like leaving like a business card on somebody's windshield. I mean, it can be something real simple as that. But with the current climate of the world, you know, be making a scene.
Question for your life got some pretty good stuff in there.
Dude, I've been saving his shit and marking it for later, and I've even made a folder.
I've got deeper books that go into what he's just posted. That's getting into Gibson's and Gilbert's and a couple of other people. But if you start with the Law of Nations, these things will come up. Then you go over into Gibson's and you talk about.
Before I even found out about this whole topic, I think I was like on the road to find out this anyway because I heard what's your opinion like on Mark Passio and the stuff that he talks about with his lectures, because he goes into like more of the occult aspect of how
Right, and he's
worded.
right to a degree on most of what he talks about. He's spot on.
Yeah.
There's some weird stuff where he gets all emotional and I lose interest real quick.
Yeah, he has a low tolerance for ignorance.
But what he's missing is the connection between.
Yes.
Because there's supposed to be a like, all right, under the state constitution, at 21, 18 or 21, age of majority, you're supposed to go claim your rights, your titles, your interests, your debentures, your everything as an adult, period. In front of an estate or an Article 3 judge. You're supposed to do your oath or your affirmation and finish your naturalization as a state national. But how many people actually go over that?
I don't remember when I was in the indoctrination center that ever being a subject.
Right. But then you look at a state and it still goes back to the same thing. You're still supposed to claim your rights when you're of age. So the system has to have a way to fix the shit that you messed up by being lied to. Because we were all lied to. We all made mistakes. That's just a fact.
Right.
But it's about fixing the mistake. How do we fix the mistake? Where do we go to fix the mistake? What do we use to fix the mistake? And then from there, what are we supposed to have?
Yeah, that would be a logical next question.
I mean, again, we were invaded. We're flying a foreign flag. We are under occupation because we have a foreign flag flying over our country.
Yeah. I guess so.
So, under the law of war, the occupying army is supposed to allow the people to participate in the organic laws of that country, which means we have every bit of diplomatic immunity to their communist bullshit. If somebody turns on their lights and I get out of the way and they start stalking me, I have every right to defend myself, even if it means shooting them and killing them. Nobody can come back and go, oh my God, you shot my buddy. Oh, I'm going to kill you. For what? He was committing a crime and I stopped him. Well, you shot an officer. The fuck's an officer? I've never met one in my entire life. I've seen men claim to be officers, but those are men making claims. There's no proof.
Woo.
Ah. And acting outside of your office, you can't commit crimes and be like, well, I'm immune. No, nobody's immune from the law. There is no law. And everything is then allowed.
They're not acting as a private citizen in their capacity of their duties.
No, they're acting as a foreign agent.
Dude. So creepy when you put it like that.
Cops work for the judges. The judges work for the
Right.
Vatican.
Right. Yeah, I
The
get
cops
all that
work
part.
for the
Sure.
Vatican. All police in every country, all over the world, have never brought anything other than more fascism. Nobody can show me one country that has police that actually has more freedoms and more liberties than anyone else. Can't do it.
What do you think would happen if the officers started having their discussions like this and started figuring out, wow, maybe I'm some part of crime against humanity? Don't you think they would separate the weeds from the
Yeah, they do. If you start having a
from the
conscience,
tares?
they get rid of you. I got a couple old dogs that I know that used to be cops, sheriffs, used to be. Once they started growing a conscience, they either got fired or they worked their way out of that system. But most of them got fired immediately.
Yeah, if you don't play ball, if you don't do as you're told, you don't get to play ball.
Right. Even though, guess what?
At some level, that happens. It would have to.
Even though government agents aren't allowed to regulate the people, they're only allowed to regulate the government agents.
So somewhere there was sort of schism, if you will, with how it was supposed to be and how it is now.
Well, you have communist invasion. I mean, totalitarianism, communism, fascism, Marxism, whatever you want to call it, it's all an ism. It's all of Satan. My rights, my authority come from God. Now, why have you put the wrong lot block and style number on this deed? That's not correct. Most of your deeds and your titles to your houses are all wrong. They've got the wrong description. I spent years on all this shit. There's so much that people just don't know. Once you get your title, you're not supposed to be paying taxes. It's not supposed to be in the tax roll. Do they ever tell you how to take it out? No. If you try, do they fight you? Absolutely. Do they have the right to fight you? Hell no, they don't. They can't force you to be a tax slave. That's slavery. That's espionage. That's a war crime. It's just like opting out of the whole Social Security thing. I want to opt out. Well, you can't. What do you mean I can't? Article 16, page 221, subsection 5 says I have every right to opt out of Social Security at any time. Oh, holy shit. It doesn't say you can stop me from doing it. It says I have the right to opt out.
There's this lady I work with. She has 20 more months before she can, like, fully retire. And it's just like complaining to get your money back. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right to me. So yeah. What did you call it? A slave, a Social Security slave? That's not what you said, though. You said something better than that.
Tax slave.
Tax slave, yeah.
But who do taxes apply to? Articles of Confederation, Article 4, 5, and 6 say that taxes only belong to the foreign powers and foreign businesses that come over here and do land in our country. They're to be taxed. I'm not.
Well, when you say foreign, you're meaning this other two city-states?
China, England, Bavaria, whoever. They're allowed to operate businesses here as long as they follow the law. However, they're not allowed to loan land. Foreigners aren't allowed to own land here, just like in Spain, just like in other countries. You're not allowed to own anything as a foreigner. There's only a handful of countries that even are doing what they're supposed to according to organic law. Most of the rest of them aren't. But see, the Gadsden flag is our flag. It's always been our flag. It's never been changed according to the law. Congress adopted a foreign nation's flag. A foreign Congress adopted a foreign nation's flag. So I don't get upset over people burning a flag anymore. It's not even my fucking flag. Has nothing to do with me. But people don't read the law of flags. Law of flags, you can spend months studying that.
Really?
Yes. There's so much information there.
Have you ever watched The Big Bang Theory? Sheldon with his fun with flags, like vlog. It's always
I
fun.
watched it too. And it's funny, but some of that shit he's wrong about.
I'm sure. I don't doubt it. But yeah. So what about flags now? You were gonna say?
Well, the law of flags is very simple. It's complex and it's simple all at the same time.
Okay.
Say you're pregnant, all right, and you're on a ship and they're flying a Cuban flag. You have the baby while you're on the ship. Under the law of flags, Cuba has every right to protect your baby. Also, your baby has the right to claim citizenship in Cuba.
That's, yeah.
But see, the separation of the land and the sea, you can't have land without water. You can't have water without land, because without either one, neither would be anything. That whole concept of, oh, well, you know, once you get to the coastline, it's a bunch of bullshit, because now you've taken away the metes and bounds of the country. Now you've stepped on sovereignty. You can't separate the land from the water, because then you've landlocked somebody. Now they can't get imports, exports, or anything else. Oh shit, now you're committing acts of treason against that country. Oh, how interesting. Uh-huh. It's why, like, with Germany and other places, Austria, you're not allowed, the surrounding nations can't landlock you and keep you from getting goods and services. They can't. It's an act of war. But they do it. It's so much messed up. And I spent 14 years getting to where I'm at. I still have more to study. The only Article 3 court within the states is Chancery. That's the only Article 3 court that exists inside the states, period. There is no other Article 3 court. District, regional, JP, appellate. If I can appeal a case, then there's a problem. If the guy who murdered my family that I watched, and I got video and audio of him murdering my family, if he can appeal me suing him for murdering my family, something is wrong, and I'm in the wrong court. The law is not an appealable matter. Either you broke the law or you didn't. Breaking the law comes with a punishment for the crime done. Period. It is exact. So what's with all this? Well, I can appeal it. Yeah, all right. Well, then what the fuck was the jurisdiction to begin with? Well, we don't have to tell you that. The fuck you don't. I'm demanding full closure right now of everything that's going on. You don't have a right to tell me that you don't have to tell me. That's bullshit. Because then that means you're committing fraud. What starts in fraud is always fraud. That's a maximum law. So I keep going back to like these guys that say, oh, well, you signed for the license. Sure. Was I given full closure? Did they tell me everything that my signature was going to be used for? Did they tell me everything that applied by the use of that signature? No. Okay. So does my signature, is it still valid? No, it's not. It's voided immediately. Do you have a driver's license? Nope. Well, it showed right here you signed. Right. When was I given full closure? Well, it's online. Doesn't matter. Did you give me full closure when I was there and when I asked? Yes or no? No. Okay. So then it's voided. Next. You can't have something void be legitimate, and you can't void legitimacy. That's why my next car, my next truck, my next everything, I'm probably going to put everything in a private trust. I'm going to record everything with a private trust. And oh, well, you have to register it. It is registered. Well, no, it's not. No, it is. It's registered with my private trust. Well, you have to register it over here. Prove it. Without drawing your gun and threatening my life, prove it. Prove that that applies to me. Well, it applies to everyone. Well, that ain't me. I'm not everyone. So it doesn't apply to me. Logic kills their shit every way you go. I've never seen kidnappers get so mad for you calling them what they are. And I've done it too. I told them right to their face, you kidnapped me. No, we didn't. Okay. When did I voluntarily walk in here? Never happened. So you did kidnap me. Well, no, we didn't. Oh. So then how did I get here? They can't tell the truth, because if they do, then they're liable. They have to confuse you. But most people get off their soapbox real fast because I want to go home. Whatever I got to do to go home, even if it's live, I just want to go home. It's a sad state of things in this day and age. There's a lot digging in it. You can't tell me how fast I can and can't go on the highway, because I've seen the plans for the highway. It was rated at 120 miles an hour with a properly maintained car. So how are you telling me I can only go 60? It says 120 on the damn engineering schematics. I've seen people argue these things and win in administrative courts, which is kind of stupid. I've done FOIAs into cases, never gotten the paperwork, never seen proof of jurisdiction of anything. They still got warrants, fake ass warrants, because there's no affidavit attached to the warrant. They call it a bench warrant because he made a warrant from the bench without any evidence. Not a legitimate warrant. What happens if you don't register your car? They'll steal it. What happens if you do register your car? They'll steal it. So what's the point? What's the benefit? I don't see one. If I don't register it and they do steal it, now I've got claim for damages for theft of private property. Well, it says here in the statute, yeah. Where's the enacting clause for that statute? When did it become positive law? Show me. Well, we don't have to. Yeah, you fucking do. Or you don't have a law. You have lies. And now we're going up for war crimes next. It's difficult to see that system as good. But for the handful of people that I know that have fixed their status in the system, however that may be, they don't have these problems anymore. Guy pulls them over, here you go, here's my special passport. Guy goes and looks up the name, do not detain, do not disturb, do not bother. Had a cop gonna take my buddy to jail. Buddy's in the back of the cop car with handcuffs on. Didn't do anything to anybody. Didn't do anything wrong. Cop runs his name in the system. Do not detain. Do not hinder. Let him go freely. Leave him alone. It's kind of interesting, don't you think? Ryan, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I said I don't buy it.
What?
Everything you just said.
Okay, well, you don't have to. I'm not selling shit. Telling it.
I know.
Telling.
I'm just telling you my opinion. That's all.
Right. I mean, dude, if you want to talk to these people, I can find a way for you to be able to talk to them. They're on a different platform.
It's cool.
I don't know what the hell a U.S. citizen is. So why is everybody putting that on paperwork that they're a U.S. citizen?
I ain't a citizen of shit. I'm a citizen of my family, and that's it.
Right. Well, the terms are all screwed. But nationality is a thing. You've been denied basic rights to your nationality. That's a fact.
Just stay the fuck out of my way, and no one will have anything to worry about.
That's not true. Everyone has shit to worry about. Considering we've got fascist regime.
I'm right as rain.
Yeah, I get that. Individually, people on their own experience have different experiences. Shocker.
Look, I'm not. I don't. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. Everything you use, most of the things that you have to say, I take to heart. I really do listen to a lot of what you said. But as far as telling me that someone has a special right, that when a cop looks up their name and they say, "Oh, do not detain," I don't believe that in any way, shape, or form. And no person telling me that will make me believe that.
Well, thank God I'm not a person. I'm a man.
Thank God. You're not. Okay.
God, I'm not a person because he doesn't respect persons. He doesn't respect fictions, and I'm not a fiction.
Who doesn't respect
Did he?
God?
Did he tell you that, or?
It says it in the Bible. Yahweh is not a respecter of persons. And if you look at
Dude,
the legal system, a person is defined as a corporation, a fiction, an estate, a trust,
a person. Do you know where
corporation.
a person comes from? Do you know the origin of it? It comes from the Greeks, which meant mask. Which means person was a mask that they actually wear. So person isn't a thing that exists. Like it's a role in life.
Yes,
So
it's a fiction. I know what it means. I've been there.
okay, yeah,
But thank you. That's a very good point.
yeah. I know about that because
That's-
this is what my God revealed, Julio, not this Yahweh. I'm not like a follower of this Yahweh. My God's Julio. Yeah.
Well, everybody's got their different place where they're at with the semantics over the name.
Well, I mean, it's bad because like because I was talking to someone and he was like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's the same. Well, no, like it's vastly different. Um, because it has to do with the way that you perceive things. And you say like this God, it's a way of this particular perception, but then you have higher
If that's the
domains.
case, we're all fucked.
Why?
Because
yeah,
majority of us have no fucking clue what the hell's going on. We got a handful of individuals such as Cuddles that seems to thinks that he knows everything that's going on, but probably majority of us have no fucking clue what's going on. So yeah, we're probably all fucked.
But have you ever
No,
thought about
you
this? Like, even if a person knows for a fact what is true, like for example, even if I came to you and I know for a fact that my God, which I believe in, which I'm not forcing anyone else to believe in, but even if I know for a fact that's true, I cannot demonstrate that to you. Like you cannot demonstrate innate knowledge. You get me? It's not a thing that's demonstratable. So
I can't.
essentially, it's just
I
faith.
can't. We got a container. We have air pressure.
What are you talking about?
We have to
By the way,
have a container in order to have air pressure.
Let's just
Therefore,
assume it is a container. Then what? Where do we go from here? What would you think if we find out it is a container?
something had to have made the container.
Okay, sure.
Necessary.
Okay, sure. Let's dance with that idea. Let's say that something made the container. Okay, where do we go from here now? Because once we find out that it's a container, that opens up the door to two main things. Well, three main things. A person can say God made it. By that point, that's just like semantic. That doesn't really mean anything. Zoo theory, which means potential extraterrestrials made it, or three, simulation theory. So once we find that out as a container, and let's say we know that someone made it, we can say it's a god. Zoo theory, simulation theory.
Right, but theory is the problem. That's
Well,
the problem.
God theory. There's God theory, simulation theory, zoo theory.
We have gas pressure, therefore there is a container.
Yeah, sure.
And we can't have gas pressure or a container without something to have created it.
Yeah, but like you do know what I said in all these three theories I said, it's still something created. We have the first one, we have God theory. Second one, zoo theory. Third one, simulation theory. So once we find that out, we have three main theories that we need to dance with and see, what's going on. You do agree, right?
You can't put theory in front of a creator while you're staring at creation.
When we say, like if we say, yeah, like if we say it was God theory, like that's still a theory. I'm not saying whether or not God exists, but like if you say, for example, God made that particular thing, that's a theory. I'm not saying God doesn't exist. I'm saying like whenever you point to something and say God made that thing right there, that's a theory. So I'm saying, like, do you understand?
I think.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
I can't be driving around a M1 Abrams and go, well, there's not a tank manufacturer.
No. Like, because we both
I'm
agree.
driving
Like,
around,
we find out
driving
that we
around
find
in
out.
M1 Abrams. There has to be a factory because I'm
Yeah.
driving the tank.
Yeah, we both agree. We both agree. We're not
The theory
disagreeing.
is out the window.
No, the theory comes with the explanation. That's what I'm saying. So if we say that it's created, let's say like we all know it's created. Like we have some way we can prove that it's actually created. Or we find like a firmament or like a dome. It says you are created. Okay, so we have evidence that it's created. Now at that
Right.
point, there's three main things. It's either like a zoo theory, meaning that there's like created life outside of this dome that made it, like aliens or something like that, or spiritual beings, for example, not God. There's simulation theory, like humans, like that, and then you have the God theory. But like the God theory is like least likely out of the three. It's the least likely because suddenly, whenever you find something, it's like for example, like if you walk into a building and you find something created, you're not likely, like it's not likely that it's the boss, like the top guy that made it. Like that's the least likely option. We never jump there. We never jump straight to the boss. We don't want to do that. That's very foolish for we to do. We don't immediately jump to the boss. Does that make sense? Does that make sense or no?
To some people, sure. To me, hell no.
Okay, let me ask you a
I'm
question.
not
Do
pushing
you have
your
any
opinion.
kids? It's like, for example, let's say you have a kid, and your kid walked outside, and she's like, "Oh, the president gave me money." Someone looked like it was a president. He had like this hair, he had like a suit, he had like a suit that had like the president flag. Or are you gonna think immediately it was a president, or you think it's least likely? That's what's more likely is like guy probably impersonate the president or look like him. Which one are you going to think first? Which one are you gonna be more convinced of? That it's the top guy, the boss himself, or it's probably like a dude saying he's a president or someone that looks like him. Which one's more likely?
Yeah, I can't go down this rabbit hole with you, dude.
Yeah, because like I know that you don't understand what I'm saying. Like we don't jump directly to the boss. We never
Right,
do
but
that. We never do that.
what
We
you're
never do that.
arguing, what you're arguing for, though, is the need for personal evidence.
No, I'm
And
not
that's
saying
what
that.
this
I'm not saying that like there's
involving.
no dome or there's no container. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like if we do find out that it is created, I'm saying that we shouldn't jump like directly to the boss. That's all I'm saying. We shouldn't jump that high. Like that's way too high of a jump. We should not do that. That's all I'm saying.
Look,
And
I
the only reason why I say this is because there's many people say, "Oh, people are lying because like they're trying to hide God." Well, BS. Like no, like even if you find that, that doesn't mean it has anything to do with God. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're definitely not going to agree on this ever.
No, but, like we do agree on that we don't jump like directly to the boss. That's not what we do.
I do on quite a few things.
Yeah, like it would make sense. Like we don't jump like directly to the boss. We're skeptical. We say it might have been the boss, but it's probably not likely. Like if you go inside of a building, for example.
Well,
If you go inside of like a mall and you pick up, or is it least likely? Obviously, it's not likely that the owner of the mall made the shirt that you picked up. It's the least likely option. And I'm saying, like, if we want to seek truth, we have to be consistent, not inconsistent. We can walk into a mall and say, okay, this is probably not made by the owner of the mall, but this container, it's God. Like, we have to be consistent. That's all. That's all.
Bro, you're you're going around circles over the mall was created. Yes. Okay, so how the fuck did you get here to the mall? You're going over things, necessary antecedents, and it's okay. I get it. Get where you're at.
No,
I
like,
didn't grow up like that.
do you get what I'm saying though? Like, if you walk into a mall and if, for example, if I pick up like a toy, should I jump immediately and be like, okay, like the owner of the mall made this toy? No, that's not what we should do. We shouldn't jump to that conclusion. You get me?
In that
It's more.
scenario, that's work, dude.
Yeah.
You're going off into
Yeah,
weird place.
like. Okay, but do we agree with that about the mall thing? Do we agree or do we disagree about the mall scenario? Yeah, about the mall scenario. Like, do we agree or do we disagree?
My head does not go to that place. The suggestion of where.
Yeah, but do we agree? Like,
owner of the mall, no, dude.
Yeah, but if we
do that. I've been a business owner. I know how this shit goes.
Yeah, but like if we go into the mall and we pick up, for example, like if you find like a toy, but the toy doesn't have a brand or anything on it, should we immediately jump to okay, like the owner of the mall directly made that? No,
Bro,
we
you're
don't immediately jump to the boss daddy. We don't immediately jump to the boss.
you're comparing octopus.
Yeah, like we never do that in any scenario. We never immediately jump to the boss.
The person that
That's
created the
insincere.
mall enabled
Yeah,
it to be.
that's disingenuous. We never jump immediately to the boss. We never do that. We
New
never do
content.
that. We never do
Okay.
that. That's all I'm saying. We never do that. We have to be consistent. Come on.
Nth time. New content.
Yeah. But do you agree that like as a species, like we should be consistent when we seek
We
truth? We have
should
to be
be as people. We should be consistent in things. However,
beautiful.
scenario doesn't make any damn sense.
But what doesn't make sense?
I get where you're trying to go with it, and I get how you're trying to manipulate the situation.
No,
I get
not
it.
manipulate. Not manipulate.
Dude, you're making a scenario. You are manipulating things. You have
He
to.
said he said as a species. He said as a species. We as a species. Speak for yourself.
We as a species should be consistent. Either you agree with that or you disagree with that. But
there is
we
no
as a
we.
species,
There is no we. There is no we.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Are you
Well,
saying that? Are you saying that we should not be consistent? Because that's the opposite of my. Of what I'm saying.
There is no we species. There is no we species.
Okay, either we should be consistent or we don't have to be consistent. But you have to pick one.
You're saying that the owner of the mall doesn't make the shirt that is inside the mall, but even the owner of the mall doesn't have any control over the environment that he is in. So the owner of the mall has no control.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you go in the mall and if you pick up a toy that doesn't have a brand, yeah, it could be possible that the owner of the mall made that. But
You're making this like a human under human limitations when you're talking about something that is way bigger than that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that even though the owner of the
mall doesn't know if he's gonna be able to pay the property taxes this year.
Yeah, but that's not what this is about. In the same
The owner of the
context.
mall doesn't know where the economy is going. He might have to close the mall next week. He doesn't know that.
Yeah. So in the same context, let's say that we have a container, for example, and then we have existence.
The owner of the mall doesn't know if the people that are in his stores are gonna pay the rent. So he's at the mercy of the people paying the rent.
Yeah, but this doesn't have anything to do with anything. What I'm saying is in the same context.
Yeah,
the
you're just
owner-
limiting everything to fit your bias.
Right. No, dude. No. What I'm saying is the point that I'm making is the owner of existence. Let's just say that that's God. The owner of existence is God. The owner of the mall owner. You find a thing inside of the mall, toy. You find a thing inside of existence, like a dome, for example, like the flat Earth. You find it, just like in the mall. How you don't automatically conclude that the owner of the mall made the toy. In the same context, the owner of existence is God. Just like the mall, we shouldn't conclude that we find something, it means it was automatically made by God. We have to be consistent.
You're putting God under man construct.
No, I'm not.
Concept.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm saying we have to be
You
consistent.
made me plug my Bluetooth in, dude.
Yeah, dude. I'm only saying that we have to be consistent. That's all.
We are being consistent.
Let's be consistent. All right. Let's be consistent. Define God, Juju. Define God.
Okay. Well, in the general context, because I have my own thing, I'm just talking about the general context, the owner of existence. You know, I'm using like in the colloquial sense, like how most people use like the one that made the basic elements of whatever.
Can you further define God? Can you further define God more exact?
Okay, well, yeah, a person could say it's the one that made the primary whatever, the primary thing of whatever, of existence or whatever, like the
primary source, right?
Yeah, the primary source, the primary substance, particles, whatever that is, the primary primordial.
Now let me ask you this. Do you think that this thing you want to define as God is separate from anything in this world that we experience or interact with?
I mean, when
Or
we
is it the
like,
same thing?
I mean, like, there's nothing that exists outside of God by definition. So I don't. What do you mean separate? That would be blasphemy. I'm
Okay.
not trying to commit
So,
blasphemy.
okay, just dial it back a little bit, man. Dial it
Yeah,
back. So,
sure.
like, everything that we interact with and experience is part of this God thing that you're trying to define, right?
Yeah, innately, everything has its deep roots in God. Yeah.
Now, how would we be able to discern what part of those things are God so that we can differentiate, so that we know how to analyze God? Like, how do we know what God would look like if we could see it? Like, clearly, if there is a presence among all things, how could we understand it?
Well, I never. We are the finite mind. It's like you're trying to ask, how can the finite mind understand the infinite? I never making such claims. I'm only saying that we can understand particular things up into a point, and then after that is like, like it goes literally over our head. So like there's a wall there, and that's all I'm saying. I'm just being humble here.
Okay. Now, what if we're just doing the same thing? What if we're saying that God represents this supernatural, and we put faith in that God because that God is the mother of our existence?
Well, what do you mean exist? Because there's not multiple existence. Like by definition, there's only one existence, and God is the root.
Okay,
So I don't
I
know what
would
you mean by
argue.
yeah.
I would argue that there is such a thing as an objective truth. This is my personal concession.
Sure.
This is not something that I can prove.
Sure.
I think God is the guy who created the Big Bang.
Everyone
Tell me-
has to make the concession whether they believe that we share the same experience or we don't. Me personally, I think we do. So in my personal concession, I think that everything is connected, okay, and that there is a primary source of which we're all connected to, personally.
Well, I want to. Since we're talking about like personal experience, since that's all we have like directly.
Well,
the first
what I'm talking about, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but what I'm talking about is how can we define God? Because when we're making these broad sweeping claims about reality and where we came from, where we're going, all that, we need to have definitions, and we need to understand those relationships with those definitions. Otherwise, we get nowhere, and everyone just argues in semantics.
Okay. Well, I see if we were to only stick with like brute facts and like not add a bunch of things to convolute it, essentially we get down to it's the source that gives rise to.
Okay.
Like
Now,
it gives
can we
rise
see
to.
this? Can we see this source right now? Is there anywhere we can evidence the source being enacted upon?
Being acted upon.
Or
No,
like
no.
acting? No, you don't think we can see this source? I think I can.
It's like see the source.
Yeah, I think I can
But, like,
see the source.
No, I'm not saying that you can't see the source, but my position is that you
I
wouldn't
think we
know
can.
it's the source if you're looking at it. You get me?
Like I can watch a plant grow. I can put it under a microscope and I can watch all the cells seek to serve itself. I did not put the life there. Something put the life there. I see babies being born. I've known someone who's pregnant for the last 8 months. Like life is constantly happening and death is constantly happening.
But you don't see the source though. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing things that result to after the fact.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I can see the source create the action. I'm not seeing the source. I'm
All right, guys,
seeing the
talk about
action
science.
being created by the source.
Let's talk about science, guys.
Yeah, the pathway.
Well, no, it's not circular. It's not circular science, and I'm telling you why. It's because it's like trying to prove gravity.
I'm saying let's move on from the topic of God.
Excuse me?
I'm saying let's move on from the topic of God. Let's talk about something else.
Oh,
You know?
Well,
who are
I feel like God is just gonna be like, if we keep talking about God, it's just gonna be a circular topic. We're gonna keep going back and forth.
Hey, Selena Gomez, I don't think. I mean, you can either participate or just shut the fuck up. We control the conversation, not you.
Right, fine, yo.
Bingo. Right. But the problem is he's going off into Nowhereville. He's spiraling off into Nowhereville.
No, he wants answers. He wants truth. I can tell that, but I think he's just young and he needs more experience.
Yeah. Well, we're just having we're just I know you're talking about the flat Earth. I was just entertaining the concept of like if it's a dome, and like what
Well,
it can
there's
made
more.
out
The
of
thing
and
is,
stuff
there's
like
more
that.
concepts that you need to understand. The reason we come to a lot of our conclusions is because of
Yeah.
concepts we've interacted with, so that we can relate to them or agree with them or disagree. Right. So maybe maybe there's like a gap in your conceptual understanding why we would think that, whatever we think.
Yeah. By the way, I'm just curious about your position on the mall scenario that I said. Did you hear what I said about that?
Yeah, the mall. Okay. So
Yeah.
the owner
Your thought.
is the
Yeah. Your
owner.
thoughts on that.
Yeah, is the owner like physically, intrinsically giving the life force to everyone that is a patron?
No, no. When I said the mall scenario, I'm not talking about the other people working the mall. The only thing I said is because I'm tying it to, for example, what a lot of people say about this particular dome is like with the mall. You have the mall owner, and then you go inside with your son, and you find a toy, and the toy doesn't have a brand or anything on it. So it's true that it could have been the owner of the mall that crafted him. Let's say it's a wood toy, for example. It could be true that the owner of the mall made it directly, but we don't really just automatically jump to the boss. Like it could be, for example, maybe the boss hired somebody, like delegate the work or something like that.
So,
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
what's the consequence of a wood toy, though? I mean, this
No,
literally has no
no, because
no
that's not
Doesn't
boundary.
have anything to do with anything because
that's
none
not
of this
the
has
question here.
anything to do. There's no similarity between your
Okay.
example and what we're talking about. There's no
Okay,
similarity.
I mean,
let me
I'm
connect it.
trying to give
There's
him
no
I'm trying to give him an
similarity.
olive branch so
Hey,
that he
just
understands why that's not a really
Okay,
good
okay,
comparison.
just a
and
head,
okay,
just a heads up, real quick, guys.
sure.
Upstairs VC. There might be a group of clowns coming down here to start some shit. So just be on the lookout.
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay. By the way, yeah, I would just conclude because I don't want to drag this on too much. So what I'm saying
Okay,
is,
man.
yeah, and I'll just finish this very quickly.
It's also
So
normal for someone to warn someone too. So
oh, okay, all right, my bad. I just joined not too long ago, but I got it. Thanks for the heads up. So what I'm saying is, just like how in that scenario where the owner of the mall, you want to just jump to the boss and made the toy. When we look at existence, the owner of existence is God. Inside of this thing, just like in the mall, we find a toy. We find this earth. So just like how in the mall we wouldn't directly jump to the owner of the mall, in the same context, we shouldn't just automatically jump to the owner. That's the only point I'm making. Maybe it is the owner, but I'm saying we shouldn't automatically make that jump. That's all. That's all. Maybe it is, but you get me? That's all I'm
I don't
saying.
get what
Well,
I don't get it because if the analogy holds,
Okay, look.
well
Okay,
then
okay,
yeah.
look. Hold on.
why do you
I'll
have to
say it.
interrupt?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Why don't you
I'm
have
sorry.
faith that I heard what you said, waited for you to finish, understood, and am giving you a detailed response to you
No.
personally?
Well,
Why
you
would
said
you
you didn't.
not want that?
Because you said
Just
you
hold
didn't
on.
understand. You said you didn't
No, I
understand,
said if
and that's
the
why.
analogy holds, I was beginning to speak
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
to
sorry.
your point. So, you go inside this establishment and you look at the toys and all everything that you said, but you know that there's an owner. Because
Yeah.
how could there not be an owner?
Yeah.
Where did all of this stuff come from? So it's what that's what I mean by when you say we don't have to necessarily jump to, well, who's the owner? Yeah, we don't talk about the owner. We all accept that there is an owner, and everyone else can go on with their own beliefs as to what the owner is, what he's like, who he is, and none of that is really relevant. There is
Right.
an owner, but we don't actually talk about him because there's no detail to put to
Sure.
him
Right. There are
or it
faith.
or whatever.
Right. There's people can go along with their faith or their belief system or their religious structure, or they can just go with, the very strict evidence. And either way, like honestly, what he said, there's no point in going further. All we need to know is that when we're working inside of an engine and we can see how everything fits together, and it was clearly made by something like it has very specific functions and procedures, and produces a result that's very beneficial to like life here, it clearly has design elements. The same way that, you know, when you look at the sky, and everything that moves in the sky, it works like a clock. Okay, a clock is something that a clockmaker makes. Okay, something that designs that. It serves a function. So when everything in this world serves a function, and it seems as if that owner is not present, it would be akin to like a mother sitting on an egg. Like that mother owns that egg, and we just have to accept that. We don't know exactly what that situation is, but we accept that there is an owner. There is something that made all this.
Yeah, we've already established that, and what we're saying that's already established. Yeah.
Well, I feel like maybe if I restate it in a different way, maybe you'll be less agitated with, you know, people who maybe they do have a faith structure that they follow, and they have their own opinion on whether there's a dome or not, or what sits on top of it, or, you know, whether there's pillars or whatever. Like clearly there's the faith part of flat earth and the ideas behind it because there's so much history. But you know, like me, I'm not religious. I just know that the way that physics works, that, you know, it's like my house. My house has doors. You know, that's to keep my temperature correct. You know, and it's just like the Earth. It's just a micro macro situation. So clearly, the Earth has containment. What kind of containment? I have no idea. I could be inside of an egg right now. I have no idea.
Yeah. But did you? Because the only thing essentially I was trying to say basically is in the scenario with the owner of the mall, and then you find a twin side of it. That though it could be the owner of the mall that made the toy, it doesn't mean that he did. And I'm saying in the same context, the owner of existence represents the owner of the mall. Okay, so the owner of existence, owner of the mall. You know, and then inside of existence, you know, we
Look,
find
if
Earth.
there
You get
is
me?
no mall,
Yeah. So no, hold on. No, like when
if there is
like
no
when I'm
mall, the toy wouldn't be inside for you to find. Like,
you,
I
dude,
get the point that you're. Okay, go
no,
ahead.
because
Matter of
like
fact, I'm sorry. Make your point.
yeah,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
because like the thing that because like I'm making like a one-to-one connection. Owner of the mall, owner of existence. Okay, so we got that. That's what it represents. Inside of the mall, we find a toy. Inside of existence, we find an Earth. Just like how in the mall, it doesn't mean that the owner of the mall directly made the toy. In the same context, it doesn't mean that the owner of existence made the Earth. That's all I'm saying. It
So
could
what
be.
he's saying,
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying, because
Okay. Yeah. That's all. That's all I'm
like,
saying.
say if you even if you look at the Bible, some would argue that the Bible straight up says, well, there were gods, you know, not just God. Obviously, God is the beginning of all life, but then there are certain gods
I don't
that
know about that,
over
but I get you.
what I'm saying. Okay, well, let me say it in a way that you just said it, because for whatever reason, God
Sure.
is not allowing you to hear what I'm saying when I say God. So let's remove the
God is
word
allowing me to
God.
hear what I'm saying, but
Let
let's not go there, please.
No, what I'm saying is I'm saying something that makes sense, and you're interrupting me and I think you're triggered
Okay.
because of the words that I'm using. So I'll change the words that I'm using. So
Yeah, it's just what you said when you say
so the
God's not allowing you, and
so there's
yeah.
like the guy that owns the mall and the people that make up the mall. What I'm saying is, even in religious books, some people take away that there's a creator of or a reason, someone who purposed this existence, and then there are uh uh other, let's say, managers that have set other things up, right? So
Yeah.
the owner may not have built this like one specific aspect, but he is
Okay.
the reason for the life of the manager, or he's the reason that the manager works there. He's the reason that the manager set things up. So
Yeah, we agree with
at
that.
the end of the day, I'm only saying that to say that isn't that your point? Because I was trying to connect with you with what you were saying. You're basically
Okay.
saying just because we see all of this created stuff doesn't technically mean that the one at the top that owns all this stuff, it doesn't mean that he actually created that too. And that
Yeah.
could be true. You're right.
Yeah,
Well,
like I'm not saying it's not created, by the way. Just like how, for example, if you have like if you have like if you create something in it, that it could be, for example, that the owner delegates that, and then a manager, for example, creates a toy. So I'm saying, like, I'm not saying that's not creative. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't just mean it's that. That's all. It could be, but like, we should just be open minded. Like that's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna
You're right.
say,
You're right.
okay, I'm glad you guys did a good job at explaining because he was confusing a lot of people. So basically what you're saying is there's an infinite like Russian doll syndrome going on, right? Where like, well, there's a doll inside of this doll and then a doll inside of that doll. And who knows, maybe there's another, cluster of Earths outside of this Earth kind of a thing, right? But that falls
not infinite,
within,
though.
well, that's,
I'm not saying infinite.
you can't decide though. I mean, if there's one, then there's infinite.
Yeah, but I'm not saying
if there's
infinite.
two, there's
Actually, I'm glad that he's saying he's not saying infinite because actually that would be an infinite regression fallacy.
Well,
So-
it is an infinite regression fallacy. Like even the concept itself is an infinite regression fallacy. Like you can have infinite complexity within the system that at the smallest scale, no matter at what scale, you're going to find more complexity. But at some point, the system itself has to have, it has to cease. Like it can't be as large as infinite, but it can be as small as infinite. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm just trying to keep this simple. As I was saying, for example, like if you go inside of a house, like you have the house, and then you can have like like your daughter can make a toy, But let's say you made the house, and you go inside and your daughter made the toy, and then like you have another son, and you say, oh, who made this toy? Like we shouldn't just directly jump to you made the toy. Like just because you made the house doesn't mean you made the toy. I don't want to make this sloppy.
Okay,
but,
so
like,
are you thinking like Greek mysticism where like there's hundreds of gods that
no,
all make
like.
different things?
Because no, like I don't know what I don't know, and I'm only saying that. Let's say like this thing was created and so forth. Then that's the first question. Like demonstrate it's created. Okay, we got that. The next question is determine whether or not that creator is God. And my position is that humbly that we can't ever demonstrate that particular thing as God because it's too great. But I'm saying like that's what a
but
person
there
should
is
do.
a
You
God.
get me? Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying that it's not a God. But like I'm saying like step one, demonstrate it's a God. Okay, cool. And the second step is demonstrate whether or not this particular creator is God. Because nothing is a given. You get me? Nothing is a given.
Which we could never do. But
Yeah.
that's kind of the beginning of what I said was
Yeah.
we don't know who, what, the details. We just know we're here in this created space. We don't know much more than that because we
I
can't
have a
know
question
much
for
more.
you. I have a question for you then, and it's just a little thought experiment. Let's just say that like you follow some religion, for example, you follow Christianity or Islam or the Pastafarian. It doesn't really matter. And let's just say like there's evidence that like that thing did supernatural things, it's witnesses, etc. And then you have a daughter, and the daughter's saying like, "Yo, like, though I follow this thing, like the true God, like I know that for a fact that the true God actually talked to me, which is what the true God can do, if it can. I'm presupposing that the true God can reach out to people, and the true God tells you like, yo, Dad, like that. It was let's just use like small G, like it was small G that made this dome, but it's not the big G, and the true God revealed it to me. And let's say like your religion believes that, for example, it's like Yahweh, whatever that made this. Like, what would you say to your daughter? Would you say like I don't know if you're right or wrong, but like Christianity like helps us, or would you like essentially try to be like, yo, you want to go to hell if you do that? Even though it actually could be the true God
yeah.
talking to her. What would you do to her?
No, I definitely wouldn't do the latter. You're right. Like first, one thing you need to understand is actually I can't even say that, but I would say but the one thing like I do have a faith, I do have a religion. Now I
Yeah, sure.
don't have a
I
religious
understand that.
view. I don't have a religious view about the world that I experience, but I do have religious views. And so I might lean towards Christianity because it's the most
Yeah, that's cool.
exposed to. I'll say it's the most exposed to. It makes sense. There are things that happen that I can't explain that affirm to me. Okay, I like that. I'm rolling with that. So
sure.
damn. But what was the point? I forgot the point.
I
What's the
hate
last thing
that.
you said?
Mute. Or Juju. Mute. And let
What's
him
the?
talk. Stop interrupting, please.
No, he was fine. He was fine.
He's fine, man.
But what was the last thing that you said?
Yeah, I was saying
Just
like if you
so-
follow Christianity and if you believe that particular thing is God, but you have like a daughter and your daughter
Oh,
like still your daughter
right.
still follows that, still believes that, for example, like Yahweh, for example, create
Mm-hmm.
this particular thing. But she's, yo, dad, but like the true God talked to me. Like I just know for a fact. Yeah, I just have this conviction. Like, you know, like I know. And it was been revealed to me that Yahweh made this, but he's not the actual true God. But he has good intentions. Yahweh's not a bad person. It's just he's not the true God. So she follows Christianity, but like she doesn't call him God. I'm saying like, how would you like? Because some people be
Well,
toxic
I
and
I
all that.
would
And
I
that,
would I mean I would accept that because number one, the only because there are things that we can observe, things that are objective in this world. When it comes to things like premonitions or feelings or anything that has to do with the metaphysical, I can't fucking tell my daughter she's wrong because I read a book. That to me, that doesn't make any sense because the ultimately without the book, the one thing I do have is my connection with the creator. Like, you know, whatever that may be. And
yeah,
it honestly didn't come from a book, but I resonate with the book, if that makes sense.
yeah, I
So
get you. I really like how you're
so if
describing
she
that.
resonated with something else and she truly believed, hey, this is how the creator presented himself to me, and I saw things moving in her life that I couldn't explain. I what am I going to do? Not accept that I'm experiencing that there's a major change going on, and my daughter's crediting it to her spiritual journey. I'm not going to take that
Okay.
away from her. And what I'm saying is, most of us aren't like the conventional Christians. We don't like church in the traditional sense.
Well,
None
I
of that
respect what you
makes
said.
sense to anyone
Yeah.
who's
I just want to say I
yeah.
respect what you said because like most people don't like that, and I'm really glad that you're that type of person. I just feel like we need more people like that. But you know, like I really respect what you said, and it means a lot to me. Yeah, because like that's a really positive thing.
Thank you, man. I'm glad that we've spoken and connected like this.
So does all this strife kind of come from your relationship with this chick?
Oh, wait, what? Were you talking to me or what? What did you say?
Yeah. No, you just
Hey,
said that. I'm sorry, somebody said something.
I just wanted to jump in there quickly. Juju, how's it going, bud?
Oh, hey, how's it going, man? By the way, the thing that you said the other day in the other group about the solar luminance and the sematics, whatever, dude, like that really opened my mind so much. Like I'm really glad I was able to hear that.
Yeah,
The
awesome.
cymatics, man.
Cymatics and
That's yeah.
sonoluminescence. It's like
Yeah.
everything is. There's so much in that field. But you know, one thing I would just like to say is that I just got in here now, so I haven't been here for the whole conversation. But you were talking about your sort of realization that Yahweh may not be the right God. I would just like to position that that's been probably the greatest lie since the beginning, or the great deceiver wanted us to not think that God was telling the truth, right back to the Garden of Eden, where he said to Adam and Eve, you know, if you eat of the apple, are you going to be like God, or are you just going to upset God?
Sure.
So that idea of that he may not be the one has always been Satan's message. So when you get it in a slightly different form, I agree, skepticism is healthy, but just remember where that original notion arose.
Well, even still, that doesn't even mean that that's the original notion. That's a point of reference, but doesn't necessarily imply that that is the objective origin. But I do get what you're saying though. But you know, you don't know what you don't know at the end of the day. Just live your life to peace, and that's essentially what existence is about: harmony, flow. You know, to look into the
Yeah,
Tao.
the interesting thing is because there are a lot of scholars in here. I I have more faith than I have learned knowledge, right? And a
Oh,
lot of scholars in here would tell me that with all the religions of the world, um, it all leads back to these books. Now we call that the Bible, but they were scriptures inscribed um, and put together. They weren't actually together, but some people say that the reason that there's so much validity for the scriptures is because there were many accounts from many historians, and I don't know how true that is, but they also um, do a good job at detailing how, when you look at all of the other religions, they're really just offshoots from the same story, from the same scriptures. So once I realized that, I'm like, wait, well, hold on. If they're all, because we already, like, people already say, wait a minute, well, if the Bible is like this book and there's a similarity here and there and there and there, then who's to say which one is right? Well, that's the context I always thought about it in. And then when someone told me, well, actually, all of these different religions just come from different translations and different peoples and different regions, but it's of the same story. And I was like, well, holy shit, that kind of changes the game. At least for what I used to think. Now I have to rethink things, you know? It's a lot to know
Yeah,
and it's a lot
I
to learn.
definitely agree with what you're saying, which is why that I believe that, for lack of a better word, that you have domain truths, and I see as, like, for example, like bubbles, that you have this bubble and you have another bubble, and the bubbles are completely different. They have different truths that are contained within them, and I see basically again, I don't accept anyone to just follow whatever. I'm just saying what I'm convicted of is I feel like that in my worldview, with my studying and etc., I feel like Christianity is potentially true within this bubble to an extent, but I feel like I somehow have like access of the beyond, like beyond the bubble, and I'm aware of other bubbles, etc. You know, so that's why I follow Jesus and things like that. And I feel like in this one, maybe there is sin, there might be like heaven or hell, and then you experience it, and then it's finite, and then after that, essentially, you transcend beyond that. So that's basically where I'm at in my spiritual journey and so forth, if that makes sense. Again, I'm not saying anyone should
It's
believe this or
hard
follow
to
that.
it's hard to open up your mind because I honestly, like what you said there, Christians will tell you that's wrong. Don't think like that. I don't like
I understand.
gatekeepers of the mind because if God is in my mind, then if I'm not sick or deranged in any way, then He's moving me to the information that I'm overlooking anyway, right? So that, like,
Sure.
you're saying what you're saying, like there's this finite uh this finite aspect of this particular story, but what if this isn't just the story? Like I've thought about, okay, well, this tells a tale perhaps about our time, but what if there's a time before that? It's not like well, mm, you know what, if there's a scholar who knows the Bible and can correct me now, go ahead and correct me. I'll take being wrong if I'm wrong. But
Right.
when I read the Bible, I get the idea that I can read this in a way that says to me, this is talking about the beginning of our existence in this system.
Sure.
But if there's a creator outside of this system, who's to say that there aren't other systems? And why would we need to know that when we only need to know about this system that we live in? So we just need to know the origin of our story. But how the fuck would I know that that's all there is?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. And then obviously whatever is with that, that's most relevant to you. You know, so your mind's gonna be along that. But I do feel like that either with meditation or directly you might experience whatever. Like I said, like I was an atheist that was thinking, oh, if God exists, evil, blah blah blah. And then like seamlessly, like out of nowhere, dude, I was like strongly convicted of like this deepness of this love of what I call God, and I just did like a complete 180, and that's what led me to like study the Bible and all of that. And I'm like, this thing, like this knowledge I'm getting, like it's not in these books. And I studied history, and I saw there's good reason to believe that Jesus exists and so forth. You know, but yeah, you know, so there's that. So in this particular thing, it seems like Christianity, that's essentially seems like that's seemingly true. And I feel like, in terms of that, like if you don't want to end up like in hell, or what emphasis is on hell or heaven, it's just like living your life for that truth. But there are domains of truths. But
I like how you tied that there. Heaven or hell, it's living with or without truth. I mean, because we all know what happens when we lie to ourselves and we let ourselves go. We wake up one day and, oh shit, my life is fucked up. That's definitely hell.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you meant, but I feel like that's a part of, like,
well, hell is also in the mind as well. Because if you're internally disoriented, to a huge degree,
create either one out of the other.
yeah. Whether or not there's a physical realm, I don't know. But I know for a fact that there's an eternal hell that we experience. Was Jesus being abstract? Was he being literal? I don't know. But either way, it exists. So you seem not religious, but you still like study the Bible and all that. Is that like what you're saying?
Well, I'll be very honest with you, as
Yeah, be
again,
honest, man. Be
truth is
honest.
the only way to, yeah. Uh, anyway, so I grew up in church, so everything that I knew about the Bible was actually just translated to me, or at least that's what I thought. Like, because even though they're, read the Bible at least twice a week or whatever, however many times I never did. I wasn't the type to do my schoolwork until the last minute because I already knew the answer. I felt it tedious
You're a
enough.
lazy one. I see. You're a lazy one.
I was. It's not that I was lazy. I wasn't really engaged because
I get you.
For instance, I told my English teacher there's something called zero period. I live in New York City, right? And
What?
zero period started at 6:45 in the morning, and I lived 45 minutes away from school. I said, I'm never. I looked my teacher and I said, I'm never, ever coming to your class at 6:45 in the morning. But I'll tell you this, if you give me all of the homework that I've missed and all of the tests and I pass them and I do the homework and I get 90s or above on all the work, give me an 80. But I'm not coming to your class. And I did that and she gave me an 80. If the point is to get information and to know that I understand it, why all the extra shit?
Yeah.
I'm not getting nothing.
It's crazy. That's in New York to have that? That's so crazy.
Yeah, as a young kid, I'm supposed to take my little train, my little school given bus pass, train pass, take my little ass on the dangerous ass train in the morning before the sun comes up? Fuck
nah. Zero period? What the hell? What the hell? Is that like a core class or was like just something? Like
it was English. It was just a regular. It was English.
I had a zero period too.
English.
It was science.
It's my favorite subject because my mom gave me hooked on phonics at 3 years old. This is nothing. I'm not coming to English class at 6:45 in the morning. It's not happening.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. So you must have your school day must have ended when at like 1 a.m.
Say again? Ended? What?
Yeah, like school, like the school day. Like it started like 6 or 7.
No.
It must have ended at like 1, right?
That was
It
the
starts
starting period.
It starts at 6. Then I had like 6:45. Then there's lunch period, which is obviously there's different times for like there's certain sections because everybody can't go to lunch at the same time. It's too many kids.
Yeah, sure.
So there's like 10:30, 11:30, and 12:30. Then you have like some type of recreational period, like gym or go outside or whatever. But ultimately, school ended around 3:15, and then there's after school things, activities or studies. I
Damn,
was
that's a
in
lot.
choir, so I was at school till like 4:30.
That's a long ass day.
Isn't it? It's like a fucking job.
That's
Well, it's
crazy,
worth
man.
actually 9 to 5. That's
Yeah, like
less
damn near.
hours than fucking 6 to 5. That's crazy. And then you want me to go home and do homework? Y'all are tripping.
I have a theory they probably did that in New York because of the kind of environment it is and it's so like crazy, like wild out there. Kids from a younger age tend to become more clued in quicker, so they gotta program them as early as possible. You know what I mean? Get all those
Yeah, get
revelations
them
out of them.
as young
Get them nice and
adults.
early.
Get on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because like when
you
they're
gotta
kids,
be
they
young
think like
adults. Get on the
adults out there, don't they?
transportation.
They're so ahead of their time. It's crazy. It's like another world.
Keep them off the streets, put them in school. You know.
Like they're street smart too.
Wow, man.
Yeah, city life is it's really different.
But
I
by
feel
the
like
way,
it's something spiritual to the fact that is the way it is. It's like it's a huge amalgamation of so many different elements and so many different dimensions that's all put into one mixing melting pot. You know, it just produced this place. It has all these kinds of supernatural events. That's why they always center like these Marvel movies around there and stuff. So shit goes down there a lot.
You know, it's crazy. I think
On
that
9/11.
the way that they build these structures, I think it has something to do with, how these cities generate the energy that they generate. I just doesn't the way that they're structured, where the sun's position is in relation to some of these like very tall buildings with these large antennas on top of them. And then somebody was telling me how they never mind. I'm not an engineer. I couldn't begin to explain to you what someone explained to me. But the point is, it seemed more purposeful than just having a big metropolis, just because, And they don't tell you that. They don't tell you anything about why the city is positioned, where it's positioned.
Yeah. It's like a concrete sort of prison with like different apartment blocks, which are like prison cells, and it's been built in such a way to sort of replicate. I feel like a penitentiary kind of complex, and it's like a prison,
You could
but
say
it's
that.
got to
I
look
feel like
outer as outer as it looks inner, so there it seems like you're not trapped, you're free.
no,
That's
I
what
feel like cities really
conceptualized.
you could look at it like that. I look at it more
One
like
way.
the city is the business. The city is the generator. The city is the thing that pumps the rest of the land. That's why
What
they're
about
on the
like the
coast.
spirit of the people of the city? Don't you think that's like something that really counts
Of
for?
course, because what makes these inanimate things move?
Yeah,
We do.
exactly. It's like culture and all this other stuff. And like I came to the conclusion recently. I said, there's a friend of mine in the server. He posted a video about the South Park controversy about like they're letting trans men or women compete in women's sports, and it's like dangerous and things supposedly. And like I just said that everything wrong with society in a nutshell is this. And I said if it results in this chaos, I said competition is bad, period. It is a 3D outlook. The real higher dimensional energy we should be embracing is cooperation. All the time and energy spent by humans competing has essentially halted our progress. Competitive sports is a psyop to help vortex all of people's energies into various energy harvest focal points, i.e., stadiums, etc. There are better ways to spend energy. Just got to get creative.
You know what's interesting about you saying that? I I immediately thought about how we compete with. I don't know if I would say compete, but it seems like there's a mechanism that's similar there. What I mean is, in my mind, the initial thought that I have to do something is the best course of action. Like it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Get up and start your day because this is how it will be the most productive. And then I'll say to myself, well, I'm tired. Well, let's smoke first. Well, I want to read this book first or this article or
But
get
you take
on.
the first pick that comes to you, is it?
No, I
what you're
don't.
saying?
That's what I'm saying is I'm in competition with myself in a sense because I know all of the things that I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's like we
but then
seem
I
to have like
choose to
multiple
do
bodies.
other things.
Like we have like
So it's
physical
like
bodies, energy
when you,
bodies.
that's what I'm, so the reason that I make this example is because I keyed in on the part when you said cooperation. So I feel like there's a separation between me and uh the internal voice in my mind. I call it God, but whatever.
Yeah,
So
I think it's
so
not so
in
just
that
much.
real
Yeah,
real quick, I'll wrap it up. So
go on.
when you said cooperation, I have the best chance of success when I cooperate with the voice in my mind that says, you know, you're supposed to be doing this. But when I'm
Mm.
not cooperative, that's when it halts my progress. In the same way that when I can't be cooperative with my companions and my partners, we can't get forward.
Mm.
It's the same
You need to
thing.
be in coherence with each other, like in order to get things done. And they always say, you know, because basically, you know, your ego and your skepticism are your antichrist. And it's I guess it's not just so much like, I guess, competition in general, but it's mostly like just clash culture in general, as I call it. Anything that encourages elements or factors of the universe to clash one another rather than like come together, which just creates a wider duality. And it's like the more I look into anything, as soon as I think I got like a fixed system of determining whether something is true or not, it always seems to like sprout into some other kind of duality, because that's literally one of the laws that they state, you know, in like the universal laws. So that's like entropy and things, and that's just it keeps on, you know, splitting into other things. And then you were saying about like, you know, I talk about coherence. People need to understand that it's about like coming together. But a friend of mine actually said, she made a whole video about like why she loathes the word collective. And she said the reason is because collective still implies that there's a collector, which means we're still playing into like a psychopathic agenda in that. So basically what it is like there's always someone collecting, and it's because we're just dealing currency as like soulless pieces of paper that mean nothing. That's why it enables psychopaths to be promoted to the top, that kind of system. Whereas if it was rooted in something that was more, you know, benevolent, something more virtuous and real, or like, you know, what they talk about, like the fruits of spirit, things that conflates that virtuous lifestyle, anything like that that was used as like a somehow turned into a currency system or barter system, trade system, quantum financial system, whatever it is. But anything like that, that would literally render psychopaths bankrupt when you think about it, because they wouldn't be able to keep up with that kind of thing. That's why they have to make it something so soulless, which is actually, you know, quite an insult. The fact that we have to scramble around pieces of paper of the rulers that have enslaved us, as though that's what makes our lives valuable, you know.
To
And then
fit
it's
in with
like
the psychopath.
the actual, one second, bro, the actual what we should be calling it is like an aggregate, because like collective is like coming together like a couple of people who are awakened 5%, 50%, and creating some kind of uncoordinated mess. Whereas, you know, come together as an aggregate is like suggests everyone's 100% sort of living in their own sovereignty, and they're, you know, they're switched on, they're clued, they're willing to go that extra mile to actually come together properly and not be answering to any collectives, you know. And it comes from like you learning how to like harvest free energy and things like that. That's like a huge part of it. That's like a massive part of it. We've got to not be reliant on the state in any way, because any reliance on the state, whatever it is, in whatever form it manifests, is to me the mark of the beast. Anything that ties you to the state can manifest in multiple different forms. And
And
to me,
that's
the
where
Antichrist is just an archetype that many people or different factors of life embody. So it's just like we got to avoid the archetypal sort of threats that stand in our way and stand in the way of like unity and things. Anything that seems like is promoting division or has like an underbelly that kind of, you know, it has like a sly undercurrent that tries to push division in it. It's like divide and conquer, or like these protest movements, which are all based on like arbitrary aspects of people's selves, which is whether it's religion, race, their, you know, persuasion, their gender, or whatever, you know, or so-called. It's just anything they come up with these days, and they just come up with even more, pull them out their ass. And it's just like you see all these little groups, and they all essentially, a lot of them still look like the same, but they say, no, we're different. We identify different because of this, because we like this color or that color or whatever, you know. And then they just split into even more. And look how many people all over the place. It's like an ant colony, but it's like nobody's really coming together to work together. Instead, they're all just like divided in little bubbles in space all over the place, living in from their own echo chambers. And that's why nobody's getting any answers about anything. And to me, I've even said, you know, we've got to figure out some kind of way that, as much as we realistically can, to basically smash holes through all these echo chambers so the light may shine through to the people who are willing and able to actually open their minds up and accept it. Open up their minds and their hearts and accept it, you know.
Yeah, they try and force us to fit in with the psychopath. And like Nathaniel Rothschild said, he doesn't care who writes the laws for the country. He cares only for who prints the currency because that's the one that really controls.
Like the
So
Federal Reserve, quantitative easing, and
it's like
they
I liked
they
your
use
idea. I liked your idea of like a moral society would render the psychopath bankrupt.
Yeah, obsolete. Yeah.
Now, how do we get to that society?
Well, basically, I got a friend called Amaterasu Solar who tries to promote this kind of stuff a lot, but she's kind of disabled right now, so she's not having as much help to get the word out there. But I could send you a link to a playlist. She's got a lot of interesting things and a website. It talks about this sort of using this energy from like electromagnetism of the earth, which is like free energy we are able to actually harvest. She said her father or somebody worked in like this sort of engineering business. She learned a lot of this stuff basically. But then she said that she can only put the info out there so that people can conduct the experiments themselves and see what happens. And then she also mentioned this thing called electrogravitics energy, which she essentially said is like the future and like the answer in many ways. Like using that, learning how to use that, and then make that our own, and be like, well, nobody's going to come along and then be allowed to put a monopoly over it. So we can then actually start to move as a more sovereign, people or tribe or group, whatever, and then like sort of separating a lot of our, what ties us into this matrix, our viewpoints with those of the controllers, so that we're like, we're going to think freely, independently. We're not going to embrace your apps, your TikToks, your Googles, and all this. We're going to create our own instead, and we might use, I don't know. I've heard that quantum technology thrown around a lot. That could be one possibility, one of many that we probably haven't even discovered yet. But it's just like so much of this stuff is just occulted from us, just hidden in plain view. But it's like right there before our eyes. We just need to like open up and accept it, realize it, But like the answers sometimes are usually the most simple solutions. You often find that's like the way forward. Because it's like, to me, it's like walking on so far I figured out now, I'm going to sort of try and walk on a tightrope between the left and the right hand path. And I'm going to try, it's going to be one hell of a very difficult balancing act, but I've come across some people who said they can help me along the way to try to make that possible. But it's like, I don't want to fall into any, echo chambers or anything like that that's going to lead me to thinking that that's definitely the way. And then I find out I'm wrong later. So it's like, it's all about, there's a difference between knowing and belief. And it's like, if you fall either side of that, one way or another, you're going to fall into a form of belief. And then once you're on that side, it's like, okay, you're relatively fixed in your beliefs, and you're not likely to look into the very, opposite side of the coin for definite. But
yeah,
even
there's
in your mind, I've had to.
There's a guy. There's a guy, DITRH. He always coined the phrase, basically saying that belief is the enemy of knowing, because when you have a belief, you don't want to know. So
exactly,
it's when you know something, you know that it's no longer a belief because you now know it. But while you maintain a belief, it is actually working against your ability to know. So it's actually the enemy of knowing is belief.
Yeah.
Or blind belief.
I think they're the enemies of each other, and it's just like some constant back and forth duality game of Pong. And we gotta just find somehow there's like a point beyond it where we're just like, enough is enough, and then we submerge, or we leave, we emerge from this.
But like you said as well, you said that I agree 100%. Every year you always look back and you think, oh, you could have done that better, or you're a little bit, you've learned more in a year's time that you wish you'd known a year
reflection
before.
Is everything. Yeah.
So there's this constant state of your knowing gets turned into beliefs.
Yes, and I
mean,
I think one very useful way to keep looking at it is basically that, whether you want to call it a universe or life, whatever, you could say basically everything in the universe or everything in life is reflective geometry. It's all about reflecting the projecting the reflection, etc., and so on. So it's like everything's just like reflecting to you something. It's like mirrors that just face each other kind of thing. We're all like mirror aspects. And like if we stare into another certain other mirror for long enough, eventually that becomes a part of our reality, and it becomes so true to us because we're reflecting off each other light, and constantly that's leading to gaining it more relevance and things, and then those start to come together, become even stronger mirror, which bounces an even stronger light. So therefore, we're looking at it from that path or viewpoint, But I don't know. I sort of gave an example recently. I said, it's like we're all under like this massive tent that's just been like collapsed, and it's like someone sort of put it over us, and they've like twisted a bunch of these corners all around the tent, and they've like stuck tent pegs in between each of them and all. And as we're trying to like fiddle around with certain tent pegs, you've got certain people shouting from like their little troll caves and like, no, that's not the answer. That's false. That leads to hell or whatever. This is according to them now. But obviously, we have to have our own experiences. But then is also the possibility that your mind can, play tricks on you and lie to you that certain events happened. You've got people who are like psychotic or just issues like that think stuff happened or is happening and it's not. And it's like, objectively, is it happening? Where's the line? We get to talk about that because we could talk about like narcissists and how they enter into certain feedback loops, which keep rewarding them for what they do. So they think their actions are justified, but they couldn't be further from the truth. At least in the general consensus, like everyone else can see that they screwed up, but they can't. So it's like some kind of weird mirrored reality realm happening in the same space in which we're all in one place, but we all got completely different mindsets. And it's like an ant farm that's just out of control. No one's getting on with anyone kind of thing. And they just keep turning up the heat pressure, or they just turn up the confusion. They obscure and obfuscate all the knowledge. And then they keep putting out, like they even said themselves, we're going to put out so much fake spirituality into the ether. It's literally going to have people's heads spinning on their shoulders. Mark Passio heard those exact words when he was in the Luciferian cult before he left it to expose them.
Yeah, because
That's
when
exactly
there's clutter, how do you find that little thin sliver of truth? And like
how do you
your
find that one little
ant farm,
gemstone? Yeah.
and your ant farm analogy is like, that little kid with a magnifying glass just burning the ant colony just to see what happens when it burns. It's like,
and then there's another duality to that as well, because we can look at that one way and we can learn another way. And people always seem to compare God. Often they say he's this kid with a magnifying glass shining it over these ants, and then as they're shining the light over the ants, for all you know, it might seem like he's trying to torture us, but for all you know, could he be trying to enlighten us or like fill us with light? But it's coming across in some way to some, and others, it's like if you accept that it's burning you, it's burning you. You become sort of subject to that which you perceive.
I see that kind of like forging, the concept of forging. You have to put something in a really uncomfortable heat, and the process of burning off all the impurities in the steel. When it comes out of that forge fire, the steel has become hardened, and it's that kind of process. Now you would just see the heat, and you're like, "Come on, man, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you giving me so much heat?" And it's like, but you're being forged. You're becoming
you don't realize there's probably something beneath your present limiting layers, which actually enables you to, benefit off of this energy that's being poured through to you, overwhelmingly. It's like that can actually bring you online, but there's this annoying shell in your way that makes you sort of seem weak to it and sensitive.
Yeah.
And once that's out of the way, you become like a completely transformed being.
That outer shell can be disabling, so it can be restricting.
Debilitating.
I think you and I were chatting about it the other day, where I was saying, the being comfortable. When you're comfortable, nothing happens. You just become lazy and lethargic, and rent's being covered. You've got enough money to play. You just stagnate. But the moment that you get shit piled on your plate and you become uncomfortable, suddenly you're achieving twice what you were capable of. And then you reach new layers through the uncomfortable.
Cracking new levels. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's about, like reaching new levels and heights. And it's like the stuff we go through. It's sort of like rats in a maze, but it's like all the walls are electrified. So you go by them and they just shock you, and eventually you start to take the straight and narrow. Or some people, they fail to. And if they don't, that's like taking what's known as, service to self path. And that often means they have to come back and do a bunch of shit again because they failed the first time round. And it's about being of service to others, which is the ones that, that are going to ascend ultimately.
So, John, how are you feeling about the flat Earth? Like, I've seen that there's been a couple of really heated debates on that other channel. And it's quite an interesting, some people are kind of embracing it, even though they still reject the idea. And then some people are latching onto the idea just because it kind of is provocative and it causes other people to freak out. Where are you finding yourself now after hearing a lot of this stuff?
I mean, I still, because like this one guy actually did drop in, I think it was 14 or something. He dropped in and made a really good point. He said that, ultimately, yeah, I guess to a degree, this is just me adding now to it. And I guess to a degree, it does matter to know this stuff because obviously, if one of spinning balls can make us think we're on a prison planet, we're trapped, and we need to know more about this place that we're in, be able to explore. We should have the right to see more because I feel like this world is so much bigger than over the years been shown to be. Like we've not really seen barely a fraction of it, really. Like we've seen certain terrains, yeah, we've seen snow, we've seen volcanoes, we've seen or like stuff like that, but we haven't actually seen what else that's not being seen yet. Yet we see so much of the shit.
You know what?
It has to come from somewhere, the inspiration. But I believe there is a lot of credence to flat Earth, and so far I'm still quite convinced on a lot of the facts that they bring forward, the arguments they bring forward. It's just that I also believe that it comes down to something much deeper than that as well in terms of what's happening physical. It's like to do with our perception. And a lot of us perceiving things certain different ways. We don't realize because we're not that other person. So we're seeing shit in one way and another way. And they can literally create an entire reality paradigm around that which they believe, which is why they can make themselves seem like it's so convincing. And I was saying, this is what the problem is, though, is like in this world, it sides with Globers. The whole, let's just say the whole of science is like a massive fandom that's backing their movement, which makes it seem more credible in the eyes of normal people. So they won't bother to dare question any of it, Whereas with me, I'm starting to feel like more and more there's some kind of hologram or something taking place in which essentially we're seeing, like, obviously that's more rooted in actual physical reality and tangible reality, but like we're seeing things that we're choosing to see. And a lot of them are just lost, I guess, because they've been in prison for so long. So they're seeing, more of them are seeing globe Earth somehow through this hologram perception. And then to me, it's like, as well as that, it's more important as well as focusing on like uplifting everyone. And yeah, that's a huge aspect of it. And I think it comes from as well teaching people how to harvest free energy. That is a huge part. To me, it's about like these practical solutions, the sort of, try to circumvent a lot of what's going on in like the matrix and things. And like I even talked about, the other day I was in here chatting to some people about, or some other service called the porn matrix is what I call it. And it's like, it's what siphons people's energy. You know what I mean? In terms of sex force being the most powerful life force energy there is, that literally creates life. And therefore, there needs to be more practical ideas, I think, around, as well as the flat earth, the things that can eventually tie into these projects all as maybe one, but like a sort of independent of themselves as well. And you could bring different forms of research and ideas together to try and circumvent much of the agenda and what's going on today. Because ultimately, it's just an energy grab. Like, it's more than just a money grab, it's an energy. And like, they're coming through, right? And they're talking to us about, like, let me just pull up this message I sent to a friend of mine, because this is where I talked about. I said to him,
John, just in terms of like the energy grabbing,
you're cutting
I
out.
embrace the. Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah. Now I can.
Can you hear me?
I think. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Okay, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you okay now. You're good.
Okay, cool.
Who's on first?
In terms of the energy grab, like I'm with it conceptually, but I can't see practically how they could use it in some way, shape to gain something.
I mean, let me try and explain some stuff and maybe give you a bit more perspective on where I'm coming from with that and what sort of things I've learned about. It's like, basically I said,
it's like with adrenochrome. Yeah, you're coming through clear.
Yeah.
With like adrenochrome, they basically they use pain and then they extract the blood at that moment so that they can get all the endorphins out.
It's
at
like
that
that's
moment.
what they do. They put it through high
There's a
pressure
harvesting.
cooker
But
situations,
how would
and then
they?
when we're at a heightened state.
But how would they harvest it?
It's about how like harvest is just a concept.
If I could jump
it's like
in
an
here
abstract.
as a person who
Harvesting is
who's
just an
high.
abstract term.
What
I mean by that is
if
like
I
they
could jump in
utilizing it.
there, if you guys don't mind, as a person who's utilized porn a lot.
Okay.
I'd like to give my, 2 cents on the matter. When he says it's an energy drain or whatever he said about that.
Everything's an energy
To me,
exchange.
I resonate with it because I can do a lot of things. I'm very good at a lot of things, right? But I can spend 2 hours on a website, make myself late, hinder what I can do, not take care of my responsibilities, and put myself in a vulnerable state that puts me in a position where I would agree to the terms of someone who would enslave me for a specific dollar amount or hour amount when it didn't have to be that way. So I wouldn't have been able to be used in certain situations if I would have managed my time better. That was one of the biggest drains of my time, and it put me in a lot of precarious situations. So for me, I think that on a macro scale, if everyone is putting themselves in situations where they now are cornered and have to
vulnerable
work for someone or vulnerable, then yeah, to me it makes sense what he's saying.
Yeah, it's like basically everything's a value exchange or everything's an energy exchange ultimately. Well, whatever form you want to look at it, on some level, energy is being taken or transferred during every transaction in life. And it's like anything they do like that on like different planes of like the different bodies we have in that mental, physical, etc., etherical. Those are all giving out energy to the things we invest ourselves in. So it's like whatever you invest in is like ultimately that's what you become like over time. So it's like people who are like addicted to certain things, they're giving their energy out just by doing it. The actual participation of it is like people don't realize this, but they're making so much money for these websites, which is pushing even more content to come out then, and then it's becoming even more warped and inverted over time and degenerated, so that's what I'm saying. They're bringing energy all different ways, and it's like they can't actually use or control free will. So what they have to do is they have to sort of round us around and like direct us like cattle. And they're using these energy sort of gaslight triggers as like cattle prods to push our energy in certain directions so that enough of us go in that direction. And then they have things there set up which, on deeper levels and we can understand, like about like CERN and other things, how they can like utilize energy. But wait there. Can you still hear me, bro? Because someone's fainted out.
Yeah, I can hear
So basically,
someone kind of half talking in the background. Is
yeah,
there someone?
I don't know what he's saying. Like, basically, I said, yeah, I messaged my friend and I said, I'm also going to conduct an insight into what I call the quote porn matrix, which is essentially the shiny gateway to hell. But beyond typical pornography, the principalism pervades all facets of life along all multi-dimensions. Essentially addiction, which is the opposite of sentience and sovereignty. But I think that porn is a solid place to start and root it all back to. May we one day as a collective start a huge spiritual fire and then one by one step forward and cast away all of our own respective setbacks preventing our ascension. It's about addressing all forms of ever mutating degeneracy and creating a more addictive concept, which for now I will refer to as quote anti-porn, until like something I'm just working on trying to learn more, like figure out, like to gear that snowball effect momentum energy into the right direction, the road to transmutation. It's time we put an end to the overbearing influence of the honey traps. The time is now. And then I said, yeah, down with the porn matrix. I realize it is the absolute root. It's rooted so deep with addiction, and sexual energy is the most powerful energy humans possess. And they are using that hamster funnel to power their cabal Nebuchadnezzar. It stops now. Supply and demand and sex sells. The elites know this well. That life force is precious, and they siphon it. They root us all in fear. It's one messed up energetic cocktail, and we only drain ourselves whilst empowering them. It's a lose-lose battle. And then my friend said sexual and covetous lust, pride and envy, sex and greed. And I said, yeah, the whole factor of coveting anything. And then one leads to another. Sex force is where it starts, and then the two and additional factors go hand in hand like a snowball. We have to erect metaphorical walls to make those snowballs crash early before they further accumulate. And then my friend said, the need for survival and reproduction ties into fear as well. And I said, create some kind of metaphorical conveyor belt around any energy vortexes or honey traps. So any energy orbs, just me being esoteric now, saying that gravitate, they pass the transmutation field first without having much choice in the matter. They pass the waterfall and to varying degrees are cleansed. And many will get slowed down, and the conveyor belt will redirect that energy into what I call the freedom arc. That's our soul ship out of here. We won't stop them all, but still, we could try our best to galvanize the potential wandering orbs being people, or just like energy sources in general. We must most likely find a way to end the abortion agenda and to put a stomp down on all attempts at eugenics. Input to this project is always welcome. For now, I'll call it Project Transmutation.
Yeah, bro.
And then I said, after this, I am going for the vaccine agenda next. I'm going to work on ways to make the progression of these agendas backfire horribly. And I said, like sticking a steel cork in a fully charged rifle.
Yes. Just while you was reading that, I had like a million responses, and now you got to the end, and I can't remember any of them.
Oh man, I'm sure they'll come back to you, man. Just meditate on them, or just like they'll resonate in time, you know. Return. But like, if I send you the screenshot of that, you could probably read over it again, and it might bring those memories back of ideas you had.
Do it. Yeah, do that.
Yeah. It's good shit, and
you know,
I just channel this stuff because I'm so sick of this shit. I'm seeing something's going on, and I'm just starting to eagle eye now. I'm just really starting to like point out the obviousness and the lies of it. I'll be listening to people like Mark Passio. They help you really see past a lot of the deception. And then I just started coming up with my own ideas. He calls it a great work. It's like a huge sort of body of work they talk about contributing to. You can own the rights to all your own work, but you can just add and sort of put stuff out there to help awaken minds, you know?
But this is something that they've robbed us of, is the ability that each one of us have the ability to output wisdom. Like if you think about any book that's ever been written, it was inside someone's head before it went onto that page. And then we use that book as though now it's like some kind of infinite source, but it was in the mind of the creator of that text first. So effectively, each person who has a mind and has the like you were describing yesterday, like the throat chakra open so that they can actually communicate their message effectively.
Yes.
If you are that type of person, you have the ability to put something down that could change the world. And they don't want you to realize that. They want you just to be like everybody else, do your 9 to 5, keep going. You know, when you were talking about the whole, at the beginning of your thing about how they use that sexual energy to sort of degrade you, or to put you in a position. I remember some of them are coming back now. When they put you in that position that you now become susceptible to other catches or other ways that you can be
put you in compromise, in a
be
state of
focused.
compromise.
You accept less because you feel like you're still getting more through those other platforms.
Literally, it's a huge freaking lie. Trust me. I'm onto
there's
it,
something. Have you looked into semen retention?
I call it the mirror maze. Yeah, that's something I've been trying to practice recently. Is like I tried before and failed horribly, but it's very hard. It's like something I'm trying to do right now. I actually have this thing
It's
called
a
Haritaki
psychological.
powder.
Yeah,
and
so
it cleanses your third eye.
It's such a psychological act because it's all inside your brain about choosing to restrain yourself or not restrain
You're
yourself.
literally fighting against your lower chakras and your inner porn urges, your deep urge.
Now once you realize that you don't need to give that out to people, then how can you still be manipulated? If you're not going to go and, like, a woman can't come and, sexually persuade you to give away everything you have because you just want to sleep with her. If you have nothing, you have the power back.
You have that realization. You've got like that sovereignty, and that sort of it's like as well. It's like being anti-fragile.
That movie Monsters Inc., where they try and scare the children, and then they collect the scare, and then the amount of scare, the more scare that you can put into a child, then you can
Yeah.
extract a higher amount or a higher value amount of some energy force with some
Yeah, it's
special
about
machine.
abstracting from heightened senses because when it spikes, it's literally like a thermometer. The way I look at it, it's like once that energy spikes in some form, that's suddenly when you get like a huge hit of whatever it is. So they can literally get that, and they got sick and tired of like at one point, obviously they harvest us by making us go to stadiums, which are like you notice they're like circular in like their shape and things. It's like they're always trying to program people like circles and vortexes and all these different sort of sacred geometrical shapes. And it's like you're all in one place now. You're creating a vortex. The energy is literally reverberating around the stadium at a constant rate, And now your energy is creating that vortex point, just like they talk about the Merkabas, and they say there's like different ones across the world and things, and they're like little energy points or nodal points throughout the world, which are very significant for different reasons. A lot of people believe the like Bermuda Triangle, but I'm not too sure it is a part of it. But like, yeah, I'm saying even in like ice hockey, they've got this thing called the fan gauge, where they encourage people to like, cheer as loud as they can so they can fill this entire gauge. It's like they're telling people to overexert themselves, expend as much energy as possible. And then while you're there, eat our GMO, snacks and all this other stuff, dumb you down with content that's going to make you even more sexualized beings. And that's why then they have like ring girls and all this other stuff. There's like the constant culture of just pushing the lower chakra appeals to people, and then keeps people in like a state of constant suppression.
I agree.
Yeah. Then we always get that question, why would they do that? Why would they lie? Why would they want to be harvesting us like that?
Self-preservation, personal gain.
Yeah. Damn
One or the
straight.
other, most likely. Or they're just completely random and everything nothing actually matters, and it's all just a weird frigging game that's just been set to like so many random modes. It's pointless, like completely fruitless.
Yeah. Because
It's anyone's guess, or it's anyone's perception.
we
as to
all
what
think
it is.
that we all have this belief that other people are better than us. There's someone at some other level, and so I must achieve that level. There is no level
Inferiority
at
complex.
which
Yeah.
there is no level at which you're not thinking I need to get to the next level. Like
But in
obviously
like,
we think there are people that are like puppet masters controlling people like Elon Musk, right? So Elon Musk must think, damn, everyone thinks I'm great, but I actually have mentors, people that I aspire to be like. So there's always this idea, this illusion that I need to be beholden to this person because I'm trying to get beyond where they're trying to go, because obviously they're trying to figure out what's above where they are. So
you know
there's
what?
always
It's
this
almost like I see it as
perception,
like
and I
you can
think
look at
that
it like. Go on.
I was just saying that I think that it's like I think this world is driven on this illusion, and I think all of us are susceptible to it.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, it's like celebrityism is like almost like the biggest illusion, because what it is it tears you away from that whole paradigm, the whole equilibrium of believing that you are equal to every other being, which is the case in reality. Everyone's equal energetically, in terms of the equation, how it all works out. But then it's like I'm looking at it now as like a picture, right? So picture like there's a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper. It's like a big black dot in the middle, and that's God. And then there's dots around it, maybe just say about 6 dots for now. And that represents different humans. And then further out from those are dots even further away from the source. But this is the inversion. We actually think that by trying to live in the sort of shadow of these individuals who we perceive to be in a higher position than us, it's like we're actually moving further away from the source. So it's like we're going inside out and we're sort of like, following the opposite, the outer path, in other words. And it's like we should be coming back to God, but those things distract us and make it's like a wall in between us that we cannot perceive the creator because of this. So whatever kind of complexes people put themselves around, whatever things they most attribute to their belief ideas, so many of these models like flat earth, round earth, people identify with them so much, to such a degree they can do, to a point where they might lose a certain element of their consciousness, another one that could have brought online with other ways, deeper ways. They have to sort of constantly challenge themselves, question everything they know or they think they know, You gotta literally be willing when you wake up to consider the possibility that every single thing you've been taught, even up to now where you think you woke as hell, could be a complete and utter lie. And it could be something completely more valid beyond all of this that we just do not have the instruments to perceive right now.
Is that your long-winded way of, not having to address the reality that the Earth is flat?
Sorry, dude, but I know you're trying to come in like I'm some glober, but I'm not. Just to let you know, I was just philosophizing.
Yeah, we've been picking at me, Solar, another guy. Yeah, it's this is where the conversation is going.
Yeah, I run across that often when I'm in the streets. Also, like when people can't really handle this or wrap their mind around it, or they have no response to the arguments, they usually back up and say, with sophistry and philosophical deduction that, well, it doesn't really matter. You can never actually know, and then they try to hit you with some illusory, profound statement. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. Basically, to me, it seems so far. It's like we almost have to like wander into the darkness, almost believing like basically we don't know anything, but at the same time we're open to trying out multiple different ways and things, experiments. And it's like I just call it like becoming like a dabbler. I just have a dabble. Do you know what I mean? Try different things, and then whatever works for you personally. Because this is the problem. People are trying to prove certain things that are on such a deep, higher level, the higher significance to our existence. But it's based on a lot of the stuff. Many try to prove. Let's just say spirituality, for instance, is subjective. So there's no way that we can prove that in a proper way. That's why they'll just call it pseudoscience. So it's like the
That's
most
actually not
normal
true.
way to
That's
have your
not
own
true
experience.
That's
But-
not true
but-
either.
John, so that's where the empiricism or that real discernment comes in, that you can test these different stories. And if there's some way that actually shows for it to be accurate, then it no longer has to be belief, but you now know it to be true.
Yeah,
So,
but you're kind of on your own by
I-
that point still, aren't you? Because it's like
I
trying to prove
agree.
it to the herd is hard.
I agree with your first point where you said, look you've always got to remain open, that even what you know now could still be changed if new evidence was presented for it. I 100% agree with that. And you've got to be able to remain open to that. But when you've seen hardcore evidence for one specific aspect, you don't really need to question that anymore once it's really empirical. And that's what this flat earth journey is really about, is finding what it is. How do you gauge truth? What is the empirical method that you can follow to prove that what was claimed was truthful?
Yeah, and this is what needs to be addressed
Exactly.
pertinent to the
Real quick,
discussion.
real quick.
Focusing on what
Sorry.
matters to you.
Real quick. Yeah, that's the thing, and I often try to remind people that we're not here to tell people how the earth came to be. I don't know why people put so much energy into that, but if we set aside the people that are trying to waste our energy and only address the people that really want knowledge, the only knowledge we actually have for people is, hey, you know that belief, it actually has a claim that has to have some kind of verifiability to it. And I found that there is no verifiability. Also, I found direct contradictions. That's all we're here for. There's this aspect to flat earth that I don't respect, where people, well, I'm not going to say don't respect, but I guess in this context and in this conversation, I guess this is truly how I really feel. So when people have to give this idea of how flat earth works, it takes away from the time of understanding, well, the reason we're really here is because we haven't accepted reality in the first place. And if
do you think it's more about teaching why globe earth doesn't work as opposed to teaching why flat earth does work? It's kind of you have to go in the opposite direction sometimes to sort of make things work.
that's the thing. It's like all I need to do is present that it's not a globe. So then you can now open your eyes and go discover what you need to go discover.
The problem with
That's
dealing
pretty
with
much
people fixed in their beliefs is that they have like cognitive dissonance and like they're constantly at war with themselves. They don't want to believe anything that challenges their bubble. and if it bursts a bubble, they could end up very well suicidal if they, you know. That's
Yeah,
what I
but
mean.
here's the
Like,
thing, bro. With
yeah, they could
flat
act
Earth,
waking people up, but comedy is so effective. I'm telling you. You look at
yeah,
people
yeah,
like George
yeah.
Carlin, like red pilled the world.
Well, man, check this. So, flat Earth, the honest flat Earth position is simply like a very efficient acknowledgement of what is not known. So, you just address what you know, and flat Earth's like, well, we don't make claims to what's past the 60th south latitude, what the container is, if it's a
Yeah.
dome, where it touches down. We don't make claims as to what's in the sky, exactly the nature of it, the
Yeah.
medium that it's in.
And like,
Yeah, flat Earth is the
it's like,
intellectually honest position where we address we don't know a
yeah,
lot. It's actually
yeah,
just us being humble and admitting how much we don't know.
yeah. I mean, it's almost like matter is always evolving, you know. And it's like you look at existence, and obviously we got like, you know, to me this is why it's so hard as well. It's like I give the analogy of like imagine like a dark lake at nighttime, and there's like a lighthouse, and then you can barely perceive all the water outside of the spotlight, but there's a massive spotlight shining, and then as like over time it starts to shine over different parts of the lake, and then they become more like that becomes like the zone of like the most relevance. So it's like entropy is constantly at play. So like what was relevant now and this and that over time could end up being disproven because things just change. That's like change is the only constants in life type of thing, you know. So it's like every other day we got to constantly keep on top of our shit because there's always new developments that, and then certain little bits are dropping off as no longer as relevant, and then it comes around again like a conveyor belt or something like that. It just seems like.
Well, maybe the problem is that like this change, yeah, because we can't say, well, once we destroy the flat Earth, I mean, once we destroy the globe Earth, then that's it. Obviously, that's not true. I found this article posted by someone on Facebook, and it was actually on a government website. The Library of the Library of Congress, is it? Whatever. Whatever the fuck it is, it's official, and it was a New York Times article that had a depiction of flat Earth 100 years ago, which means that we were being ridiculed 100 years ago, at least, as far as I can, as far as at least what quote unquote official stories say. So if it's true that they were arguing in Copernicus's days and all of these days, then this is something that does come round and round. So now that we've killed R, 2 generations later, R or the radius may be different. It may be a different fight altogether.
Yeah.
For them in the
Like
future.
sometimes we might think it's a scenario A or scenario B, and then it's like the question is it scenario A, scenario B, or is it none of the above? Or if they tried to hoodwink us to such a degree because you know they thought so ahead and they managed to get a whole world trapped on one idea of one thing, and they haven't even gone into the other ideas that they might have yet. And it's like whole time now they were hoping that by this point certain people might be waking up or quote waking up thinking starting to believe a different thing which potentially could be playing into their hands. I'm just being devil's advocate here because this is how I try and get people, provoke them to sort of think, you know, beyond that, you know, what might be holding people back that, you know, from higher sort of enlightenment and things, you know, just to try and thought provoke, you know, food for thought kind of thing. They're so sly, these people, man.
I don't think that's so
Know
far
us
from the things that I've heard
so much more.
Witsit say about
Third dialectic,
how they
perhaps dialectic.
obviously know that we're waking up to flat Earth, and if flat earthers think that there isn't a deception coming, then they've already lost. So this whole idea that this is like a chess game that they've thought about, and that you know what, now this ties into the mental game that we've been talking about, like when you're giving your time to porn or giving your time to some form of entertainment like sports or music or whatever it is. Like that, for whatever reason, it doesn't allow you to be the architect of your mind. Like you can't think 10 days ahead, which is why a lot of people are in debt.
Yeah.
Literally
And recently,
because they can't think ahead.
yeah, just off you saying that, I just realized another parallel to It's like, remember Solar was saying the other day to some people, he said that, I think it was him who said it. It said about like science, and basically it's just about like isolating a particular element of science, and that's all you're really doing. Like you're proving a theory and a thing, and then you're testing that particular thing. But what you're still doing is you're isolating elements of the overall truth still. So like what we're doing is we're focusing on particular focal points, and just like the observer effect, it's like when we focus on them enough with enough energies at play, they suddenly start to become way more real. And it's like that just reminds me of like the whole stadium thing and how that harvests that energy. We're going into certain focal points and then we're isolating that energy into a particular point, which is why we're not able to like work on the whole of this space as one, united force.
What about the churches, all the ISIS, Cyrus, lay toys on top of all of them?
You're roboting, bro.
Acting like some kind of magician's wand.
Sorry, bro, you're cutting out. Yeah, I didn't catch that, bro.
Yeah, look, they know, okay, really, technically speaking, they could have just erased flat Earth off the internet, and they didn't do that. And everyone in the world's now heard of flat Earth. The president's talked about it, even though with
Could
flat
it have
Earth
been
society,
planted by elites, trying to pull another dialectical trap on everyone, like a Hegelian dialectic, which is what they always do nowadays.
well, there's like a middle ground here. So it's like I think the maps we use are wrong. I don't think anyone knows no one knows what the Earth is. And
Problem is, it's opened up a whole new can of worms for the whole world to focus on as well now, so that people are really fixated on this or another idea. It's like, what is there that's also out in the ether that we should be focusing on more, that essentially might be being somewhat sidetracked? But we should still be putting certain energy invested into these ideas. But how much of it should we also be like,
they're going to
sharing
absorb
out
the
with other
nature
things?
of the Earth, and they're going to come bring the truth. So they had to guide the movement so that it didn't talk about some of the crucial, important truths that they can bring and reveal. Thus, they're the arbiter of truth in the future. So like a lot of people, when I bring up the ether, the Hashemayim, right? People get triggered and they're like, "Oh, this speculation, stop talking about it." These are flat earthers. When I talk about how everything's intrinsically electric, and we should talk about that because that's what connects everything in the world, people shut it down. So it's like they've actually guided it to where we feel like we're so defensive, we have to stick to such a rigid, dogmatic, empirical approach just to prove the globe earthers wrong. And really, the globe earthers are just eons behind. They're like toddlers that you shouldn't tailor your discussion to them. They're like little toddlers that are crying, and that's what I think the whole trick is. It isn't. I think the Earth is provably flat. It's a topographical plane, and how big it is, we don't know. And in fact, the scriptures say you'll never know. You can't measure the ends of the Earth. But like the whole trick, I think, is us not actually progressing on to the more important aspects of creation that this brings about. Right. I think that's the whole trick, because then they're going to come out and they're going to acknowledge that they lied about the Earth, but they're going to bring you a bunch of these secrets. Right. And so if you don't know them yet, then you're going to look up to them, because they're going to tell you, well, look, there is a container. Here's what it is. There is a background medium. Here's how it works. There is a lot more land. Here's what's out there. And so then you have to turn to them to get the answers. So the whole trick, in my opinion, is to put it out there in everyone's subconscious, and then demonize it so that you control the progression of it, and then keep your hands tied so they can bring the truth out. That's why the deception will work. That's the Hegelian dialectic. The problem Flat Earth now has is all the question marks. The reaction is that we should be trying to figure out what the question marks are, but our reaction's been guided into just ignore them and talk about what we can prove
We
somewhat
don't want to fall
redundantly.
down another sort of pathway that might lead to, or another slipstream. You know what I mean? Like essentially every time we seem to get back on some form of land, hypothetically speaking, or metaphorically, it's like we fall back in, or like we fall towards another area, and then the wind carries us off. We get too carried away with it. It's like we gotta
But
find a
like
balance.
Whitsett said, but John, like Whitsett said, it presents as a plane, as a topographical plane. They're called the abyssal plains that cover 60% of the plain. And then you have the savanna plains, and you have the salt flats, and you have Ohio flat as a pancake, and so you just have all these flat sections. And then you have multitudes of government documents that assume a flat, non-rotating Earth for all mathematical calculations to do with ballistics, aircraft travel. So it's not even a psyop, like it's a creative idea introduced to create some kind of a response from people. This is what it presents as,
Like a reverse
and what
psyop.
all it is the truth. And then whatever else is presented has been the psyop all the time.
Yeah,
And
what I noticed as
that's
well is they show us the truth in plain sight. That's one of the ultimate strategies to really get us. Like they hold it right in our faces, yet somehow we fall astray still. We end up falling right for their tricks. But they show it to us, and then it's like, but they desensitize us enough to the point where we just don't care anymore. We're not seeing this stuff, and they show you on all subliminals what they're doing and things. But they're throwing it right in your plain sight. But there's like it's like a paradoxical kind of trap where by doing that they're actually most effective than ever. It's like,
but it's
I
like
think that it's good when we
they
talk to new
deforest.
people, though. You know, like when we
Yeah.
talk to new people that are Globers, I don't disagree with the room's approach. Like, whoa, stop talking about what we can't prove. What we're gonna do is because you're ripping away their current paradigm and all the fairy tales involved. But whenever we move on as a group beyond that, I don't think that we should keep that same dogmatic scripts. I think that is the trick. That's all. I mean, and I know a lot of people might disagree, and it's cool, but it's whatever. It's like everything objectively is intrinsically electrostatic. Flat earthers sometimes don't want to talk about it. It's like, that's weird to me. There has to be a background medium. Something can't propagate through nothing, and this is what connects everything. And actually, that's where the spirit is that created everything. So, like, these are crucial truths I think we should progress, at least even if it is just we have to acknowledge it's speculation. We shouldn't just never talk about it or think about it, because I think that's the trick. You don't talk about it with Globers. You know what I'm saying? You talk about it with honest people, and that there's a middle ground where I think that anytime like rigid dogmatic approaches absorb, that's the danger. Like that's the death of knowledge. Like dogma is the death of knowledge.
yes, anything that leaves you in like a state of stagnance. But at the same time, we gotta find like a balance.
Hold up. My bad. Because I've been looking, and I've been thinking about doing this for a minute, and this is where it led me. Because each time someone brings something up about the abyssal plains, I go back to these images. And when you look at the images, when you type in abyssal plains, which he says makes up 60%, I thought it was 50%, 60, 50, we don't even know. But whatever the case, the official narrative is, well, they cover up 50% of whatever they say we live on, right? And when you look at the images and you look at the continental ridge to the mid-ocean ridge, you got to wonder, well, what's the distance between the continental ridge and the mid-ocean ridge? And the abyssal plain is somewhere in there too. And it's like, when I'm looking at these illustrations, it's definitely not curved anywhere. And the ridge ranges, I think they said 40,000, what was it? Let me hold on. Give me a second.
Square kilometers.
I just found 40,000 miles. 40,000 miles of this ridge that I'm looking at. And never mind that, I'm just looking at the depiction of from the continental ridge over beyond to the mid-ocean ridge. None of that is curved at all.
But the equator is only
how would you depict
25,000.
this? I
The
mean, look at
equator is
this.
only
I mean,
25. You say it's 40. How much?
40,000 miles.
So it's almost double the equator.
Yeah, well, this is why when they try to map it out, they have to flatten it. You know, like and they still can't do it. So the truth is in plain sight.
Well, just
And
look
they'll
at this.
argue
Look
equidistant
at
from
this
center.
screenshot.
That's why it's a flat line. It's just equidistant from center.
Look at that. Look at that
But it's
image.
flat. That's why they call it a plane, because it's a plane. You plane the table to get the table flat. It's planed. It's a plane.
I think it's
yeah, my friend.
painfully obvious, you know.
So it presents as flat. We assume it's flat. for all calculation purposes. Basically, the government knows that, so there's this confidentiality once you get up to a certain level. But then the entire populace is fed this story. And that's the real peculiar thing. Like, why did they keep going with it? When they discovered this, like when they did Project Fishbowl in the 50s and Operation Dominic, where they went to the south to try and see where the edge is or where this container ends. When they did all of that, they had this opportunity to come forward to the public and tell them what they discovered. And they chose not to. And in fact, ramped up the programming with the eventual goal of this alien invasion, Project Bluebeam.
Yeah.
So it all fits together neatly when you understand that the ball earth paradigm is needed for that alien paradigm. But there's no, like, what was peculiar about the flat earth is that it came out in 2015, and I think so many people heard it, could understand the base argument, and started to talk about it, and it spread like wildfire. And then they clamped down in 2018 and tried to get censorship and put little bubbles on everything saying, here's a video for NASA, or watch how flat earth is not true. And then they saw that that didn't really have sufficient impact. So then they just started cutting down on the channels entirely. But I see it as if it was a controlled leak, it was to see how the public reacts to truth being presented to them for the eventual goal of this one world order that we're presently in. And when they released, when they released Flat Earth, then it went out, spread like wildfire, but people still rejected it, even with all the proof in the world. Then they censored the information away, and the people still continue to reject it because they're so brainwashed. And when they realized that it was such a small, they did. But it's the same with the vaccines now. Everyone's heard about it, but they're still going and doing it. And
Yes,
it's
exactly.
the same.
You're right. You hit it on that. That's what it is.
It happened so quickly as well.
So they saw that the flat earth, even when truth is presented, people will still take the consensus. And then they knew, okay, now we can press forward.
But this is the important part of this plan. They have to do that. They have to do it. According to their ideology, they have to do that. So, like, is it necessarily a controlled leak? I mean, it might have been an organic original thing, but once the people started to come to this truth, their natural law dictates that they let it out, and they let it out everywhere. I mean, it was on national television. Every single person has heard of it.
Everywhere.
Yes,
Yeah.
because now you've heard of it. They told you to your face. And so now,
like
they're censoring because they want you to ignore it, right? That's the whole point of the natural law. It's like they'll tell you in movies that they're going to fake a pandemic and then they're going to sterilize everyone with an inoculation. But as long as you think it's just a movie, it doesn't matter. They still want you to go get it. They still want you to think the Earth's a ball right now. But they had to tell you in plain sight what the truth was, so that if you choose to believe that the Earth's in fact not that and it's a spinning ball and nothingness, then they don't have any repercussions. And so, like, that's why it's out right now. I don't think their plan is for everyone to know yet, but I think that they want us to know maybe in the future when they have another deception, it's going to be wrapped in. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to really tell because the natural law makes this tricky to see what they're doing, because it could be one of two ways. They just had to show you in plain sight, but then still hope you don't believe it. Or ultimately, they're going to let it set the groundwork for where they come in, and they try to add a deception to it. It's really hard to tell, but because like my theory is, well, they've let it get out too much. I mean, you think that they don't know that, but at the same time, they do that all the time because of the natural laws. But they definitely didn't, like, they would have just erased it from the internet entirely immediately. Like, they didn't do that because you can't control people's free will that much. Right? So, like, people started looking into it, so they had to let it get out, or they think that they get repercussions and their plans won't work. So I think it might have been organic until they let it out, because that's too much manipulation of free will, and they've just tainted the representation of it and tried to convince people to just look past it. So now every human on the earth has heard about it, and most of them have chosen to ignore it. So now the power's gotten significantly stronger, right? Because you've known about it and you still chose to ignore it. Same thing with the vaccines.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my friend James said, he said, so a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Those recurring thoughts will set up recurring patterns. We want our patterns to be healthy and joyful. We should input good things in order to get good things out. And then he said, those negative self-affirmations contribute to a poor self-image. Trust me, I know. I had the same issue. Learned cognitive behavioral techniques to repattern my thinking and adjust my emotional well-being. And this is a bit of backstory for you as well, Solar, because this is what led to me coming up with that idea about project transmutation and things. Basically, I started saying, well, first my friend James said, if you do that, XYZ, he said, and have faith enough to step onto the water, trusting to model yourself after the spirit and not the flesh, then the evidence will follow you, and God will show himself to you and through you, and you will begin seeing synchronicities in your life that could only be orchestrated by spirit. Not only that, but you wouldn't be able to see it without a higher insight. Change yourself internally, and your external reality will manifest in time. The 3D follows the 5D. And then I basically just said, I feel like life is just a massive load of porn in a way. Not like most expect, but everything is major FOMO, which is fear of missing out. We all watch each other through these mirrors, supposedly outdoing one another. It's weird, you know? Like there is food porn, which is just amazing food pictures, but it's all just a fantasy, which leads to more disappointment. Then there's supercar porn, aka really expensive cars most could only dream of having, holiday porn, and so on. I said, everywhere I look, I keep seeing this FOMO porn. Either that or it's bots getting the vaccine and shit. The two realities are gradually merging. Neither of these make me happy. And I just said, like, basically in a nutshell, that's kind of what the energy sort of thing comes from. It's like everyone's looking outside themselves for some kind of answer or some kind of meaning. It's like as soon as you start looking outside yourself, it's like you already lost, they've already got you. And that's what people always look into sort of,
Man, you're insane.
replicate another person. What did you say? Sorry? Say again? What was that? Okay.
Well, you're right. What if no one else is gonna say it? You're right, man. You have the spirit within you. You're actually made in the image of the creator. So like when you look out to materialistic, worldly things that are just perceivable that you can see with your eyes, you've limited your spiritual capability, and that's like the entire trick because then you're like a million times weaker.
Our bodies are designed against us because they are designed as something facing outwards rather than inwards in a mad kind of way, you know? So that's why
they're a result of the fall.
Everything is emergent.
But I
I
like your analogy that everything is like a porn. It's like house porn, you know, car porn.
Yeah. Literally, there's channels on YouTube,
people,
like websites called
people go into this like, you know, they're drooling while they're looking at coveting other things which they want to
porn means something
own.
demonic on a deeper level, like an acronym for something. Like it means something else, probably to do with
John
like
Smith.
vampire and energy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what?
John Smith, I'm going to tell you that the Bible actually describes it as the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, and that covers all of it. Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can I ask what the South African's name is on here? I've just joined Discord recently.
Solar.
Sorry, mate.
Flat Earth Solar.
Bye, Dunkyman here. I hope we speak soon. I'm going to be on here later because I was on here last night and
Dude, man, nice bait,
Pardon?
Kadesh.
Good.
Sorry,
I
say
was just
again?
thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yesterday I went to this park and they were doing this reptile exhibition, and they were explaining the difference between a poison and a venom. A poison is something you ingest, and a venom is something that's injected into you. And it's the only time in nature that something pierces your skin and injects something into you. It's called a venom. And
as within, so without.
It's such a fascinating thing. People are talking about, oh, this poison. But a poison is typically something you ingest. And if you ingested venom, it won't affect you as badly. Like your stomach acids neutralize it. So if the venom goes in your mouth, you're fine. But if it goes in your bloodstream, you're going to die. And it's so peculiar that the medicine industry would choose that method of delivery unless it has a venom context.
Wow.
Yeah, but
again,
Yeah, no doubt. They're doing all
Yeah,
that.
but
Let's go ahead, Ariel.
sorry, I've spoken about this before about the psychology of modern, pharmaceuticals. That the way that they market their products, it's very very refined. So in the sort of in the in the way they do it is a white pill, a plain white pill with just a serial number stamped on it. The placebo effect is not that much. The belief that that thing is going to work for you, and then from there you put it in a silver and pink box with maybe a capsule that's got 2 different colors. And the very best thing that they market to you is something that comes in an injection form. That has been researched. People have a stronger belief, and if it's administered by a guy in a white coat, preferably a white male, the placebo effect is like the maximum that you can expect. It's like 35%.
It's like the definition of lab rats programming, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, all sorts of everything that's going on around us right now. It's like you could just call it, like, for now, energies or influences or just energetic influence. Basically, every influence that's around us, just like Solo was saying about poison and that's an influence, and there's different ones, is either emergent or it's the opposite of emergent, which so far I can only find the word declining. So it's like a decline. So it's an emergent or it's a projection. It's like, yeah, so it's either coming out of us or in us in some way. And they use these details, you know what I mean, to get their hooks in you. Like they know what's most effective. They use a process of either starting with inner, then the outer. So they put something in you, then it projects something out, like a monster or something into the world. It's like some kind of analogy to give for it. But I need to work on that one.
Yeah, I think Ariel said something about influences. And you were talking about social media earlier. I mean, the first thing I would say to everyone is get off social media right now. Delete all of your accounts. Get rid of Instagram. Get rid of Facebook. It's all bollocks.
I don't think it'll change anything, though. Like, you can delete them, but they still have you stuff. Your digital self is already connected.
But it's like if someone's punching themselves in the face 10 times and they can.
I don't go on it. I'm just saying I have an account.
Why, dude, come on. I've made 2 sentences and you've spoken both of them. Can I please just? Yeah. So the first thing I would say is just get rid of all your social media. The second thing I would say is that I think that the term influencer, when used by people on social media and with social media, is very deliberate as well. Like before, someone who was famous or well known would be either a celebrity or they'd be famous or something else. They use this term influencer. And I think that's very specifically because that is actually their role. Their role isn't to be like nice people. Their role isn't to like provide you a product or service or whatever, or to make your day better. It's to influence how the general public think.
Yes. That's a spell in itself. How they mess with words. And then they make you think, literally, this is what I would say as well. Ever since I've known that term and I've seen a person put down as an influencer, it would always give me this certain image in my subconscious mind. And I would always think of it as like, well, they're an influencer. That means that someone's serious. They got like some serious knowledge to drop on people. And that's this exact same programming that's going into millions and millions of people. And they're looking at that thinking, who? Influencer. Wow. I'm going to follow them, see what they're about. And then suddenly they're reaching the same movements, pushing the same energy.
The following. To follow someone.
Yes, all the words are something.
Follow
I swear,
a religious leader.
Yeah.
So you're an influencer and you're a follower. It's
replicate
so
or retweet. Yeah, it's like replicate, clone, retweet, copy. Literally copy word for word something some other person. You notice how retweets are like a psyop. They're encouraging people to literally say the exact same thought as someone else has had, and be like, oh yeah, that just relates to me, so I'm just gonna put their word for word.
What a bunch of mind
Yeah.
control nonsense all that is. I wanted to say something before it got on too far, because you guys were talking about the crack addicts out there, like the sex porn, all this different imagery that's out there that's there to stimulate people and affect them emotionally. through their sexual centers, and like we were talking about, right? You guys mentioned that. So I just want to mention that is a very interesting thing to see that, because it's no doubt happened to all of us. So like, I feel like I'm on the other side of it now, and I can see it much better.
Yeah.
But it's just that's how they know how the brain works. They know much better
Absolutely.
how we
They're
operate,
master psychologists.
how we think, how that all works, how those visual centers and audio centers and everything,
Yeah, and
olfactory, the
also
whole thing,
Yeah,
how it
John.
affects our
John
emotional
said.
centers. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
John said this thing the other night. He said, just imagine like this master psychologist decided that he wanted to take over the world, or a psychiatrist. So they understand the relationship between medication, and they understand you better than you understand yourself. And they're going forward to create this type of manipulation, but it's even on a scale that every industry is infiltrated. So it's not only psychology being used against you, it's all of them. But just think about how damaging could a master psychologist be if he wanted to now cause the world to think
Put a number on
something
humanity.
and
Yeah.
pull a number on us. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, they capitalize on the reptilian brain, and everyone says that's like a joke type thing because they made it look stupid. They made people think it's a conspiracy about lizard people, and really it's just an aspect in our brain we actually have, and it makes us, susceptible to our lower natures, of human.
Yeah,
Humanity.
that's
They
what they're
engage
pushing
that part of our
for.
mind,
Yeah,
which
they
is
want
literally
people
what we share with lizards and stuff.
Yeah, they want people to
and it's
think
like,
that they're just like
Solar
that.
put a good point recently. Yeah,
Pretty long.
yeah, he wants us. Yeah, they want us to think we're just like scum. But like, yeah, Solov gave a good idea before. He said about this insight to do with how they program you on TV. So like, I don't know, Game of Thrones. I never really watched that, but I can imagine what it's about. It's about like sex, and it's about like war and shit like that. So it's like they show you like a sex scene. They'll show you like a violent scene, someone being beheaded or killed in the most horrific way. And
I
suddenly,
know.
the very next scene, they cut to like some sexual shit. So it's like they're programming you non-stop. It's like they're flicking on the lights, blinking it. They're gaslighting you basically. They're making your energy move to a certain direction and programming so that you start to project a certain nature on a regular basis, and then contaminate other people
and forcing a deep acceptance of the content because you're now
that's why
sexually
Netflix and all
aroused.
them are glorified and held on pedestals. Anything on
Yeah,
Netflix must be
they started a lot of that in the 70s. Like I saw it myself. So because like they put this hypnotic music out in all the clubs, and so that's really easy medium when people are in that kind of state to transmit information without people knowing, because they're all dancing and partying and snorting coke, and they're just being hedonistic, right?
Yes.
And it was just like everywhere. It was nonstop. So they infiltrated every media center, and they were all they were like in magazines, and that would get transmitted like wildfire.
like throughout
right?
time, there's always certain periods where it seems like people are starting to wake up more, because it's just like the natural, order of things is starting to like fall into place suddenly. It's like you shake up a snow globe, it's all confusion, it's up in the air. And then there's the last piece of snow lands on the ground. Suddenly there's clarity. It's like we're about to reach a point of clarity. They do some shit to distract us. Just around that era is apparently that was around the time when like there was the hippie movement and people were starting to resist the government, all this new technology that came out like
all
World
the
War II and
psyop,
things.
all the psyop.
They didn't want that kind of lifestyle. This is like an extreme version of that. So people are coming on like spiritually and stuff, and then they're made to look ridiculous because they're so out of the norm. And like the norm, for all we know, could be the real ridiculousness, but they've created that around to make it look all neatly packaged. But it's like they use that term, then conspiracy theorists, to shut people down along the way. And then obviously they come out with this new 70s movement with all this entrancing music and things to keep you in a state of asleepness. So then later on, there's also like I hear so much stuff about 9/11, and I feel like honestly that was used in some kind of multi-dimensional different ways, more than we can imagine, like on a psychological level, on a physical level. They've used this to mess with people so much because something was going to happen at that point on a deeper level that they didn't want to prevent. They had to prevent it big time, and they were like, shit, we got to come up with something. And now it's like this time around again, somewhat the resurgence of that. Or they say there's going to be something similar like that now, which I'm guessing would probably be Project Bluebeam. Could be a multitude of things, Just got to keep your, wits about you. Stay sharp and circumspect.
they've been doing it for a long time, John Smith. I mean, Sonny said 70s, but he'll agree with this that it's been happening probably since the 40s, right? Since World War II propaganda was
I think it's
given
been
to
happening
everybody.
since the dawn of time.
Right, but
like,
I'm gonna hold on. I just want to give you an example, like, you know, because it's relative to the server. So I just want to give the server the credit. In 1958, when the Russians, you know, put Sputnik in outer space, the American television programmers showed it to everybody in America, and nobody asked who took the picture of the first satellite in space while it was in space, showing that everybody was already completely stupid, right? We were already completely brainwashed by the television, right? So, and that's them working with the Russians. That's their claim. Where did they get the evidence from? Obviously, it's not like they took the picture, right? Did the Americans? No. So they were already admitting they were working together. How could the Americans get Russian footage on the same day? Thanks.
Yeah, you can't even see that round satellite with the 3 aerials sticking out of it. They've removed it. You will have to search high and low like I did, and all that you'll get is a drawing of it.
There's a channel on Russia Today called, there's got a segment on the news called Sputnik, and it goes into like space matters and things, and they show that imagery on that show at the start, the intro. But yeah, that makes me wonder how much this stuff is like computer graphics and just, I don't know, stuff that we just don't even understand totally more than exists now. And for
Well, you
the
know,
longest
back then
time,
it could have been made in a phone booth or a sound stage. Back
Yeah,
then they just
like,
took pictures,
we don't
you know,
know when
and
iPhones
secondarily
are
recorded
truly
them.
first available, you know? Like all this type of technology, it's like they only show us the scraps of technology or whatever they have, and then they just, you know, use all the good shit to get ahead of the curve on it, like get the jump on us.
It's so funny to me when I
they
hear
are-
about all the space stuff, when like you guys bring up these blatant like things like XO just did. Yeah, about the Sputnik and the pictures. It just cracks me up these days. I swear to God, like I don't know what it is, but I thank the creator for giving me like this sense of humor that now I can totally laugh about it. Like I belly laugh so hard thinking about the lies of the space program. It's just
forward to
like
reaching
a
that
comedy, man.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
literally is. It's saying,
best.
people have described this as divine comedy, and it's like on a level we cannot understand. Because to us, it's like people dying and stuff. There's nothing funny about that. But on a deeper level, there's stuff going on, and it's like the creator knows why they did this and what the irony of it all. Maybe ultimately that's what it is. It's just irony, because irony is just like a form of reflection on like a different scale. You know how it sort of shows something and it says, well, this is, you know, ironic because this, and then it ties in with karma a lot. People tend to compare it to that, which they say is the force
Yeah, I think
that
it's so
just
funny,
cause and
man.
effect.
I'm just gonna
So it's
laugh the
about trying
whole
to prove a point to us on a huge level using the mirrors of reflective geometry to show
I'm
us
gonna try. I'm gonna try to laugh through the whole thing.
as actors.
What about this?
simultaneously.
What about this, John Smith and Sonny? In 1963, when of course Kennedy was assassinated, when they came on the news to give the report, they gave a special bulletin and then
Oh, and you cut out right then. What happened to
The
the
irony
satellite
of that
coverage?
moment just now.
Yeah, and look,
That was
he's in
some
a wide.
Soprano shit.
He's in the one of the most wide open spaces there are in the U.S. in the Southwest. It's so wide open, guys. You would not believe it. I've seen it
Like Salt Lake
miles
City.
and miles and miles. It's beyond belief if you ever driven. I've driven from
shown pictures.
San Diego to like the middle of Texas before. You would not believe how much flat spaces I was driving up for hours. And I've also driven as a child in like Missouri and Kansas, going all the way across Kansas. You would not believe how far you're on a straight, absolutely straight road for
Sonny,
miles.
hey Sonny, I got cut off. What was I saying about? Did you hear me say the Kennedy assassination? Or did I just
broadcast.
Yeah. Literally, you cut out just at the good bit, and we were all just like, "Ah."
Right on the edge.
You cut out.
I was just gonna say they put a commercial up after the news came on to give the report. They gave an initially report, you know, before they give you all the info. Then they show the commercial of a clock going back and forth, tick-tock, to hypnotize you, and then they cut back to Walter Cronkite telling you that Kennedy was assassinated, just to make sure that you are absolutely fixated on what they had to tell you. Just a coincidence they hypnotized you.
Yeah, that's another piercing of the veil, just like 9/11. All of those things are little, like you're seeing some really strange things happen coming to us into this reality. It seems like almost from the other side of the curtain, right, where the wizard is. You go like, holy hell! Like, I
It's like,
agree with
what's
who
the
is it?
hand?
John Smith? Yeah, John Smith, you said that. Yeah, about 9/11. There was something piercing of the veil there. There was something very odd about that whole entire thing
Something
that seems
very,
beyond belief, supernatural, almost.
yeah. There could have been a moment where people would have gotten a glimpse of whatever the heck was the truth. Like, for all we know, I could just give a really bizarre example, which could just be like a cartoon type thing. But I'm saying, imagine, we're into some kind of dome, and it was a creator, and at one point they decided just to lift a part of that, just to take a peek. And it was at a certain point they had to have us focusing on something that's going on over here. Like, hey guys, look at this diversion. Don't look up there and see the creator that's actually, can prove its existence right now in real time. It's like they had to use something, So whatever that thing was, that event. Or that could have been the event that could have transmuted, life on Earth
What if
in
all the
certain ways. Because I
president?
heard
What
there's
if
certain stuff to do with financial resets which were held back. They didn't want the Jubilee or something to go forward.
Think about
which has been
this.
happening.
What if all the presidents and all the leaders are actually just like Mimas and us have been, several of us have been talking about how the people that we think are at the top, the leaders, or apparently even the invisible leaders that we think are driving the train, that they don't even know who's driving the train. What if some of this stuff is
Yeah.
happening beyond their understanding of reality too?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is to a degree. It's like everyone knows what they know, and that's that. But the system still holds up as what it is. It's like autonomous by this point, but that's where the real threat lies. But there's still people trying to push it in a certain bad direction. So it's like, imagine a giant snowball at the top of the hill, and at one point it's going to fall down one end or the other. And you've got like a bunch of kids who are still trying to push it over, even though it's already about to like topple and, crush people and all this stuff. It's like they're just trying their hardest to push it in a bad direction. They just want to see the world burn. Some people.
I don't know. They might not even be in
Self-destructive
control
by
themselves.
nature. Some of them think they're bringing justice. They actually think in their twisted psychopathic minds what they're doing is right. Everybody thinks that they're the good guy. Remember that. So basically, they think what they're doing is helping somehow because they think that the world would be a better place if everyone thought like them and was like robotic and had no emotions and no face mask, no way to express emotions publicly and things, or empathize with people using those kinds of signals.
Yeah, what about that? Cut the Shit made a good comment in the voice text. What if eclipses were lens changes? I thought of that, man. What if the absolute?
I've always looked at it like that, like when you go to doctors or opticians and they like flick the thing.
Yeah.
Or like when you got like a ball outside some room and you turn a light on and it looks like something different every light you switch it to. So when it's daylight and it's blue, of course the other light's going to sort of be in contrast to that in a way, and it's going to be a much whiter, brighter kind of thing,
Yeah, because
and
you're
then it
dealing
goes,
with
like,
light,
completely
right?
white
So
because black and white are complete opposites. So when it's nighttime, the moon's white, and then the sky is like essentially close to black or dark, pitch black sometimes. So it's like yin and yang or something.
yeah,
They
because
could
in
represent
light,
the dots on the yin and yang symbol.
you could almost see in light anything that has to do with light. Of course, we don't know what the source of this light is or how it's focused or whatever the hell it is, right? We don't even know. There could be some kind of light that we aren't capable of touching
it could be an
or
artificial light source
sensing
that's bad for us.
we can't even contemplate it.
It could be ironically, it could be the power source that is keeping everything held up in this matrix, and we just don't know what to do with it yet because we've assumed that it's untouchable, indestructible. We don't know if there's a way, or if there's like a kill switch or some way that sort of de-circuits it, like in that we don't realize that it's the most obvious way to do it from a different angle or something. But like people say, it's a portal. Some people, I don't know about that, but
how would
it's
tiny
like, it
little
could be the
people?
power source because it's here and it's lighting up everything and it influences everything. Because they say the moon is what influences people, but if essentially the sun and the moon are the same, it's just two different faces. And like when there's a full moon, people do act really strange, don't they? Like they act really odd. It's almost like is that just is that like a self-fulfilling prophecy they tried to push into the minds of people so that everyone would act like a dickhead on when it's moonlight out?
Yeah, I think there's something real about the moon in that though, because I'm seriously a moon
So whatever
child.
that is, they're using it. I heard it's an electromagnetic net which shocks our souls and sends us back into the womb through the cycle of reincarnation, the soul system. So it's like they tell you to go into the light, and that's propaganda. They say once you start to see that light, it's actually electromagnetic. It shocks all your memory away and then sends you into like another life incarnation, which you have no idea what's going on. But that's if you go
No,
into like
it
other options.
it's always made me feel like going out and howling in the moonlight, man. I'm serious. I stay inside now. I gotten smarter. Like that's when I
I
used
don't
to.
mind the moon. Like I wouldn't howl at it, but I would.
Well,
I
I
enjoy
mean
the
figuratively,
scenery.
like out in life,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
running around like a wolf,
It's almost like it's like a trigger to us. Like imagine it could be like a movie made about this or something where there's like a big central source in the middle of everything, and we being like the lost little animals and creatures we are, and we naturally know it deep down in ourselves. That's why we have this primal urge to like say something or communicate with this thing because we're like, get us out of here. They're trying to like let it know we're here. We want to go home. It's like beam me up. Friggin' free me from this thing. But like you
yeah,
don't know what you
yeah.
don't know.
So think about this. If like it says in the Bible that we're like God's footstool, like think of the size. Like think of I don't even know how to describe it.
You're saying like if
Think
God
of
was like a
our
person kind of
perspective.
thing, how big
We are tiny little. We're like microscopic. We just think we're this size. We don't know
Yeah,
what size
it's
we
not.
are or what
Yeah,
size even is. Like
but
if
on an
we're in God's
intrinsic scale, we all matter.
yes.
Well,
Yeah, so we're down here.
Sonny, real quick, you know what it does? It gives you a reference frame to know the up, down, and stationary position that God would be above the earth. That's the best thing it does. It gives a reference frame. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
And they say as
Outside.
above, so below. So it's like sort of these laws of physics, these universal laws that we're subject to.
Wait a
could all
minute.
tie
Who
into
says?
this.
Hold on though. But what is as above, so below? Who is saying that?
I mean, it's just one of the universal laws I've heard before to do with like
Right,
polarity.
but well, hold on, but let me just explain that again. Yes, it's universal because that would be a form of, I hate to use the term, Satanism, and that is a
Universalism.
doctrine that's right. So that is what's taught. That's why there's a universe is actually another spell. There's no such thing as a
It's almost like a special fancy way of saying one world order or one world government. 'cause it's like
Universalism. It's part of the relativism, solely materialistic view.
Solipsist reality, yeah.
Right,
Something
but
like
here's
that.
the point. Remember though, I just gotta say this last thing. Remember, the globe religion teaches as above, so below, because space is all around, and up is down, and up is down is and
Yeah, we
down
gotta
is
look
up,
out.
right?
This tell us to
Right.
look
So good is
outside.
bad, right?
Yeah.
So good is bad and bad is good. So again, that would be the opposite, right? Because as above is actually heaven, and below is the bottomless pit in reality.
Yeah, it's Freemasonic. That's their sayings. That's part of their doctrine.
Yeah, going back to someone talked about the Jubilee earlier and how the Jubilee wasn't like the government the governments of the world aren't enforcing Jubilee, even though it's scripture. I wonder if this kind of socialistic rhetoric with regards to wealth redistribution isn't deliberately there to replace that idea of a financial reset. So instead of having one every 50 years, you have one every year, but actually you don't have one at all. So they're kind of just paying lip service to that idea without even stepping even 1 foot in that direction.
Yeah, they just do it to keep us all pacified. Make out like they want to change and they don't.
I'm good, man.
I mean, I saw these comments on this guy's channel on Quantum of Conscience, and they were very interesting. And it kind of explains how the system kind of works in a lot of ways. Basically, someone said, finally, someone gets it.
No.
I've been trying to explain this to people for years, that none of these people are, quote, in on it. That's precisely how the system works. It's magic. Quote, because everyone is compartmentalized, concentrating on their own little part of instead of the big picture. That's why it's so easy.
I play for
Anyone
win.
who thinks, what? Huh? That's why it's so easy. Oh.
I don't know. Sorry, carry on, mate. Carry on.
Oh, I'm saying that's why it's so easy. Anyone who thinks secrets can't be kept are stupid. This place operates like the military. In the army, you do what you are told without question because that's your job. If you have a security clearance, you keep your trap shut or you get in trouble. And you are only told about what relates to your job, so you only have one small piece of the puzzle anyway. That's precisely how it works. The fact that people are too blinded to clearly see that is what baffles me. The mind control and dumbing down of the masses to the point Agent Smith reactors and comatose zombies is the real epidemic. And now they are trying to force the whole world into a fragmented and fake virtual reality such that no one but those controlling the tech at the very top know what is happening. I mean, that video was very interesting too. It was called "Calling Out Spiritual Ascension Channels." Most are ignoring the 800-pound gorilla, and it's the idea that there is this system in place, and there's very likely a new age trap that they're trying to sort of pull on us, making us think that we're reaching the path of ascension and the path out of here, or path inner, whatever the the exit.
I just wanted to let War Master know I muted you because you were hot micing, so I can unmute you. Just don't hot mic, please. Okay.
You too.
I just have to say one thing real quick about what John Smith said about them not having to be on it. That's absolutely true. They believe it, just like the zealots that come in here that believe it because they saw it on TV. Then they, people join the military. They already believe of the importance of the security of their nation and how much they love their wonderful government. They didn't have to be taught these things. They were taught this loyalty by their television or their parents and other outside influences. They don't have to be in on it. They're already part of the deception.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like the
Why would they
problem
have
is
to
all
be?
they're doing is exerting their energy, and that's just enough. That's all they need to do. In the ways that they've been programmed, it's going to go in that direction and power that source that way. They
Yeah, you don't need to be.
They,
You don't need. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying as well. It's like, just as you were saying, yeah, I think the problem as well is like the think tanks, and like the group thinks, like those sort of things. And it's like the fact that a friend of mine mentioned as well. He said in the army they have like the career lifers, and they're the kind of people who are so dedicated on what they're doing that they believe what they're doing is helping the country. And the ironic part is these people. This is what wonderful human beings they are. They refer to us as either the dead or the dogs, and this is why they give them dog tags in the army, because that's how they see them. And like the police, it's just the same. Everything else, they're like works for them. They don't give a damn about you. You what, bro?
Yeah, well, must go ahead.
Dog tags serve a slightly different purpose than that.
I know you was in the army, bro, but I'm saying you got to think about this.
Yeah, it's probably another meaning, but I know that on the surface layer, it's like if you die, and I guess so they can know like what kind of funeral to give you, and your blood type, and so forth. But I can say I can see.
I mean, that's more like, yeah. I mean, yeah,
like,
they might
different
use it like that, but
as
it's
well.
the symbolism
Yeah.
they chose to do it on, which was a dog tag around your neck.
Okay.
They could have done it any other way, that
Yeah.
documentation or whatever process.
Why do people have different blood types?
Different blood types.
Apparently, we're created from different things, or like, I don't know. I've heard some people are just naturally from here, and others, I don't know. It's just a lot of mystery out there. I know that much.
Someone posted a well, one was an information leaflet saying the manufacturer's actual location, their address and everything, where they are making one of these injections. And right next to that was another document. It was a bill for information only, saying that if you wanted to purchase adrenochrome, it's the same company that is involved in making the injection. And
Pfizer.
Adrenochrome was sorted according to what blood group you are. That's how you would order it.
God, I love that.
Wait, are people ordering that? Is that a real
What
thing
if we
people
all
are
had the
ordering?
same blood type at first, and then they stuck these
Oh my
vaccines in us,
God,
and they
those
just
people
mixed
are.
everything up?
They're literally. They're exactly as I said it before. The cannibals were telling us that when the conquistadors came in, they found a bunch of cannibals. The people that were doing the conquering are the cannibals. They're still the ones in charge.
Good point.
Like it's like they'll always be evil probably on the planet, but the most important point is like taking away their control. Their control seat, which they have the steering wheel behind.
We're not on
It's
a
like, soon as they
planet.
lose
On the
that,
plane,
because if
right.
you get rid of the
On the plane.
person, they'll just replace and put another person on.
Honestly,
We're
You gotta
not
get
on a
rid of
planet.
that.
We're not on a planet though.
Seems like when a
Did I say-
deception,
did
we're
I
in
say
a
planet?
deception.
Yeah, it's all right though.
It's hard to get rid of all the
What did I
programs. It
say?
takes some
Sorry,
time.
I couldn't remember.
It's okay.
No,
you
you
just
just said
said on the
planet.
planet. No big
On
deal.
the
Moving on.
planet,
It's okay.
yeah.
We got you.
Yeah.
Hey, John, do you ever think that sometimes we're in a
So many
deception
years,
with?
you know. What'd you say, bro?
Do you ever think that like we're in a deception within a deception?
Oh yeah, man. It could be like some Inception shit going on. You know, it could literally be endless for all we know. But like we're just like some random point between time and space being the space around us, you know, where we can move between and what we actually have access to, type physicality.
Yeah, but if you
like,
stick to objectivity, there is certain mechanisms of how things work. So there is a baseline, a fundamental universal law of nature and whatever God, you know, what God set in place. And then there is that man-made idea of how things might work and the deceptions that are added into that. So there is not an infinite inception of lies, because there is people out there that are gonna point out the lie because they can see through it.
Yeah, like to answer that question, yeah, I do think there are deceptions abound. Like there's literally deceptions within deceptions, and it's so interweaved in such a clever way that we cannot keep up, because it's just you actually have to go within to find answers or something, because it's something what we're doing. The answer is so obvious, and we all have access to whatever the answer is, and that's what it is. It's like we're looking outside the wrong places for it. And like I'd say in MK Ultra, I watched a whole documentary on him, and they did like this thing where they talk about like how they actually get people to do all this stuff with like the mind manipulation. And what they do is they compartmentalize different parts, aspects of their brain. So they've got areas in which, you know, they can help. This process called disassociation, I think, where they make someone literally do some crazy fucked up shit, and they have literally no idea of like that they did that, no recollection. So if someone tells them, they're like, what? It's kind of the same thing, I think, in which, you know, hypnotists tend to engage that part of you where they tell you to do some shit and you're like, what did I just do? And it's almost similar as well to like probably people who sort of lose themselves in like a frenzy of rage, or, you know, they see red, they don't really know what's going on. They suddenly tune out and they go and tune into the adrenaline state. And then suddenly, you know, that's what I'm saying. They compartmentalize all this shit to like keep us deceived endlessly. And they do it to multiple people, and they just keep on, you know, sort of, let's just say they keep on cutting different circuits all over the place and then just mixing them up, fucking them up. But it's automatic too, like how it happens. That process is autonomous.
Is that some sort of ultimate fallacy regression? Based on
what do you mean?
You think there could be a lie on top of 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 a lie?
No, I'm just talking about like if everything just keeps on going, as far as it keeps on going for, I think they could just be interwoven with lies upon lies. I mean, don't you think we can lie to practically about just about everything throughout our lives? Or do you think there's certain things they do in its truth just to sort of mess with us, you know, because it's, you know, great to hide in plain sight, isn't it? So effective in the strategy.
That hypnotic state that they put us into, or that they've been practicing, was driven by the project called MK Ultra. Just look into it, from the 50s and 60s.
I just mentioned that the video that was from MK Ultra about compartmentalizing.
It's astonishing when you finally wake up and you see that it was all made up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe if we did have the choice and we chose to be here at this point, maybe we just wanted to forget some shit. Maybe we wanted to discover again, but there was no possibility to do it if we apparently connected to some all-knowing energy source or something. So the only way was we had to immerse ourselves so much, like a VR game where you want to be James Bond. You can literally make that indistinguishable from reality. You just choose all your specs beforehand, and you've got two options in a VR game. Then it could either be player one or living in God mode. And in God mode, you're actually aware. As player one, you kind of have to play along with the levels, but you can set them up beforehand. And then there's timers where you can end it and go back to reality, or people just choose to stay in it forever. But I'm just saying, we have like this veil of forgetting. Before it used to be more like a wall, and nowadays it's more like a thin sheet of paper. So the veil's getting thinner. There's constantly new things that shock in the world. People can't deny. But there's still so many normal people. It's just like average people just haven't woken up yet. I'm like, come on. Not even slightly to some of this shit. And this is how crazy they've been programmed. It's so inverted that the lunacy seems normal.
That was that was really strange seeing that visibly out everywhere we went, right? Where you could see it now. You go like, oh, there they are. I'm like, and actually see in the numbers of those people, you could actually visually see them in everyday
Yeah,
life.
they're all wearing masks. I remember
Yeah,
people
that
looked at
was
me
just
funny because I was
shocking.
sort of watching the news ahead of some people, so I started wearing a mask first. One of the people, and like people used to give me like these looks, and I suddenly see everyone wearing these masks, like for real. And I understand how it looks, like when you got like, for example, in my country, like you got like sometimes it was Chinese people back in the day who used to wear those masks, and it would like raise a lot of alarm bells in your mind. You'd think, whoa, what are they? Are they got a problem with our air or something? Do they think they're gonna
I
get
don't
some
know.
catch something off us, or do they think that they have something that they don't want to spread to us? I mean, which one is it? But it's like you constantly wondering, is it one or the other? And the same thing we're constantly wondering in this situation now, the same conundrum now, and that's what's leading people to have
Yeah.
like get all this shit mixed up, their wires crossed, because you
You
don't
know
really
what
know if that
y-
person got
yeah.
it or not.
Yeah,
Whatever.
you know what I've noticed is that those people that are covering that part of their face, they're in tunnel vision. They don't look where they're going. Like the ones driving, they've almost run me over, literally. They're not even watching where they're
What they
going. They can't.
want.
They don't have the ability. Their peripheral has been removed. They can only see right in front of them in a little tunnel. They can't
Tunnel
see
vision is
around
awful,
them
but
anymore. They've lost this ability to see around. And the ones walking are the same way. They don't
yeah,
have the
I
ability.
think
And what I noticed with the
living in the
people,
present, yeah, living in the present moment is important and really good as well. But it's like living in tunnel vision is not. So it's like
that's
very slight. There's
really
obvious
bizarre.
distinctions between the two.
Hmm.
But like having that ability to live in the presence and that once you can capitalize on the moment, the moment is right, and it's about something to do with transmutation or transfiguration. It's I guess just turning something bad into something good, so on, spreading that kind of light as much as you can. So the more and more people can wake up, because I think there's a certain component or element we're overlooking that people need more attention given to them on that front rather than on the front of the intellectual or the ties that we often try to engage people in. There's probably something on like an EQ, emotional quotient level, or something else that we need to be providing out there for people in terms of like care and things that actually will help people to start to adjust to more of a reality, because then they'll start to have their own experiences naturally instead of having to rely on what someone else tells them solely or whatever. It's better if they have that reference point, man, and you've got a bunch of people could see eye to eye with you on that level.
When did you figure out that the space hoax was a lie?
Wait, who was that to?
It's huge, Smith.
When I figured out the space hoax was a lie, when I started hanging around in the server more and listening to likes of Solar and yourself, Exo, and others, just that's what I sort of learned. Like it was crazy to try and picture it though, but it was like it just makes me think. Like I sort of picture where we are, and I just see it as like literally a snow globe, and that's it, nothing else. Like that is it. That is the loop of time in which we are locked in, or whatever that is. But it's all contained. So it's like they would have to be contained, because if it wasn't contained, we'd be able to free ourselves from this lock step or lock loop, whatever this is we're in, this matrix.
Right,
So of course they
because
have
I
to
just want to
physically
point out,
contain it to a degree,
yeah,
because keeping them in a physical, because they have to know, right, that with our physical bodies, we're going to be incarnating into a physical body, which means we have to play by the physical rules of this game, and which means if they want to entrap us, they have to entrap us in our bodies. So we're in a prison within a prison, because our body keeps us subject to lust and the lower natures, trying to satisfy them on a constant sense gratification or sense enjoyment quest, which is what all of us, we're all subject to the three material modes of man while we're down here, which is passion, goodness, and ignorance. In the order of best to worst is goodness, passion, ignorance. A lot of the bad stuff that happens, it happens from places like passion or ignorance or a mixture of both. And most people live from the lower states, for the longest. And then beyond
yeah,
that, it's like
they romanticize it. They
non-dual,
romanticize it so you fall in love with it,
transcendental
Smith.
consciousness.
They give it to you on
Yeah,
the television so that
yeah, they make it
you
look
have this
amazing, don't they? But it's
relationship.
all
Well, let me
a
just say
lie.
this. They give you a relationship with a completely fictitious place, and you romanticize about it, and you think, oh, how beautiful, and we're just stardust, and it's so amazing, and then we'll go back to stardust, and it's just this giant fairy tale of, it's actually the one world religion right now.
Like they're gonna make it look all glamorous, and it's like every movie they sell to you, anything, whatever piece of art it is, it's almost like an insert yourself into this own scenario kind of psyop or movement. It's like you look at it, you romanticize it, you think, yo, this could be my life. Yeah, I could be living in space and traveling planets and stuff like that. Which, to be honest with you, I always did kind of want to do. Like I always did look forward to the idea of being able to sort of teleport from planets to and shit, or just transverse across,
We were all like that,
this
bro.
this world. Yeah.
Like a sci-fi.
I mean, I guess if we look inner, we might find a completely new outer or a new something paradigm or whatever it is, which seems way beyond. Like you ever seen those shows where there's like a kid and he's got like his bedroom or something, and he like opens up his treasure chest box or whatever, and inside there's like a whole, let's just say universe for now, because in terms of their movies, that's what they try to portray as. But there's a whole reality in there, like a different world. But like you can go, there's like the only way out is in. Maybe that means also the only way in is out type of thing. Or to go in, you end up out. There's like you go in to go out. You know what I mean? And vice versa. You just enter these different places, or essentially like portals, maybe. But that makes it so much more convenient to travel rather than the thought of having to fly into a shuttle to get from one, physical place to another.
You can travel
be able to enter a portal and warp instantly. What'd you say?
Would you agree that we are now at a point in humanity's history where most people don't even have a personal construct, never mind any kind of religion in their lives?
Yes, I honestly do believe that. That is the problem. It's like so many people now are just on NPC mode, and if you play video games, that's just a non-playable character. So they're just the ones who just have random, typical responses for like everything, but it's all computer, AI generated. And I think that the problem as well is like psychopaths promote agendas to get like these apps and things, make them popular to you, and it's like they pushing like psychopathic behaviors, people not giving a damn about other people laughing at other people's pain, world star hip hop, people in glorifying all the fights and the bullshit on there, anything like that, it gets loads of views, and it starts getting more views. People think it's cool and it should be trendy, and we should be paying more attention to it. There could be videos about better shit trending way more, popping, if there was real people, in control, but they aren't. And it's like we look at that stuff like You Being Framed and America's Funniest Home Videos. People trip and hurt themselves, and then we start laughing, or you just don't care, and people desensitized. There'll be moments in the street where people could be dying coming up now, and people just walk straight past them. So it's like a problem as well. You got like kids as well buying into all this stuff. It's programming their minds from young. So literally, half their soul, you could literally say, is trapped inside of their phones right now. And now these elites, they want to use the transhumanist agenda and the whole microchip BS, whatever, and implant into our brains and that. They want that to create a scenario in which all of our souls are trapped within this new digital matrix. So they want us to be within not only the trap within a trap within a trap where we're in now, they want us to be within a trap within a trap within a trap within a trap, so on,
All right, can I have everybody's attention for a second? So the chat on YouTube is being spammed to death, and at the same time, I'm not getting any audio on the YouTube chat, like at all. Like YouTube is not actually relaying any of the audio right now.
We're under attack.
Wait, what is the YouTube channel, bro? I'll have to check that out.
24/7 Discord, right? So
It's called 24/7 Discord.
I don't even have the channel mute, just there's no sound coming through. And the chat is like there's a spam troll in there and no control.
That's on Helio. If he's listening, he might be able to fix it. Helio has to fix that. He's the only one that can do it. Helio skeptic.
Just letting you know, there's a good conversation going on here, pretty deep stuff, but there's just no sound coming through over on YouTube. Just wanted to let you know.
Let me check if maybe the bot might be muted. Let's see.
Hey, Arwen, you're like extremely low. I can barely hear you. Got you turned up all the way.
What?
Yeah, I can barely hear you all the way up. I have you at like 200%.
Right, let me get a little closer.
That's much better. And I'm
Alright.
sorry if I have some fan noise. I don't know if you can hear that.
Actually, you can't
okay.
hear anything in YouTube because the bot that is supposed to be getting the audio, listening to the conversation, is not here.
Oh, it's not there.
Can we get a moderator over at the YouTube chat? Because there's literally somebody spamming it to death.
Only Helio can control that.
I'm a wrench over there. I can look over there.
Someone's flooding it, literally.
Should like delete all those comments. They're just like spam. I'm telling you, those things are bots. Like no human being could sit there and do that for that long.
Yeah, there's going to be many bots programmed these days to do all stupid stuff.
There are a whole
Some
bunch of
them might
bots,
even sound like normal people chatting on servers.
They do, but they're not. They're not. They're AI. And Helio wouldn't listen to me when I told him that. I said, those are not real humans. I've tracked them for years, and they do not make sense. They're not. They're having these conversations that aren't conversations with anyone. You can see it if you just look at it. Okay, here we go. Let's delete all of that. Yeah.
Yo, why do I not have a wrench over there?
Why don't I have a wrench?
I'm gonna get rid of like these. All
Give
of
me
this.
2.
I'll start getting rid of all of them. Bye bye. Yeah, you're retarded people. Okay, I just gotta move faster.
Can you ban that account that is spamming?
Let's see if I can.
Just ban it and delete.
Hide user on this channel. Put user in timeout.
Hide him.
Hide him, yeah. Hide user in this channel. Bye bye. That's perfect.
We have Sammy. Sammy47, welcome to the server. You got control over your mic. Sammy47. You can unmute your mic.
Hide this one too.
Okay, hello. Hi, Sammy.
Okay, hide this one.
Welcome to the Flutter Discord.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Hide.
Yo, did you guys see our little light up sign that says "We are the second wave"?
I saw that.
I love that. That makes people think, doesn't it? And you know, there's actually this guy speaking to people who make people think, and it was called Nico the Soul, Neko, on YouTube, and he was saying that basically he had to be sectioned because he was talking about all this deep stuff that people couldn't understand, and basically he was just like waking up, and he said that, you know, what he actually said is that many people don't realize that we apparently are the coronavirus, and this is the whole trick all along. And in terms of what it really means is people who are waking up, because corona is like Spanish for crown, as in the crown chakra, which represents you being connected to, like, you know, that which awakens you. So he was saying that this is why people who are like normal every day are going to start acting strange around us as though we got some kind of illness or something wrong with us. They just can't handle it because they're so dense in nature. And it's like, this is the psyop though. They're making us think there's like a big virus outside of us. They always convince us it's something the opposite. So if it's something outside of us, they make us think it's in us, and vice versa. So anything that's like a demon, they might say that's inside of you, or whatever it is, but they always want to twist it around, you know? They do the switcheroo.
I've been thinking, you know, viruses, the entire model is completely fallacious. And every time we try to research the history of viruses and how they were established, you'll figure out that it's all kind of haphazard put together and just full of holes. Like, it doesn't really abide by the scientific method. Right, so you don't have to worry about it too much.
You're expecting scientists to abide by the scientific method? That's asking a bit much now, isn't it, Owen?
Sonny, are you in a hurricane?
Why? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, sorry about that. My fans.
Is that fan noise? Yeah, I thought I could hear someone going,
over
"Yo,
and out.
go Sonny! We love you!"
It's the only fan Sony has.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
but with
I
us
appreciate
being
all my fans. Thanks.
with us being the virus ourselves, it's that we're the carbon that they want to reduce. So when they talk about carbon reduction, we're actually it.
That's
Well,
correct.
I went to a mate's house yesterday, and he's like a bit of a hippie guy. Like everything to him is about kind of like connecting with nature. I was just like, sweet, we can talk about the climate change agenda. And he goes to me, oh yeah, well, the climate change is a real issue. And I said to him, think about this. If you want to have a greenhouse, do you have to decrease the amount of carbon dioxide or increase the amount of carbon dioxide? And he looked at me for about 3 seconds, then he went, oh, fuck. That was his reaction. And I was just like, I'm so glad you get it. And then we went more into it. I basically said to him, yeah, I agree that there are problems with the climate, but the solutions they're proposing are not it.
All it takes is a couple of ads on the TV and the newspapers, and people are convinced that it's true. That's it.
A couple Instagram posts.
Oh my God, we're causing global warming.
Memes and big letters that make it all simplified.
And
sound witty.
That's accepted.
Yeah, but they do this in all sorts of kind of social ways as well. Like we were talking about economics earlier, and obviously economics is the kind of financial control system to control our time, right? That's how they control our time, is through the financial system. And we were talking earlier about how like you've got wealth redistribution, and this is the rhetoric that's kind of replacing the Jubilee. Now they never talk about giving money to kind of middle class people who might employ, say, builders and plumbers and electricians and all the rest to do work. They always talk about giving money to poor people. Now, on the face of it, that sounds like they're being, they're so nice, they're trying to help the poor in the society. Until you realise how poor people actually spend their money, which is on the wealth traps that the rich have already set up. So what they're effectively doing is creating customers for their own businesses and pretending that they're doing it to help someone. Like what do poor people do? They generally spend all their money on rent, bills, and food, right? That's where all their money goes. And who owns the supermarkets and the energy companies?
Yeah. And like they're always crafting like these win-win scenarios for to work in their favor, or like lose-lose scenarios for us. And it's like, people like Bill Gates, for instance, he goes down in history now as like some huge philanthropist. And now people think, wow, he's so trustworthy. If he comes out and says it, we have to trust him. He's the dude who created all of our computers and things, same guy who's spying on him, basically. And then it's like, basically, I came across some information that suggests that Bill Gates, he's not as philanthropic as he makes out. Because what he does is he puts, he gives money out publicly, supposedly, like to say, look, I'm giving to this big charity over here. And then it goes through like one of these 5 different companies, goes around like London in like a circular type of motion, and then eventually just ends back in his pocket with interest.
Yeah. He's bought up a lot of land in America as well.
Bill Gates is one of the most evil people in the world of the last 100 years.
He's a puppet, but
yeah, he's just a puppet. Yeah, he's totally just a puppet.
Dragon.
Oh my gosh,
Right?
sorry. Everybody talks at once. Yeah, he's just a puppet. If they're put out there for us to
Puppet of
see,
Satan. A puppet
yeah,
of Satan.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
he
and we don't
likes
know.
it. That's
Yeah,
the
you're
whole
right.
issue. That's the thing about Bill Gates.
You're
that
preaching
he
to the choir.
actually likes knowing how evil he is. He likes it. I just want to really make a point of this. It really defines his character. Okay, he likes it. He likes being evil.
But it's the classic trait of a narcissist.
Like we could get really deep into about narcissists, but it's like with people like Bill Gates, all it is that they're just playing out. Everyone's essentially just playing out their own code. So evil's going to be evil. They're going to do evil things. So we can be mad at them for being evil, or we could not give them that energy and respond to them in that type of way.
Why would
it is? But I'm just saying that we can acknowledge that them for the evil they are, and we could do everything we can to bring justice to things and to prevent them from getting one over on us. But it's like people like that. It's like I saw this quote before, and it was very interesting. And it said that essentially it seems like we're all playing out like a college or school play. And like when the play is over, it's like this, like the duality of everything. It's like once the play is over, the actors stand on the stage hand in hand. You know what I mean? So it's like at first, though, during the whole duality and the play and everything, everyone's at each other's throats, and there's this massive storyline playing out that everyone's evil or against each other like this, because everyone thinks they're the bad guy. And then they project on everyone else as though it's this the bad guy. But really, ironically, it's usually your shadow that you're projecting onto someone else. And that's why if you project something or you dislike something about someone else, they represent something that's, you know, an unaddressed aspect of your shadow aspect. That it's like a mirror mirroring back to you. Everything's just a mirror bouncing off light constantly, like in this mirrorverse or whatever you want to call it, mirror maze. You know?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you about the shadow. See, I think if people don't recognize the shadow in themselves, the dualism, you know what I mean? Because we have these tendencies towards good and right, and we have tendencies the other way as well, right? So if we are hiding or trying to hide from ourselves, our shadowy part of ourselves, then we project that out to the rest of the world, and that's what we end up seeing out in the world.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
Because
But that's so true.
we haven't accepted and tamed that part of
It just comes out
ourselves,
like a bomb, like it just
right?
builds up.
Because it's a wild animal living inside of us. And so when you can tame that, if you are a monster and you know you are, and you tame that part of yourself, that's the most powerful thing you could
Yeah,
ever
the problem
have.
I say as well is like the huge problem is like there's a massive, you know, sort of aspect of life that seems to be enabling narcissists on a massive level. And that is because of his psychopathic agendas and that it gives them like a reward system of reward in them for what they do. So they end up in like these feedback loops which reward and make them think their actions and thoughts are justified. That's why they carry on doing the same things, getting the same results. Even if they end up getting screwed up in the process by karma, they still can't see it. But this is the power of their belief though. They're able to literally manifest this reality in which what they're doing is maniacal as there is to others and against natural law is somehow okay and correct.
Yeah,
So it's like a
exactly.
feedback loop with like everything that keeps feeding back to us. And it's like we get locked into different ones and they want to try and make us, you know, all jump into that feedback, you know, what would you call it? That thing that spins in like the water and everyone just gets like drowned into it, you know, those rapids. And I was going to say, yeah, this is why I just told everyone else, you know, about the lose-lose battle. And you were talking about how they're just selling products to us or they're giving them to us for free, but they're using us as experiments. Because we've got to remember, when something is free, you're the product. And that's what it is with this, you know, vaccines and all this other shit. And these masks now they started handing out for free, but they thought at first, yo, let's try and get a few bucks off of this. Because I remember when we had to like pay for masks and things. And now suddenly they're just giving out for free, even bigger and better ones, supposedly better ones. And then I'm just saying it's the same thing. It's like they get us to use our sexual force and invest that into like this, what I call the porn matrix, and like investing into any form of porn, which could be anything that pervades all of life, you know, anything that's about desire or like lust for anything, coveting. And then it's like that energy you're putting out, you're actually powering them and what keeps their matrix alive. And then at
Yeah,
the
or
same
even the
time, they can use
romance.
that energy against you now. And also, you've drained yourself. So now you are powerless and you're susceptible to their control. So it's a lose-lose scenario. They're weakening
Yeah,
our minds first,
it's the
and they're
same
using.
thing. It's the same thing with the space. It's the same thing with space. That's a romance with space, and it's really bizarre
They use
seeing
the
adult
stars to make them
men
look all pretty and, you know what I mean, and shiny
seeing
and, you know,
seeing
mesmerizing.
adult men that have a freaking love affair with this idea of space travel is sickening.
Yeah, that is kind of a
It's
weird. I've always found that
disgusting.
to be a
It's so
weird plot
ridiculous.
besides Star Wars because it's naturally,
They're
you know,
psychopaths.
moving in
Listen,
that realm.
you're asking why the psychopathic mind controllers are creating a psychopathic audience because that's the way it's planned. This has all been planned. There should be no more surprises anymore, but the bookends should still remain open,
I
right?
feel like there's always going to be surprises, though, no matter what sort of comes upon us. We still don't know exactly everything how it will unfold in, you know, the pre-matter fabric of, like, you know, what you could essentially maybe many people would call it like quantum space or like quantum, whatever that place is where we still yet to project stuff out into our level of the video game. So it's like you go on a map in a video game and like around you, you're creating it with your manifestation collectively. as we move out and explore more of this stuff. But we don't know yet what's always also going to present itself in the future. All sorts of challenges, you know. And just
talking about those bad men and the evil about like Gates and all of that. It's like some people pride or praise good morals and they try and instill that in their children. And you've got to remember that it's a duality, like the yin and the yang. There's going to be families that praise and pride being hateful and being malicious to others and actually inflicting pain. And if you think about a family, like I remember watching the Addams Family.
Yeah, I was going to say they always had like that as a kid, and it gives you the wrong
praised,
idea.
If she pricked someone, they all praised her and said, "Well done. That was the most malicious thing you could have thought of." And, you know, if you were in an environment where they constantly praised the next malicious act towards another individual, you would grow up thinking that that's absolutely normal and actually like normal.
Worth whole generation under that now.
I have family. I've experienced family members like that. That's like bad,
you know, they're like misfits, you know.
But like you said, it's the feedback loop.
I just want to say about the Addams Family.
Feedback loop that they get reward, so then they continue in that behavior. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying is what keeps enable. It's like the system of enablement that keeps on going, like the gift that keeps on giving, you know. But like you say about like the Addams Family, that reminded me what you just said of like when I was a kid. I used to look. This is like the first time it sort of introduced me to a new world of looking on it, the different side of the scale, and they show it from like the bad guy's perspective, and it's like you know, you've got Wednesday Addams and all these people, or like shows like the Munsters, anything like that, and it'd always be like the mother and the father like married together, and then they'd say something at the end. They'd be like, "I hate you so much, dear." Like they would word it in a different, opposite way, but they would be trying to say that the opposite again. You know what I mean? But then you think in your mind over time, that's the type of shit they would push.
Giving flowers while saying "I hate you," the way that someone would say "I love you," and then just to create
that's weird. What a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, exactly. This is inversion principle.
But it's the black is white. Like if you look up the definition of snow, they say it's black, and it's just reflecting perfectly the white light back, and that's why you see it white. It's absolute doublespeak, but it's written down, so therefore it must be the truth, you know. And
spending a lot of time like on the intricacies of a psychopathic mind doesn't interest me. Like I know they're psychopathic. They're following psychopathic orders, and so it's like I don't need to look into it. I don't care. That's not where I'm going to spend my time and energy during this day. You know what I mean? Like, fuck all that. Like once you see it, I don't need to like sit there and look at the pink elephant going downstream. I don't have to sit there and follow it. You know, like there it goes. Okay, yeah, I see it. Then I can move on.
This is very true, Sonny. I'd actually like to hear you play the guitar if you don't mind.
That time of the show, folks.
I haven't really warmed it up yet, but I could easily do that.
Sonny. It used to be my life was full of rain.
But John, you must try and break up your sentences so that we can discuss. Like you go on to like so many topics all at once.
I have to get it out there because in the moment I'm channeling it, and then if I lose it, it's gone forever. You get me?
Yeah,
I have nothing I can speak this into. So at least it's all on YouTube now. You can play it back on the stream and listen to it in depth, you know, and pause at each thing. You could write points out and then send them to me or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it'll come back to you.
Beauty of recording.
Remember the old days when Globers still thought they had some kind of overhand over us flat earthers? When they thought that they actually ruled the place and were so willing to lay down whatever they did, you know.
I got too many thoughts going on in my mind at once. Like
the world isn't the same.
Tough.
Oh, it isn't, Darwin.
Like,
It's definitely
they
changed.
know they're fucked. They're not giving up anytime soon, but they know they're fucked now.
The world's getting madder.
If you sorry, man, you go.
Oh, I was just saying the world's getting madder every day. Every day you wake up, it's something you just can't believe is happening.
Yeah. another day of disbelief.
Seems like the same day keeps replaying these days sometimes.
The thing that always puts me in disbelief is just how every day the news headlines get more and more ridiculous and laughable, and I say, oh my god, what a clown world. And even still, I mean, yeah, some people are slowly waking up, but it's way too late for them and to really help. And the amount of people who actually, I mean, cognitive dissonance is real. Let's just say that. Like, at some point, they have to see it and wake up from it, right? But they don't. Most of them.
I think we probably give the people around us a bit too much credit. We assume that some of those people are actually real, when perhaps they could just be literal, actual computer code programs in something. We don't know.
I don't like
how to
that.
test unless once we realize they cannot be saved by no matter how much intellect. There must be something amiss fundamentally.
I think there's still real people.
Yeah, they should still be respected.
A lot of people that we call loosely, NPCs, and we start saying literally computer programs and shit, are your own dangerous. They're your own personal loved ones, your own family members and stuff. Like,
it's dangerous to say stuff like that as well, because it's sort of breeding almost like a brain virus in which we start to look at them like they're fodder or they're dangerous.
Look, the way that I sort of process that whole thing is that we're all a vessel, and a vessel for something. And if you don't find the right spirit, you can be an empty vessel, and that could be the NPC.
Was Jarhead kind of a predictive programming for us to understand that concept, or what? You remember that movie?
That was terrible.
That's literally like what you said about being an empty vessel. It's about Marines and calling them jarheads, and the reason they call them jarheads is because they're an empty vessel there to be filled with like programming, basically.
How many of those guys come back and have PTSD and end up killing themselves?
Most of them.
Today, I was talking to.
But everyone will stand up and salute them, so at least they get that.
So are we talking about the military or people who transition?
I think it's right now we're in a weird transition between the two.
What's the difference? They're both empty vessels that believe nonsense and then go and kill themselves. What's the difference?
They're trying to mix them all together into one toxic cocktail. That's basically what they're doing right now.
Look, I don't think anything is code per se. Once again, code is a description. The same way that like we use words to describe what we see, it doesn't mean what we see is those words. It's just the words we've chosen to describe them. Then what happened with the whole universe theory was that the universe was basically created in simulation models on a PC. And then later on, they say, oh, we found zeros and ones. Well, the entire model was based on zeros and ones in a PC. So it's not ludicrous to find zeros and ones when you really start to analyze something that was thrown together maybe 3 decades ago, and they weren't thinking about hiding it as well.
Yeah.
So
people say that our brains are literally a quantum supercomputer.
Go ahead. I think Ariel
but
was
the
trying
whole-
to say something, guys.
Okay, go Ariel.
No, I was just going to remark that today I think I brought a guy to Flat Earth. I was talking to 4 people, and a fifth person that I wasn't actually talking to. He DM'd me later and wanted some more information. And he actually watched the Level movie. And he's Dutch. And then he found something that was in Dutch. And he asked really good questions. So I gave him the link to the server. And it just made me feel quite happy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome when you meet a normie.
You never know what what you're talking to with somebody today, how it will affect them, in the future.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's all.
Well done, Ariel.
I'm happy.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, keep it up.
I flat smacked a whole Discord server.
And you did it in a nice way with good manners.
Wait, did you do that without getting kicked out at the end, or did you just say that?
The actual owner of the server got very upset with me, and there were some other guys, and so then eventually they just allowed me to talk on.
That's because you have a really nice accent.
I just want to say, there's this rapper, right? I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's actually, I think he's in the mainstream. His name is KRS-One. And like, honestly, his ideas are like some of the most deepest things I've ever heard. Like the way he describes and breaks this stuff down. Like he's talked about like time and things like that. And then he actually said about mathematics and how apparently we believe that's like the language of the universe to communicate things. He said that's not all entirely true. He said the real form is intention. Or like the real language of everything is intention. So when we say universe, of course I have it, but you know what I mean. Like,
KRS-One, that's some like late 80s, early 90s, like Rastafarian rap, right?
No, wait, he's an MC. His name is KRS.
Yeah, no, but yeah, he's an MC. Like Sublime and stuff talked about it. And we did it because of KRS-One. That's some old school stuff, man.
Yeah, but like the stuff he was on about was just really interesting. The way he described in some of his videos, where he talks to people about the Matrix and interviews and things.
Yeah.
And he was just saying that, like everything is communicated in intention, because intention is what carries energy ultimately, isn't it? And then we just attribute all these codes and things to it, and codes some things.
So I'm just saying, yeah, KRS-One. That's some pretty good like old school stuff that's pretty obscure these days. Most people don't know anything. Yeah.
I mean,
But
people
just-
need more
just-
music back to wake people up. Real music. You know? That's what wakes people up. Is stuff like art, inspiration, comedy, things that trigger your emotions on a deeper level, engage you on that deeper than intellectual side. The
Yeah,
inner,
but
not the
John,
outer.
John, what I was
Isn't
also saying about
KRS
the
one
mathematics. Sorry.
Isn't KRS one amazing?
Someone's playing like The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Isn't KRS one a Mason?
I have no idea. Most likely, probably is. The amount of knowledge he has.
But just from
the attention comment just resonated with me.
From a description standpoint, using a number like 2 for 2 apples, we could have used any variable. We could have used an X or a Y or a Z or a P or a the 2 apples is
Can you hear me?
effectively kind of we can, but we'll come back to that. Sorry.
Symbol for duality in it. Yes.
So the description and like the mathematics and the computing of it is all just our understanding of something that's occurring regardless of us trying to describe it.
Yeah, we have limited perception, and even now we could be putting out all the knowledge and ideas in the world, and we're still probably not even close to figuring stuff out. You think about it, how much stuff just is, so much more than we can actually comprehend. Like we'll never know everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they take mathematics and they work out probabilities, and then they try and project this idea. Even quantum computing, the idea is still based in concept. And when things are based in concept, they're usually fallacious and there's no empiricism, but it gets a lot of funding because it keeps a lot of scientists busy trying to crack. It's like when they fund research for black holes. Now you've got 30 scientists all trying to study black holes, whereas you could have 30 scientists studying how to solve the food crisis on this place. Like it's misdirection, using resources in fallacious ways. Yeah, correct.
I find it interesting how NASA and Google went in halvesies on one of them D-Wave quantum computers years ago.
Really?
Google and NASA had to go halvesies on a quantum computer together.
They probably thought it'd look cute to like the public headlines or whatever. People could be like, "Whoa, fans of this, we can also relate to fans of that. Let's all come together and put our science."
It's the same with the Large Hadron Collider. We started building that in the 80s, and we didn't have the technology to complete it. But it was done mathematically. It was done on paper. And they said, if we just keep moving forward like this, due to Moore's law and the processing speed doubling every 18 months, that we will be able to have the type of technology needed in 2011 or something to be able to achieve that goal. And then in 2011, hey, everything just worked out perfectly. And then they show you this little screen with some colors on it, and everyone claps as though something achieved something. But it's the starting something without knowing and using a concept to drive something forward that normally leads to the pseudosciences.
Sometimes it comes from like nothing, or you have to really think from scratch to come up with something new. So maybe they're trying that approach, but then it ends up falling flat, you know.
But like the whole idea of quantum computing is all conceptual based, kind of like the bending of a space-time. It's all conceptual based, which means in that concept, anything is possible. And all I need to do is say it's true and get 3 or 4 other scientists to say, yes, he's making sense.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's considered a going narrative.
It's like I have this feeling that they're trying to trick us in certain ways as well throughout history, and what they show, and like certain inventions were only possible by this age, and here's why. It's like a certain theory just come to me now, because I think about how certain movies do this sometimes. Sometimes they'll like be at bad guy side and they'll enlist like a human being, and then there'll be like some higher entity that hides in some fucking cave or something, and he's got like some technology, and he goes, yo, take this, and he's like, you know, go and do this to these people or whatever. And then they put this stuff on, and they go out and do all the shit. They don't really know what they're doing with it half the time, and they make up all these mistakes and blunders. But what's happening is these people are smart, and they still know, these humans on this planet, what they're making, and they're trying to discover certain tech. But I reckon along the way, sometimes they've got like some next level stuff we never even seen before. They might just drip feed a little bit of it now and again. They'll just throw something into the mix. And these people could potentially be, you know, beings from like another dimension or density, or they're just from something we can't fathom. But they have the ability to put this stuff out there and be like, yo, and they probably use certain places which they keep off limits to us as like certain channels of places they do it, you know, like, you know, this is the bad guy's island, or this is this base over in, meanwhile in Antarctica, or, you know, like Transformers, and they got like the Fallen kind of thing. And, you know, they keep these things out in places hidden, and then they give you out.
John, do you think you live on a planet?
Wait, did I say that again?
No, I'm asking, do you think you live on a planet?
No, I don't know by this point, bro. I don't believe that we've been told the truth about the spinning ball nowadays. I don't think that's
okay. Fine. Yeah, no, because you do say planet a lot, and I wonder.
Bro,
if
it's a force of habit. Look, my whole life, yeah, for as long as I've been born, I've been told it's a planet. I still believe in concept as flat Earth.
Okay, cool, but I had a follow-up point. What I'm trying to say to you is that often these things come out from within us, and it's not necessarily just a habit. Maybe it's that you haven't actually addressed it properly. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm still relatively new to it, so I'm saying, but I try to sometimes exercise moments where I don't say that. You notice I haven't said it too often, which is why I haven't been jumped on, despite discussing so much about this area we all live in and beyond it, or what might be beyond it or not.
Yeah,
so like,
I don't want to take it as a criticism.
It's like a trigger word for many, because obviously it's you know, it's fallen into the old paradigm, and it's like habitually saying the wrong stuff, and then it sort of casts spells because like the words have meanings, you know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to criticize you. What I'm trying to say is that often we say things that we that when we're not really thinking, that are reflections of what we believe internally, or at least haven't addressed.
An honest word is often said in jest.
Exactly. So often I would say planet for the first 6 months of being a flat earther, and then I would immediately say planet, and then go, for fuck's sake, I know it's not a planet. Why am I saying planet? What's wrong? You know. And I think sometimes you need to kind of investigate your own communication. You know.
Yeah, it didn't take me too long.
Is expressing your communication, right?
It didn't take me too long to replace those. Once in a while, I'll still very rarely slip up, but just I thought, for me anyway, Earth, instead of saying the globe or the planet or, you know, any of that, we're talking about Earth, always just say Earth. You know, like it applies everywhere. Say Earth.
There's this
Yeah,
guy on YouTube. There's a guy on YouTube called Jason Q.
So
And he's very out there with his belief.
Arwen
And
said
he
something, but he was getting
oh,
talked over. Arwen, what were you saying?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm getting scattered.
Okay. I just wanted to hear what you said, but
I remember.
Who else was disappointed that the McAfee dead man switch was apparently not a thing?
McAfee, what? Say that again.
His dead man switch.
Oh, his dead man switch? Like why we don't have like a whole bunch of information all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Because he's sitting next to Epstein sipping Mai Tais, right?
Like, we are the real emergency broadcasters.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what we need to realize, there is no emergency. There's not going to be something most likely that comes out and says, unless it's a bunch of propaganda or some shit to try and encourage some purge like scenario or whatever the heck. There's like they act like there's going to be a flood of information. As soon as it is anything, they just throw in a flood of disinformation. So it's on the people still to figure out what they're going to do as the people moving forward.
We're all the
To realize that we are that.
We're the grassroots. They try to mow us, right? And try to gather some kind of average kind of storyline that they think most will latch onto,
Yeah.
usually quite
Yeah.
desperately. So
Mm.
yeah,
It's like combing for turds.
But what we do is really the grassroots.
So
Right? We set the tone. We set the
Or like
level.
raking their garden for like something that's like big enough that seems, oh yeah, this turd, they'll believe this, but you know,
So-
let's throw all that other excess away because it's too esoteric or whatever.
Actually, Emac, I'm really sorry. I'm going to cut you off first before it gets lost. The whole thing that Ariel said about, dead man switch with McAfee. I asked the same question kind of when it came to Epstein also, like if he was collecting information for blackmail, which is kind of like the story, right? That he had all of this dirt on all these politicians and powerful people. When he died, why didn't all of that stuff come out? Like that's a big thing. Like he would have also, somebody who is supposedly collecting dirt would have a dead man's switch plan kind of ready to go.
Like a,
like you would give the information to somebody that you trust, and you would say, hey, if I ever disappear, I'm going to contact you on this number or in this method, whatever. And if I don't, or if nothing happens within 48 hours, you are to do this, there would be, you would have a plan, a fallback plan for that. A dead man.
But how many people? If you're presented with info and the guy says someone's going to kill me for this info, yeah, you hold it, and then you watch him die. You're telling me you're going to come forward as the next guy to present that information?
Probably wouldn't even tell him he's gonna get killed. He'll just give it to him, be like, "Hey, go,
Yeah,
hold on."
but dead man switch has accounted for that effect, right? But
It's
the whole
like-
issue is, look, there's something else going on, right? So people have dead man switches. What if you were convinced to voluntarily give up your position for a faked death exit, right? It's the ultimate bypass to a dead man switch. So where's this dead man switch exactly with McAfee, right? Where's it? I don't see anything, right?
Yeah, but-
So maybe he just took the bribe into a fake death to get scot free.
But once they take that fake death, couldn't they just knock them off after?
Not only that, think about it. McCaffrey already had a good alibi if he shows up anywhere because he already said he had doubles. So he'll be another one of his doubles.
Wasn't McAfee one of the guys that said if I die in prison, it wasn't fucking suicide? Wasn't he another one of them guys?
Wait, I heard he was
That
in
was
on the
McAfee.
whole
Dude,
virus
he
propaganda
tattooed
stuff
it
because
on his
McAfee
arm.
virus software was presented to give a certain image about
He
virus.
tattooed it on his arm.
Oh, he did, Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
He tattooed the word "whacked" on his arm.
Wow.
So he knew he was dead, man walking.
Which is also his crypto.
Damn. And like, Darren Brown did like a documentary a few years ago, or like a show about social compliance. and he conducted a bunch of these experiments in public. And he talked about how when people start to see something happening, or say somebody's running and goes, "Yo, we all need to run now," it's like very likely that people will just like tag along. The same with like any other sort of thing where you could just go up to somebody, hand them a random object, and be like, "Here, hold this," and they'll just be like, without even thinking, they'll just take it off you. It's like it's playing on this unconscious parts, the less conscious parts of our brain, and the subconscious. But like they're doing it in real time to get us all to, push it now.
Isn't that amazing, the ability that he has to hypnotize an entire audience? I mean,
no, not everyone in their shows are being hypnotized, though.
It's classified under sleight of hand.
There's something within people, I think.
Quickly move, and people will be automatically accepting whatever is happening, right?
Yeah, aliens or whatever.
It's no.
Zombies.
It's sleight of hand. If things happen quickly, people will adapt quickly. It's a natural instinct, right?
It forces you to go into like fight or flight mode oftentimes. So you're like left an ultimatum,
Sorry, yeah, it just shows you how easily manipulated people can be. I mean, he did that show with Suriname, the guy that fucking shot one of the Kennedys or whatever, and he made the guy stand up and shoot somebody. He thought he was actually assassinating somebody, but he had no idea what was going on. You remember that show?
Life is literally one big massive LARP. It's like a live action role play, and it's like so much of the storylines, so many aspects have just been embellished for the longest time. That people say, ghosts, or they say something else that's part of the popular script. Suddenly people will play along to it because it's all just actors in a movie playing like a game of improvisation. And let's just go with this because it sounds like it works, whatever,
It just shows that
people would rather like to go to the conclusion of the story than to consider moral implications, and that's the reality.
Say that again, Aaron.
People would rather go to the conclusion of the story than to consider moral implications.
Yeah, they jump to conclusions. They assume you believe this or you're anti that or whatever, instead of actually considering your point of view. Most of you are on autopilot. They're on autopilot,
So why are the police forces in the world behaving like thugs right now?
Canada, France, beating people up.
Owen, isn't the moral implication the conclusion?
What? Sound a little muffled there.
Isn't the moral implication also the conclusion?
Yeah, at the conclusion.
Or shouldn't it be?
Yeah, at the conclusion, you kind of think about what's the morality of it.
It's all about the recognition of what.
Sorry, Ariel.
What is not. That's the moral implication. What is real and what is not.
Police and thieves.
What is real? What is fake? What is a truth? What is a lie? That's morals. Clarity, moral clarity. Knowing what is real, what is not.
Fighting the nation with their guns and ammunition.
Usually we can only go off like discernment or like, which is often our best guess, whatever our best guess is at the time, until we have our own experience. It's just about keep digging further down the rabbit hole. But you don't want to get lost as well, or lose yourself. It's a very tough sort of balancing act.
But Ariel, to your point about the police, they're policy enforcers, politia. So their core purpose is just to enforce whatever the government policy is at that time. On Mitchell from Australia's channel, there's a video of them arresting a 12-year-old girl in Australia for not wearing a mask. And they keep asking, like, other people are walking past without masks, and they're not arresting those ones, but this 12-year-old girl, they are. And she puts up a little bit of resistance, and 6 police officers pepper spray her in her face with her hands handcuffed and throw her in the back of the van. And it's like the level that they're going to now. The police officers are also supposed to wear body cams, and they're turning those off, or they're being allowed not to film. So they're enforcing these policies without any kind of accountability because, no one wants that kind of evidence.
It'd be great if they started hot mic and everyone heard it all.
Right, but you have to realize though what is really going on, how these type of imperial tactics work, right? So this girl, I've seen the video, this little girl that gets pepper sprayed and all that in Australia, they didn't have an exit strategy. They were just confronting until things went out of hand. They never had an exit strategy. And that's really not a wise thing to do. Nobody should.
You mean from the girls' side?
Nobody should go up to the enforcers and force a break, right? That's not how this game works. Because you're always gonna lose.
Agreed.
They will just follow their procedures until you end up in the ground with your hands behind your back, cupped, and pepper sprayed in the face, right? They're just following procedures. So they never had a proper exit
Policies.
strategy. It was a pure confrontation video. Like they were
Agreed.
just trying to do that.
Yeah, they did get quite aggressive when they started picking her up to throw in the back of the van. And, it's one of these things that we can see that stuff's being done that's morally wrong, but often people just stand around and do nothing. And I think we're at a stage where very morally wrong things are being done, and then impulsively people are acting out like a subconscious reaction to these things.
Like a rubber band.
Did you see that one the other day? The black police officer in America got barred from his job for kicking a person in the face. Did you see that video? It went viral.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she's like lying there and she says something to him. She's handcuffed. She's lying on the ground. And this big 6'6" black police officer just fucking kicks her straight in the face, man. Just boots her in the face. And somebody videotaped it. And both of them was a white woman, his teammate. She just stood and watched. So they both got kicked out of the force there recently. That's incredible. I don't know. I'll see if I can find it.
Got kicked out of the force? Seriously.
I think, well, they've been suspended anyway, but
I saw that fun.
Wow, what a punishment.
She got kicked out. Eh? Nice pun.
Thank you very much.
Now, kicking or basically wounding a disabled, under control person is like very gross violation. That's like Nuremberg shit, right? That's bad.
But it also shows the level of powerlessness.
That's
like how the police are feeling powerless when if they have to go and kick someone who's down on the floor and completely under submission, like how it's usually people who don't have power and then get the power who stand at the door and now can decide who enters and who doesn't.
Yeah,
that suddenly
exactly
become
when they're not under control
maniacal.
of themselves.
Yeah, Mark Passio said that's the system how it's being sort of pushed, and that is to sort of recruit certain types of people who have a kind of who will embrace a certain brutality nature, and as they be more around these kinds of people, they become more like these people. It's like a group think, and then it's like over time, these police, they become so hyper aware. They're like they literally go out in public, literally expecting or waiting for anyone to cause them some shit. So they're looking for a problem. They think that person's. They'll look at everyone like a suspect.
I'm surprised you didn't see that video.
Yeah, I've seen so many
in some direction or psyop. They use it as like,
there's
hey,
so
look
many
this.
at the
This is why you
moment.
should support BLM.
Getting drought in videos, man, a year nonstop, like every week something new, like or every day.
Every day.
Yeah. That's how overwhelming this whole game is. It's like why we have to at some point learn to unplug from some of that stuff, because enough of it is just so distracting by design. But it's there to stop us from staying on
All
that
you need
path.
to know is it's happening every single day, everywhere.
Exactly. Just know that the world's getting more fucked up everywhere. Yeah. And then
That's
something
it's more fucked up every day you wake up. There's a new thing in the news or whatever. You just can't believe it.
Even while you sleep. Yeah.
Is this really happening? Is this real?
I feel like CERN has a lot to answer for some of this, for not loads of this.
I think we've been.
Well, look,
Dude, they are gonna pay the price. It's just not going to be the way that they are going to build up to. It's just going to happen very subtly. They are going to pay the price for this, guys. There's no escaping this shit.
I think our moral decline.
Once you put
I think
down
our moral
this level of
decline.
shit, you're going to pay the price. Okay.
But the moral decline of society has gone past that point. Like when you look at the Nuremberg trials, the world came together and said experimenting on humans was wrong, and then they punished those individuals. But in today's society, the guys who are the biggest crooks are the ones getting out of jail. The Clintons are doing what they do. You know, each one of these people, which we know are probably more guilty than any of those Nuremberg scientists, are scot-free walking around billionaires. So I think our moral decline in our society has already reached a point where there's no repercussions for these heinous acts.
Mark Passio
No,
said it
I
literally has to
disagree.
wake up
I have to morally
51%
disagree.
of the population or it won't work. Things
No,
won't change
what
because
is
that's math.
required for a Nuremberg trial is an actual authoritative body that can execute that level of order, right? And there's going to be scrambling everywhere when it happens, right? But there needs to be assigned officially an authoritative body to execute that. So that means that first the situation has to be overcome by everybody. First, we need to grind this whole indoctrination virus nonsense to a halt, the vaccination to a 0 level, and then potentially a body could be shaped to actually deal with the legal consequences of everything that's happened, right?
Soon
But
as you do
until we
that,
overcome that, until we reach that point where it actually is grinded to a halt, like we can blabber on all day, nothing is going to happen until it grinds to a halt.
You guys are talking pretty long term.
No, but with Project Lockstep, sorry, EXO.
Lou, that was Lou.
I just wanted to say, like, in the short term, kind of what I see, and I'm sure a lot of you probably already see it the same way, or maybe you've seen videos about it. But like, there has been a lot of uprising, not really in the United States, but in a lot of other countries where they've had ridiculous amounts of government, overreach for very limited amounts of cases, especially in places like Australia and where it's just crazy how to
Yeah, all the British colonies are
Totalitarian it's becoming.
All the
yeah,
British
yeah.
are getting it.
But anyway, but we have seen some pushback in a lot of countries, but they're all countries where they've been disarmed. The United States, on the other hand, has had it pretty easy compared to everybody else. We really haven't had much for lockdowns in most places. It's just but right now what they're pushing with the Delta, thing, like this is all set up, planned to get those who have done their job of taking the jab. They're gonna get pissed off when they get thrown into lockdown again, and it's being blamed on the unvaxxed for for this Delta variant and in this pandemic of the unvaxxed, as they're already pushing it in the media, right? So this is a setup where they're gonna to once again to have the people do the dirty work. Like they're going to pressure people in or even get violent when it comes to this stuff. Like another thing is, like, with the pushbacks we've seen in other countries, once another lockdown does come this fall in the United States, there's going to be a lot of pushback. And in the United States, when there's pushback, guns are involved. And that's going to be that's good. That could likely be an excuse
Pushing
for
back with bullets.
they have to create friction for stuff to happen.
That's why they've been trying to disarm the American populace for the last 10 years with shootings every weekend.
Okay, but then it's really
Never let them take
confusing.
the guns.
It's really confusing to me because the PCR test has now been completely discredited officially by the CDC.
Yeah.
They are going to continue using it until the 31st of December. But as of now, they cannot rely on that thing anymore. They can't say to somebody, you're positive or you're negative. It shouldn't be used anywhere in the world.
I think it's part of the overall plan, honestly, to create more dissension and get people more upset. You know, people are, when they try to put them in lockdown a second time, they're going to go, wait a minute, you told all of these lockdowns are bullshit based off of your bullshit test. Like, you know, and they're going to get angry. And I think that's part of the plan. I think they want people to get angry in the United States. I thought it was going to happen the first time around. It didn't. I was surprised, but that's still part of the plan. I'm certain of it.
I was talking to a buddy last night. There were so many of us when this whole thing started. We were talking about lockdowns, giving a little bit back freedom, another lockdown, this variant, that variant, before they even mentioned the South American, the South African, and the Australia or the Indian variant, Delta variants, all kinds of variants. We already foreseen this 2 months into the first lockdown, and there it is. You know, it's just that's. So we can give you we take you away, we lock you down. You can go on holidays, and then suddenly we were talking about vaccine passports before the word was even mentioned. Now you can't go to a restaurant, a movie theater, or cafe in France without a vaccine passport. We've seen it coming.
Do you know what they might do? Because you know in China they have the social credit system, and if people get like a certain low level score, they're classed as what's called a discredited entity, which means they cannot travel. So they could go to the airport ready to go with a passport, and they'll be like, wait, it says here you're a discredited entity. You can't leave now. So basically they're stuck there. So what they might do is they might bring this lockdown around to try and screw with everyone again. But then they'll come out with these new measures. By about the time they'll probably be ready to release this new social credit system worldwide and bring it to the West. And then they'll be like, hey, you guys, if you get a certain good score, you're allowed to go out in the weekends. You know what I mean? They'll just be like, you can go there and you can go here. And they'll just sort of, you know, twist it around so that people have to constantly comply, which means it's going to get even more hectic for the non-vaxxers because they're going to be looked at as the devil, portrayed as that endlessly in all the headlines. And anytime it's going to be like deaths are on the rise. I guess you guys can figure out why that is, you know? And then people will be like, yeah, because it's the non-vaxxers, you know? They're not to get in the jab. So therefore, they're causing the shit to spread even more. And we're following the rules like good little children, and we're getting rewarded. We've got to do something about them.
We've seen
that.
Okay,
so we got a choice between official social credit score and putting politicians' head on pikes. Social credit score application, putting politician heads on pikes.
I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for the pike. I'm voting for the pike, but I hope my representative, you know.
I mean, at some point, yeah. What I said is a little bit more short term, but then that obviously, most likely the eventuality, people are going to rise up and there'll be civil unrest, and people start knocking down all these, you know, famous people statues like this guy, whoever this was. He's another elite who tried to control us, enslave us, you know.
Yeah, it's funny that Gates's wife left him, and now Bezos's wife has also apparently left him.
It could have just been a partnership, and now they served their purpose. They could just be on their way. I've heard similar things about Trump.
They're getting ready for corporate like suicide bomber activity. That's why. Disconnect because they're going to for corporate suicide bomber tactics. Heed my words.
Why even one government didn't fail in this last year? Even one government didn't fail. Like people didn't decide you are not capable to lead us through this. Can we change our government and see if somebody can how to say go with us through this shit? No, we all speaking that all governments are enemies. Fucking shit. In every country.
They all agreed this time. Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen the movie called Rat Race? Like that movie to me is like so red pilled. Like it's so much stuff about, if you look into the deeper picture of it, it's trying to explain what we're living in and how they screw you over. They tell you, hey, there's going to be a big prize at the end of it. And they all go to the locker and then it's like, there's nothing there. And then you see the elites, they're trying to run away. It's like the ones behind it all, who crafted everything.
Oh God, you're looking
they try to run up in their cars. I'm just like, no, I'm just saying, man, this is it's likely that these people, I see these people as like they're on their final run and they're just running, you know, waiting for the inevitable, but it's game over for them. Soon to be curtains.
It's about manager culture. It's about what they
Can you
do,
explain
how
that
they
suicide
feel,
thing?
how they do the things. It's not about some bigger plan for the world. No way. Rat Race is all about like manager culture and the haphazards that they have to deal with. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just on about the end where they try to escape the guy in his car and stuff. He tries to run off with like this woman, and then he ends up getting like caught with the money. Like, so it's like I'm imagining them. They try to run off when shit gets real. It's like they all making their contingency plans now to get the hell out of
That's what
here.
they all
As for whether they're
fantasize
gonna flee underground or wherever they're trying to
That's
do,
what they all
all this
dream
talk.
about, dude.
It's like many of them probably live
It's
in such a
about
deep
how
delusion.
big
They must live in a
businesses
deep delusion. They think
manipulate
they're going
small
to space
people.
to get away from shit.
That's what all managers dream about some ultimate
The
scot-free
Great
escape
Escape.
plan, because they take risks. They always piss off groups in their management. It always happens. It's inevitable. If you're actually a manager, you know this, right?
They're like
So it's
targets.
it's just about managers. It's a movie about managers and about like,
But don't all
yeah,
see
no,
eye
get
to eye.
that scot-free dream escape. That's what it is.
So
It's
you
no
said
big
everything is
dream.
corporate suicide bombing, which is that a term to describe when they're
No,
self-destructing?
no,
It's kind of like
no. That doesn't
measures.
have no relations to Rat Race at all, right?
No,
That's
that movie Rat
Fine, forget
Race.
about Rat Race anyway. I just want to give that one example
Finish a
because it
train
came
of
to
thought.
mind. Okay.
That was specifically related to Bill Gates, Fauci, and like all these individuals, right? That are what is it, Bezos, that are getting divorces, right? It's corporate tactics that has nothing to do with feelings. Has to do purely with the economic corporate world and
Yeah.
how they
I just-
function and on what levels they function, right?
Except all the
I just wonder how many people fake to their own deaths. For media hype.
Lots.
Elvis.
If you're a
Yeah, that's what I'm
billionaire,
saying. And then they're
that's,
running
pretty
off to
much
somewhere else,
guaranteed.
get away. And many places apparently underground exist, and apparently there's like cities. I watched a video and it was all like these shopping malls that had everything down there. Underneath all the major cities, underground cities or
I
something.
don't think the elites would want
Cool.
to have to
When
live
you get
underground.
some footage, contact.
Well, for some, they might think of it in terms of underground, and others who they have a different opinion be like, "Yo, let's try and go to space in this rocket or whatever they're gonna try and get out."
They would have like
Yeah,
I think they would
opinions,
have
one
like
real,
the
that's
most
awesome.
beautiful land, but also a contingency plan with underground tunnels and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, but they would save
like that
the best for
Thunderbirds Island.
themselves. They would save the best for themselves. Yeah.
Of course. As like that's maybe why they hold on to like these islands. People are going on about like Epstein's Island should be exposed, and people should seize that and investigate. But then it's like, no, that could be one of their getaways, just one of many. But I heard that there's a lot of stuff going on around, a lot of activity near Antarctica area in terms of the countries that sort of are very close proximity to it. Apparently, there's certain bases, and they try to stay close to their certain elites because there's a certain reason that they know they need to be there by a certain time or event or whatever.
You
It
know
might
what?
be the case.
Can't get away from
Because eventually the gates to Antarctica are going to open. They're going to open up.
That could
to
be like
actual
CERN or the
corporate
gates to hell
activity,
for all
so
we
they
know.
want the locations near to it, right? That's purely logistics, right? They want those points. They want that corporate advantage, right?
I think CERN is taking us into a fucking alternative dimension. I think we're living in what used
Yeah.
is
Or
no longer-
multiple ones at once.
Yeah.
P-Man, what always beeps with you when you start chiming in?
Oh, sorry, that's the poker star. Sorry,
Speed camera.
it's the it's your turn to. Yeah, it's poker star. Sorry,
The fuck?
that's my car. My car goes beep beep.
It lets him know it's his turn in the game. It's like, wake up, quick you go.
Hello, stop talking to them losers in fucking Discord.
Turn that shit off. You can turn that off, right?
I suppose I can, Lou. For you, I will. I'll have a
I'm
wee.
not saying you have to, but I know I would.
Frequencies are so powerful, like triggering the masses. They know how to use the sounds against us so well. It's mental.
Sound is a big thing.
Yeah, but that
Definitely.
beep has no like MK Ultra implications. Trust me.
It's a trigger.
You can change the way people react to you just by the way you talk to them, by the tone of your voice, or the way you just. It's a big thing.
So true.
Yeah, no, definitely turn that shit off. Sorry, now you do have
Everything is adjustment.
It's just really annoying. That's all.
It's too frequent. That's what it is.
Just I like to annoy people. What can I say? Eh?
That's why he's on the server.
I'm only here to fuck up your day.
Mac, are you just giving us another reason to put you on server mute?
All right, sorry. Okay, I'll try and find it, Lou, for fuck's sake.
All right.
Anybody have any tips on how to be good at poker?
You gotta be a good liar. It's about eye contact too, you know, like knowing how to bluff.
Tone of voice.
Video poker. Oh, never mind. No.
Yeah, video poker. It's not like I'm looking at the guy across the table like that.
But you are in spirit.
Yeah. I'm in his mind. I'm in your mind, bro.
That's how the elites get to us. The exact same principles and stuff like that. They're not with us physically, but they can do all this stuff. It's by psyching us out from afar. They've got endless methods of doing so. You know.
Hey, I made it to third place. I'm doing all right.
What's the grand prize?
It's $1.50. When the 50-cent sitting goes, bro. 45-seater, 50-cent. The winner gets like fucking $10 or something, maybe.
Fair enough.
Don't go all in, bro.
Go all in the fuck. I'm gonna buy a Ferrari with my winnings.
You'd be surprised sometimes just going all in on every hand will freaking work on those games. You never know.
Yeah, it freaks people out. Shit, third place. There we go. How much did I win? $3.30. Wow.
I worked for this guy once. His name was Darren Paradise, and he was a mortgage broker. So I started working for them. I was the first female that they employed. And so we had a big move to new premises. They expanded. And the first day, Darren came into the office with his big briefcase. And he went over to his new desk where the three executives were in the same office. And he had this corkboard on the wall behind him. So he opened his briefcase and he was like, took this thing out. And it was a photograph, a nice glossy photograph of a red Ferrari. And then he took some pens and he penned it on the board. And it was like I was just watching him. What was he doing? And that's what he did.
Managing. Are you still in South Africa, Ariel?
No, I'm in Essex in the UK.
Oh, okay. Hi, you're just you're not far away from me.
Yeah, I figured.
Are you married?
No.
You should be. No.
I can't disagree, but the market's a bit difficult at the moment.
There's not much out there.
Marriage is
you can't date unawake people.
She's saying there's too many globe heads.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Too many globe
Now
heads.
that I'm with Paris, I mean, it's even worse.
It's not just globe heads. There's
Yeah, you gotta remember the wedding cake is always flat.
vaccine addicts. There's so many different obstacles out there.
I don't know where my wedding cake came from. But looking at it, you can see the curvature and where it's done. Cause apparently mass tracks mass. What the fuck does that have to do with the fucking curve of the earth? And then we have the audacity to talk about differing gases inside some kind of fucking container. And it's something we cannot prove, yet you got NASA talking it to, saying that it's true. And then you start to understand that everything that they were saying, is it a lie? Yes, it is. You tell yourself that math is wrong and doesn't make sense when I look down the horizon. When the sun comes across and you see it go down, is it going down? I don't think so. You're just a globing clown, a fucking globe clown, globe clown. So go ahead, put on your face, put on that makeup you wear, and tell everyone the lie. And that's what saying all the time. And it's not making sense, like the song is, there's no rhyme. So I want you to come in, join, sing along, and go ahead and say NASA's alive. Together, NASA, NASA is alive. NASA, NASA is alive. NASA, NASA is alive. NASA, NASA is alive. NASA
All together now.
is alive. NASA, NASA is alive. Wonder why.
NASA is alive.
Wonder why. Ooh, NASA is alive. Oh, NASA is alive. Hey.
Earth is flat.
Hey, Sonny, what's going on, bro?
Awesome, bro. Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, I gotta check them out today.
It's flat. Always love hearing you play lead, bruh. It's always amazing.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was epic.
Man, you guys are epic. I love coming in here and talking to you guys and hearing you guys talk about the earth of the shape. I mean, the shape of the earth being flat.
Existence of
There is no
reality.
shape.
The earth of the shape. Uh-oh. Sorry.
Oh. Uh-oh. You guys catching on to my ticks now. Uh-oh, shit. Wow, Pikachu.
I was just gonna say, you got through that whole song without a single tick, and it's like it's amazing how music can sometimes have that calming effect on the brain. That
I mean,
some guys have often turned their speech into almost like a song in their head, because if they're singing a song or putting out lyrics, it kind of calms the mind and allows it to get its thing across.
So I learned about like when when I'm doing something such as like doing sports, like constantly moving or playing music, soothing some like music. Like when I do sports, like such as play football, basketball, I don't tick very much. I mean, I might have sounds
And music
coming out.
and music in the background.
The music helps.
Do you play music in the
I
background
when I
sometimes?
play, yeah, like when I play,
Not playing, but like letting it play on the radio or something. Like just listening to background noise. Do you find that calms?
yeah, I listen to a lot of meditation music, actually.
Yeah, flat solar. Do you? I missed what you said just now to Enoch about. You said when you're playing music about these things, it does what you said.
So I said that he was like the whole song was absent of any ticks.
Okay, maybe it needs to be said. Like maybe not everybody gets it. Like Enoch has Tourette's syndrome, and that's what
Oh
we're
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. That's fine. It's
So,
like the channeling that sort of
yeah.
thing in there. So it's into something good. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that all the time. Like Percy
I
Jackson.
just wanted to just wanted to point out a music miracle, and that is that this guy just started a song and it was pretty awesome, right? And then somebody else, I'm pretty sure it was somebody else, started to play another through another
Sunny.
Discord, right? And even though the time is not perfectly synchronized because they get the bass tone of the song, it still works, even if they're discontorted time-wise, and that is a music miracle.
Resonance.
Yeah, Sonny's
Harmony.
Sonny's a talented musician. He'll retune his guitar on the fly to match the key and then jump in. So
That's clever.
Yeah.
But
If only we could do that with our instrument bodies.
the timing doesn't even matter that much. It will still work, right? That is music miracle. It's like timeless. Even though different parties are playing and they don't have a synchronicity time-wise, it still works.
Like circadian rhythm or something.
No, because of the tone. It's because of the bass tones. Like whatever they're gonna play, it's gonna work out. Even if it is off in timing, it's still gonna work.
Yeah, it becomes
that
something or
becomes
other
the
because that's
magic.
how art is, isn't it? It could just be.
But Enoch, I think that
Yeah.
you should do that song again with your ticks, because I think that would then make it epic and no one could like recreate it. You know?
And you know what? Once I get that tone, then you've given me the keys to the playground.
Well, hold on.
Also, just want to say, every time you do a tick,
music
every
for
time
some
you do
reason seems to be a cure for his ticks. If you force him to try to do the ticks in his music, what if he can't like get out of that? And it's just like,
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't mess with it. I would think don't mess
I
with
always
it.
get this idea whenever you do the ticks. Like basically, you know, you're watching those like live stream videos on YouTube, and it's like a mad sound effect because like someone's just donated like $10 or something. Every time you do that, I actually legit think it's someone donating Patreons or something. Yeah, literally another $10. Thanks. Say hi, absolutely.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Well, whatever you do, don't make a fear-based decision, though. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
What? Be you, man.
There's a guy in here called B-Man. Be a man. He's the reason why. That's so true.
Sorry.
Sound like a didgeridoo.
Huh?
Wow.
Meow.